the resort of the dead. Travis Hale had once believed money would make the world quiet. He had pictured it like a heavy door closing between him and every debt collector, landlord, leaking roof, and broken truck that had ever kept him awake before sunrise. He had been 32 then, still climbing into crawl spaces beneath rental houses in rural North Carolina, still coming home with insulation dust in his hair and copper cuts across his knuckles. When the numbers hit, when the lottery people said $850 million like they were ordering lunch, he expected silence to follow. Silence never came. It was replaced by phone calls, lawyers, cameras, cousins he had not seen since childhood, and strangers who swore God had given him his number. The world did not become quiet. It became hungry. Now, 2 years later, he sat in the private lounge of a regional airport wearing a linen shirt that cost more than his first car, and he still felt like someone had made a mistake. His dark brown hair resisted the expensive product a stylist had tried to teach him to use. His scar above the right eyebrow, a pale crescent from a childhood bike accident, cut through all the polish anyway. He kept tugging at his collar as if the fabric had accused him of something. Across from him, Brooks Mercer studied a tablet with the fierce concentration of a man reading an autopsy report instead of a travel brochure. Brooks was tall and thin, built like he had been assembled from questions and coffee. His blond hair had begun to gray near the temples, early and unfairly, and his glasses kept sliding down his nose. Every few minutes he adjusted them with a quick nervous tap and glanced toward the tinted windows. "You know," Travis said, "when a man wins nearly $1 billion, people assume he learns how to relax. I have not learned. I am sitting in a chair that probably has its own insurance policy, and I still feel like the airport cop is about to ask why I am here." Brooks did not look up. "That is because you've always looked guilty in comfortable places. I look guilty everywhere. It is part of my charm." "It is not charm. It is a defense response." Travis leaned back and watched two resort representatives whisper beside a polished counter. They wore white jackets, soft smiles, and small gold pins shaped like palm fronds. One had already offered him coffee, sparkling water, fresh fruit, warm towels, and something with cucumber in it. Travis had accepted the coffee and stared suspiciously at the towel. "A defense response," he repeated. "That sounds medical. Should I be worried?" "Only about the vacation you chose." That made Travis look at him. "I chose sunshine, gambling, ocean, and people pretending not to stare at my bank account. That is a standard rich person vacation. I'm trying to blend in with my new species." Brooks finally lowered the tablet. His tired eyes had a shadow under them that no amount of tropical lighting would fix. The island is private, politically complicated, and owned through 3 layers of shell companies. The resort group is registered in one country, insured in another, supplied to a third, and protected by contracts. Nobody can read unless they already know where to look. So it is rich. It is unaccountable rich. That is different. Travis studied his friend for a moment. Brooks had not wanted this trip. That had been obvious from the beginning. Travis had called it a gift, a break, a forced detox from 12-hour workdays at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Brooks had called it suspicious and then spent 2 nights researching the island instead of packing. In high school, Travis had known when Brooks was afraid because he talked faster. Now he knew when Brooks was afraid because he spoke too slowly. "You still think this place is connected to whatever you found at work," Travis said. Brooks's fingers tightened around the tablet. "I think people with too much money have been quietly buying pieces of medical research that should not be for sale. I think a name keeps appearing near the edges. Victor Beasley." Travis knew that name because everyone with a television knew it. Beasley was one of those men business magazines loved, a silver-haired visionary with cold blue eyes and a voice so soft interviewers leaned toward him without realizing it. He funded clinics, scholarships, disaster relief, and pharmaceutical research. Travis has seen his face on billboards in airports and on donation plaques in hospital wings. "The medicine billionaire," Travis said. "Biotech investor," Brooks corrected. "Same kind of villain suit, different pocket square." Brooks gave him a look that would have been funny if the worry beneath it had not been so raw. "This is not a joke. I know it is not. I'm making jokes because you are scared. And when you are scared, I get scared. And when I get scared, I want to crawl inside the nearest air conditioning duct and live there." A faint smile touched Brooks's mouth, then vanished. You still think every building can be understood if you find the ductwork. Most buildings can. Rich people just hide the ducts behind marble. That was the difference between them. Brooks looked at the world and saw systems, patterns, contamination routes, corporate signatures, missing records. Travis looked at a ceiling vent and knew whether the room had been cheap or honest. He knew the sound of a bad bearing in a compressor. He knew which screws had been replaced by a lazy worker. He knew how quickly a building lied. The lounge door opened. A woman with a tablet called their names in the careful English of someone who had practiced it for guests but lived in another language. Travis stood before Brooks did, out of habit, because for most of his life standing first had meant working first. Brooks slid the tablet into his bag and rose with less certainty. "Last chance," Brooks said quietly as they followed the woman toward the jet bridge. "We can still go home." Travis glanced at him. "You really want to?" Brooks hesitated. That was the answer. "I want to know why that island keeps showing up in places it should not," Brooks said. "Then we go. You look for secrets, I lose money at cards, and we both pretend this was a vacation when my accountant asks. You should not gamble when you are stressed." "Brooks, I won the lottery. The universe already lost a bet to me." The private aircraft waited under a white afternoon glare. It looked sleek, cold, and unreal, nothing like the rattling servicevans Travis had driven through summers that smelled of cut grass and hot asphalt. The steps had a carpet runner. The pilot greeted him by name. For a breath, Travis almost turned around, not because he feared the island, not yet, but because wealth still felt like wearing another man's skin. Brooks paused at the top of the stairs and looked back toward the airport. "You ever miss it?" "Miss what?" "Afore." Travis considered lying, but Brooks had been the one person money had not trained him to lie to. Parts of it. Not the panic, not counting gas money, not choosing which bill got paid late, but I missed knowing what kind of man I was. Poor Travis made sense. Rich Travis feels like a rumor. Brooks nodded as if he understood too well. "That is why I came." "Because Rich Travis is a rumor?" "Because everyone else either wants something from you or wants to be seen beside you. I am still allowed to tell you when you are being stupid." Travis smiled and stepped inside. "That is friendship right there. Insult with continuity." The flight attendant offered champagne before the doors closed. Travis looked at the glass, thought of stress, thought of old habits, and took water instead. Brooks noticed. He always noticed. The first year after the jackpot had been a parade of signatures. Men in suits arrived with folders, charts, and voices trained to make surrender sound wise. They taught him about trusts, foundations, privacy protections, investment vehicles, and how quickly a person could become a business without asking to be one. Travis signed where his lawyers told him to sign, nodded when numbers became too large to feel real, and went home each night to a rented house he had not yet found the courage to leave. He slept on the same mattress for 3 months after buying a mansion, because the mansion had too many rooms and all of them echoed. His mother had cried when he paid off her house. His sister had cried when he bought her a car. His uncle had cursed him when Travis refused to fund a restaurant idea written on 3 pages of stained notebook paper. The blessing became a test nobody admitted taking. Every conversation developed a hidden invoice. Every apology arrived with a request attached. After a while, Travis began sending assistants to handle kindness for him, and that frightened him more than greed did. Brooks had never asked for money. That became the foundation of Travis's trust in him after everything else shifted. When Travis offered to pay his student loans, Brooks accepted only after 3 arguments and a written promise that it would not become a topic between them. When Travis bought a house with a guest room and told Brooks he could use it any time work became too much, Brooks said the house looked like a hotel for divorced vampires. They slept there for a week during a bad stretch at the disease agency. Friendship survived because Brooks refused to be impressed. That was why the vacation mattered. Travis had not invited Brooks to show off. He had invited him because he had watched his friend fade under fluorescent lights and classified fear. Brooks looked tired in a way sleep did not solve. He ate standing up. He answered calls at 2 in the morning. He stopped correcting Travis's grammar, which Travis considered a medical emergency. The island had seemed like a ridiculous cure, but a ridiculous cure was still a cure if it worked. "You're thinking too loudly," Brooks said from the seat across the aisle. Travis turned from the window. That is not a thing. It is with you. Your face makes paragraphs. My face has bills to pay. Not anymore. Travis almost smiled. That is the problem. For most of my life, bills were the map. Work here, pay this, fix that, help Ma, avoid the bank, keep the truck alive. Then the map burned up and everyone started congratulating me for being free. They did not explain that free can feel like falling. Brooks held his gaze longer than usual. You could do good with it. More than paying for people who remember your birthday only after seeing your net worth online. I know. I'm trying. Scholarships, clinics, food banks, legal stuff. But every good thing becomes a meeting, and every meeting has somebody in it who talks like a brochure. You hate brochures. I hate being converted into one. Brooks nodded, and for once he had no correction. Outside, cloud shadow moved over the wing. Travis wondered if wealth had made him selfish or simply revealed how much self-protection he had always needed. He wondered if paradise could give back a version of himself that did not flinch when strangers smiled. That was before he understood that the island had invited every broken part of him for a reason. The engines rose beneath them, smooth and powerful. North Carolina dropped away under a veil of cloud, the fields and roads becoming a faded quilt. Travis pressed his forehead near the window and watched home shrink until it became color without detail. He told himself he was going toward paradise. He told himself Brooks needed a break, that no secret could be large enough to swallow an entire island, built for tourists, gamblers, honeymooners, and billionaires hiding from taxes. He told himself many things on that flight, most of them reasonable. Reasonable thoughts, he would later understand, were often the first casualties of a nightmare. The first country received them with wet heat in a sky the color of hammered pewter. Travis did not know the language on the airport signs. The letters were familiar, the words were not, and every announcement passed through the terminal like water over stone. He had expected a quick transfer, some polished corridor between airplane and island, but the resort had arranged something grander. A black car met them outside customs and carried them through a city that seemed to live in layers. Scooters threaded through traffic with fearless grace. Market stalls leaned into the streets. Buildings stood close together, old balconies above bright pharmacies, churches beside glass banks, laundry fluttering beneath satellite dishes. The driver spoke enough English to explain the port was 20 minutes away and maybe 40 if the rain became serious. He smiled when he said serious, as if rain were a local animal visitors underestimated. Brooks watched the city from the back seat with professional alertness. Travis watched it with the uneasy guilt of someone passing through a real place on his way to a manufactured one. The car smelled of leather, citrus polish, and a faint trace of cigarette smoke that had survived every attempt to erase it. "You are doing the face again," Brooks said. "I have several faces. You need to be specific. The one where you wonder whether money made you a tourist in other people's lives." Travis looked at him. "That is a disturbingly accurate face. You wear it whenever service workers are polite to you." The driver changed lanes without warning. Travis reached for the door handle and then pretended he had not. "Maybe I do not like being waited on. You liked it for the first 6 months. I like not being tired. There is a difference." Brooks looked back down at his tablet, but the screen had gone dark. He was using it like a shield. Travis knew that trick too. In high school, Brooks had hidden behind textbooks when bullies circled. Travis had learned to stand beside him without making a big speech about it. Their friendship had been built from such small arrangements. One boy with scuffed boots and quick fists, another with perfect test scores and no instinct for cruelty. "Tell me what you found," Travis said. "I told you enough." "You told me hints. Hints are what men in bad movies give before somebody says, 'I should have listened.'" Brooks turned the tablet over in his hands. "Months ago, I saw a restricted fragment attached to an old outbreak modeling file. It was not meant to be in our system. It referenced viral behavior that does not occur naturally at that speed. There were procurement numbers, but most of the names were scrubbed. One was not. A subsidiary tied to Beasley. Could be normal research. Normal research does not vanish from the archive after you ask why it is there." The city thinned near the port. The road opened to a view of the sea, gray-green beneath the incoming storm. Cargo cranes rose like skeletal giants. Fishing boats rocked beside customs cutters. Farther down, separated by a guarded gate in a clean white wall, waited the resort ship. It was not a cruise ship in the loud, floating city way Travis had imagined. It was smaller, sleeker, and far more private, all white curves and dark glass. The name, painted in gold across the stern, sounded like a promise made by someone who had never broken one in public. Staff in cream uniforms lined the gangway beneath umbrellas. The rain began as they stepped from the car, warm drops striking the pavement with a smell of salt and diesel. A man with silver buttons took their luggage. Another offered them chilled towels. A third welcomed them in careful English and checked their names against a tablet. Travis noticed the guards after that. They stood apart from the smiling staff, dressed in dark resort security uniforms, hands loose near their belts. Their eyes did not move like hotel employees. They swept corners, faces, bags, exits. "Friendly place," Travis muttered. Brooks followed his gaze. "Private islands do not stay private through optimism. There is the vacation spirit I paid for." They boarded under the rain. Inside, the ship was cool and fragrant, polished wood beneath soft lighting, fresh flowers arranged in vases too heavy for rough seas. A hostess explained that the crossing would take several hours. There would be lunch, drinks, live music, and a preview of the island's attractions. She described the resort like a jewel removed from the difficulties of the world. Travis wanted to believe her. He was tired of difficulty. He was tired of suspicion. He was tired of the way Brooks's fear had entered the air between them like smoke. Their suite on the ship had a balcony, 2 bedrooms, and a bathroom that could have passed for a spa. Brooks set his bag on a chair and immediately began checking the corners of the ceiling. "Please tell me you are looking for sprinklers," Travis said. "Cameras. You think the boat has cameras in the guest rooms?" "I think people with secrets enjoy knowing other people have fewer." Travis opened the balcony door. Humid wind rushed in and moved the curtains. The port receded behind them, the city becoming a low line of color under rain. The ship's engines deepened and the water widened. "I'm going to say something very rich and probably awful," Travis said. "The ocean looks better from a private balcony." Brooks came to the doorway. His expression softened despite himself. "Most things look better when you're far enough away from what they cost." They stood there for a while without speaking. The rain thinned. Sunlight cut through a break in the clouds and spilled across the sea in pale bands. Travis felt his shoulders loosen for the first time that day. The ship was moving. Whatever they had left behind could not reach them for a few hours. Whatever waited ahead still had the decency to be invisible. At lunch, they sat in a dining room where the silverware had more confidence than most people. Guests filled the tables and curated variety, tech founders with soft hands and loud laughs, retired athletes, models, jewelers, a famous director Travis recognized but could not name, older couples wearing resort whites, young couples taking pictures of everything before eating. Wealth had many accents, but it shared one posture. It leaned back. Travis caught glances. Some guests recognized him, or thought they did. The lottery had made him famous in the cheap, accidental way a lightning strike made a tree famous. People looked and then looked away, pretending kindness. He hated the second look more than the first. A woman at the next table whispered to her husband. Travis heard his own name shaped by a stranger's mouth. Brooks heard it too. "We can move." "No thanks." "Let them stare." "I paid enough for the chair." "You did not pay for the chair. You paid for the illusion that the chair belongs to you. You are very committed to ruining furniture for me." Brooks almost smiled. Then he looked across the room at a television mounted above the bar. It showed a promotional film for the island. There were beaches in soft focus, golf greens under perfect sprinklers, casinos shining after dark, a shopping avenue bright with chandeliers, a hotel balcony over turquoise water, and a worker town shown only in a respectful half-second before the film returned to luxury. Then Victor Beasley's face appeared in a clip from a charity gala. Travis felt Brooks go still. The volume was low, but the captions praised private investment, innovation, and public-private partnerships that brought jobs to remote communities. Beasley stood beside ministers, doctors, and smiling children. His silver hair caught the stage lights. His expression had the polished sorrow of a man donating just enough to be worshipped. "That him?" Travis asked. Brooks nodded once. "The island company is his." "Not directly." Nothing is direct with men like him. On screen, Beasley shook hands with a government official. The camera loved him. Cameras always loved people who knew where power lived. The hostess passed and offered dessert. Brooks declined before she finished speaking. Travis accepted something chocolate out of spite and ate it while watching his friend's face. "You came because you think this trip gets you closer to him," Travis said softly. "I came because I was afraid you were being invited near something connected to him without knowing it." "Invited? I booked this through a travel broker." "After the broker called you first." That detail landed harder than Travis wanted to admit. The broker had called 3 months earlier full of congratulations and exclusivity, saying the resort had openings for select guests. Travis had forgotten that part because Rich Life was full of people offering him things before he asked. "You think somebody wanted me here?" "I think you were famous, rich, and lonely enough to be useful to somebody. That combination makes you a target." Travis set down his fork. The chocolate tasted suddenly too sweet. "Useful how?" Brooks looked toward the sea beyond the dining room windows. "I do not know yet. That is what scares me." The ship moved east through glittering water. Behind them, the mainland faded. Ahead, beyond the line where sky and sea pressed together, the island waited with its hotels, casinos, secrets, and polished lies. By late afternoon, the sea turned blue enough to look edited. The storm disappeared behind them as if it had been embarrassed by the resort's marketing. Guests gathered on the upper deck with drinks in their hands and wine in their hair, laughing too loudly at jokes that did not need help. Music drifted from hidden speakers. A bartender carved curls of citrus peel with a knife so sharp, Travis watched his fingers more than the drink. Brooks had retreated to a shaded table near the rail, where he arranged napkins, a pen, and 3 folded brochures into a rough map of the island. Travis carried 2 coffees over and placed one beside him. "I bring offerings from civilization," Travis said. "Coffee for the scientist and something called a passion sunrise for me, which I regret saying out loud." Brooks looked at the orange drink in Travis's hand. "That contains enough sugar to preserve you." "Good. Then if this trip kills me, I will be display ready." "Do not joke about that." The answer came too quickly. Travis sat down. The wind moved the brochures. One showed the resort from above, a crescent island wrapped around a lagoon with bridges, roads, docks, and bright labels. Brooks had already marked paths with a stolen golf pencil. "You mapped the island from a brochure," Travis said. "The brochure is inaccurate in useful ways. I am afraid to ask. They distort distances between guest zones to make everything feel close. They omit service roads. They hide the worker town behind decorative hills. They also do not label the radio tower, but it appears in 3 photographs from different angles." Travis leaned over the paper. "You found a radio tower in vacation pictures." "Yes, I did." "That is your superpower. Other people have flight. You have alarming pattern recognition." Brooks tapped the western ridge with a pencil. "The tower is there. It would need line of sight to the mainland or at least to relay buoys. If anything goes wrong, that is where real communications happen. Not the hotel phones. Not guest wireless. The tower. You are planning emergency routes before we have checked in. I plan routes because panic lies. Memory does not." Travis sat back. He had heard Brooks say versions of that since they were teenagers. Brooks remembered almost everything he saw, not perfectly in some magical way, but with an intensity that made the world stick to him. Class schedules, locker combinations, street grids, license plates, diagrams on chalkboards after one glance. It had made him brilliant. It had also made him suffer. Bad things stayed, too. "Tell me about Beasley," Travis said. Brooks's jaw tightened. "Publicly or privately?" "Both. Start with the version that shakes hands with children, then get to the version that makes you stare at ceiling corners." For a while, Brooks said nothing. A couple nearby posed for pictures against the wake. The woman laughed while the man checked the image before smiling back at her. Everything around them seemed built to prove fear was rude. "Publicly," Brooks said, "Beasley is a philanthropist. He funds medical trials in poor countries. He builds labs. He pays for scholarships. He talks about preparedness, supply chains, and the moral duty of innovation. He has friends in ministries, defense departments, and pharmaceutical boards. He never yells. He makes other people do it for him. That is the kind of rich I never want to become." You are not in danger of being that organized. That almost sounded affectionate. Privately, his companies buy datasets and patents connected to aggressive viral platforms. Most of that can be legal. Some of it is useful. Vaccine work needs models. Cancer therapy uses modified viruses, but the fragments I saw were different. They reference behavioral acceleration, host-directed aggression, and survival pressure. Travis stared at him. Say that in regular person words. Brooks rubbed his eyes beneath his glasses. Something designed to change what infected people do, not just make them sick, make them move, bite, spread, and keep going longer than fever should allow. The ship seemed to tilt beneath Travis, though the water stayed calm. You were describing a horror movie. Horror movies borrow from fears scientists already have. And you found this, at work? A fragment, then another, then a procurement chain tied to a private research foundation. Every time I tried to follow it, access changed. Files vanished. Someone knew I had noticed. Travis kept his voice low. Does your agency know? My supervisor told me to document concerns through the proper channel. The proper channel led to a locked file I no longer had permission to view. Then I was encouraged to take leave. That is why you accepted when I pushed this trip. Brooks nodded. You said you wanted me away from work before I burned out. I said yes because the island was already in the documents. Not named clearly, but there were supply manifests, medical equipment, cold storage units, and a maritime code that matches this region. I thought I might see something. A shipping mark. A logo. A security pattern. Anything. Travis looked out across the deck. Resort staff served drinks. Guests laughed. A man in sunglasses complained about the temperature of his champagne. The normality of it felt obscene. You should have told me before we left, Travis said. I tried. You made jokes. I make jokes when I'm listening too. I also did not want to be wrong. That softened Travis more than anger would have. Brooks could handle danger better than embarrassment. He feared being dismissed, feared becoming the strange man in the corner connecting dots no one else could see. Travis had defended him from fish long ago, but adulthood had subtler cruelties. For the record, Travis said, I believe you. I do not know what I believe exactly, but I believe you are not making it up. Brooks looked down at the map. That may become inconvenient. Most true things do. Sever approached with a smile and asked whether they would attend the welcome dinner after arrival. Travis said yes because refusing would draw attention. Brooks said yes because he had begun watching everyone who came near them. When the server left, Travis noticed a small tattoo at the base of her wrist, half hidden by her cuff. It looked like a dark bird, or maybe a broken leaf. She caught him looking and adjusted the cuff with a practiced motion. Her smile never changed. You saw that, Brooks said. The tattoo? I have seen it in one of the document fragments. Not that exact mark, maybe, but close. A courier symbol. It was attached to a shell company invoice. Travis watched the server cross the deck and disappear through a staff door. Maybe it is a local thing. Maybe. You say maybe like a man who means absolutely not. Brooks folded the brochures and slid them into his bag. We should avoid being too curious until we know who is watching. That advice would have helped before you built a spy map out of napkins. I was discreet. You label the napkin restricted service road. Brooks gathered the napkin quickly. Travis laughed despite himself, and for a moment the fear loosened. They were still themselves, the mechanic who could not stop poking tension, the scientist who could not stop sorting danger into categories. The island appeared near sunset. At first it was only a darker line beneath the clouds. Then it grew into cliffs, palms, white beaches, red roofs, glass towers catching the low sun, and a marina filled with boats that looked too expensive to touch. The guests moved to the rails. Phones rose. Voices brightened. The resort seemed to float above the sea, untouched by the ordinary world, a private Eden built with imported stone and invisible labor. Travis felt the old ache of wanting, not wanting money exactly, wanting the version of himself who could step into such a place without apology, wanting 3 days where nobody asked him for anything except whether he wanted another drink. Beside him, Brooks whispered, "There." Travis followed his gaze past the hotels, past the golf course hills, toward a ridge at the far side of the island. Against the sunset stood a narrow tower, almost hidden by distance. "Radio tower," Travis said. Yes, it is. You memorized it already, did you not? The route, the elevation, and the road angles I can see from here. That is terrifying and useful. Most useful things are. The fragments Brooks remembered had not arrived as a single revelation. They had come as irritants, tiny wrongnesses that caught against his mind and would not dislodge. A refrigerated container routed through a humanitarian foundation but insured like military equipment. A research abstract with half the language scrubbed, but one phrase left behind by carelessness, compelled oral transmission. A budget note authorizing restraint beds in a facility that officially processed tropical plant samples. Each piece alone could be explained away by bureaucracy. Together they formed a shape no honest scientist would willingly ignore. He had shown the first concern to a colleague named Amara, a woman who kept licorice in her desk and trusted no file that had been renamed more than twice. She had laughed at first, not because it was funny, but because people laughed when reality knocked with an impossible face. Then she stopped laughing. 2 days later, her access changed. A week after that, she transferred departments without saying goodbye. Her office plant stayed behind until it died under the vent. Brooks still hated himself for not calling Travis then. Pride had delayed him. Fear had delayed him too, though he named it caution in his notes. He had spent his career telling people that patterns matter before proof became visible from a hospital bed. Yet when the pattern threatened men with private security, political friends, and enough lawyers to make truth look expensive, he had hesitated. "You went quiet," Travis said. Brooks looked up from the improvised map. "I was remembering why I hate being right." "That sounds like something you should put on a coffee mug." "It would be a depressing mug." "You own several depressing mugs." Brooks let out a tired breath that almost became a laugh. There was a phrase in one of the documents. "Evolutionary filter? That is not a medical term. It is a moral disease pretending to be science. Someone wanted a virus that judged people by whether they could survive it. Not treat them. Not study them. Sort them." Travis felt the drink in his hand grow heavy. "Who thinks like that?" "Men who believe money is evidence of fitness. Men who confuse survival with virtue because they have never survived anything without a staff." The answer carried more anger than Brooks usually allowed himself in public. Travis heard the shake beneath it. He also heard something personal, something deeper than professional disgust. "And Beasley?" Travis asked. "Beasley gives speeches about civilization being fragile. He says it with sadness, as if fragility offends him because he loves humanity so much. But every leaked sentence I have found points the other direction. He does not want to protect civilization. He wants to own whatever crawls out after it collapses." The music on the deck shifted to something bright and tropical. Guests clapped for no clear reason. Brooks folded the napkins again with hands that looked steadier than his voice had been. "That is why I need you to pay attention here," he said. "Not panic, not accuse strangers. Just pay attention. You notice practical things. Hinges, vents, service doors, vehicles, people who move like workers instead of guests. Your brain was built by repair calls. Mine was built by reports. We need both." Travis stared at him. Brooks almost never asked for help in a way that admitted need. He turned a request into evidence, into a system, into a partnership with defined uses. That did not make it smaller. "All right," Travis said. "I will look at the island like it is a bad installation. That may be the most useful sentence you have ever said. I'm going to pretend that was praise." The ship's horn sounded deep and ceremonial. On the dock, resort staff lined up in white and gold. Security waited behind them in dark uniforms. Somewhere inland, partly concealed by hills and money, a town held the workers who made Paradise run. Somewhere deeper, if Brooks was right, a secret had been buried under beauty. Travis watched the island draw closer and felt his life split quietly in two, everything before this shore and everything after. The dock smelled of salt, orchids, engine oil, and expensive soap. That was the first thing Travis noticed when they stepped off the ship. Paradise, he decided, had a maintenance budget. The planks beneath the shoes had been scrubbed until even the seas seemed too dirty for them. Staff members offered lease of white flowers. A string quartet played beneath a canopy while guests crossed into customs without seeing a single hard chair or fluorescent light. A smiling manager welcomed them in English, then repeated the greeting in 2 other languages for a family behind them. Her smile never slipped, but Travis saw the strain at the edges of her eyes. He had seen that expression on waitresses during Sunday rush, on nurses in crowded clinics, on his mother when she counted tips at the kitchen table after pretending her feet did not hurt. "Welcome to Isla Ravana," she said. "Your luggage will be delivered directly to your suites. Tonight's welcome dinner begins at 7 in the Meridian Hall. We hope you will let the island show you how beautiful life can be when every detail is cared for." Travis leaned toward Brooks. "That is a sentence only a person with staff can write, or a person trapped in marketing," Brooks said. They were guided toward a fleet of glossy electric shuttles. The resort spread beyond the dock like a kingdom designed by people who feared boredom more than sin. Roads curved through gardens bright with hibiscus and palms. Water features ran beside walkways. Sculptures gleamed in plazas. Everything was open, airy, and watched. The first zone was the beach district, where pale sand curled around water so clear Travis could see shadows of fish moving near the shallows. Private cabanas stood in neat rows. Servers carried trays of fruit and cold drinks. Couples walked barefoot as if the world had always been gentle to them. Farther out, jet skis carved white scars across the lagoon. The shuttle climbed from the shore into the hotel zone. Travis had expected one grand hotel. Instead, there were several, each more elaborate than the last. Towers of glass and limestone rose above pools, terraces, rooftop bars, and suspended walkways. The main building, where they would stay, was called the Aurora Grand. It had a lobby visible through a wall of glass and a chandelier that looked like captured rain. Beyond the hotels, green hills opened into the golf courses. Manicured fairways rolled over the island as if nature had been combed for inspection. Sand traps shone white. Artificial ponds reflected the sky. Golf carts moved along paved paths driven by men who seemed confident no emergency in history had ever reached a ninth hole. The shuttle turned through the shopping district next. It was less a street than a theater of appetite. Jewelers, clothing boutiques, art galleries, perfume shops, cigar lounges, nightclubs, and rooftop bars lined the avenue. Neon signs waited unlit for night. Music pulsed softly from open doors even in daylight. Travis saw more security there. Men and women positioned near corners, their presence softened by tailored uniforms but not erased. Then came the casinos. They glittered in the late sun like temples built for bad decisions. The largest, the Meridian Casino, stood at the heart of a plaza paved in black stone. Gold doors reflected the shuttles as they passed. Video screens advertised poker rooms, private tables, stage shows, and a champagne lounge where celebrity guests apparently misplaced dignity with style. The final zone appeared only when the shuttle climbed a ridge and the driver took a service road toward the back of the hotel complex. Down in a valley beyond the ornamental gardens, separated by a fence disguised with flowering vines, sat the worker town. It was modest and dense, a patchwork of small houses, laundry lines, narrow streets, repair sheds, food stalls, and a school painted pale blue. Children played near a wall, while adults moved with the purposeful fatigue of people whose day had not ended because guests arrived. The driver did not slow. The town vanished behind the ridge. "They hid it," Travis said. Brooks nodded. Not from geography, from conscience. Travis had seen enough luxury to know it needed distance. The people who cleaned rooms and cooked meals had to sleep somewhere, but wealth preferred them to appear and disappear like stagehands. The town bothered him more than the casinos. The casinos were honest about taking from people. The town made taking look natural. "How many workers do you think live there?" Travis asked. "Hundreds, maybe more. The island is too large for fewer." "And guests?" "Several thousand at capacity if the hotels are full." Travis looked back toward the hidden valley. "That is a lot of people on a rock in the ocean." "Yes," Brooks said. "It is." The Aurora Grand swallowed them in cool air and polished stone. The lobby ceiling rose 4 stories. Water fell down a black marble wall into a shallow pool filled with floating flowers. People moved across the floor in resort clothes and expensive shoes, their voices softened by the building's scale. A pianist played near the bar. The front desk staff knew Travis's name before he reached him. "Mr. Hale," the clerk said, using the title with such warmth that Travis almost checked behind him for an older, better-dressed man. "We are honored to have you with us. Your suite has been prepared. Mr. Mercer, your adjoining room is ready as requested." Brooks studied the lobby cameras while Travis signed forms. The clerk noticed and maintained her smile with professional courage. "First time on the island?" she asked. "Yes," Travis said. "It is bigger than I expected. Many guests say that. We are a complete world here. Beaches, shops, golf, casino entertainment, wellness retreats, fine dining, and cultural tours. Some guests stay 2 weeks and still do not see everything." "A complete world," Brooks repeated. The clerk's smile flickered. "That is what we hope to offer." A bellman guided them to a private elevator. Travis watched the numbers rise and felt the pressure change in his ears. The suite opened on the 21st floor with a soft, electronic tone. The door swung inward, and for a moment even Brooks stopped scanning. The place was absurd. Floor-to-ceiling windows faced the sea. A balcony wrapped around the corner. The living area held cream sofas, dark wood tables, fresh flowers, and a bar stocked with bottles Travis would have been afraid to pronounce before winning the lottery. 2 bedrooms branched off the main room, each with its own bath. A bowl of fruit sat on the dining table beside a handwritten card welcoming Travis to paradise. Travis picked up the card. The handwriting was too perfect to be real. "You okay?" Brooks asked. "I used to repair units in houses where people taped cardboard over broken vents because they could not afford parts. Now somebody wrote me a welcome note with a fountain pen. It is messing with my head." Brooks walked to the window. "Money does not change the world evenly. It changes the angle from which you see it. You have been waiting years to say that." "Probably." Travis opened the balcony door. Warm air rushed in. From this height, the 6 zones arranged themselves like a board game for gods. The beach curved bright below. Hotels stood like crowns. The golf courses rolled inland. The shopping district waited for neon. The casinos gleamed. Far away, half hidden by ridge and distance, the worker town looked small enough to ignore if a person wanted to. Brooks stood beside him and pointed without extending his arm too far. Service roads run behind the hotel complex. The casino plaza connects to the shopping district and the golf course path. The radio towers own the western ridge, beyond the worker town. "You are making me feel like I should have packed boots instead of loafers." "You should always pack boots. That is easy for a man whose idea of nightlife is organizing antibiotics by expiration date." Brooks looked at him. "I do not organize antibiotics for fun." That was not a denial. A knock sounded at the suite door. Both men turned. Travis saw Brooks's body tighten, shoulders lifting slightly, breath paused. Travis moved first, because he always did. Through the peephole, he saw a bellman with their luggage, and 2 resort security officers standing discreetly behind him. "Bags," Travis said quietly. Brooks relaxed by 1 degree. The luggage was delivered. The security officers did not enter, but they glanced past Travis into the room with trained efficiency. The bellman explained dinner times, casino hours, and how to call for anything they desired. "Anything," he said, as if desire itself were part of the package. After they left, Travis locked the door and turned the deadbolt. "Paranoid?" Brooks asked. "Learning from the master." "Good." Travis laughed once. Brooks did not. Before they left the suite, Travis inspected it without meaning to. His old work habits rose beneath the borrowed elegance. The return vent above the hallway had been painted to match the wall, but the grill screws had fresh marks. The thermostat was not the standard guest model. It had a service lockout and a hidden network module. The balcony doors were beautiful, heavy, and built to resist storms, but the emergency latch had been disabled with a small security plate. Nothing was broken. That was what bothered him. Everything had been modified by someone who expected control to matter more than comfort. He knelt near the bar cabinet and opened the lower panel. Brooks stopped packing his dinner jacket pockets with tissues, breath mints, and a pen light. "Why are you crouching?" "Because this cabinet has an access seam." "Is that normal?" "Normal for a hotel minibar?" "No, not really. Normal for a place that runs wiring behind expensive lies?" "Maybe." The panel opened with gentle pressure. Behind it ran neat bundles of cable, tagged and tied, disappearing through the wall toward the corridor. Travis did not touch them. He only looked. One line was labeled in a language he did not speak. Another had no label at all. A small black device blinked once, then went dark. Brooks came closer. Recorder, network relay, sensor, maybe part of the room control system. I'm not going to guess with confidence until it catches fire, and even then I will be modest. Can it listen? Anything can listen if rich people paid enough for it. Brooks's expression made clear that joke had not helped. Travis closed the panel softly. He thought of every guest in every suite, drinking, bragging, cheating, confessing, believing privacy was included with the view. He thought of Beasley on the ship's television speaking about partnerships. He thought of the worker town hidden behind flowers. The island no longer looked like a playground. It looked like a building with too many locked rooms. On the way to dinner, they passed a service alcove where two housekeepers spoke quickly in the local language. One held a stack of towels. The other held a small plastic card with a red stripe. When the women saw Travis and Brooks, their conversation stopped. The woman with the card tucked it into her sleeve. Travis smiled politely. She looked away with the practiced blankness of someone who had learned that guests could become trouble simply by being curious. The elevator doors closed around Travis and Brooks. Red stripe key card, Brooks said. Restricted access? Likely. Housekeepers need restricted access to do their jobs. They also need permission to exist in places guests pretend clean themselves. Travis looked at his reflection in the brass elevator wall. Expensive jacket. Messy hair. Scar over the eyebrow. A rich man, dressed like the idea of one. He wondered how many people on the island had been taught to fear his curiosity simply because money had made it powerful. If this place has secrets, he said, the workers know the shape of them. Brooks nodded, and they may be the first people punished for saying so. That made Travis stop joking for a while. They showered, changed, and prepared for dinner. Travis stood in front of the mirror wearing a dark jacket tailored so well it made him feel dishonest. Brooks emerged in a plain suit that looked like it had been bought under protest. Travis adjusted his cuffs and tried to ignore how nervous he felt. Do I look like I belong? Travis asked. Brooks considered him carefully. No, not exactly. You could have lied. You look better than belonging. You look like someone who might notice the building is on fire before dessert. Travis smiled despite himself. That is the nicest terrible thing you have ever said to me. They left for the welcome dinner as the sun lowered toward the sea. Behind the island's beauty, generators hummed, staff moved through hidden corridors, cameras watched, and somewhere beneath the carefully watered earth, a secret waited in the dark. Reading Hall had a ceiling of glass and a floor of pale stone veined like frozen smoke. As sunset, the room filled with gold light until every glass, fork, jewel, and smile seemed touched by fire. Guests entered in evening clothes, their voices rising in layers. Staff moved among them with silent coordination, replacing empty flutes before fingers could search for them. Travis and Brooks were seated at a round table near the center, close enough to be seen but not close enough to the stage to imply importance. Travis suspected that had been calculated. Rich people did not merely sit, they were placed. A couple from London introduced themselves as gallery owners. A software founder from Singapore asked Travis 3 questions about the lottery, then began explaining risk as if chance had personally consulted him. A retired boxer with diamond studs in both ears recognized Travis and clapped him on the shoulder hard enough to shift his spine. The luckiest man in America, the boxer said. Travis smiled with practiced discomfort. Luck is one word for it. What do you call it? A paperwork avalanche with taxes. The boxer laughed. The software founder did not. Brooks stared into his water glass as if hoping it contained an escape tunnel. Dinner began with small plates arranged like art crimes. Travis ate carefully, unsure which green foam was food and which was decoration. Brooks pushed a scallop around his plate and listened more than he spoke. The table conversation moved through investments, yacht repair, film awards, climate-controlled wine storage, and the tragedy of poor service in places where people had paid only $5,000 the night. Travis felt himself drifting. Wealth had its own weather. It made storms out of inconvenience and silence out of suffering. He had entered that weather unwillingly after the lottery, and it still chilled him. He wondered how many of these people had ever fixed a broken thermostat in August for a family with a newborn. He wondered whether wondering made him arrogant in a different direction. A man on stage welcomed them to Isla Ravana. He was the resort director, a handsome executive with smooth gray hair and a voice polished by hospitality schools. He spoke about escape, renewal, privacy, and the privilege of sharing a place where the world's noise could not follow. The guests applauded when he said privacy. They applauded harder when he promised the casino tables would open at 9. Brooks leaned close. Privacy is a strange thing to celebrate in a room full of cameras. Travis did not look up. How many? Visible or likely? I regret asking. Visible, 14. Likely, more than 20. Travis lifted his glass and pretended to drink while scanning the ceiling. Tiny black domes hid between light fixtures and floral arrangements. Once he saw them, he could not unsee them. The room became less like a hall and more like a mouth full of jeweled teeth. "What are they watching for?" he asked. "The same things all private places watch for. Theft, violence, embarrassment, liability, leverage." "Leverage?" Brooks gave him a look. "Rich guests do not only bring money, they bring secrets." The next course arrived before Travis could answer. It was fish with the sauce the waiter described in a soft accent. Travis thanked him and noticed the man's hands. The knuckles were rough, the nails trimmed short, the skin near one thumb cracked from work. The waiter could have been Travis 10 years earlier if life had turned differently and the ocean had been involved. "Long night?" Travis asked him quietly. The waiter seemed startled to be addressed like a person rather than a function. "Always on arrival day, sir. But it is good work. You live on the island?" A pause. "Small, but there." "In the town, sir?" "Most of us do." "It looked nice from the shuttle." The waiter smiled politely. "It looks better from a shuttle." Then he moved on, leaving the sentence behind like a dropped match. Brooks had heard. Tearful. "I asked a question. Questions become patterns. Patterns get noticed. You are the one who came here to notice patterns." "Yes, and I am socially forgettable. You are famous enough to make people remember where you stood." Travis glanced toward the stage. The resort director was now introducing a cultural dance performance. Behind him, on a large screen, images of the island's history played. Fishermen, colonial maps, smiling workers, hotel construction, ribbon cuttings, fireworks. The worker town appeared again briefly, always cheerful, always distant. A woman at their table asked Brooks what he did. Travis watched him decide which truth to offer. "I work in infectious disease research," Brooks said. The table quieted by half a breath. The software founder smiled. "That must have been intense these last few years." "It remains intense," Brooks said. "Do you ever get tired of thinking about catastrophe?" the gallery owner asked with a laugh that wanted permission to stay light. Brooks adjusted his glasses. "Catastrophe gets worse when people get tired of thinking about it." The laugh died politely. Travis sipped water to hide a smile. "He is fun at parties," Travis said. "You should see him around mold." That rescued the table. People laughed, grateful for a path back to comfort. Brooks gave Travis a narrow look that meant thank you, and also never say that again. The resort director's speech continued after the applause faded into the clink of glass. He spoke of jobs created, reefs protected, cultures honored, and guests welcomed as temporary citizens of a better world. Travis watched the waiters hold their positions along the walls, faces composed while the man on stage praised opportunity. One young woman blinked too often. Another mouthed the last line of the speech before the director said it, as if she had heard it in training, until it became part of the air conditioning. "Temporary citizens," Travis murmured. "That is a pretty way to say customer." Brooks looked toward the staff. Citizens usually have rights. The gallery owner beside them dabbed her mouth with a napkin. "Isn't it wonderful what private investment can do in places like this? Before the resort, I imagine there was nothing here." Travis felt the sentence strike some old working-class nerve. He thought of the town beyond the ridge, of laundry lines and children near a pale blue school. "Nothing here," she had said, meaning nothing for people like her to consume. "There were people here," Travis said, keeping his tone mild. The woman blinked. "Of course, I only meant economically. That is usually how people mean it." The table cooled. Brooks glanced at him, not warning this time, but approval hidden beneath concern. The software founder rescued the conversation by talking about offshore tax structures with the confidence of a man who believed every silence wanted finance poured into it. Later, between courses, the waiter with the rough hands returned. This time he carried coffee. Travis waited until the others were distracted by a story about a private ski chalet, then spoke low. "You said the town looks better from a shuttle. What did you mean?" The waiter set down the cup with care. His name tag read, Mateo. His eyes flicked toward a supervisor near the wall. "Only the guests see the pretty street," Mateo said. "The rest is work. Work is never as pretty." "I know something about that." Mateo's expression changed slightly, as if he was trying to place the statement in the mouth of the man wearing the tailored jacket. "Yes, sir. Travis is fine." The waiter almost smiled. Names are for when supervisors are not watching. Then he moved on again. Travis looked at Brooks. "You heard." "Yes, I heard." That one sounded like a warning. It sounded like a man measuring the cost of every word. The night outside the glass ceiling had gone completely dark. Reflections floated above them, chandeliers, faces, security officers' cameras. Travis felt briefly that the dinner was happening underwater, beautiful and airless. He wondered how many people in the room could sense the pressure, and how many mistook it for luxury. When the music swelled and guests rose from their seats, the table's discomfort dissolved into plans for the casino. People forgave tension quickly when entertainment waited. Travis stood and adjusted his jacket, aware of Mateo watching from the service line. The waiter touched 2 fingers to the side of his own neck, a motion so brief Travis might have imagined it. Then Mateo turned away. "Did you see that?" Travis asked. Brooks's face had gone still. "Yes, I saw it." "What did it mean?" "I do not know." That frightened Travis more than a guess would have. After dessert, guests drifted toward the open terrace where the night had turned soft and fragrant. The resort lights came alive across the island. The shopping district glowed with neon and warm windows. The casinos blazed brighter than the stars. Music rose from somewhere below. The beach was dark except for lanterns and the moving dots of people walking beside the surf. Travis stood at the terrace rail with Brooks. For a while, neither spoke. "You did well in there," Travis said. "I made everyone uncomfortable. That is your version of doing well." Brooks exhaled. "I hate rooms like that. Everyone speaking around what they mean. Everyone pretending the waiter is furniture until the wine is late. You noticed him, too." "The waiter?" "Yes, he was afraid of saying too much. Maybe he just did not want to annoy guests." "Maybe." Again, that word. A burst of laughter came from the terrace doors. The retired boxer emerged with 2 women and a cigar he had not yet lit. A resort security officer stepped forward and gently reminded him smoking was permitted only in designated areas. The boxer complained, but he obeyed. The officer smiled the entire time. His hand never moved far from his belt. Travis watched the exchange. Security is everywhere. Too many for a resort that claims peace. Maybe rich people steal towels with diamonds sewn in. Brooks looked toward the western ridge, barely visible against the night. Or maybe they are protecting something other than guests. The sin settled between them. Travis wanted to push it away. He wanted to tell Brooks to stop, to let them have dinner and cards in one clean night before the world became complicated. But he had seen the cameras. He had heard the waiter. He had watched the tattooed server on the ship hide a wrist. "What do we do?" Travis asked. Brooks looked surprised, as if he had expected argument. "Do you mean tonight?" "Nothing obvious. We go to the casino. We act normal. We watch. I am good at the casino part, less good at acting normal. Your normal already looks like discomfort. That helps. I feel so appreciated." They headed down through the hotel after 9. The elevator carried them with a group of laughing guests dressed for the casino. A young man in a white blazer asked Travis if he was a lottery guy. Travis said he had been called worse. The man grinned and asked for a lucky number. Travis told him 12 because it was the first number that came to mind. Brooks waited until the group left the elevator. You know he may actually bet that. Then 12 has responsibilities now. The casino plaza was alive. Fountains leapt in choreographed bursts. Music rolled from the entrances. The Meridian Casino's gold doors opened and closed around streams of guests. Inside, light and noise swallowed them. Slot machines chimed. Cards snapped against felt. Chips clicked in towers. Perfume, liquor, adrenaline, and cold air mixed into a smell Travis associated with poor choices wrapped in velvet. He felt against his better judgment, a little lighter. Casinos made sense to him in a way. Wealth did not. They were honest machines of wanting. Everybody entered knowing the house expected to win. The difference between a casino and real life, Travis thought, was that the casino had the decency to admit it. Brooks hated it immediately. Too many exits, he said. That's usually good. Too many blind angles. Too much noise. Too much alcohol. Also cards, dice, and a bar shaped like a seashell. Try to appreciate the whole picture. A hostess led them toward a blackjack table. Travis bought chips. Brooks stood behind him like a scholarly ghost at a crime scene. For the first few hands, Travis played badly on purpose because losing small amounts calmed him. Then he played well by accident and won enough to make nearby guests cheer. "You have got to be kidding me," Brooks said. "The universe still feels guilty." A woman laughed from the other side of the table. Travis looked up and saw red hair. She stood beneath a chandelier, watching him with green eyes that seemed amused before he had said anything worth hearing. Her dress was black, elegant, and simple, in the way expensive things pretended to be effortless. She held a glass of something clear with lime. Her smile curved slowly, not offered to the table, not offered to the room, but aimed at him like a thrown knife with manners. "Does the universe always apologize in chips?" she asked. Travis forgot the hand in front of him. The dealer cleared her throat gently. Brooks leaned down. "Cards first? Votation after?" The red-haired woman smiled wider. "Listen to your friend. He looks like he knows how disasters begin." Brooks stiffened. Travis noticed. The woman noticed Travis noticing, and that seemed to interest her even more. Travis played the hand, lost it, and turned toward her. "I am Travis." "I know," she said. "Everyone knows, but I am Dolly Vane, and I promise to pretend I do not unless it becomes useful." "That is the most honest thing anyone has said to me all day." "Then you have been surrounded by cowards." Brooks muttered, "That is statistically likely." Dolly looked at him. "And you are?" "Brooks, Mercer." "Scientist?" The question landed too cleanly. Brooks's eyes narrowed. "Why would you guess that? Your shoes are practical, your suit is apologizing for itself, and you keep watching reflective surfaces instead of people. That usually means scientist, security, or terrible husband." Travis barked a laugh. Brooks did not. "I am not married," Brooks said. "Then congratulations on narrowing the field." Travis liked her before he trusted her, which he recognized as dangerous. Dolly had the kind of confidence that made men overestimate themselves. Yet there was something behind the performance, a quickness in her eyes that did not match the lazy glamour. She looked at exits, too. She knew where security stood. When a waiter passed behind her, she shifted half a step without seeming to move. "Professional gambler?" Travis asked. "Professional survivor," Dolly said. "Poker is just a version people clap for." That sounds like a line. Most truths become lines if you say them in a casino. Brooks looked between them with the expression of a man watching a bridge catch fire in slow motion. "I'm going to get coffee." "From a casino bar?" Travis asked. "It will be terrible." "That will keep me alert." Dolly watched Brooks walk away. "He worries about you." "He worries about everything. It is how he stays in shape." "No, that kind of worry has a name attached." "Yours." Travis picked up his chips. "You read people for a living?" "I read people because not reading them gets you hurt." There it was again, the shadow beneath the shine. Travis felt the night tilt slightly. "You expecting trouble here?" Dolly's smile stayed, but her eyes changed. "And a place built by rich men on an island no court can reach?" "Always." The dealer invited Travis to continue. He cashed out instead. Dolly's eyebrow rose. "Leaving while ahead?" she asked. "My friend says growth is possible." "Your friend is wise." "Nervous, but wise." Travis gestured toward the poker room. "You want to take my money somewhere with chairs?" "I thought you would never ask so awkwardly." The poker room was quieter than the main floor, but not by much. It had darker wood, lower lights, private tables, and dealers who spoke softly enough to make losing feel dignified. Travis bought into a table more expensive than his first house and tried not to think about that fact. Dolly sat 2 seats away, not beside him, which he respected. A good player did not look attached before the cards made promises. Brooks returned with coffee in a small white cup. He tasted it, winced, and stood behind Travis. "How bad?" Travis asked. "It tastes like someone described coffee to a committee." Dolly laughed without looking at her cards. "He is sharper than he dresses." "You should see him in a lab coat," Travis said. Very intimidating if you were a microbe. Brooks leaned close. Please stop making me sound available to pathogens. The game began. Dolly played with relaxed precision. She talked just enough to invite mistakes, smiled just enough to hide calculation, and folded hands other players would have chased. Travis knew card tables. He knew bravado, boredom, greed, and desperation. Dolly had none of the usual tells. Her stillness was learned, not natural. An older man with a sunburn and a watch heavy enough to anchor a boat tried to bully the table with big raises. Dolly let him. Travis watched her lose 2 small pots to him while giving nothing away. On the third, she looked bored, called him down, and turned over a hand that drained the color from his face. That was cruel, Travis said. He paid for the lesson, Dolly replied. The man cursed under his breath. The dealer pushed chips. Security glanced over, then looked away when the man controlled himself. Brooks whispered. She baited him for 20 minutes. I noticed. You are smiling. I am allowed to admire craft. Admire from a distance. Dolly's eyes flicked toward them. Whispering at a poker table is rude unless it is about me. It was, Travis said. Then I forgive it. Hours loosened around them. Drinks came. Travis allowed himself bourbon, then regretted the warmth because stress and alcohol were old friends who never improved each other. Dolly drank slowly, nursing the same glass long after the ice surrendered. Brooks remained on coffee and suspicion. Between hands, Dolly asked Travis about North Carolina. Not the lottery version everyone wanted, but the before. What towns smelled like after summer rain, whether he missed working with his hands, what kind of repair call he hated most. Travis found himself answering in more detail than he meant to. Attic units in August, he said. Worst thing in the world. You climb up there and it is hotter than regret. Insulation sticks to your skin. Wasps have filed a claim on the rafters, and the homeowner wants to know if it will be quick because guests are coming. Dolly rested her chin on her hand. And you miss that? Not the attic. The certainty. Machine is broken. Find why. Fix it if you can. Tell the truth if you cannot. People do not like the truth, but a compressor does not care how rich you are. That must have been comforting. You are the first person to call sweating through a ceiling comforting. I said certainty was comforting. Sweat is just honesty leaving the body. Travis laughed. Brooks did not, but his mouth moved like he considered it. Dolly asked Brooks about his work only once. Do you study cures or catastrophes? Brooks stared at her over the rim of his coffee. Both, if people are honest. Are they? Almost never. Then I am sorry for your job. So am I. Something passed between them then, not trust but recognition. Travis saw it. Dolly knew fear with paperwork behind it. Brooks knew. She knew. Neither wanted to be first to explain. Before Dolly asked him to walk, there had been one hand that Travis remembered later with unreasonable clarity. The cards themselves did not matter. A pair, a draw, a river card that made the software founder from dinner grown at another table. What mattered was Dolly watching Travis while pretending to watch the pot. You do not play like a man who needs to win, she said. That should make me dangerous. It makes you lonely. Dangerous is different. Brooks made a small sound behind him. Travis did not turn. You get all that from 2 hours of cards? I get it from the way you apologize to dealers when you win. I get it from the way you tip staff like you're paying a debt instead of thanking them. I get it from the way your friend stands where he can see every door because he thinks the world has teeth, and you let him because part of you thinks he is right. Travis tried to answer with a joke and found none ready. That is a lot of reading. I was trained by people who lied for a living. Then I improved by being betrayed by better liars. Her voice did not change, but the sentence left a mark. Travis saw Brooks's reflection in the polished rail beyond the table, head slightly tilted, taking in every word. Did Beasley betray you? Brooks asked softly. Dolly lifted her cards and folded. I never worked for Beasley. That is what people like him pay companies to make true. I worked for a courier firm that worked for a consulting group that worked for a logistics partner that worked for a foundation that somehow always ended with his money. Evil love subcontractors. What did you carry? Brooks asked. Sealed cases. Cold cases, mostly. Sometimes documents. Sometimes drives. Once, a box small enough to hold a necklace and guarded like it held a king's heart. Travis lowered his voice. "And you open one." Dolly looked at him, and for a breath he saw the memory behind her eyes. "No, someone else did. He was braver than me and worse at surviving." The dealer cleared the next hand. Dolly smiled again, but the smile had to climb over something. Travis felt the attraction between them change shape. It was not lighter, not safer, but more honest. He did not want to rescue her because she was beautiful. He wanted to understand how a woman could sit beneath gold lights, speak of evil with a steady voice, and still make the room seem less real than her fear. "You could have gone to authorities," Travis said. "Which ones? The local ones paid to smile? The international ones waiting for enough proof to avoid embarrassment? The private ones who sell protection by the hour? I tried clean roads first. They were all blocked by men with clean hands. So you came back to the island?" "I came back because something is stored here that Beasley cannot explain away. Data, samples, names, payment trails. Enough to burn his empire if it reaches someone who cannot be bought before morning." Brooks whispered, "Before morning." Dolly's eyes cut to him. "You heard the important part." The table noise swelled around them. A tourist cursed happily. Ships slid. A cocktail glass broke somewhere in the main room, earning cheers instead of concern. Travis noticed that Dolly did not flinch at the glass. She flinched only at sudden sounds that came from directions she had not chosen. "Why us?" Travis asked. Dolly looked at Brooks, then at Travis. "Because your friend can understand what I stole, and because you look like a man who still knows how to open a locked maintenance door without asking permission. That is oddly specific. Am I wrong?" "No, but I do not enjoy being profiled as burglary adjacent." A genuine laugh escaped her, brief and warm. It changed her face. For a moment the casino glamour fell away, and Travis saw the woman beneath the strategy, tired, alive, and terrified of needing anyone. He wanted to ask who she had lost. He wanted to know why the tattoo on her shoulders seemed to trouble Brooks. He wanted to know why the island felt suddenly like a trap with flowers. Dolly reached for her drink but did not take it. "Listen carefully. Men like Beasley do not believe ordinary people can interrupt history. They believe we are weather. Annoying, tragic, survivable. That arrogance is the only reason I am still breathing." He never imagined the courier would read the road signs. "And now?" Brooks asked. "Now he knows I read them." The next hand was dealt, but none of them touched their cards right away. Travis heard the casino as if from a distance. He thought of Mateo touching his own neck in the dining hall. He thought of the service room Dolly would later name. He thought of Brooks warning him that panic lied and memory did not. "Dolly," Travis said, "what is supposed to happen before morning?" She looked at him for so long that he understood she was deciding whether honesty would kill them faster than ignorance. Then she gathered her chips and stood. "Walk with me," she said. Near midnight, the poker room grew looser. Players changed seats. A woman in diamonds lost a hand and laughed too hard. The sunburned man left after Dolly took another piece of his pride. Travis won, lost, won again, and stopped caring about the chips. He cared instead about the way Dolly's hand hovered near her left shoulder when someone approached behind her. He cared about the tattoo he glimpsed when her dress shifted, a dark mark behind her shoulder blade, abstract and sharp. Brooks saw it too. His fingers tightened around the coffee cup until Travis thought it might crack. Dolly caught the look and adjusted the dress strap with lazy grace. "Careful, Dr. Mercer." A woman could mistake that expression for interest. "I'm not a doctor in the way you mean," Brooks said. "You are exactly a doctor in the way I mean." Travis looked at her. "You know him?" "I know types." "That is not an answer. It is the kind I can afford." For the first time her charm did not soften the words. Travis felt the air cool. Around them the casino kept singing, machines chiming, glasses ringing, people cheering because a card turned their way. At the table, a new hand was dealt. Dolly looked at her cards and folded immediately. "Walk with me," she said to Travis. Brooks straightened. "Both of us?" Dolly's smile returned, but it carried edges now. "If I wanted to separate him from the only man here who tells him the truth, I would be smoother about it. That is not comforting." "It was not meant to be." Travis pushed back from the table. The dealer colored up his chips. Brooks followed despite clearly wanting to drag Travis in the opposite direction. Dolly led them through the main casino floor, moving between noise and bodies as if she had mapped every gap before it opened. Travis noticed security noticed her, not openly, not enough for most guests to see, but their eyes tracked, then slipped away. They stopped at a balcony overlooking the casino's central atrium. Below, a crowd surrounded a craps table. Above, glass elevators moved like lit cages through the walls. Dolly leaned on the rail, close enough that Travis could smell lime perfume and something metallic beneath it, like a memory of gun oil. "You should leave the island tomorrow," she said. Brooks answered before Travis could. "Why?" "Because tonight is nearly over and tomorrow may be less polite." Travis looked down at the casino floor. "That sounds dramatic. Rich people always think danger announces itself with bad music and weather. Usually it arrives wearing a name tag." "Is this about Beasley?" Brooks asked. Dolly did not move for a heartbeat. Then she turned her head slowly toward him. The smile was gone. "That is an unhealthy name to say in public," she said. "You know him," Brooks said. "I know enough to avoid saying yes." Travis lowered his voice. "Dolly, what is going on?" She looked at him then, and the performance thinned. Beneath it was exhaustion, anger, and fear packed so tightly it had become composure. "I used to move things for companies that did not want to move them under their own name," she said. "Documents, samples, locked cases, payments hidden inside contracts. I told myself couriers do not make the evil. We just carry it." That was a convenient lie until I saw where one road ended. Brooks went pale. "A lab." Dolly's eyes sharpened. "You really are inconvenient." "Where?" Brooks asked. "Not here. Not with cameras." Travis felt a slow pressure build behind his ribs. "You approached me on purpose." "Yes, I did." It hurt more than it should have. He had known better than to confuse attention with honesty, yet there it was, the old humiliation of being useful instead of wanted. Dolly saw it and lowered her voice. "I did approach you on purpose, Travis. I also like talking to you. Both things can be true. Life is cruel that way." "Useful how?" he asked. "You are famous enough that people watch you, but not powerful enough that they fear you. You have money, mobility, and a friend who understands viruses better than the men who paid to make them. I need all three." Brooks whispered. "Make them?" Dolly looked toward a camera tucked above a decorative arch. "I said not here." A drunk guest stumbled near them, laughing into his phone. Dolly shifted, placing herself where she could see his hands. The guest passed without noticing. Travis felt his old repairman's instincts wake. The room had become a machine, making the wrong sound. "If you knew this island was dangerous, why come back?" Travis asked. "Because I stole something. Because people died helping me steal it. Because the men hunting me believe I will try to run. And I am tired of running in directions they understand." "What did you steal?" Brooks asked. Dolly's gaze moved to him. "Insurance and maybe salvation." "Maybe both." Travis wanted to demand the whole truth. He wanted to walk away. He wanted to believe her. None of those ones canceled the others. The casino lights flashed below as someone won big. Cheers rose, bright and foolish. Dolly flinched at the sound, only slightly, but Travis saw it. Her hand touched the back of her neck, then dropped. "There is a server's room behind the high-limit lounge," she said. "If anything goes wrong tonight, do not run for the front doors. Do not follow crowds. Find me or find that room. Understand? Under one." "Anything like what?" Travis asked. She looked at him for a long moment. Then the smile returned, softer and sadder. "You'll see," she said. The words should have sounded playful. They did not. Brooks opened his mouth to press her, but a casino host approached with a bright professional smile and asked whether they needed anything. Dolly changed before the host finished a sentence. Her shoulders relaxed. Her eyes warmed. She became again the glamorous poker player with red hair and secrets tucked where no one polite would search. "We are perfect," Dolly told the host. The host glanced at Travis, recognized him, and offered a private table, a bottle, anything the casino could provide. Travis declined. The man left with a careful dip of attention that was not quite physical, and Travis hated that even the gestures around money had learned to bend without appearing to. Dolly watched the host disappear. "I should go." "No," Brooks said. "You do not get to drop half a nightmare and walk away." Dr. Mercer, half a nightmare's more than most people survive. Stop calling me doctor. Stop looking like one. Travis stepped between their tones before they could sharpen further. Dolly, if you need help, say it plainly. For the first time that night, she seemed almost young. 29, according to the way she carried herself, but fear had aged her in hidden places. She looked at the guests, the dealers, the cameras, the guards, the polished gold surfaces reflecting 1,000 versions of a world about to break. I need your help later, she said. With what? Dolly leaned closer, close enough that her hair brushed Travis's cheek and her voice could live beneath the casino noise. Was staying human. He did not know how to answer that. She kissed his cheek, not his mouth, a quick contact that left warmth and warning. Her hand brushed the back of his neck for less than a second, light as a flirtation. Travis felt only her fingertips, no pain, no sting, nothing except the sudden certainty that the night had crossed a line he could not see. Dolly stepped back. Her smile was back in place, but her eyes were wet with something she refused to let fall. Get your friend upstairs soon, she said. And Travis, when the noise starts, remember the service room. Then she turned and disappeared into the casino crowd, red hair swallowed by gold light and moving bodies. Brooks stood rigid beside him. We need to leave. Now? The island? The casino first. Then the island if we can. Travis touched the back of his neck where Dolly's fingers had been. His skin felt normal. His pulse did not. Below them, the crowd cheered again. Somewhere beyond the casino walls, far across the manicured zones of paradise, a sound rose and vanished too quickly to name. It might have been a firework. It might have been a door slammed by the wind. It might have been nothing at all. Brooks heard it too. His face changed. That was not part of the show, he said. Travis looked toward the nearest exit, then toward the hallway Dolly had indicated. Around them, the casino continued to laugh, drink, spend, and pretend the world could not break inside a place this beautiful. Travis imagined leaving in the morning. He pictured waking Brooks before sunrise, packing without showering, walking past the flowers and marble and smiles, and demanding the first boat back to the mainland. The image should have comforted him. It did not. If Dolly was lying, running would make him a coward for nothing. If she was telling the truth, running might leave the workers, guests, and everyone trapped on the island to whatever Beasley had buried beneath them. Travis had spent 2 years afraid money would make him selfish. Now paradise had placed that fear in front of him like a locked door. He looked at Brooks, whose panic had become calculation. He looked toward the service hall Dolly had named. Then he looked at the casino floor where people kept gambling because nobody had told them the house might be death itself. Travis did not feel brave. He felt cornered by conscience, which was worse and harder to escape. The sound came again, sharper this time, buried beneath the casino's music, but clean enough to cut through it. Travis had repaired enough failing machinery to know when a rhythm did not belong. A bad compressor had a different knock from a loose bracket. A water heater made a different pop from a settling pipe. The island outside the casino had just made a sound that did not fit the show, the music, the fountains, or the money. Brooks heard it too. His face emptied of irritation and filled with calculation. That was how fear showed itself in him first. Not trembling, not noise, but math. He began counting exits without moving his head, tracking security positions, guest movement, service doors, and camera placement. Travis had seen Brooks panic before, but he had also seen his friend become almost frighteningly precise when the first wave of panic found something useful to do. Service room, Brooks said quietly. Dolly told you to remember it. We should move before everyone else decides they heard something. I was hoping everyone else would decide I imagined it, Travis said. Hope is not a route. The service room is a route. The crowd around them kept laughing. Chips clicked. Cards whispered over felt. A singer near the lounge dragged a soft song over the edge of midnight. Waitresses in silver dresses slid between tables with trays full of drinks. Men with sunburned faces and watches the size of coins shouted encouragement at dice. The casino smelled of perfume, cigar smoke from the terrace, machine oil beneath the gaming tables, citrus cleaner, and the faint metallic tang of too much conditioned air. Travis looked toward the hall Dolly had vanished into. It was not marked for guests. A brass sign with small lettering said staff access in the local language and English. A velvet rope made the barrier look polite instead of serious. 2 security men stood near it, both wearing black suits too heavy for a tropical island. One touched his earpiece. The other scanned the tables with a bored expression that did not reach his eyes. "We walk, not run," Brooks said. "Running creates questions. You sound like you do this every weekend. I rehearse terrible things when I cannot sleep. It is not healthy, but tonight it may be useful." They moved along the edge of the casino floor. Travis kept his shoulders loose and his face ordinary. That was harder than it sounded. His heart wanted to climb out through his throat. A cocktail waitress stepped into his path with a tray of champagne. Travis almost crashed into her, caught the tray with one hand before the glasses spilled, and muttered an apology. She looked at him with wide eyes. "Sir, please stay away from the east exit." Brooks stopped beside him. "Why?" The waitress swallowed. Her name tag read Lila. "There was an incident near the shopping avenue. Security is handling it. Guess you remain inside until further notice." Another crack echoed outside, followed by a burst of smaller pops. This time several guests turned. A man near the roulette table laughed too loudly and said someone was setting off fireworks. His wife gripped his sleeve, her face pale beneath expensive powder. Travis leaned closer to Lila. "Is it fireworks?" Lila's lips parted, but no answer came. Her gaze shifted past him toward the entrance. Travis turned slowly. Beyond the casino doors, through glass panels framed in gold, people were running across the marble promenade. At first the movement looked like a fight outside a nightclub, just bodies lurching and security pushing through. Then one man hit the glass hard enough to smear it with blood from his mouth. Another person grabbed him from behind and bit into the side of his face with a violence so sudden the casino seemed to inhale as one body. The roulette ball clicked into its slot. The man at the table shouted in triumph. Then the screaming reached the room. It came thin at first, filtered through glass. A woman's cry. A man's curse. The crash of something heavy striking the doors. The security guards near the staff hall straightened. One barked into his radio. The casino music continued for 3 more seconds, cheerful and obscene, before someone killed the sound system and left the room with only human noise. Brooks's breathing changed. Travis heard it before he saw it, short pulls of air that never reached enough depth. His friend's hands curled at his sides. His eyes fixed on the glass, not with surprise, but with recognition. The thing he had feared in fragments had acquired teeth and a face. "Brooks," Travis said, "look at me." Brooks did not look. Saliva. If the model was real, if the oral transmission notes were real, then any bite could carry it. Incubation cannot be this fast, unless the viral load is already massive, or the subject population was pre-exposed, or the mutation has moved beyond the draft. That is not possible. It is not supposed to be possible. You can lecture after we stop being in the room with the glass doors. The doors will feel. Then we leave before that. A sharp hand caught Travis's wrist. Dolly Vane stood beside him, red hair pinned back now. Casino glamour stripped down to something lethal. She had changed shoes. Travis noticed that absurd detail because his brain did not want to notice the blood outside. The glittering heels were gone, replaced by flat black shoes made for running. Her dress still shimmered beneath the lights, but she had a compact pistol tucked against her ribs, hidden by a fold of fabric. "You two are terrible at leaving," she said. Travis stared at her. "You told me to remember the service room, then vanished. That is not the same as leaving instructions. It was a test. Did we pass? You are still alive, so I am being generous." Another body slammed the glass. A spiderweb crack spread from the impact. Several guests screamed and surged away from the doors. The casino's trained elegance collapsed at once. Chairs tipped. Drinks shattered. A dealer ducked beneath his table. Security guards shouted for people to stay calm, which made everyone more terrified, because calm people did not need to be told to become calm. Dolly looked at Brooks, then at Travis. "Neither of you has time to be offended. Move now. Stay close. If someone falls, do not stop unless I tell you to stop. If someone grabs you, break the grip and keep moving. If someone bites, you shoot or shove hard enough to make space. Do not let their mouths reach you." Brooks's eyes snapped to her. "You know transmission route." "I know enough to be rude and alive." "What did you inject us with?" Travis asked. Dolly's expression tightened, and for the first time he saw the confession before she gave it. Insurance, a vaccine stolen from the people who built this nightmare. Travis felt the back of his neck again. The skin there burned with delayed meaning. You did what? Saved your life without asking permission. Be angry while walking. The eastern doors burst inward. Glass fell across the marble in a bright rain. The first infected guests came through in a tangle, slipping, clawing, shrieking with throats that sounded torn raw. They did not move like drunk people or injured people. They moved with one desire, so pure and empty it made their bodies seem borrowed. A woman in a torn resort robe crawled over broken glass without reacting. A man in a white dinner jacket lunged at a security guard and buried his teeth in the guard's hand. The guard screamed, beat him with a radio, then vanished beneath two more bodies. Dolly fired once. The shot cracked inside the casino like lightning trapped under the ceiling. The affected man nearest the staff hall dropped against a slot machine. Coins and broken plastic spilled around him. The room erupted. Travis grabbed Brooks by the back of his jacket and hauled him after Dolly. They did not run in a clean line. Nobody could. People shoved in every direction. The rich and famous became bodies, elbows, terror, perfume, sweat, and animal noise. A man in a tuxedo knocked an elderly woman down and kept going. Travis slammed his shoulder into him hard enough to send him into a card table. "Help her," Brooks gasped. Travis reached for the woman, but Dolly's voice cut through the chaos. Travis left. He turned as an infected dealer came over the table, mouth open, eyes flooded with broken red vessels. Travis caught the man's wrist, felt nails rake across his sleeve, and drove him backward into the table edge. The dealer snapped at his face. His teeth clacked inches from Travis's cheek. Travis had been in bar fights. He had broken up fights on job sites. None of that prepared him for a human being who ignored pain as if pain belonged to someone else. Dolly stepped in and hit the dealer with the butt of her pistol. Once, twice, and the third strike dropped him. Blood spotted the green felt. Travis stood frozen for half a breath. "Do not admire my technique," Dolly said. "Move now." They reached the velvet rope. One guard tried to block Dolly. She flashed a card too quickly for Travis to read, spoke two clipped words in the local language, and then shoved past before the guard decided whether fear outranked procedure. Brooke ducked under the rope. Travis followed, dragging the rope stand down behind him. It clanged against the floor. A guest lunged after them, but the guard finally acted, pushing the man back. The guest twisted and bit the guard's cheek. The guard screamed with a wet sound that Travis knew would stay with him if he lived long enough for memory to matter. The staff hallway swallowed them in white tile and fluorescent light. The casino's gold vanished behind them, replaced by pipes, laundry carts, breaker panels, and a long corridor that smelled of bleach. Dolly slammed the staff door behind them and jammed a metal service cart under the handle. The first impacts came almost immediately. Brooks bent forward, hands on knees, trying to breathe. I cannot do this. I cannot watch the model become real. I cannot." Travis put both hands on his friend's shoulders. "Brooks, listen to me. You are not watching it. You are surviving it. There is a difference. The difference is temporary. Then make temporary last." Dolly looked down the corridor. Sweet speech. "We need 30 seconds of useful panic, not a full breakdown." Travis glared at her. "He is my friend. Then get him moving before he dies as your friend." Brooks closed his eyes. His breathing remained rough, but his fingers stopped shaking. Service room. Restricted room behind the casino. "You said there was a cache." Dolly's gaze sharpened. "I said no such thing." "You did not need to." "Your shoes changed?" "Your weapon is not casino security issue. You are guiding us past guests, not out of the building. You planned this route before tonight. There is a destination?" For a second, despite the pounding on the door behind them, Dolly almost smiled. "Your strange friend is useful." "It is why I still pay attention," Travis said. The door bent inward with a metallic groan. Dolly turned and ran. The staff corridor forked 3 times in less than 50 yards. Dolly chose each turn without hesitation. They passed laundry rooms, electrical cabinets, a break area with coffee still steaming in a pot, and a wall of employee lockers decorated with family photos. The photos bothered Travis more than the casino hat. A child missing 2 front teeth. A beach soccer team? A grandmother holding a cake. Evidence of ordinary lives pressed into the back hall of an island that had just begun eating itself. Somewhere behind them, the staff door gave way. The sound was not dramatic. It was a simple failure of metal and screws. A hinge shrieked. A cart crashed. Then the corridor filled with echoes of feet slapping tile. "How far?" Travis asked. "Far enough that complaining will not shorten it," Dolly said. "I am not complaining. I am assessing." Assess quietly. Brooks ran badly. He had height, but not endurance. Years in laboratories and offices had left him with lungs that objected to being used for escape. Travis slowed just enough to stay near him. Dolly noticed, cursed under her breath, and doubled back to grab Brooks's sleeve. "No drifting," she said. "If you fall behind, I will throw you over my shoulder and resent you forever." Brooks wheezed. "That would be biomechanically unwise." "Then keep up." A figure stepped from a side room ahead. For one hopeful instant, Travis thought it was a worker hiding from the chaos. Then the man turned. He wore a kitchen apron soaked dark from throat to chest. His lower jaw worked as if chewing words that would not form. He saw them and came forward with jerk and speed. Dolly lifted the pistol, but a second infected worker crashed into her from the left. The shot went wide, punching tile above a fire extinguisher. Travis moved before he thought. He caught the first man with both hands against the chest and drove him backward into a locker bank. The impact rang through the corridor. The infected man's nails scraped Travis's face close enough to raise fire along his cheek. "Mouth," Brooks shouted. "Keep his mouth away." "That is the plan," Travis snapped. The infected man strained with horrible strength. Travis had fought men bigger than him, men drunk enough to ignore the first hit, but this was different. There was no fear in the man, no calculation, no instinct to protect himself. He only pushed forward toward flesh. Travis shifted his weight, planted a foot, and slammed the man sideways into the lockers again. A photo magnet fell and skittered across the floor. Dolly kicked her attacker in the knee, twisted free, and fired at close range. The shot punched the infected worker backward. She swung toward Travis, but he had already grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall. He drove the metal canister into the first man's temple. The infected man collapsed against the locker, still twitching. For a moment they all stood there breathing hard. Blood ran from a shallow scrape on Travis's cheek. Brooks stared at it. "Not a bite," Travis said quickly. "Just a scratch." Brooks looked as if he wanted to ask for a sample and hated himself for it. Blood is not the main route if her file was accurate. Saliva is the danger. But open skin still complicates risk if contaminated saliva touches it. I missed the part where this is comforting. Dolly took a small cloth from a pocket and tossed it to Travis. "Wipe your face. Do not use your hand." He obeyed. The cloth smelled faintly of alcohol and gun oil. He pressed it to his cheek and looked at her over the white fabric. "Now explain what you did to my neck." Dolly checked the hall behind them before answering. "I carried a delivery 3 weeks ago. Cold case, armed escort, no declared manifest. It came from a shell lab tied to Beasley and moved through 3 resort supply companies before disappearing into the island. I bribed a handler, copied the case code, and opened storage long enough to steal 2 doses. 2 doses, Brooks said. "Yes, I do." Travis lowered the cloth. "And you used both on us." "I chose quickly." "Why us?" Dolly's eyes flicked toward Brooks, then back to Travis. "Because he recognized Beasley's name? Because you noticed doors and guards instead of only tables and women? Because I needed someone rich enough to be ignored and ordinary enough to care? Because I was out of better options? Pick whichever answer makes you least angry. None of them is working yet." The sounds behind them grew louder. Dolly began walking again, forcing the argument to move with her. "The injection uses a spring needle hidden in a ring. Contact trigger. Press, release, done. You failed a touch because I am good at my job. You kiss me as part of a vaccination strategy. You were easier to get close to than your friend." Brooks looked offended through his terror. "I'm standing here. You also flinch when strangers lean in. I chose the handshake for you." Brooks stared at his right hand as if it belonged to a suspect. "That was what I felt. I thought it was static." "Static rarely saves your life." They passed a room where 2 kitchen workers had barricaded themselves behind a prep table. One was bleeding from his forearm. The other held a carving knife. Travis slowed. The bleeding worker spoke rapidly in the local language. The words meant nothing to him, but the terror needed no translation. "We have to help them," Travis said. Dolly did not stop. "We cannot bring them." "I did not say bring them. You are thinking it." The worker with the knife shouted something. Brooks answered in halting phrases that surprised Travis. He had learned enough on the flight to be dangerous and polite. The workers shook their heads. The bleeding one started crying. Brooks swallowed. He was bitten. He is asking if prayer helps. Travis felt his stomach twist. Dolly's face hardened with something that might have been grief if she had allowed it room. "Tell the other one not to let him close," she said. "Tell him it spreads by bites. Tell him to block the door and wait for daylight if he can." Brooks translated, voice breaking on a last word. The worker with the knife listened, then nodded with a kind of horror that aged him in seconds. The bitten man understood enough from tone and gesture. He stared at his own arm. Then he pulled away from his friend and sat against the wall, sobbing into both hands. Travis stepped toward the room. Dolly caught his arm hard. "No, not this time. He is alone. If you go in, he may not stay alone." The words struck with brutal logic. Travis hated her for being right and hated himself for needing to be stopped. He backed away from the doorway. The worker with the knife whispered something that sounded like thanks and accusation both. They kept moving. The corridor sloped downward. Pipes appeared overhead. The tar gave way to sealed concrete. The noise of the casino faded behind walls and turns, replaced by alarms that had begun to pulse through the service system. Not a public alarm, Travis realized. Not something meant to guide guests. A private alarm for staff and security, a coded rhythm of emergency lights above restricted doors. The resort was not failing. It was changing modes. "This island has protocols," Brooks said. The resort expected containment problems. "The resort expected everything," Dolly replied. "That is what made it so expensive." Travis looked at her. "You knew this would happen tonight." Dolly's mouth tightened. "I knew something was going to break soon. I did not know it would break while I was playing cards with a lottery winner who thinks sarcasm is body armor. It is light armor at best. Then upgrade." At the next turn, a security gate blocked the hall. Dolly pulled a red-striped card from inside her dress and swiped it. The reader flashed amber instead of green. She swore softly, tried again, and got the same light. Brooks leaned in. "Lockdown changed permissions." "Thank you, Professor." "Can you open it?" "Not with charm." Behind them, something shrieked. The sound bounced through the corridor and multiplied until distance became impossible to judge. Travis grabbed the gate and shook it. Solid, not decorative. Steel mesh in a steel frame, bolted into concrete. "Mechanical override?" he asked. Dolly pointed to a square panel near the wall. "If you can open that without tools, I will become impressed against my will." Travis looked around, spotted the fallen fire extinguisher still in his hand, and smiled without joy. "I used to fix air handlers held together by rust and landlord prayers. Give me space." He drove the extinguisher into the panel cover. Once, twice, and the cover dented and popped loose. Brooks flinched at every strike. Dolly watched the hole. Travis reached inside, bound the release cable by feel, and pulled. Nothing happened. He pulled harder, felt the cable catch, then shift. The gate clicked. Dolly shoved it open. "I'm briefly impressed. Do not make a speech about it. I had a short one ready. Bury it." They slipped through and slammed the gate behind them. Travis looped the release cable through the mesh and tied it off with a knot ugly enough to be honest. It would not hold forever, but forever had become an arrogant concept. Brooks leaned against the wall, face shining with sweat. "The vaccine," he said. "If it is real, there will be a dosing schedule, stability limits, adverse effects, immune markers. We need data. We cannot simply trust that 2 stolen doses will protect us." Dolly looked down the hall toward another unmarked door. "That is why we are going to my cache. Weapons first. Data next. Panic later." "I schedule panic poorly," Brooks said. Travis put a hand on his shoulder. "We all have flaws." The unmarked door waited at the end of the corridor, plain gray, no handle visible from their side. Dolly knelt, removed a thin tool from her hair, and began working the seam beneath the access plate. Travis watched her hands move, calm, fast, and familiar with trespass. He thought about the kiss, the hidden injection, the 2 doses she had spent on men she barely knew. He wanted to be angry. He was angry. But under that anger sat another truth, heavy and unwelcome. If Dolly had not chosen them, he and Brooks might already be clawing at a glass door with blood in their mouths. The lock clicked open. Dolly looked up at him. For the record, I did not enjoy betraying your personal boundaries. That is a strange apology. I am strange under pressure. The gate behind them rattled as the infected reached it. Dolly pulled the gray door open and waved them through. Pressure has arrived. The room beyond the gray door was not a room so much as a service junction, a concrete chamber where the casino's beauty came apart into pipes, panels, vents, and bundled cables. Utility maps covered one wall behind cloudy plastic. A drain cut across the floor. The air was cooler here, damp and mineral, with a sour undertone that made Travis think of flooded basements and neglected machinery. The resort had polished every surface guests could touch. Beneath that polish, it sweated like any other building. Dolly locked the door behind him and led the way to a narrow stairwell. The steps climbed instead of descended. Travis expected her to take them deeper into server space, but she pushed upward toward a landing marked with another staff sign. "Where does this go?" he asked. "Behind the casino cashier cage, then into a restricted count room, then to storage." That sounds like the most guarded place in the building. Normally, yes. Tonight the guards are busy becoming examples. Brooks made a pained sound. I hate that sentence for multiple reasons. The stairwell amplified everything. Each footstep sounded too loud. The impacts at the gate below followed them as distant metal thunder. Somewhere above, the casino continued breaking. Screams surged, faded, returned. Gunfire cracked in disciplined pairs, then frantic bursts. Travis could hear when trained security lost control. The rhythm changed from command to fear. They reached the landing. Dolly raised one finger for silence, pressed her ear to the door, then pushed it open a hand's width. Light spilled through. She looked, waited, and slipped out. The cashier corridor beyond was lined with locked offices and glass windows reinforced with wire mesh. Inside one office, cash drawers lay open, money scattered over the floor in bright, useless piles. A man in a white shirt crouched behind a desk, whispering into a phone. He saw Dolly and pressed a finger to his lips. Behind him, a woman lay motionless near a filing cabinet. Travis could not tell as she breathed. "We need a phone," Brooks whispered. "A landline, a satellite phone, anything." "Phones route through island systems," Dolly said. "If the resort is in lockdown, outside calls are blocked. Beasley did not build a secret lab under a tourist island and forget telephones." The office man gestured desperately for them to come inside. Dolly shook her head. He pointed at the woman on the floor. Brooks stepped toward the glass. "Brooks," Travis warned. "She might be alive." A shape rose behind the office man. It had been hidden beyond the desk, bent low, waiting or feeding. The office man followed their faces, turned, and screamed as the infected woman lunged upward. Her mouth struck his shoulder. The phone clattered from his hand. He slammed backward into the glass, eyes huge as blood spread across his shirt. Travis grabbed Brooks before he could move closer. Dolly lifted the pistol but did not fire through the reinforced window. "We cannot reach him," she said. "He is alive," Brooks said, voice cracking. "He is bitten. The room is sealed. If I break that glass, we add another door for death." The man inside beat one hand against the window. The infected woman dragged at him with both hands, jaw snapping near his throat. He looked at them, begging without words. Travis felt something in himself bend under the weight of leaving him. Dolly pulled them onward. The corridor opened into the count room. Under normal conditions, it would have been where the casino's money became math. Stainless tables stood in rows. Counting machines blinked with abandoned numbers. Bundles of cash lay stacked in bins. A security camera hung from the ceiling, its red light steady. Travis glanced at the money and felt nothing. Not temptation, not bitterness, and nothing useful. A room full of cash could not buy 1 second for the man behind the glass. "Funny thing about money," he said quietly. "It could fill a room and still be worthless." Brooks looked at him, his own fear briefly softened by grief. You said something like that once? I was less right then. A door on the far side slammed open. 2 security guards stumbled through, one supporting the other. The injured guard had blood around his mouth, not on it. The distinction mattered and made Travis sick that he noticed. The uninjured guard raised his weapon at Dolly. Hands where I can see them, he shouted. Dolly raised her pistol, but kept it angled down. We are not infected. We need storage access. Nobody leaves this section. Resort order. Resort order is dead. Look around. The injured guard groaned. His lips pulled back. Brooks saw it first. He was bitten. The uninjured guard shook his head hard. He got cut. He is fine. That is not a cut pattern, Brooks said. You need to restrain him now. Shut up. The injured guard convulsed. It happened so fast that denial barely had time to die. He bent forward, gagged once, and then snapped his head toward his partner's exposed neck. The uninjured guard screamed and tried to shove him away. Dolly fired. The infected guard dropped, but not before his teeth tore into the other man's face. The bitten guard fell backward against a cash table, hands clamped to his cheek. His eyes found Dolly. Help me. Dolly's jaw worked. She had a hard face, Travis thought, but not an empty one. I am sorry. You have medicine, he said. I heard you. Storage medicine. Brooks looked at Dolly. Do we? Not enough for everybody. The vaccine may not work after full infection. It was preventative in the files I stole. May not is not cannot. And what dose would you give them? With what protocol? With what monitoring? We have 2 living test cases and no lab. Brooks looked like she had struck him. Travis understood both of them and hated that understanding did not help the man bleeding against the table. The guard began laughing and crying at the same time. Rich guests get saved, right? Is that the rule? Travis stepped closer, careful to stay beyond reach. I am not rich enough to change this. Then what good are you? The question entered Travis like a blade. Dolly grabbed his sleeve before he could answer. The guard's breathing turned ragged. Brooks backed away, tears bright behind his glasses. We have to go, Brooks whispered. The transition is accelerating. He may turn in minutes. The guard heard him. His expression changed from terror to rage. Do not leave me in here. Dolly fired one shot into the ceiling, making everyone flinch. Listen to me. Lock that door after we pass. If you have family, use the next 2 minutes to say whatever you need to say into that radio. If you feel the hunger coming, put the barrel under your chin and do not wait for courage. The guard stared at her. For a second, Travis thought he would shoot him. Then he slid down the table, sobbing. They crossed the room. Dolly took his access card from the fallen infected guard. She did not look proud of it. Beyond the count room, the storage hall was darker. Urgency lights painted everything in red pulses. Travis hated the color. It made each surface look already bloodied, each corner already guilty. They passed crates of liquor, boxes of chips, spare uniforms sealed in plastic, and shells of promotional gifts. Paradise required inventory. Even nightmares came stocked. A radio crackled on a shelf. Dolly snatched it up and turned the volume low. Voices spilled through in broken fragments, some English, some local language, some resort code. East Promenade lost. Repeat, lost. Guests in hotel atrium. Need medical. Need armed response. Do not let anyone reach the docks. Lock them down. Harbor Command says no departures. Brooks stared at the radio. They are sealing the island. Of course they are, Dolly said. Containment always sounds responsible from a distance. Who is they? Resort security or government? Tonight, the line is going to blur. The radio hissed. Then another voice came through, calm and cold. All private teams. Priority is asset control and data removal. Civilian movement is secondary. Evidence breach protocol remains active. Dolly froze. Travis looked at her. That was not resort security. No, she said. That was Beasley's cleanup language. The word cleanup made the storage hall feel smaller. Travis pictured men arriving not to rescue but to erase. He pictured the worker town, the staff, the guests, everyone reduced to problems and a plan written by someone safe behind locks. He could almost hear Brooks's earlier phrase, evolutionary filter. A moral disease pretending to be science. A crash sounded from behind them. The count room door had opened. The bitten guard had not used his last minutes the way Dolly advised. He came into the hall with his weapon swinging in one hand, his torn cheek hanging dark, his eyes fever bright and furious. "You left me," he said, though his voice already sounded like it had too many teeth in it. "Do not," Dolly warned. He raised the weapon. Travis moved without thinking. He slammed the liquor crate into the guard's legs. The shot went wild, tearing bottles apart on the shelf above Dolly. Glass and rum rained down. Brooks ducked, shielding his head. Dolly fired twice. The guard fell, striking the concrete with a heavy finality. For a breath, the only sound was liquid dripping from broken bottles. Travis looked at his hands. They were sticky with rum and someone else's blood. I thought money was going to make my life weird. Dolly let out a harsh laugh that held no humor. Congratulations, it did. Brooks stepped over the fallen guard, shaking so hard his knees nearly failed. Travis put an arm behind him, not pulling, just steadying. Brooks did not resist. He turned while still speaking, Brooks whispered. Cognition degradation is staggered. The aggression arrives before language fully collapses. That means the virus does not simply destroy the brain. It hijacks priority systems first. Hunger, pursuit, oral fixation, pain suppression. It leaves enough recognition to weaponize intimacy. Dolly stared at him. That is the most horrible, useful thing I have heard tonight. I have more. Save them for the cash. They reached a reinforced door at the rear of storage. It looked ordinary, except for the hinges. Travis noticed those first. Thick, internal, and expensive. Dolly swiped a stolen access card, then placed her palm against the keypad. It flashed red. Your palm is not in the system, Brooks said. The system is not the problem. The false panel is. She reached behind a shelf, pressed something Travis could not see, and the keypad slid aside to reveal an old mechanical lock. Travis almost smiled despite everything. You hid a lock behind a fake high-tech lock. People with money trust screens too much. I'm beginning to like you against my better judgment. That will pass. Dolly opened the door. Cold air breathed out. Darkness waited inside. Dolly entered first, pistol raised. Travis followed with the fire extinguisher in one hand and a length of broken shelf rail in the other because fear had made him a collector of blunt objects. Brooks came last, clutching the stolen radio like it was a fragile organ. The room lights did not switch on at once. They clicked awake in strips, one after another, revealing concrete walls, metal racks, sealed cases, water jugs, medical bins, tactical packs, and a narrow desk with a closed laptop wired to a portable power station. It was not a panic stash. It was a prepared position. Travis looked at Dolly. You built a bunker behind a casino. I borrowed a forgotten room and improved it. You improved it with ammunition, among other things. Brooks locked the door behind them and slid 2 steel bars into brackets Dolly had welded inside the frame. His hands moved automatically now, obeying the visible purpose of objects, because human horror outside the room had become too large to hold. When the bars dropped into place, the sound of the island dimmed. Not vanished, nothing would vanish, but it became a world beyond a wall. And for a moment their breathing seemed almost private. Dolly set the pistol on the desk, turned to Travis and Brooks, and dropped the persona like a torn costume. The flirtation left her face. The gambler's shine vanished. What remained was a young woman with red hair damp at the temples, green eyes too alert to be calm, and a jaw held tight against memories that had not waited politely outside. Before either you starts yelling, she said, understand one thing. I did not cause this. I did not release anything. I did not know the breach would be tonight. I knew Beasley was moving toward a test, or a purge, and I knew this island was where his people were hiding the work. Travis set the extinguisher down slowly. You still used us. Yes, I do. The honesty made him angrier because it did not give him an easy place to put the anger. You drugged us, lied to us, guided us into a murder maze, and now we are supposed to trust your secret room? You are supposed to survive long enough to decide whether to trust me. Those are different goals. Brooks leaned against the desk. Travis, she has data. Look at the laptop. Look at the storage. She has been gathering evidence. Evidence does not make her safe. Nothing is safe, Brooks said. That is no longer a useful category. Dolly's expression softened by a fraction. Your friend understands crisis triage. My friend is standing 4 inches from a nervous collapse, Travis said. Do not make him your witness. Brooks straightened, offended, and touched at once. I could collapse and analyze simultaneously. It is called multitasking. A heavy impact struck the reinforced door. Dust fell from the frame. Everyone turned. Another impact followed, then scratching, then a wet clicking sound of teeth against metal. The infected had found the hallway, but not the room's weak points. Dolly watched the door for several seconds, then nodded as if measuring the rhythm. We have time, she said. Not a lot, but enough. She opened the first case. Inside lay compact rifles, handguns, magazines, boxes of ammunition, knives, flashlights, radios, batteries, medical packets, and folded tactical vests. Travis stared at the weapons with the stunned discomfort of a man who had grown up around firearms but had never expected to see them arranged with such professional intention beneath a casino. Corporate courier, he said. That job title is doing a lot of work. Dolly took out a vest and tossed it to him. The courier job was real. The side education came later. When powerful men want dangerous things moved quietly, they need people who can smile at customs officers, read bribe signals, change routes, and shoot when smiling fails. I was good at the first 3 before I accepted the last one. Brooks opened the laptop and pressed the power button. Password? Dolly gave it to him. Travis noticed. She did not hesitate. Whatever secret she had left, this was not one. The screen woke. Files appeared under coded names. Brooks's face changed as his eyes moved. Fear remained, but curiosity punched through it. He clicked through folders, opened a document, then another. The room's air seemed to tighten around him. This is not just stolen correspondence, he said. These are lab notes, trial logs, viral growth curves, vaccine batches, containment failures. Dolly, how did you get this? A man named Renard, logistics analyst. He found too much, copied more than he should have, and tried to sell his silence. Measley's people killed him in a hotel laundry. I got there after. He had hidden a drive inside a steam press panel because he knew I inspected machines when nervous. Travis looked at her. You inspect machines? People watched me less when I pretended to care about maintenance. I cared about maintenance professionally. Then we both had cover identities. Yours was just honest. Brooks opened the file and whispered something that might have been a curse if he had not been too precise for curses. The virus is coded as Lazarus variant 3. That is melodramatic and scientifically insulting. Beasley names things like a man who wants statues, Dolly said. Travis strapped on the vest awkwardly. Can we not say variant names out loud like they are movie villains? The dead outside already have enough branding. Brooks adjusted his glasses and kept reading. Here? Transmission notes. Saliva primary. Bite delivery optimal. Blood presence incidental unless mixed with oral fluid. Aerosol stability poor in open air. That is good. Terrible but good. It means breathing near them is not the main threat. Travis exhaled. I am taking that as a win because I am desperate. Do not let them bite you, Brooks said. Do not let saliva into eyes, mouth, open cuts, or broken skin. Avoid face contact. Avoid close grappling if possible. Dolly slid a handgun across the table to Travis. Then stop fighting them with your face. He looked down at the weapon. I know how to shoot. Not like you, probably. My father took me hunting when I was younger, and I had a pistol after the lottery because people started acting strange around my driveway. Can you hit center mass under stress? Maybe. Head if you can. Legs, if you need space. Center mass may not stop them fast enough. The brain is the anchor. Brooks frowned at the file. That depends. Severe trauma to motor systems can slow them, but cortical disruption appears decisive. Dolly is right in practical terms, which annoys me because she is right while being reckless. I accept reluctant praise, Dolly said. She handed Brooks a smaller vest. He stared at it as if she had offered him a costume from another planet. I am not useful with guns, he said. You are useful alive. Put it on. I will slow you down. Travis stepped in front of them. You have been seeing versions of that since high school. You slow me down by making me think, which is inconvenient and usually saves money, time, or my skull. Put on the vest. Brooks's mouth tightened. You cannot make this sentimental right now. Watch me. I'm very annoying. Brooks put on the vest. The impacts at the door increased. More infected gathered outside. Their bodies hit metal in uneven rhythms, hands slapping, nails scraping. One voice beyond the door repeated a phrase that had almost become words, a woman's voice asking for someone named Mara. The name bent, broke, and returned as a moan. Brooks went pale. Recognition fragments, he said. It is keeping pieces. Dolly loaded magazines with swift hands. Do not give them poetry, Brooks. They are not lost souls. They are infection wrapped in people we wish we could save. Those are not mutually exclusive. Dolly stopped. For a second, grief flashed across her face so raw that Travis felt he had intruded by seeing it. No, they are not. That is why you keep moving. If you let every face become a funeral, you will lie down beside them. The room quieted except for the door. Travis studied her. Who did you lose? Too many people for this conversation, and not enough to balance what I did before I understood it. Brooks looked up from the laptop. What did you do? Dolly stared at the crates. I moved sealed cases. I signed for transfers. I ignored paperwork that looked wrong because men in clean suits told me urgency was normal. I told myself I was transporting research material for rich people with private labs. I told myself every industry looks ugly if you stare too hard. Then a case leaked in a warehouse in Marseille. 3 handlers got sick. Beasley's people burned the warehouse with 2 of them still inside. The official report called it an electrical fire. Travis had no joke for that. I ran. Dolly continued. Renard contacted me after. He had proof the island was the central site. I came here to get the vaccine, the files, and a radio signal out. I did not come to become a hero. I came because I could not keep being a coward who knew addresses. The words settled among the weapons. Travis's anger did not vanish. It changed shape. It became something harder to use but easier to carry. And you picked us because Brooks could understand the files. At first, yes. Then I picked you because when the waitress looked scared, you noticed. He looked away before she could see too much of what that did to him. Brooks clicked into another folder. There are maps. Resort service maps, underground lines, restricted tunnels, radio tower access. Dolly, why is the tower circled? Because the island's public communications can be blocked from the mainland. The tower has independent emergency broadcast hardware. Old system, left in place because replacing it would require permits Beasley did not want reviewed. If we can reach it, I can call someone who is not owned by the resort. Who? Dolly zipped a pack shut. A bald man with more scars than patience. You will meet his voice before you meet him. Travis gave her a look. That is not an answer. It is the answer you get before trust becomes less theoretical. Brooks enlarged the map on the laptop. His breathing steadied as his mind latched onto structure. From the casino to the radio tower, direct route crosses the shopping district, hotel gardens, northern golf course, and service road along the ridge. The beaches are too exposed. The main road will attract every panicked guest, guard, and infected subject in the zone. The worker town is beyond the tower, farther west. Hidden lab entrance likely near utility transfer stations under that town, but the maps redact lower levels. Dolly stared at him. You saw that in 15 seconds? Travis's pride rose despite the fear. Photographic memory. He is insufferable at parties. I'm not insufferable, Brooks said. You once corrected a wedding seating chart from memory after seeing it for 6 seconds. The bride cried. The chart was inefficient. Dolly laughed once, a startled sound that seemed almost forbidden in the room. The door shook again, returning them to themselves. Travis loaded the handgun slowly, making sure each motion was deliberate. Can we get out another way? Dolly nodded toward a vented panel behind the rear shelves. Maintenance crawl, then a service lift to the employee parking level. After that, we decide whether night travel kills us faster than waiting here. Brooks looked at the map. Night favors infected movement in crowds, but daylight exposes us to shooters. Neither option is good. That is becoming the island motto, Travis said. Dolly closed the last case. Then we make a better one. We stay alive. We get the data out. We find more vaccine. And the people outside? Travis asked. She met his eyes. We save who we can without turning 3 survivors into 3 more bodies at the door. You will hate that rule. You will also follow it if you want Brooks alive. Travis hated it already. The laptop pinged softly. Brooks had opened a video file. A frozen image filled the screen, a white lab corridor, a man in restraints, technicians behind glass. Brooks did not play it. He simply stared until Dolly reached over and closed the window. "Not now," she said, gentler than Travis expected. "Data later. Survival first?" Brooks nodded, but his face had gone gray. "This was human testing." "Yes, I do. Illegal subjects. Missing people. Workers, guests, migrants, anyone who could vanish in a place built on temporary pleasure." Dolly did not answer because the answer was in the room with them. Travis heard the casino beyond the walls. The screaming, the gunfire, the bodies hitting doors, and underneath it all, the soft hum of the laptop showing proof that paradise had been a mask over a slaughterhouse. His money, his suite, his dinner, his casino chips, all of it had been part of the same polished lie. He had come to escape responsibility. Instead, responsibility had locked the door behind him and handed him a gun. They worked in practice silence for several minutes, though only Dolly had practice. Travis followed instructions. Brooks converted terror into questions. Dolly answered when the answers helped, and ignored him when they did not. She fitted them with vests, spare magazines, small medical kits, flashlights, and earpiece radios set to a private channel. She made Travis unload and reload the handgun twice until his hands stopped fumbling. She made Brooks carry a compact pistol he insisted he did not want. "I'm more likely to shoot the floor than an attacker," Brooks said. "The floor will forgive you," Dolly replied. "The attacker may pause. That is not training. It is tonight's version." Travis checked the vest straps. They pinched under his arms. "You have been planning this for weeks?" "Parts of it." The island schedule changed. Beasley arrived 2 days ago, but his public itinerary said he was in Singapore. Private aircraft came in after midnight. A medical shipment arrived under diplomatic protection this morning. 3 resort doctors disappeared from the public clinic after lunch. That was when I knew the timetable had moved. Brooks looked up sharply. "Beasley is here?" "Unless he sent his favorite suit for a vacation without him." "Yes." Travis felt a cold anger settle into his chest. "The man who built this is on the island while it falls apart. Men like him always stay close enough to call it courage and far enough to call it security." Dolly opened a medical case and removed 2 slim injectors sealed in plastic. Empty casings rested in her hands. "These are what I used on you. Disposable spring injectors." The dose went in through skin contact. Back of the neck for Travis. Palm webbing for Brooks. Both locations hide the mark and absorb quickly. Brooks took one of the empty casings and examined it. Microvolume. High concentration. Lipid carrier, maybe? "Where are the remaining doses?" "Not here. I only stole 2. The rest are either in Beasley's lab or with his private security command." "Then the radio tower is not enough," Brooks said. "If the government blockades the island and decides destruction is cleaner than rescue, proof alone may not save anyone. We need vaccine stock, manufacturing protocol, and live viral data." Dolly's gaze moved to him with a respect she did not bother hiding. "That is the part I was hoping you would say after reaching the tower, not before." "I am efficient when terrified." "Noted." Nodded. Travis looked between them. "Let us slow down. We are not storming a secret lab because Brooks got intellectually offended." Brooks turned to him. "This is not offense. If the virus leaves the island, the world needs countermeasures. If it stays on the island and everyone here dies, Beasley's files may become the only difference between a contained atrocity and a future one. Dolly is right about the tower, but the tower may only tell outsiders where the fire is. The lab tells them how to stop it." Travis stared at his friend. "You are talking about going deeper into the place that made those things." "Eventually, yes. You had a panic attack 5 minutes ago. I am considering having another, but the schedule is crowded." Dolly smiled despite herself. "I like him. Do not encourage him." The door shuddered under a fresh wave of impacts. One of the steel bars jumped in its brackets. Dolly's smile vanished. She crossed the room and checked the frame. "They are stacking. Too many bodies in the hall. We cannot stay until morning in this room." Brooks paled. "I thought you said we had time." "I said enough. Enough is smaller now." Travis joined her at the door. The metal flexed slightly under another hit. If they breach, we have a shooting lane but no exit except the crawl, which is why we leave before shooting becomes our only vocabulary. She moved to the rear shelves and began pulling them aside. Behind them, the vented panel turned out to be a disguised maintenance hatch. Travis appreciated the workmanship despite himself. It had been painted, dusted, and stocked around in a way that would fool any inspection, not done by someone looking for lies. "Who helped you build this?" he asked. "A maintenance supervisor named Ibo. He thought we were hiding stolen casino surveillance from a blackmail operation. That was safer for him than the truth." "Where is he now?" Dolly's hands paused. "I do not know." The answer landed heavily. Travis imagined Ivo somewhere in the resort, perhaps guiding workers through a service tunnel, perhaps already among the dead, perhaps biting at a door with no memory of the room he helped create. Dolly opened the hatch, and darkness breathed out. "Crawl space is tight," she said. "No firing unless something is already on top of us. Keep packs low." Brooks in the middle, Travis behind him. "I go first." "I should go first," Travis said. "Because you are larger, louder, less familiar with the route, and emotionally inclined to hit things?" When you phrase it with bias, yes. "I go first." Brooks checked the laptop. "We cannot leave this." Dolly unplugged it and placed it into a padded sleeve. "It comes. If I die, you take it. If he dies, you take it. If you die," Travis takes it and pretends to understand folder names until someone smarter arrives. "That is not comforting," Travis said. "I am rationing comfort." Before entering the crawl, Dolly opened a second small case beneath the desk. Inside were passports, cash and several currencies, burner phones, and a photograph folded so often the creases had become permanent. She hesitated over the photograph. Travis saw only a coroner, Dolly younger, hair shorter, standing beside a man with kind eyes in front of a rainy street. "Renard?" he asked. She closed the case. "Not a question for this room. I keep finding those." "Then you are learning." Brooks had turned the radio volume lower, listening to fragments while Dolly packed. There are references to dock lockdown and hotel quarantine. "Security is directing guests upward into the towers." That is a mistake. Vertical containment traps people. If infected enter stairwells, upper floors become cages. Travis thought of the opulent hotel suite, the disabled balcony latch, the service wiring the guests told to remain indoors. They are not organizing rescue. They are organizing control. "Control was always the island's religion," Dolly said. Another radio voice cut through. "Private command to all teams. Subject leakage confirmed in Casino Zone, Shopping District, East Beach Villas, and lower staff corridors. Priority 1 remains data extraction. Priority 2 remains Asset Beasley. Local employees are expendable under contract terms." For a moment nobody moved. Travis felt the sentence ignite something in him. Expendable under contract terms. Dolly took the radio from Brooks and turned it off before the next voice could make it worse. "Do not spend anger here. We need it later. There are people out there who built this island with their hands. They serve food, carry bags, clean rooms, fix pipes, watch rich idiots gamble, and some voice on a radio just turned them into contract terms." "Yes," Dolly said. "Remember that when mercy starts looking expensive." He wanted to argue, but the look in her eyes said she had already lived the argument and lost someone to each side of it. Brooks slipped the laptop into his pack. "The files mention a vaccine batch code starting with Vane." Dolly went still. "Dolly," Brooks said softly, "why would Beasley's vaccine use your name?" Travis looked at her. The room seemed to narrow around the question. Dolly did not answer at once. She checked her pistol, then the hatch, then the door. Delay without pretending it was anything else. Finally she said, "Vane is not my birth name. It was the project name on one of the courier routes. I took it after I ran because I wanted a reminder that names can be stolen from monsters too." "What was the project?" Brooks asked. "Vaccine distribution model for selected personnel. A private ark without boats." Travis's anger shifted again, this time toward nausea. "Selected by Beasley. Selected by wealth, usefulness, obedience, and blood relation. Mostly wealth. The vaccine was never meant for the public. It was meant for people who believed the apocalypse should have a guest list." The impacts at the door resumed, louder than before. One steel bracket cracked with a small, terrible ping. "Crawl now," Dolly said. She slid into the hatch and disappeared. Brooks followed with a laptop pack, awkward and pale but moving. Travis went last. He paused only long enough to look back at the cash, the crates, the emptied injectors, the lock cases, the room with no name that had become the first honest place on the island because it admitted danger existed. Then he pulled the hatch closed behind him. The crawl space forced them onto hands and knees. Metal scraped Travis's vest. Dust billed his nose. Pipes ran along one side, warm and humming. Dolly's flashlight beam moved ahead in careful arcs. Brooks breathed in controlled counts, whispering numbers under his breath. "Do not hyperventilate," Travis whispered. "I am performing personal atmosphere management." "That sounds like hyperventilating with a grant." Brooks made a strange sound that might have been laughter. In the darkness, even that mattered. They crawled for what felt like miles, but was probably less than 200 feet. The casino's noise became a muffled storm above them. At one point, a body slammed down onto the floor overhead, hard enough to shake dust from the pipes. A second body followed. Someone screamed for a mother. Someone else shouted for security. Then came the wet, snarling rush Travis had already learned to hate. Brooks stopped. Travis bumped into his boots. "Keep moving. They are above us. That is why we are below." "That is not as comforting as you think," Dolly whispered from ahead. "Quiet." Light appeared through a grate to their right. Travis turned his head and saw down into a corridor through narrow slats. 2 resort guards dragged a woman in a sequined dress past the grate. She was alive, struggling, bleeding from the scalp, not infected and still human. One guard wore a private security patch Travis had not seen before. The other spoke into a radio. "Command wants anyone who saw the lower access doors contained," the guard said. "If they resist, use the disposal corridor." The woman sobbed. "Please, I have money. My husband has money." The guard laughed without joy. "Lady, money started this." They dragged her out of view. Travis's hand tightened around the shelf rail until his knuckles hurt. Dolly looked back at him, face lit by the thin beam. Her eyes said no before her mouth did. The crawl was too tight. The guards were armed. The woman was already going around the corner. Every reason not to act was true. None of them felt clean. Brooks's voice trembled. "We cannot save everyone," Travis answered after a hard swallow. "I know. I'm trying to learn how not to hate that sentence." Dolly resumed crawling. "Do not learn it too well." That was the closest thing to comfort she gave him. The crawl space ended above a service lift shaft. Dolly removed another disguise panel, looked down, and cursed softly. The lift car sat one level below, its roof reachable by ladder rungs set into the wall. Emergency lights glowed at the bottom of the shaft. The smell rising from below was oil, hot metal, and smoke. "We climbed down," she whispered. "Slow movement and no loose gear. If you drop a magazine, we all pretend it chose freedom." Brooks stared into the shaft. "I dislike heights." "This is not a height. This is a short mechanical inconvenience. That is a height with public relations." Travis almost laughed. The sound stayed in his throat because beneath him something moved on top of the lift car. A dark shape shifted, then another. Dolly angled her flashlight. 2 infected maintenance workers crouched in the corner of the car roof, trapped in the shaft, faces tilted toward the light. Their mouths opened. "Back," Dolly whispered. The first one launched itself upward with shocking force, fingers scraping at the ladder. Travis grabbed Brooks and hauled him away from the opening as Dolly fired downward. The shot hammered the shaft. The infected worker fell back onto the car roof, thrashing. The second climbed over it, reaching for the rungs. There was no room for a clean fight. Dolly fired again and missed as the worker jerked sideways. The bullet sparked against metal. Travis shoved the shelf rail past Dolly into the opening and drove it down like a spear, striking the worker's shoulder and forcing him off the ladder. Dolly fired a third time. The worker collapsed across the other body. The shaft rang for several seconds after. Brooks pressed both hands over his mouth, eyes squeezed shut. Travis knew he was trying not to vomit, not because of weakness, but because his mind kept insisting those bodies had names, jobs, favorite foods, debts, and morning routines. The scientist in him cataloged symptoms. The human being in him was being carved by each observation. "Brooks," Dolly said, not unkindly, "tell us rules." He opened his eyes. "What? Rules? You read enough. You saw enough. Give us rules we can live by. The request steadied him because it gave shape to the chaos. Brooks nodded once, swallowed hard, and spoke slowly. Rule 1. No bites. Everything we do is distance from teeth. Rule 2. Blood alone is not the main vector, but assume any blood near the mouth is contaminated. Cover eyes and mouth when possible. Rule 3. They ignore pain, so pain compliance fails. Disable movement or destroy central control. Rule 4. Recent infected may retain partial recognition and speech. Do not trust pleading if the body is changing. Rule 5. Crowds kill. Open spaces kill. We choose narrow routes only when we control the exits. Rule 6. We need vaccine data because our doses may not last or may not cover mutations. Travis absorbed each rule like a nail hammered into wood. That is not a long list. It is survival distilled, Brooks said. Good, I can remember distilled. Dolly looked at Brooks with open approval. You did well. He blinked, startled by praise. I'm still terrified. Terror that produces rules is useful. They climbed down after Dolly cleared the lift roof. Travis forced himself not to look too long at the bodies as he crossed. One worker had a name patch, Santi. The other had a wedding ring. Details trying to become anchors. Travis stepped around them because stopping would make the anchors hold. The service lift doors opened with a manual lever into an employee parking level beneath the casino. The space was low-ceilinged and wide, filled with carts, delivery vans, maintenance buggies, and rows of scooters used by staff. Emergency lights painted the concrete in alternating red and white. Somewhere water sprayed from a broken pipe, pattering onto a drain. The air smelled of fuel and fear. Dolly led them behind a maintenance van and signaled for quiet. Voices echoed from the far ramp. Human voices. Men speaking with discipline. Travis heard boots, radios, and the clack of weapon straps. Private security, Dolly whispered. Not resort guards. Beasley's people. Brooks went still. Already? They were here before the breach. Cleanup teams do not arrive by magic. Travis peered around the van. 3 men moved along the ramp in black tactical gear without resort markings. They wore face shields and carried rifles fitted with suppressors. One shot an infected valet in the head without breaking stride. Another placed a small device against the wall panel and pulled data drives from a security station. They were not panicked. They were working. They are killing infected, Travis whispered. They will kill witnesses too, Dolly said. Watch. A young kitchen worker stumbled from behind a parked cart, hands raised, speaking fast. He was not bitten. He had a dish towel tied around one wrist where glass had cut him. The nearest private guard aimed at him. The worker froze, pleading. The guard's radio crackled. Non-essential staff with lower access exposure or contamination risks, a voice said. Clear the level. The guard fired once. The worker fell. Travis lunged, but Dolly hooked an arm across his chest and dragged him back behind the van with surprising strength. Her hand clamped over his mouth before he could shout. He shook against her grip, rage flooding him so hot he could barely see. Quiet, she breathed into his ear. Quiet or they kill us before we make his death mean anything. Brooks had both hands pressed to the concrete as if holding himself upright to the floor. Tears slipped down his face silently. The private guards moved on. One spoke into his radio. Parking levels sweep in progress. Data station stripped. Proceeding to cashier corridor. Their footsteps receded. Dolly released Travis slowly. He turned on her, whispering through clenched teeth. He was alive. I know. He was not infected. I know. You stopped me. I kept 3 people with the vaccine and data from becoming 4 bodies in a garage. Hate me after the tower. He wanted to hate her now. It would have been easier than standing with the truth. Instead, he looked at the place where the worker had fallen and felt the island divide in his mind. There were the infected, emptied by disease. There were the mercenaries, emptied by orders. And there were people like him, Brooks, Dolly, and the dead kitchen worker, trapped between hunger and policy. Brooks wiped his face with his sleeve. This is not an outbreak response. It is evidence control. They are prioritizing data removal over containment, which means Beasley thinks he can still salvage the project. Dolly nodded, or sell the next version. He cannot be allowed to leave. Travis looked at Brooks. The sentence had no panic in it. That frightened him more. First, we survived the next hallway. Then we stopped billionaires. Those tasks may overlap. Dolly pointed toward a row of resort golf carts near the far wall. We need transport, but not yet. Too much noise in the garage, and the ramps may be watched. There is a pedestrian service tunnel to the shopping district. From there, we skirt the casino front, cross through the lower retail arcade, and reach the hotel garden service path. Brooks closed his eyes. I saw that on the map. Left at the laundry chute, right before the wine storage, then a staff stair behind the perfume shop. The stair leads up behind the nightclub row. From there, the safest path is through maintenance gardens to the golf course. Dolly stared. You memorized the whole route? The map was detailed. Travis gave her a grim little smile. Told you. Superpower. It is not a superpower, Brooks said. It is a burdensome neurological party trick. Tonight it is a superpower. Except branding. Brooks adjusted his glasses with trembling fingers. Fine, my heroic ability is remembering floor plans while deeply regretting travel. Dolly's laugh was small but real. It faded quickly when another scream rose somewhere above them. They moved through the parking level in a crouch. Dolly led. Travis watched their rear. Brooks stayed between them with the laptop pack held tight. At the dead worker's body, Travis paused only long enough to pull a set of keys from his belt and place them near his hand. It was irrational. The man could not use keys. But leaving him sprawled under emergency lights without even that small dignity felt worse. What was that? Dolly whispered. Nothing useful, Travis said. Useful is not the only thing that matters. He looked at her, surprised. She looked away first. The pedestrian service tunnel began behind a sliding metal gate. Brooks remembered the access code from a small label on the map, but the keypad had lost power. Travis opened the side panel with a screwdriver from a maintenance cart, ridged two contacts with the flat edge of a key, and felt the lock release. Dolly watched him work. You keep doing rich man miracles with poor man skills. Poor man skills are usually the ones that keep the lights on. I know. I just used to get paid to ignore that. They slipped into the tunnel. It ran beneath the shopping district, a concrete artery carrying employees, linen carts, trash bins, liquor restocks, and now 3 armed survivors under the skin of paradise. Above them, the nightclubs and boutiques were no longer playing music. The ceiling trembled with footsteps and crashes. A sprinkler line had burst somewhere ahead, sending water across the floor in shining sheets. Halfway down, the tunnel lights failed. Darkness dropped so completely that Travis lost the shape of his own hands. Brooks made a tight sound. Dolly's flashlight clicked on, then flickered. Travis's came on next, beam shaking until he steadied his grip. Water reflected the light in broken pieces. From ahead came a soft dragging sound. Dolly lowered her voice. Single file, slow movement, no talking. They advanced through ankle-deep water. The dragging sound stopped. Travis held his breath. Something splashed to the left. Dolly swung the light and found nothing but bins. Brooks aimed his unwanted pistol at the floor, both hands white around it. A child stepped from behind a trash cart. She was maybe 12, wearing a resort gift shop shirt, too large for her, hair plastered to her face, one hand clamped over the other. She was alive and human. Her eyes moved from Dolly's gun to Travis's face to Brooks's trembling hands. Please, she whispered in English. My brother's sick. Travis felt the rule Dolly had given him close around his ribs. Save who we can without turning 3 survivors into 3 more bodies. He looked behind the child. A boy sat in the darkness against the wall, rocking. Blood covered his chin. His wrists were tied with a belt to a pipe, either by the girl or by someone who had run out of choices. Brooks's voice broke. He was bitten. The girl nodded and began to cry. He told me to tie him before he changed. He said he could feel his teeth wanting. No one moved. Dolly's face went pale under the flashlight. What is your name? Anna? Anna, listen to me. Your brother was brave. You cannot untie him. Do you understand? The boy raised his head. For 1 second his eyes looked almost normal. Anna, go, he said thickly. Please go. Then his mouth twisted toward hunger. Travis stepped forward, blocking the girl's view as much as he could. Dolly took the shot. Suppressed by the tunnel, it still sounded enormous. Anna folded into herself, not screaming, only shaking. Brooks turned away with tears on his face. Dolly lowered the pistol. Her hand shook once before she stopped it. We take her as far as the hotel garden path. There are staff shelters near the laundry plant. If they are secure, she stays there. And if they are not, Travis asked, then we make another choice we hate. Anna wiped her face with both hands and looked at Travis. Are you police? He thought of the gun, the vest, the money, the helpless rage. No, I am a man who is trying not to be useless. She nodded as if that answer made more sense than any official title. Brooks gave Anna his spare flashlight. His voice was gentle now, the teacher inside the scientist rising because someone younger than fear needed it. Stay between us. Do not touch anyone's face. Do not let anyone touch yours. If we say stop, you stop. If we say run, you run with us. Is everyone dying? She asked. Brooks flinched, then answered with painful honesty. No, not everyone, and that is why we are moving. They continued through the tunnel, 4 shadows under a resort built to sell sunshine. Travis listened to Anna's small footsteps between Dolly and Brooks. He listened to the infected above. He listened to the distant guards, and the radio clicked to Dolly's best, silent for now, but heavy with the promise of worse orders. The rules of the dead had been spoken, but the rules of the living were harder. Do not bite. Do not stop. Do not waste anger. Save who you can. Remember who could not be saved. Carry the data. Carry the child. Carry the guilt until there was time to put it somewhere. At the end of the tunnel, a stair climbed toward a service door behind the shopping district. Through the crack beneath it, light flashed red and gold. Smoke curled inward. The island above waited with its mouth open. Brooks touched the laptop pack, then closed his eyes. I have the route. Dolly checked her weapon. Then lead us with words. Travis tightened his grip on the pistol and looked at the door. And if the route is gone? Brooks opened his eyes. Behind the fear, something fierce had begun to live. Then I remember another one. Travis nodded. Dolly opened the door. Dolly checked the private radio only once during that pause. A clipped voice reported that the casino zone had multiple uncontrolled breaches and that several witnesses had reached staff routes. Another voice ordered teams to prioritize sealed rooms and digital backups. Nobody on the channel asked about guests by name. Nobody asked about workers except as locations to clear. Travis listened and understood that cruelty sounded most frightening when it was organized. The infected outside were horrible because they had lost themselves. The men on the radio were horrible because they had not. They spoke in clean sentences while the island bled beneath them. Brooks kept touching the side of his neck, though Dolly had injected his hand, as if sympathy had moved the mark. He was building a model inside his head. Travis could see it. Incubation rates, exposure routes, behavior stages, failure points. Every screen became data, and every piece of data came attached to a person he could not save. That was the price of his kind of intelligence. Travis had always envied how Brooks remembered everything. Tonight he wondered if forgetting had been a mercy rich men and healthy fools took for granted. They found a maintenance sink near the top landing. Travis washed the blood and rum from his hands while Dolly held the light, and Brooks kept watch with the pistol angled safely at the floor. The water ran pink, then clear, then pink again when Travis noticed a smear beneath his fingernail. He scrubbed until his skin burned. Dolly did not tell him to hurry. That kindness surprised him more than her impatience would have. She understood contamination in more ways than one. They found a maintenance sink near the top landing. Travis washed the blood and rum from his hands while Dolly held the light, and Brooks kept watch, with the pistol angled safely at the floor. The water ran pink, then clear, then pink again when Travis noticed a smear beneath his fingernail. He scrubbed until his skin burned. Dolly did not tell him to hurry. That kindness surprised him more than her impatience would have. She understood contamination in more ways than one. Anna stood with her back to the wall and whispered her brother's name once. The name was Mateo, not the waiter, Mateo, from dinner, but a different boy with the same name, which made the island feel smaller and crueler. Brooks heard it and closed his eyes. Dolly heard it and stared at the stairwell door. Travis heard it and promised himself that if he survived, he would remember both names, because forgetting was another form of theft. The route Brooks held in memory became their only luxury. He described in low, careful phrases: 10 steps to the landing, left through the linen alcove, avoid the glass corridor because the boutique fronts face the main arcade. Use the staff restroom hall because it had a service hatch near the perfume shop. Dolly did not like giving command to anyone else, but she listened. That told Travis more about the danger than any scream. Dolly Vane trusted very little, and she was trusting the map inside a terrified man's mind. Travis thought about the lottery ticket again as they waited below the service door. He thought about the gas station clerk who sold it, the jokes his co-workers made, the way cameras swarmed his mother's yard, and the first time a banker had laughed too warmly at something not funny. He had spent 2 years afraid that wealth had removed him from ordinary people. Ordinary people were dying around him while a billionaire tried to erase the evidence, and Travis felt the old world and the new one collide inside his chest. Money had opened the resort doors. It had not told him how to walk back out with his soul intact. Dolly noticed his expression and touched his sleeve, briefly, without flirtation. "Do not carry the whole island yet," she whispered. "It is too heavy, and we need your hands." Travis looked at her hand, then at her face. "You sound like someone who tried," he said. She did not deny it. "I dropped people, Travis. Some because I had no choice. Some because I convinced myself I had no choice. Learned the difference faster than I did." Then she let him go and became sharp again. Brooks looked at the final door and whispered the rules again, not for them but for himself. No bites. Keep distance from mouths. Avoid crowds. Trust exits before rooms. Do not believe a changing body just because it remembers your name. Needles before bites. Data before pride. Daylight only if daylight offers more than exposure. The rules were not enough to save everyone. They were not even enough to save the 4 of them with certainty. But rules gave fear a skeleton, and fear what a skeleton could stand. Above the door, a recorded resort announcement began playing in 3 languages. Travis understood only the English portion. Guests were asked to remain calm, follow staff direction, and enjoy the assurance that trained professionals were managing a temporary disruption. The voice was warm, feminine, and utterly detached from the screams behind it. Anna looked up at the speaker with disbelief, too old for her face. Travis wanted to shoot the speaker, but ammunition had become too precious to spend on lies. Dolly counted the rounds in her magazine by touch. Brooks tightened the straps on the laptop pack. Travis checked Anna's flashlight and showed her how to cover the beam with her fingers so it would not spill too far under a door. Small lessons became intimacy in the dark. Nobody said they were becoming a group. Naming it might tempt the island to punish them. Still, when Dolly reached for the handle, each of them moved in relation to the others without being told. Dolly counted the rounds in her magazine by touch. Brooks tightened the straps on the laptop pack. Travis checked Anna's flashlight and showed her how to cover the beam with her fingers so it would not spill too far under a door. Small lessons became intimacy in the dark. Nobody said they were becoming a group. Naming it might tempt the island to punish them. Still, when Dolly reached for the handle, each of them moved in relation to the others without being told. The shopping district beyond the door was supposed to be the resort's polished heart after midnight. Earlier, Travis had seen it from a balcony: jewelers, perfume houses, designer clothes, cigar bars, clubs with blue lights, and restaurants with menus that did not include prices. Now smoke flattened the expensive smells into something bitter. Somewhere a sprinkler system beat against flame. Somewhere glass kept falling. Somewhere people who had flown across oceans for pleasure were learning that privilege did not make their blood taste different to the dead. The stairwell behind the shopping district forced them to pause at each landing, not because anyone wanted rest, but because panic made every sound look like a decision. Brooks would lift one hand, Dolly would freeze, and Travis would count his own breaths until the noises sorted themselves into pipes, distant feet, or something worse. Anna learned the rhythm quickly. She watched their faces instead of the darkness, trusting the adults not because they deserved it, but because children in disasters often learn trust as a survival reflex. Travis hated that too. He wanted childhood to be louder than fear, full of complaints about heat and boredom and snacks. The island had stolen even that small normal thing. Dolly checked the private radio only once during that pause. A clipped voice reported that the casino zone had multiple uncontrolled breaches and that several witnesses had reached staff routes. Another voice ordered teams to prioritize sealed rooms and digital backups. Nobody on the channel asked about guests by name. Nobody asked about workers except as locations to clear. Travis listened and understood that cruelty sounded most frightening when it was organized. The infected outside were horrible because they had lost themselves. The men on the radio were horrible because they had not. They spoke in clean sentences while the island bled beneath them. Brooks kept touching the side of his neck, though Dolly had injected his hand, as if sympathy had moved the mark. He was building a model inside his head. Travis could see it. Incubation rates, exposure routes, behavior stages, failure points. Every screen became data, and every piece of data came attached to a person he could not save. That was the price of his kind of intelligence. Travis had always envied how Brooks remembered everything. Tonight he wondered if forgetting had been a mercy rich men and healthy fools took for granted. They found a maintenance sink near the top landing. Travis washed the blood and rum from his hands while Dolly held the light, and Brooks kept watch with the pistol angled safely at the floor. The water ran pink, then clear, then pink again when Travis noticed a smear beneath his fingernail. He scrubbed until his skin burned. Dolly did not tell him to hurry. That kindness surprised him more than her impatience would have. She understood contamination in more ways than one. Anna stood with her back to the wall and whispered her brother's name once. The name was Mateo, not the waiter. Mateo from dinner, but a different boy with the same name, which made the island feel smaller and crueler. Brooks heard it and closed his eyes. Dolly heard it and stared at the stairwell door. Travis heard it and promised himself that he survived, he would remember both names, because forgetting was another form of theft. The route Brooks held in memory became their only luxury. He described it in low, careful phrases. 10 steps to the landing, left through the linen alcove, avoid the glass corridor because the boutique fronts faced the main arcade. Use the staff restroom hall because it had a service hatch near the perfume shop. Dolly did not like giving command to anyone else, but she listened. That told Travis more about the danger than any scream. Dolly Vane trusted very little, and she was trusting the map inside a terrified man's mind. Dolly led them through the final service passage with the confidence of a woman who had memorized more exits than prayers. The corridor narrowed until Travis had to turn his shoulders sideways to avoid scraping tool racks bolted to the wall. Behind them, the shopping district muttered with distant screams, rolling shutters, breaking glass, and the hard reports of gunfire that never sounded close until each echo struck the ceiling above their heads. Anna moved between Travis and Brooks, clutching the small flashlight Travis had given her with both hands. She did not cry. That made him more worried than tears would have. The passage ended at a gray metal door with no sign. Dolly pressed her ear against it, waited, then tapped a code into a keypad hidden behind a loose panel. The light blinked red, then green. The door opened inward on silent hinges. The room beyond smelled of dust, dry canvas, machine oil, and the faint chemical bite of sealed ammunition. It was not large, but it felt more real than the entire resort because nothing inside it pretended to be beautiful. Metal shelves lined the walls. Like duffel bags sat in orderly rows. Plastic storage bins held radios, batteries, first aid packets, ration bars, water filters, folded ponchos, flashlights, knives, and small tools. A work table stood in the center, scarred by use and covered with maps beneath a sheet of scratched acrylic. 2 narrow cots were folded against the far wall. A drain sat in the concrete floor. A ventilation duct hummed overhead, carrying air that tasted stale but blessedly free of smoke. Travis looked at the shells, then at Dolly. He did not ask the first question that came to mind because he knew it would come out angry. Brooks had no such problem. "This is not a casino service room," Brooks said. "No," Dolly said. "This is a cache. The casino service room is the lie printed on the map. This is the reason I needed you both moving before the guests realized the main exits were killing grounds." Travis shut the door behind Anna and pressed the lock until the bolt slid into place. "You hid all this here." "I did not hide all of it. Some was placed by people who knew more than me. Some was placed by people who died before they could use it. I added the pieces that kept me alive while I decided whether I was brave or merely guilty. That is the kind of sentence people use when they are leaving out crimes," Travis said. Dolly took a breath as if she had expected that. Yes, the honesty landed harder than denial. Travis wanted a clean villain or a clean savior. He had a red-haired woman in a torn evening dress unlocking weapons beneath a casino while an island died above them. Clean categories belonged to people who still had time for them. Brooks crossed to the work table and stared down at the maps. He did not touch anything at first. His reverence for information was almost religious. Then he adjusted his glasses and bent closer. The acrylic sheet showed the 6 zones Dolly had described in earlier fragments, the beaches curling around the western shore, the hotel district rising behind them, the casino quarter, the shopping streets and nightclubs, the manicured golf courses, and the worker town at the island's far end. A red mark circled the radio tower beyond the golf course, set on a ridge where the island lifted into scrub and broken volcanic stone. "The tower is farther than I hoped," Brooks said. "Hope keeps disappointing you," Dolly answered. "Distance is not the only issue." The public roads curved through the hotel district and across the shopping avenue. If the outbreak began in more than one place, the roads will funnel crowds into every choke point. We need service routes, maintenance paths, and areas with clear sight lines. Dolly looked at Travis. "This is why I vaccinated him too." Travis watched Brooks trace routes through the plastic with one finger. He wanted to resent the theft of choice. He wanted to demand a speech from Dolly about consent and manipulation, and why she had kissed him before putting a needle into his neck. Yet every scream outside argued against his pride. If she had not done it, one bite could have ended him before he understood the shape of the night. Anna stood near the shelves, small and silent. Her shirt had a smear of someone else's blood across the sleeve. She noticed Travis looking and tucked her arm behind her back. "You are safe for the moment," Travis told her. "No one is safe on this island," Anna said. Her voice was flat, and that made Brooks lift his head. Dolly's hard expression softened in a way that looked painful. Travis crouched so he did not tower over the girl. "Safe for the moment is still worth having," he said. "Moments add up when people are stubborn. We are going to be stubborn." Anna studied him with the suspicion of a child who had already learned that adults promise things because they are frightened. "My brother was in the hotel kitchen." Travis kept his face steady. "We will look for a way to find out about him. I will not lie and say we can search every room tonight, but I will not forget him." Dolly turned away before Anna could see her face. Brooks looked back at the map as if the route had become harder. The first pounding came 10 minutes later. It was not on the cash door. It came from somewhere above, through floors and pipes, a dull, repeated shock that shook dust from the overhead duct. Everyone froze. Dolly held up 2 fingers, then pointed to the ceiling. Not immediate. Above them, Travis understood enough. He moved to the shelves and grabbed the first heavy object he saw, a crowbar with a rubber grip. Dolly gave him a look that said it was not enough and tossed him a compact shotgun from a duffel. "You know how to use that?" she asked. "I grew up poor in North Carolina," Travis said. "I know enough not to wave it around like a movie idiot." "Good. Keep the muzzle low until you need it high. Safety there. Do not waste shells on panic." Brooks held the pistol as if it were a dead bird he had been asked to comfort. Dolly crossed the room, adjusted his grip, then forced his arms down a few inches. "You are aiming at the ceiling," she said. "The ceiling is less morally complicated," Brooks replied. "Morality can wait outside the trigger guard. Fingers straight until you mean it." His hand shook, but he listened. Travis saw the effort in him, the brutal private labor of staying useful while terror clawed at his ribs. Brooks was not brave in the way people wrote songs about. He was brave the way sick people walk to the bathroom alone, because dignity needs small victories. Dolly set Anna on one folded cot with a bottle of water and a ration bar. Then she began building the barricade. She moved quickly, assigning tasks without explanation because explanation cost time. Travis tried the metal shelf against the inner door. Brooks helped wedge it with a table leg. Dolly pulled a second bolt from a panel near the floor and locked it into the threshold. When the pounding above migrated into a scraping sound down the hall, she killed the room's main light and left only 2 covered lanterns burning. The cache became a cave of amber light and human breath. Outside, something struck the corridor door they had used earlier. Not the cache door, not yet, but the door at the passage entrance. The sound came as a series of impacts, each one followed by a wet drag. Travis imagined bodies stumbling against metal, hands sliding over the surface, mouths seeking cracks. He forced the image away and checked the shotgun again. "They track sound," Brooks whispered. Not smell as a primary driver, I think. Not yet visual motion, acute sound response, oral aggression. If they are in early stage neural override, they may still recognize doors as obstacles, but not locks as concepts. Brooks, Travis said. Yes. Translate fear into advice. Brooks swallowed. Do not talk near the door. Do not drop anything. Do not open it even if someone asks for help, unless we know who they are and how close the infected are. Anna's eyes shone in the low light. What if my brother asks? The question hurt the room. Dolly looked at Travis, leaving the answer to him because cruelty sometimes disguised itself as mercy, and she knew her voice would cut. Travis crouched again. Then would listen carefully. We make sure it is him. We make sure opening the door does not kill you with him standing there. We do not let fear make us stupid, even when love is the reason. Anna nodded once, too old for her own face. Hours began to lose shape. The room had no windows, and the clocks on the wall had stopped at different times, as if even the machines disagreed about when the world ended. Travis sat with his back against the shelves, shotgun across his knees. Dolly cleaned and counted magazines in silence. Brooks studied the laptop she had stolen from Beasley's network, but he kept looking toward the door whenever the sounds outside changed. Anna slept in short, violent bursts, jerking awake each time a scream traveled through the ductwork. The laptop screen painted Brooks's face blue. Files opened and closed. Schematics, medical notes, map overlays, and encrypted directories Dolly had copied without understanding opened and closed. Brooks read fast, then slower, then stopped entirely with one hand over his mouth. What is it? Travis asked. Brooks shook his head first, not in refusal but in grief. The vaccine Dolly gave us is not a cure. It teaches the immune system to reject conversion after exposure, but it does not guarantee survival from trauma, infection, shock, or ordinary stupidity. We are protected from one doorway into the nightmare, not from the building collapsing on us. I did not think a needle made us immortal, Travis said. Good, because it does not. It also may not last. The files imply limited duration, maybe weeks, maybe less with heavy viral challenge. The trial data is incomplete. That means Beasley used human subjects before the formulation was stable. Dolly's hands paused over a magazine. He used people for everything. Children too? Anna asked. No one answered quickly enough. Travis felt anger move through him, slow and dangerous. When he had been poor, rich men seemed distant, then ridiculous after his lottery win, then predatory as lawyers and relatives and investment advisors circled him. Beasley was something else. Beasley had used wealth the way some men used knives, not as a tool, but as an extension of appetite. Dolly closed the laptop halfway, lowering the light. We wait until dawn. The tower's exposed, Brooks said. Daylight helps sight lines, but it helps every infected thing see us too. Night helps panic, friendly fire, and every security contractor Beasley left behind. At dawn, the resort's power grid will either stabilize or fail. The emergency systems will cycle. We move during that confusion. Travis leaned his head back against the shelves. You keep mentioning security contractors like that should be less terrifying than dead people running at us? They are more terrifying, Dolly said. The infected want mouths on skin. Beasley's men want evidence erased. One is hunger with legs. The other is payroll with rifles. Brooks closed his eyes. That may be the most depressing hierarchy I have ever heard. Keep listening. This island rewards accurate depression. Travis looked at Dolly across the dim room. For the first time since the kiss, she seemed almost tired enough to be honest without turning honesty into a weapon. The red hair that had looked glamorous under casino lights now hung loose and tangled around her face. A smear of blood marked her temple. It was not hers, she had already said, but the explanation did not make it prettier. Why me? Travis asked. Dolly did not pretend not to understand. Because you were rich enough to be invited, ordinary enough to be underestimated, and decent enough to help when panic made other people small. That is a lot to get from blackjack. I watched you tip a dealer after losing $10,000 because he looked afraid of being blamed. I watched you stop a drunk guest from putting hands on a waitress without making a show of it. I watched Brooks keep correcting your odds because he cannot stop himself from saving you from bad math. You were useful before you knew there was a war. Travis did not know what to do with that. Compliments made him suspicious now. Money had taught him that praise often came with hooks. Dolly's praise came with ammunition and disaster, which somehow made it feel cleaner. Brooks looked up from the laptop. You selected us. I selected possibilities, Dolly said. The islands selected the crisis. Beasley selected the sin. Do not give me more power than I had. The scraping in the passage grew louder. Something had reached the outer turn. The cash door trembled once, very lightly, like a hand testing it in the dark. No one spoke for a long time after that. The infected found the hidden door just after 2 a.m, though no one said the hour aloud until later. They knew because the old clock above the shelves made a soft mechanical click, and the minute hand staggered forward as if forced to keep history despite all evidence against it. The first impact against the cash door was almost polite. A single thud. A pause. A second thud. Then came the frantic scraping, palms and nails and bodies pressing against steel without understanding why steel refused them. Dolly rose from her crouch and lifted one hand. Travis and Brooks froze. Anna, already awake, pressed the ration bar wrapper into her fist to keep it from crinkling. That small, intelligent restraint nearly broke Travis's heart. Children were not supposed to learn quiet survival beneath casinos. The door shook again. The shelf barricade shifted less than an inch. Travis tightened his grip on the shotgun. Dolly moved close enough to whisper against his ear. Do not shoot unless the door opens. Sound will bring more. Her breath was warm and steady. Travis hated that he noticed. Human body was a traitor in crisis. It still recognized nearness, beauty, heat, and desire, even while death scratched at the door. He gave a tiny nod. Brooks crawled toward the work table and lowered the laptop lid until only a thin line of blue light remained. He had drawn a rough route on a paper map, not because he needed it, but because Travis and Dolly did. There were marks along the path, service stairs behind the shopping district, a maintenance tunnel beneath the hotel laundry, a delivery lane leading behind the golf course maintenance shed, a cart path through the fairways, and the ridge road to the radio tower. Each mark looked small on paper. Travis knew each one might contain 100 ways to die. The infected struck the door harder. A low moan seeped through the seams. It did not sound like grief. It sounded like a body remembering hunger after the mind had been emptied out. Anna whispered so softly that Travis almost missed it. Do they know us? Brooks shut his eyes. Some early neural patterns may remain. Faces, names, and muscle memory could remain as fragments. But the controlling behavior is not recognition. It is compulsion. If one of them says a name, it may not mean the person is still there in a meaningful way. Anna absorbed that. So if they sound like family, they may still not be family. Brooks opened his eyes and looked at her with terrible tenderness. Yes. Dolly's expression shifted. She had expected to be the cruel one again, but Brooks had carried the truth cleanly. Travis respected him for it and hated the need. A voice came from the other side of the door. Help me, please. Open the door. Anna flinched. Travis felt his own body lean forward before reason caught him. The voice belonged to a woman. It was thick, strained, and broken by a wet clicking sound. It came again. Please, open. Help me. Dolly's hand tightened on her pistol. Brooks covered Anna's ears, gently but firmly. Travis stared at the door and tried to imagine the woman as she had been an hour before. A cook, a cleaner, a dealer, a tourist, a mother. Someone who had packed a bag for work or vacation without knowing her last language would be a trap built from need. We cannot, Dolly whispered. The woman sobbed. Then the sob became a snarl. The door shook under a storm of blows. More bodies arrived. The metal flexed in shallow breaths. Travis set the shotgun against his shoulder, not aiming yet, simply preparing. He heard Brooks whispering to Anna, not comfort exactly, but a sequence of instructions about breathing slowly through the nose, counting 4 steady beats in and 6 steady beats out. Anna followed because instructions were easier than hope. Minutes stretched until Travis's arms burned. Eventually, the pressure outside shifted away, drawn by some other sound deeper in the service maze. One body lingered, dragging nails along the door in slow downward strokes. Then it too moved on. Dolly did not lower her pistol for another full minute. When she did, her hand trembled once. Only once. Travis saw it anyway. "You can be scared," he said softly. "I am always scared. I just do not donate the evidence. That sounds exhausting. It is a career skill." Brooks removed his hands from Anna's ears. The girl looked at Dolly. "Did you leave people before?" Dolly's face closed, then opened again with effort. "Yes." "Why?" No adult in the room moved. Dolly could have lied. She could have chosen some heroic version of herself and given it to a child and needed heroes. Instead, she sat on the floor with her back against the work table and placed the pistol across her knees. "Because I worked for people who paid me very well not to ask what was inside sealed cases. I told myself that curiosity was dangerous and that bills were real. Then I opened one case. I saw names, trial photographs, transfer numbers, medical markers, and little notes written by people who thought cruelty became clean if placed in a file. I ran. I warned no one at first. I hid because I was afraid. Later, when I tried to fix one piece of it, I found out how many pieces there were. So yes, I left people before. Some were strangers. Some trusted me. That is why I am here. Guilt does not resurrect anyone, but it can make a person useful." Anna considered her with the severe judgment only children can give. "Are you useful now?" Dolly's mouth twitched. "I am trying." "Then keep trying." Travis laughed once under his breath, not because anything was funny, but because Dolly Vane had just been sentenced by a girl with a flashlight. Dolly looked at him, and for one brief second the room held something almost human. Not safe, not happy. "Human?" Brooks returned to the laptop. "We have another problem." "Of course we do," Travis said. The island was feeling too generous. Brooks turned the screen slightly. The radio tower is not merely a broadcast point. It links to the island's emergency network and a hardline relay under the ridge. If the blockade is already formed, the tower may be the only place we can hear official channels without Beasley's filters. But the system requires a working access card or a manual relay reset. Dolly, does your cache include either? No card. I have a maintenance override code that may work if the software is not locked down. Manual relay reset is physical. Someone has to enter the tower building and cycle the rack, which is probably full of infected staff, Travis said. Or guards, Dolly added. You keep making every answer worse. Accuracy is not rudeness. Travis looked at the map. The route from casino to tower crossed too much open ground. Why not stay here until rescue? Dolly stared at him until the question withered. Brooks answered anyway. Because rescue may not be rescue. If this is tied to illegal research, the first priority for any government will be containment, then blame control, then maybe survivors. If Beasley bribed local officials to build the hidden laboratory under the resort, he may also have influence over the first information leaving the island. We need independent transmission and proof. And more vaccine, Dolly said. 2 doses do not save an island. Where is more? Travis asked. Dolly pointed not to the tower, but beyond it, to the worker town and the dark space beneath it on the map. Under the island? The room cooled around that answer. Travis thought about the hidden laboratory, the missing people, the way wealth had bought. Not privacy, but a kingdom beneath paradise. He imagined elevators descending under beaches where tourists drank cocktails. He imagined white rooms under golf greens. He imagined Beasley watching feeds while guests screamed in the casino he had marketed as a jewel. We go to the tower first, Dolly said. We learn who was listening. We find out whether the blockade exists and how tight it is. Then we make the next impossible decision. Brooks rubbed his eyes. The tower route in daylight is viable if we leave before the main crowds begin moving again. Infected may cluster around noise centers. Casino, clubs, hotel lobbies, beach stages, and bus depots. Golf courses may be less dense until people flee open spaces. We can use that. Travis studied him. You already memorized the whole island from that map? Most of it. The utility legends are badly layered. Also, Dolly's notes have coffee stains on important drainage markings. Sorry my apocalypse filing disappointed you, Dolly said. Brooks did not look up. Apology accepted under protest. The old shape of their friendship surfaced for half a second, Brooks correcting, Travis mocking, disaster not yet total. Travis clung to it because the alternative was the sound of the woman at the door saying please. Later, after the infected had moved on and the cache settled into tense quiet, The conversations deepened because silence made room for memory. Travis told Anna about rural North Carolina, about summer heat rolling over fields, about ductwork in attics that turned into ovens by noon, about the first service call he ever handled alone and how he flooded a dentist's office because he tightened the wrong valve. Anna smiled at that. It was small, but it was real. Brooks told her about meeting Travis in high school after two boys shoved his books into a mud puddle. Travis had expected the story to make him sound heroic. Brooks told the truth instead. Travis had not fought them with noble courage. He had thrown a lunch tray because he thought one of the boys had stolen his last dollar. The tray hit a teacher's parked car, the boys ran, and Brooks followed Travis for 3 days afterward because anyone willing to attack a sedan by accident seemed worth studying. "I did not follow you," Brooks said when Travis objected. "I observed you socially. You stood behind me in the cafeteria and asked what my blood type was. That was relevant to an unrelated project." Anna's smile widened. Dolly watched from the work table, her face unreadable, though her eyes were softer than before. "What about after the money?" Anna asked. The question struck Travis in a place he did not show quickly. He rubbed his thumb along the shotgun stock. After the money, everyone had a story about why they deserved part of it. Some did, some did not. Some just wanted to stand close enough to feel rich by reflection. I bought houses I did not need, cars I did not love, suits that made me look like someone pretending to be invited to his own life. Brooks was the only person who still told me when I was being foolish. "Frequently," Brooks said. "Frequently and with charts." Anna looked at Brooks. "That is friendship?" "In our case, yes," Brooks said. "Friendship is sometimes a person who refuses to let your worst idea go unchallenged." Dolly leaned back against the table. "That explains why I have so few friends." "You keep shooting at teachable moments," Travis said. "Only the noisy ones." The room breathed around them. Above, the resort groaned and burned and begged. Below, 4 people built fragile trust in a weapons cache while the night tried to teach them the cost of every delay. Travis knew dawn would not save them. Dawn would only show them the island clearly. Still, when Anna finally slept for longer than 10 minutes, when Brooks stopped shaking enough to write, when Dolly allowed her eyes to close while still sitting upright, Travis felt the first strange thread of responsibility tighten around them. He had not asked to lead anyone. Money had made him a target, not a commander. Yet as he watched the locked door and listened to distant screams fade into scattered echoes, he understood that leadership in ruins might be nothing more than being the person who stayed awake while others borrowed sleep. So he stayed awake. Dawn arrived without beauty. The cache had no window, but the room changed anyway. The air in the ventilation duct warmed by a degree. The resort announcement system failed mid-sentence somewhere above them, replacing its calm lies with a low electrical buzz. Farther up, the first birds called from the palms as if nature had not received the news. Travis found that almost insulting. The world should have paused. It continued with the arrogance of things too old to care about human disaster. Dolly woke before Travis touched her shoulder. One eye open, sharp and green, the pistol already shifting in her hand. Then she remembered where she was and lowered it by an inch. "You sleep like a guilty cat," Travis said quietly. "You wake people like a man who enjoys risk." "Brooks says dawn is moving time." "I was hoping you would disagree." Dolly sat up, winced, and rolled her neck. "Dawn is moving time." Brooks is annoying because he is often correct. Across the room, Brooks had drawn their route a second time from memory, cleaner than the first. He had marked expected noise centers, likely crowd movement, blind service corners, and possible water points. His handwriting grew smaller, near dangerous areas, as if caution compressed the letters. Anna woke when Travis refilled her water bottle. She did not ask whether the nightmare had ended. That told him she already knew better. "There may be staff shelters between the casino and the laundry corridor," Dolly told her. "If we find one secure enough, you stay there with workers." Anna sat straighter. "I can help." "You already have." "That means you're leaving me." Travis crouched near her. "That means our next route gets worse. Open ground fighting, and maybe guards waited ahead. Keeping you with us may feel kinder, but it may put you in more danger." Anna looked at Brooks. "Is that true?" Brooks adjusted his glasses with a shaky finger. "Yes, I dislike the answer, but yes." The girl considered each of them. If there are workers, ask for Marta. She runs linens for the East Hotel. She knows everyone. She will know where my brother is if he made it. Marta, Travis said. I will remember. Brooks will remember better. Brooks remembers everything, but I said it first. That earned another small smile, fragile as thin glass. They packed quickly. Dolly changed out of the ruined glitter of her casino dress into black utility pants, a dark shirt, and a light tactical vest from the cache. She moved behind a hanging tarp to dress without ceremony, then emerged looking less like a gambler and more like the person the gambler had disguised. Travis found clothes that fit badly but moved well. Cargo pants, a gray long-sleeved shirt, boots half a size too tight, and a vest whose straps he kept adjusting. Brooks refused a heavy vest at first, arguing that it would slow him down. Dolly solved the debate by putting it on him herself and tightening the buckles while he protested in academic language. You are too skinny to be this argumentative, she said. Body mass and argument quality are not related variables. Today they are. Travis loaded the shotgun and tucked spare shells into a pouch. Dolly carried the pistol, a compact carbine, lockpicks, 2 radios, and a knife she seemed to dislike less than most people. Brooks took the laptop, 2 medical packets, the map, and a small pistol he still handled with reverence and dread. Anna carried a whistle, flashlight, water, and one of Dolly's smaller blades tucked safely inside a taped sheath. Before opening the door, Brooks recited the route. Cache passage to outer service hall. Left at the electrical panel. Avoid the casino floor. Cross behind the loading kitchen. Down 1 level to laundry access. If the laundry shelter is secure and occupied, Anna stays. If not, we continue through the linen tunnel and exit near the perfume arcade. We avoid the main arcade unless sight lines are clear. Then maintenance lane behind the nightclubs, service road to golf equipment sheds, and the cart path toward the ridge. Dolly nodded. If anything changes. The map changes with it, Brooks said. Good, Travis. Mouths away from skin. Do not waste shells. Do not chase guilt into traps. Keep Anna between us until we find Marta. Dolly studied him with something close to approval. Good enough. The cache door opened on a corridor painted by dawn's weak gray light through a distant broken panel. The infected were gone from the immediate hall, but their passage remained. Blood smeared the wall at shoulder height. A shoe lay on its side near the corner. Someone's resort name tag had been bent in half under a footprint. Travis looked away before reading the name. Then he looked back and read it anyway. The name was Karina. He did not know her, but he refused to let the island turn her into scenery. They moved. Dolly took point. Travis stayed behind Anna while Brooks walked between them, his eyes shifting from landmarks to memory. The casino service maze felt different by daylight. Night had made it a throat. Dawn made it evidence. Cupboards hung open. A mop bucket rolled in tiny circles where water dripped from a cracked pipe. Phones rang unanswered behind office doors. At a break room entrance, 2 workers sat together on the floor, both dead, one with an arm around the other as if comfort had outlasted breathing. Dolly paused long enough to check for movement, then led them onward. At the kitchen loading area, they found the first living worker. He was wedged behind stacked crates of produce, holding a butcher knife in both hands. His uniform was soaked with sweat. He nearly slashed Dolly when she moved close, and only Travis's shout stopped him. Human, Travis said. We are human. The man stared at them, wild-eyed. He spoke in rapid Spanish, then in broken English. Do not open the cold room. They are inside. They are inside with Raoul. Dolly answered in his language, fast and calm. Travis understood none of it, except the names. The names were Raoul and Marta, and Anna's head snapped up. Marta, Anna said. Where is Marta? The worker blinked as if seeing the girl for the first time. He pointed toward the lower laundry stairs. Maybe she reached the shelter and took people. The dead ones followed noise. I stayed because Raoul was calling from cold room. Then he stopped calling like Raoul. Brooks closed his eyes for half a breath. Dolly looked toward the cold room door. It shook once from inside, metal handle rattling. We cannot open it, Brooks said. The worker began to cry without sound. Travis touched his shoulder. Come with us to the shelter. The man looked at the cold room again, then at the knife. Raoul is my cousin. Then live long enough to say his name where someone can hear it, Travis said. The worker stared at him, anger and grief at war, then nodded. His name was Javier. He joined them with the knife held low, and the group became 5. They reached the laundry stairs without firing a shot. Travis was almost grateful, which was foolish because quiet simply meant danger had turned its face another direction. The lower corridor smelled of detergent, hot metal, mildew, and smoke slipping through vents. Industrial washers lined the walls behind reinforced glass. The machines were silent. Sheets lay in heaps like collapsed ghosts. At the end of the corridor, a steel security gate blocked the entrance to a storage chamber. Behind it stood a dozen workers, 2 tourists in beach clothes, an elderly bartender with a broken nose, and a broad woman with gray-streaked hair holding a metal pipe. Anna ran forward before Travis could stop her. Marta. The woman dropped the pipe and caught Anna through the bars. Their embrace was awkward because of the gate, but it carried enough relief to warn the corridor. Marta kissed the girl's hair, then looked at Travis with fierce suspicion. Who are you? People trying to reach the radio tower, Travis said. Marta's eyes moved over their weapons, their best, Dolly's stance, Brooks's laptop. That is not an answer that makes me trust you. Could, Dolly said. Trust, slowly. Open quickly if you want the girl inside before something follows us. Marta opened the gate. Dolly did not enter. She kept watch down the corridor while Anna was pulled into the shelter. Javier followed, then hesitated. Your brother, Marta told Anna in English for Travis's sake, was moved to the West Hotel kitchen before night service. I do not know if he lives. I am sorry. Anna looked back at Travis. He had no lie ready. He gave her the truth he could afford. We remember his name. Mateo, she said. Mateo, Brooks repeated. Marta touched Anna's shoulders, then faced Travis. Radio Tower Road is bad. People ran that way when casino alarms started. Some came back bitten. Some did not come back. There are carts near golf maintenance if you can reach them. Stay off the main road. The guards are shooting. What guards? Dolly asked. Marta's face hardened. Not island police. Men with black uniforms. They came after the first screams and took phones from workers. They said nobody leaves without permission. Then one of their own was attacked, and they shot guests and staff together. Dolly exchanged a look with Brooks. Beasley's people had begun cleaning the story before the sun fully rose. Travis knelt in front of Anna one last time. You stay with Marta. You listen to her. You keep the flashlight. Anna shook her head. You gave it to me. Then keep it for me. That makes it official. She reached through the gate and touched his hand. Do not forget, Mateo. I will not. Dolly stepped closer, not soft, but not cold. Anna, if soldiers come here and ask about us, you did not see us. If infected come, stay quiet. If Marta says move, move. Anna nodded. Keep trying, Dolly. The words hit Dolly harder than any accusation. She gave a brief nod, then turned before her face betrayed her. The gate closed. The lock slid home. Travis heard Anna begin to cry only after the metal separated them. That sound followed him up the service corridor and into daylight. Outside, Paradise had become a crime scene with palm trees. The shopping district spread below the hotel terraces in polished lanes of broken glass and scattered luxury. Morning light burned across designer storefronts, jewelry displays, perfume counters, and crushed flower arrangements. Sprinklers hissed over boutique awnings. A nightclub sign flickered, though the club beneath it had burned through half its entrance. Bodies lay in places. Bodies did not belong. Across cafe tables, under fountain spray, in the doorway of a watch shop, behind the concierge cart where luggage still sat tagged and waiting. The infected moved among them in clusters. Some staggered slowly. Others darted at sound with horrifying speed. A woman in a white sundress stood in the center of the avenue, turning in place, her mouth dark, her hands opening and closing. When a recorded advertisement burst from a storefront speaker, she ran at it and smashed herself against the display glass until other infected joined her. They clawed at a smiling perfume poster as if the photograph model had insulted them. Brooks watched, pale but focused. Auditory bait works. They are drawn to artificial voices. That may help us. On it to the miracle pile, Travis said, right next to tight boots and no breakfast. Dolly pointed down a narrow lane behind the boutiques. That alley reaches the nightclub service road. We cross in pairs. Brooks, you move with Travis. I go first and make sure the turn is clear. You said no splitting, Travis said. This is not splitting. This is 3 seconds of scouting before you do something heroic and loud. She moved before he could answer, low and fast, crossing a strip of open pavement between 2 shattered kiosks. An infected man in a resort blazer lifted his head at the motion, but Dolly froze beside a planter, perfectly still. The man lost interest when glass fell somewhere behind him. She slipped into the alley and signaled. Travis took Brooks by the strap of his vest. Ready? No, but readiness appears optional. They crossed. Halfway across, a bottle rolled under Brooks's boot and cracked. The sound was small. The response was not. 3 infected snapped toward them from the fountain. Travis shoved Brooks forward. Dolly fired once from the alley, dropping the fastest. Travis shouldered the shotgun and fired at the second when it came too close. The blast struck the body backward into the fountain spray. The third lunged with arms out, mouth wide. Brooks did not freeze. He lifted his pistol with both hands, eyes wide behind his glasses, and fired twice. The first shot struck the pavement. The second hit the infected high in the chest and staggered it long enough for Travis to swing the shotgun stock into its head. They reached the alley, breathing hard. Brooks stared at the pistol. I hate that I am grateful for that. Being grateful for not being eaten is reasonable, Travis said. It was not a clean shot. Clean can wait. Alive cannot. Dolly touched Brooks's shoulder once. You did not quit. That matters. Brooks nodded, but his face had changed. Not hardened exactly, but marked. Travis recognized that expression from men after their first ugly fight, when the world became smaller and more honest. Brooks had crossed a line he had spent his life hoping intelligence could avoid. The alley swallowed them in smoke and shadow. Behind them, the infected at the storefront kept clawing at the false smiling woman, and the advertisement kept promising a fragrance for unforgettable nights. The nightclub service road ran behind the polished face of the shopping district like a vein behind painted skin. Delivery doors stood open. Liquor crates had spilled across the pavement. A line of kitchen trash bins burned with a greasy black smoke that turned the morning sun into a dirty coin. Music thumped from one club in a damaged loop. 5 seconds of bass, a woman's recorded laugh, then silence, then the same 5 seconds again. Each repetition dragged infected toward the rear entrance, where they battered the door with hands and faces until the metal buckled. Dolly used the noise as cover. She led Travis and Brooks along the opposite wall, stepping over broken bottles and dropped handbags. Brooks counted turns under his breath. Travis listened for anything that did not belong to the music loop, which was almost impossible, because the island had become an orchestra of wrong sounds: alarms, water, fire, distant engines, far-off gunfire, infected cries, and the occasional human plea that forced him to look away from the route and toward guilt. At the corner near a seafood restaurant, Brooks stopped so suddenly Travis almost hit him. "What?" Travis whispered. Brooks pointed to the pavement. A smear of blood crossed the service road and vanished beneath a half-open delivery door. Beside it lay a black earpiece and a plastic cable tie. Dolly crouched, picked up the earpiece with 2 fingers, and examined it. Contractor gear, not resort security. "Beasley's men?" Travis asked. "Likely. If they are dead, I am trying to feel sad. It is not working." Dolly's mouth tightened. "Do not celebrate too early. Professional killers dying usually means something worse was close enough to kill them." The delivery door moved. "Not much." A slow inward shift, then a pause. Dolly raised her carbine. Travis pulled Brooks back. A man's voice came from inside, strained and low. "Please do not shoot." Dolly did not lower the weapon. "Show your hands." Slowly. A hand appeared first, shaking, palm open. Then a young man in a resort maintenance uniform crawled into view. He was maybe 20, thin and brown-skinned, with a blood-soaked towel wrapped around his forearm. The towel was not near his hand. Brooks's eyes went immediately to it. "Bite?" Brooks asked. The young man shook his head too quickly. "Glass cut me. I fell through bar glass. Please." Dolly kept the weapon steady. "Open your mouth." "What?" "Open it. Show your teeth and tongue." The young man stared at her, humiliated and terrified, then obeyed. No fresh blood marked his mouth. No dart foam. Brooks leaned closer without getting within reach. Pupils reactive, Brooks said. Coherent speech. No compulsive lunging. Not enough to prove safety, but enough to keep talking. The young man swallowed. My name is Tomas. I know a maintenance path, the golf course. The main service road has men with guns. They were stopping people. They shot a guest who tried to run past them. Then the infected came from the bus lane. I hid. Dolly studied him. Why help us? Because you have guns and you are not wearing black uniforms. That is my best option. Honest, Travis said. I like 'em. You like strays, Dolly said. I was one. Tomas led them through the restaurant. The front dining room had been a place of white tablecloths, hanging plants, and aquarium glass. Now chairs lay overturned beneath dripping sprinklers. The aquarium had cracked but not shattered, leaving a long leaking split that poured water across the floor. Tropical fish flickered desperately in the lowering water. Brooks stared at them with an anguish that looked irrational until Travis understood that helplessness was contagious. No time, Dolly said quietly. Brooks nodded without speaking and kept moving. They left through a side door into a covered promenade between the shopping district and hotel gardens. The path was beautiful in a way that made the destruction crueler. Flowers hung from balconies. Decorative lanterns swayed in the sea breeze. A tiled fountain, shaped like a crescent moon, still poured water into a basin filled with floating petals and blood. Beyond the promenade, the hotel towers rose in pale stone and green glass, reflecting fire from the casino quarter in broken flashes. Travis had seen the resort the night before as a rich man's dream. In daylight, he saw the dream's machinery, staff doors hidden behind vines, camera domes tucked beneath eaves, emergency shutters, access grates, locked service lifts, and signs that told workers where to disappear so guests never had to think about labor. He had entered paradise as a lottery winner. He was crossing it now through the seams. A woman screamed from a balcony above them. Everyone looked up. She stood on the third floor in a robe, one hand gripping the rail, the other holding a chair leg like a club. Behind her, something slammed against the sliding glass door from inside her room. She saw Travis and waved frantically. Help me. Please, the hallway is full of them. Travis looked for stairs. Dolly grabbed his vest before he took a step. We cannot climb 3 floors into an unknown hall, she said. There has to be a fire stair. There will be infected in it, maybe guards, maybe locked doors. We have a tower to reach. The balcony door behind the woman cracked. She screamed again. Travis pulled against Dolly's grip. I could see her. That changes things. Seeing someone does not make saving them possible. Brooks looked sick. Tomas stared at the ground. The woman begged, and each plea carved at Travis's ribs. Then a man appeared on the balcony 2 rooms over. He was barefoot, shirtless, and bleeding from the scalp. He held a lamp in both hands. Climb, he shouted to her. Across the divider. I can pull you over. The woman looked from him to Travis, then to the cracking door. Travis raised both hands and pointed toward the other balcony. Go to him, he shouted. Move now. She climbed onto the narrow stone ledge. Travis's stomach tightened. The infected in her room hit the glass again. The divider between balconies was shoulder-high and slick with decorative tile. She struggled over it, sobbing. The man reached across, got one hand around her wrist, and pulled. For one hideous second, she hung between rooms. Then she fell onto his balcony and both vanished inside his room. The glass door she had lifted shattered. 3 infected spilled onto the empty balcony and slammed themselves against the rail. Dolly let go of Travis. Sometimes someone else is the answer. That does not make it feel better. I did not promise better. I promised route. They moved again, faster now because the balcony infected had seen them. The creatures hurled themselves against the rail with enough force to bend the metal. One toppled over. It hit the promenade with a wet crack less than 20 feet behind them and began dragging itself forward despite broken legs. Tomas made a strangled sound. Brooks pushed him forward. Did not watch. Motion is survival. The maintenance path he had promised began behind a hedge maze meant for wedding photographs. It was a narrow concrete lane used by groundskeepers, half hidden beneath flowering vines. A small electric service cart sat abandoned beside a shed, but its front axle was bent and the key missing. Travis dropped to one knee automatically, the old repair part of his mind waking up. Dolly looked at him. No. I have not even touched it. Your face touched it. You made the mechanic face. We do not have time. Travis sighed and stood. One day that face is going to save you. Today it can save me by walking. The path curved behind hotel gardens and toward lower ground. They passed a maintenance fountain full of cleaning buckets, a broken golf cart charging rack, and a row of employee bicycles. Tomas took one step toward the bikes, then stopped. The tires had been slashed. Dolly knelt beside one, ran her finger along the cut, and swore softly. Guards did this, she said. They are limiting movement. Or someone desperate for tubes, Brooks said. These cuts are deliberate. Same angle, same depth. Someone walked the row. Travis looked toward the golf course beyond the hedges. The fairways rolled away under morning light, absurdly green, wide, and exposed. Sand traps gleamed pale as bone. Small lakes reflected the sky. The radio tower stood far beyond, a needle against the ridge. Between them and the fairways, the resort's open-air breakfast pavilion burned. Guests and staff had gathered there during the early confusion. Now the pavilion was a ruin of overturned tables, spilled fruit, broken plates, smoke, and bodies. Infected wandered between buffet stations, slipping in syrup and blood. A chef in a tall white hat staggered in circles, still gripping a carving fork. Near the omelet counter, 3 resort guards stood atop a bar, firing into the crowd below them until their magazines clicked dry. The infected climbed over one another to reach them. Dolly pulled everyone down behind a hedge. We go around. Around where? Travis asked. Brooks scanned the grounds. There is a drainage culvert behind the pavilion. It runs under the cart path and opens near the first fairway. Narrow, but passable. The smell will be unpleasant. Tomas looked at him. How do you know that? The map had storm runoff lines. Also, resorts hide ugly useful things behind expensive plants. You remember drains from a map you saw in a dark room? Travis clapped Brooks lightly on the shoulder. That is his superpower. It is not glamorous, but it beats mine, which is making bad investments and fixing air conditioners. Your superpower is not dying when rich people invite you places, Dolly said. That is new. I am still developing it. They reached the culvert by crawling behind a service wall while smoke blew low across the hedges. The opening was half hidden by a grate. Travis used the crowbar to pry it loose. The sound seemed impossibly loud. Every infected head near the pavilion turned. Inside, Dolly said. Tomas went first, then Brooks, then Dolly. Travis dropped in last and pulled the grate loosely behind him. The culvert was cramped, damp, and foul with algae and old runoff. They moved crouched, boots splashing through shallow water. Above them, infected feet thudded across the cart path. One body dropped near the grate and shoved an arm through, fingers clawing the air. Travis kept moving, feeling the tunnel press around his shoulders. Brooks's voice drifted back, strained but controlled. This is a terrible time to discover whether one is claustrophobic. Are you? Travis asked. I am compiling evidence. The culvert bent twice, then opened beneath a stand of palms at the edge of the golf course. Travis emerged into hot daylight and gulped air that smelled of cut grass, smoke, and the sea. For a moment, the fairway ahead looked peaceful. Then the wind shifted, carrying screams from the clubhouse. Dolly pointed toward a cluster of maintenance sheds beyond the first green. Golf carts, tools, and maybe fuel. We reached those sheds, and Travis can make his face useful. Travis looked across the open grass. Dozens of infected wandered near the clubhouse, but the fairway between them and the sheds was almost clear, and that word was doing too much work. We move low and steady, Brooks said. No straight line if they spot us. Use sand traps and landscaping as brakes. If sound draws them, we redirect, not outrun. Tomas gripped his towel-wrapped arm. You people talk like this is normal. It is not normal, Travis said. We are just trying to sound like it is because screaming takes energy. They stepped onto the fairway, and the open green swallowed them. The golf course had been designed to soothe wealthy nerves. Every slope was deliberate, every bunker curved with artistic patience. The palms stood in clean intervals, their shadows combing the grass. Little plaques named each hole after tropical birds. A waterfall spilled into a decorative pond beside the cart path, its steady whisper absurdly gentle beneath the distant ruin of the resort. Travis hated it immediately. Open ground gave the illusion of freedom while offering almost nowhere to hide. The hotel district behind them smoked. The clubhouse ahead crawled with movement. Farther east, the radio tower watched from the ridge, thin and indifferent. The group crossed the first fairway in a staggered line. Dolly forward, Brooks and Tomas in the middle, Travis behind with the shotgun held low. Their shadows looked too long, too visible. The infected near the clubhouse had not noticed them yet. They were occupied with the wreckage of a breakfast cart and the last recorded chime from an overturned resort tram. The chime played every 30 seconds, bright and cheerful, and each time the infected surged toward it as if summoned by a bell for the dead. Brooks watched the pattern. The sound loop is holding them. We should keep it playing if possible. I was not planning to fix the tram, Travis whispered. For once, your restraint is appreciated. They reached the first sand trap. Dolly slid down the slope and crouched behind the lip. Travis followed, boots sinking into pale sand. Tomas came next, breathing hard. Brooks stumbled at the edge, caught himself, and dropped beside Travis with as much dignity as a man can manage while falling into a decorative hazard during a plague. I despise golf, Brooks whispered. You have never played golf, Travis said. This supports my position. Dolly pointed to the maintenance sheds beyond a row of low palms. 200 yards? Maybe less. We wait for the tram chime, then move. The chime sounded. They ran. Halfway to the sheds, Tomas slipped. His injured forearm struck the grass and he cried out before he could stop himself. The infected nearest the clubhouse turned. One shrieked. Others followed the sound, their bodies snapping into motion. Up, Travis said, hauling Tomas by the back of his uniform. Run now. Regret later. They reached the row of palms with infected pouring from the clubhouse terrace. Dolly fired short, controlled bursts, not to clear the horde, but to drop the fastest bodies and buy seconds. Brooks dragged Tomas behind a landscaping wall. Travis turned at the sheds and fired a shotgun at an infected groundskeeper who came from behind a hedge, teeth bared through a beard matted with blood. The blast threw the man sideways into a rake stand. The maintenance shed door was locked. Travis hit it with his shoulder. It did not move. Keypad, Brooks said. Dolly shot the lock. The door bucked but held. Travis shoved her aside, jammed the crowbar into the gap near the latch, and leaned with everything he had. The frame cracked. A second shove tore the plate loose. They spilled inside as the first infected reached the shed wall. The interior smelled of gasoline, grass clippings, fertilizer, and old rubber. Racks of tools lined the walls. Golf carts sat in 2 rows, some charging, some covered, some with maintenance tags hanging from the steering columns. Travis's mechanic mind sorted the room faster than fear could interrupt. Battery carts, near the chargers. Gas utility car by the far bay. Tool cabinet. Fuel cans. Tire pump. Spare belts. Jumper pack. Keys in a lockbox. Barricade, Dolly said. Travis and Tomas shoved a mower against the door while Dolly fired to a narrow side window at the infected closing in. Brooks ran to the lockbox and stared at it. Combination, he said. Break it, Travis said. That is not my instinct. Borrow mine. Brooks grabbed a wrench and struck the lockbox. It didn't, but did not open. He hit it again with a grimace. Travis wanted to laugh and cheer at the same time. Dolly fired again. The side window cracked. Travis, she called. Select your miracle. He moved to the gas utility cart. It was ugly, heavier than the resort passenger carts, with a small cargo bed, mud tires, a cracked windshield, and a roll cage dented at one corner. The key was missing, but the ignition housing had old screws and the side panel was already loose. This one, he said. It looks terrible, Brooks said. That is how you know it works. Pretty machines are for guests. Ugly machines belong to workers. He dropped to one knee and pulled the panel. Familiar smells and shapes steadied him. Wire jackets, dust, fuel line, battery leads, old engine heat. For one blessed minute, the world became repairable, not saved, but repairable. That was enough. Dolly shouted from the window. Faster would be romantic. Romance requires mood lighting. We have fire. Too much mood. Brooks finally broke the lockbox and spilled keys across the floor. He grabbed a handful and brought them to Travis. Does one of these solve the problem? Maybe, but I already solved it wrong. Travis twisted two wires together and tapped the starter contact. The engine coughed, sputtered, then died. "Come on, you stubborn little rich person tractor." The door shuddered. The mower barricade slid back 3 inches. Tomas drew his shoulder against it, groaning. The towel on his forearm had gone red again. Brooks noticed. "Your bleeding is worse?" "Still not a bite," Tomas said through clenched teeth. "That is helpful but incomplete. Everything is incomplete today." Travis adjusted the choke and tried again. The engine turned, caught, and roared too loudly inside the shed. Every infected outside answered. "Subtle," Dolly said. "It runs," Travis said. "Subtle can walk." They loaded fast. Dolly grabbed ammunition from a security cabinet near the office and shoved boxes into a duffel. Brooks found a first aid kit and spare radio batteries. Travis took a tool roll, fuel can, and a coil of rope. Tomas opened the rear bay door with a manual chain while Travis climbed behind the wheel. The bay door rose slowly, too slowly. The gap revealed shoes first, then legs, then infected faces turning toward the engine noise. Dolly fired beneath the rising door, dropping bodies as they crouched to crawl under. Travis slammed the cart into gear before the opening reached full height. "Everyone on," he shouted. Brooks climbed into the passenger's seat with the laptop clutched to his chest. Dolly swung onto the rear cargo bed. Tomas followed, holding the roll cage with one hand and the knife with the other. The first infected ducked under the bay door and lunged. Travis floored it. The cart shot out of the shed, struck the infected man, center mass, and threw him over the hood. The windshield cracked into a spiderweb pattern but held. Travis swerved around a mower, clipped a stack of fertilizer bags, and burst onto the cart path with a horde behind them. Brooks made a sound that might have been prayer or protest. This vehicle was not designed for impact survival. "Neither were we," Travis said. Dolly braced in the back and fired at the closest infected. "Head for the second fairway, then cut left at the water hazard. The main cart path goes near the clubhouse, and I would rather not donate ourselves to the brunch crowd." "You heard the lady," Travis said to the cart. "Do not embarrass me." The cart bounced over the curb and onto the fairway. Its suspension protested. The engine roared. Infected scattered and gave chase, some fast, some limping, all drawn by the sound. Travis aimed for open grass, using sand traps as barriers and slopes to break sight lines. The cart fished tail near the pond. Brooks grabbed the dashboard with one hand and held his glasses with the other. "Left in 40 yards, Brooks said, voice high but functional. "There is a service bridge after the pond. Do not take the ornamental bridge. It is foot traffic only." Why would a golf course need 2 bridges so close together? Because rich people enjoy symbolic choices. Service bridge left. Travis took the left. The cart slammed over a narrow concrete bridge as infected reached the far bank. One hurled itself into the pond and thrashed at the water, not swimming so much as attacking the idea of distance. Others followed, tangling in reeds. Tomas stared back. They do not stop. "Then we do not either," Dolly said. The second fairway opened ahead, but it was not empty. A group of tourists had taken refuge inside a beverage kiosk shaped like a small hut. Infected surrounded it, clawing at the shutters. A man's arm stuck through a serving window, swinging a broken umbrella to keep mouths away. The cart path passed within 30 yards. Travis slowed without meaning to. Dolly saw it. "Travis, they are alive. We cannot fit them. We can draw the infected away." Brooks looked at the kiosk, then at the map in his lap, then at the horde behind them. "A noise diversion may work." The tram chime held a cluster. "If we drag this group behind us, the people in the kiosk may escape to the maintenance shed." Dolly cursed. "That is a terrible plan." "Terrible does not mean useless," Travis said. He steered toward the kiosk and leaned on the cart's horn. The sound was weak, ridiculous, and constant. Infected turned from the shutters. Dolly fired over their heads, adding thunder. Travis swerved close enough that the infected closest to the kiosk abandoned the people inside and lunged at the cart. One grabbed the roll cage. Tomas slashed its fingers with the knife. It fell under the rear tire with a sickening thump. The man in the kiosk stared at them through the window. "Run to the shed," Travis shouted. Now, he did not know if they heard. He had no time to check. The cart path dipped, and the utility cart surged forward with a growing tail of infected behind it. Dolly climbed halfway over the rear rail, anchored by one arm, and fired with controlled fury. Each shot was measured. Each target was chosen. Travis understood then that her violence was not wild. It was accounting. She spent bullets the way poor people spent grocery money, only when the cost of not spending was worse. They cleared the second fairway and cut toward a line of palms that marked the older section of the course. The radio tower looked closer now, but the land between remained complicated by lakes, bunkers, service roads, and roaming dead. Smoke rose from the hotel district behind them in black columns. Somewhere near the ridge, gunfire answered in disciplined bursts. Dolly lowered her weapon. That was not infected firing. Brooks listened. 3-shot rhythm. Control, with different calibers than resort pistols. Contractors, Dolly said. Travis gripped the wheel. Between us and the tower? Maybe. Or cleaning something near it. You have a gift for hope, Dolly. I used it all before breakfast. The cart rattled under them, battered but loyal in every way that mattered. Travis heard the engine miss once, then catch. He patted the dashboard. "Stay with me," he said. Brooks glanced at him. "Are you emotionally bonding with the cart?" "This cart has done more for me than several cousins since I won the lottery." "Fair comparison." For the first time since dawn, Dolly laughed. It was brief, almost swallowed by wind and gunfire, but it existed. Travis held on to that, too. The island had stolen plenty. It did not get every sound. The utility cart became their moving shelter, weapon, confession booth, and argument room. It was too loud, too exposed, and not nearly fast enough, but it had wheels and a stubborn engine, and that made it precious. Travis drove with both hands tight on the wheel, feeling every shudder through his palms. The cracked windshield split the world into fractured pieces. Green fairway, white sand, red blood, blue sky, black smoke. It looked like paradise viewed through broken glass, which seemed honest. Brooks sat beside him with the map braced against his knees. He did not need it any more, but holding it gave his hands a task. At the third service split, stay right. Left returns to the clubhouse. Straight goes to guest villas. Right reaches the Maintenance Ridge Road, but there may be a locked gate. Locked gates are suggestions, Travis said, usually made of steel. Strong suggestions. Dolly crouched in the rear cargo bed beside Tomas, reloading with methodical speed. Tomas had gone quiet. His face had a gray undertone that worried Travis. Brooks noticed too and kept glancing back, but there was no safe place to stop. The towel around Tomas's forearm had soaked through. "Not a bite," the young man kept saying. Travis believed him. Belief did not replace blood. A line of infected appeared ahead, drawn from the villas by the cart's engine. They spilled over a low decorative wall and onto the path. Travis veered onto the grass. The cart bounced hard enough to lift Brooks from the seat. Dolly grabbed Tomas before he fell out. "Warn us before you launch the vehicle," she shouted. "I'm responding to road conditions." "The road is over there?" "The road has teeth." They cut across a putting green. Tires tore through perfect grass. A sign asked guests to repair divots as a courtesy to other players. Travis nearly laughed. He drove through a sand trap, spraying grit behind them and slowing the nearest infected. Brooks pointed toward a stand of palms. There, the service split. Right. The lock gate stood exactly where Brooks predicted, but it had not survived the night untouched. A resort shuttle had crashed into one side, bending the metal inward. The shuttle's doors were open. Blood streaked the steps. A luggage cart lay overturned nearby with suitcases burst across the path. Infected milled around the crash, drawn by an emergency beeper under the dashboard. "We can squeeze through the bent side," Travis said. "At speed?" Brooks asked. "I did not say elegantly." Dolly looked ahead. "Do it. If we stop, we fight the whole shuttle." Travis aimed for the gap. The cart struck a suitcase first, launching bright vacation clothes into the air. Then the right side scraped the bent gate with a shriek of metal. Brooks ducked instinctively. Dolly kicked an infected away from the rear rail as it lunged from the shuttle steps. The cart tore free on the other side with one mirror gone and the roll cage ringing like a struck bell. The ridge road climbed through scrub and rock, leaving the golf course behind. The terrain changed quickly. The fairways gave way to dry grass, wind-shaped palms, and black volcanic stones that jutted through the soil. The resort's polished world fell away behind them, revealing the island's older bones. The radio tower rose ahead on a fenced plateau, taller now, supported by cables and surrounded by low concrete buildings. Satellite dishes tilted toward the sky. Antennas bristled from the roof. A service road looped around the complex. The sight should have brought relief. Instead, Brooks said, "Stop before the crest." Travis eased off the gas and coasted behind a cluster of rocks. The cart coughed, rattled, and settled into a rough idle. Dolly jumped down first, then helped Tomas. Brooks climbed out with the map. Travis cut the engine. Silence slammed into them, broken only by wind, distant alarms, and the soft ticking of overheated metal. They crawled to the top of the rise and looked down at the tower. The entire perimeter crawled with infected. Hundreds moved around the fence, maybe more drawn by something inside the complex. Some wore resort uniforms. Some wore swimsuits. Some wore evening clothes ruined by blood and dirt. A few still carried remnants of their former lives, a golf glove, a hotel key card, a child's sun hat clenched in one hand. They pressed against the fence in waves, bodies shifting and snapping, mouths open toward the buildings. Near the main gate, a maintenance truck had crashed sideways, pinning the gate half open. Infected moved through the gap and clustered near the entry road. Dolly lay flat beside Travis, binoculars raised. Their bodies on the roof? Human security. Maybe tower staff. I see shell casings near the access door. They held for a while. Brooks squinted. The emergency beacon on the tower may be emitting a high-frequency alarm we cannot hear clearly from here, or there are survivors inside making sound. Either way, the cluster will not leave without a stronger lure. Tomas sat with his back against a rock, breathing shallowly. Can we go around? The tower is why we came, Dolly said. Then we die here? Travis looked back at the young man. Not if I can help it. Tomas laughed weakly. Everyone says that before things get worse. Brooks crawled to Tomas and unwrapped the towel enough to inspect the cut. Travis looked away to give the young man dignity, but Thomas hissed through his teeth. Brooks's face tightened. Glass did this, Brooks said. Deep cut and dirty. You need stitches and antibiotics. I can clean and bind it better, but not here while we are exposed. Am I turning? Thomas asked. No signs of conversion. You are pale because you lost blood and have been running through hell with us. That is medically reasonable. Medically reasonable hell, Travis said. That sounds like Brooks's autobiography. Brooks glanced at him with tired appreciation, then returned to the bandage. Dolly kept watching the tower. Travis studied the infected mass. They needed the radio. They needed official channels. They needed proof that someone beyond Beasley's Island could hear them before the story got buried under fire and paperwork. But the road down to the tower was a funnel, and the horde filled it like floodwater. We used the cart, he said. Dolly lowered the binoculars. But what? A lure. The horn is weak, but the engine is loud. We rigged the throttle, sent it down the service road away from the gate, let it pull part of the crowd. Then we move along the fence line and breach near the truck. Brooks stared at the utility cart, then at the tower. Possible, but uncertain. The sound may draw more from the golf course behind us. Also, once the cart is gone, our retreat is gone. Retreat to where? The breakfast pavilion? The casino? The cheerful pond full of dead golfers? Dolly's eyes narrowed. You are suggesting we sacrifice our only transport. I am suggesting the cart gets promoted. To what? Heroic distraction. Brooks rubbed his forehead. I dislike how often your worst ideas survive first contact with analysis. Dolly looked at the tower again. We will need more than a rolling engine. We need timing, entry point, and fall back inside the building. The fence gap near the maintenance truck is crowded. The side service hatch may be reachable if the lure pulls enough. You can open it? Travis asked. Maybe, if the lock is mechanical. If the power is not dead. If nobody shoots us from inside. There is that hope again. She ignored him and scanned the complex. The roof ladder is folded up. Main door is barricaded. Side hatch behind the generator housing may be our best entry. Brooks, can you reach the command center from there? Brooks closed his eyes. Travis recognized the look. His friend was walking through a building he had never entered using a map glimpsed on a stolen laptop and the logic of infrastructure. Generator housing connects to service corridor. Service corridor likely runs under the broadcast room and up to equipment racks. If the emergency relay is standard, command center is second floor, tower side. Manual reset may be in the rack room below it. We can reach it if interior stairs are not blocked. Good, Dolly said. That was a chain of assumptions, not a guarantee. Good enough for people without guarantees. Wind moved over the ridge, carrying the smell from the tower, hot metal, smoke, sweat, blood, and the sea beyond all of it. Travis thought of Anna behind the laundry gate, Marta holding a pipe, Javier standing beside her with grief in both hands. He thought of the woman on the balcony climbing toward the stranger who helped her. He thought of the tourists in the kiosk and hoped the maintenance shed had received them. The island was full of unfinished stories. Maybe survival was the rude act of refusing to let all of them end at once. Dolly crawled back from the crest and sat with her back against the rock. For a moment, she looked at Travis as if the rest of the island had lowered its volume. "You asked why I picked you," she said. "This feels like a dramatic time to revise your answer. I picked you because you still get angry for people who cannot pay you back. That can make a man reckless. It can also make him hard to buy. Beasley bought too many people. I needed someone expensive who would not become for sale." Travis did not answer quickly. The wind tugged at her hair. Her face had lost most of the casino's paint and none of its force. He had met her over cards and lies. Now he trusted her with his life in a ditch above a horde. The speed of that should have frightened him more than it did. "I picked you because you knew where to kiss me and stab me with a needle," he said. It was not a stab. It was not a traditional courtship. A tired smile crossed her mouth. "When this is over, if either of us is stupid enough to discuss courtship, I will let you complain properly." That almost sounds like a date. It sounds like motivation to stay alive. Do not ruin it with charm. Brooks cleared his throat from beside Tomas. "As the unwilling witness to this flirtation during a viral disaster, I object and request operational focus." "Objection noted," Travis said. "Denied," Dolly added. Tomas, despite pain and fear, laughed once. It turned into a cough, but the laugh had existed. They planned in low voices. The cart would be stripped of anything useful, then pointed down a sloped maintenance spur that curved away from the tower gate toward a storage yard. Travis would wedge the throttle and steering with rope and a broken tool handle. Dolly would fire 2 shots into a metal sign at the moment the cart rolled, adding sharp noise to the engine lure. Brooks would count the horde shift and call the movement window. Tomas would stay behind the rocks at first because he could barely stand, then follow when the fence line cleared enough. Nobody liked that. Tomas liked it least, but he was too weak to argue well. As Travis worked on the cart, he felt a strange grief for the machine. It had carried them through fairways and dead men, through impossible turns and cruel jokes. He removed the tool roll, remaining fuel, spare rope, and a small emergency flare kit from under the seat. Then he tied the wheel a few degrees right and rigged the throttle. Brooks watched him. "You are making a driverless plague cart. Do not make it sound silly. It has dignity. It absolutely does not. It saved your life. Then it has earned a better retirement than this." Travis tightened the rope. "It is going out loud. That is more than most of us get." The joke faded as soon as he said it. Brooks looked at him, and both men understood the shadow beneath the words. They were tired enough for humor to leak truth. Dolly checked the magazines one more time. Ready positions. Travis climbed into the cart for the last time and lined it toward the slope. The tower horde writhed below them, unaware that 4 exhausted people were about to gamble everything on a broken utility vehicle and a route stitched together from memory. He patted the cracked dashboard once. "You are ugly, loud, and loyal," he whispered. "That puts you ahead of half the billionaires I have met." He jumped clear, released the brake, and shoved. The cart rolled downhill slowly at first, then faster as the grade took it. The engine roared against the wedged throttle. Dolly fired twice into the metal sign. The sharp plangs rang across the ridge. Hundreds of infected turned as one body. For a breath, nothing moved. Then the horde broke toward the sound. Brooks raised one shaken hand, counting under his breath as the crowd peeled away from the fence. Dolly crouched beside him, eyes locked on the side service hatch. Travis felt his heartbeat in his teeth. Tomas struggled upright behind them, pale but determined. "Not yet," Brooks whispered. "Not yet. More have to commit." The cart hit the storage yard fence below with a crash that sounded like the island splitting. The engine screamed. Dolly fired again. The infected surged harder, pouring away from the tower gate and down the road after the dying machine. Brooks dropped his hand. "Now," he said. They ran toward the radio tower with the sun at their backs and the dead turning behind them. During the pause above the tower road, Travis realized how quickly people became fluent in a new kind of silence. Before the island, silence had meant a hotel room after room service, a lake drive through North Carolina pines, or Brooks reading scientific journals across a kitchen table while pretending not to judge the brand of cereal Travis bought. Now silence had weight, direction, and texture. A silence with insects meant distance from crowds. A silence without birds meant smoke or blood nearby. A silence broken by one small rolling bottle could become a death sentence. He listened to the ridge and wondered how many languages fear had taught him in one night. Brooks used the pause to rebuild the island in his mind again. He had memorized the resort map, but memory was not a photograph nailed to a wall. It moved as new information arrived. A closed road became a pressure point. A burning pavilion became a noise lure. A worker shelter became a living pocket in a dead zone. He kept adding layers until his head felt crowded with paths he could not take and people he could not save. That burden made him look older than 36. Travis saw it and wished there was a tool for loosening guilt without breaking the person carrying it. Dolly watched the horde through the binoculars and counted like a gambler who knew the house had cheated but still needed the odds. Her lips moved without sound. Fence gap, service hatch, truck angle, roof line, blind corner, ammunition, distance, Tomas's strength, Brooks's speed, Travis's tendency to run toward bad ideas. She had survived by reducing horror to variables, yet every variable had a face now. That was Travis's fault, in part. He kept naming people like Anna, Mateo, Karina, Javier, and Tomas. Dolly wanted names to be luxuries, but names made surrender harder, and she needed hard things. The sun climbed higher and made everything less forgiving. Night had hidden the scale of the island's collapse, but daylight put edges on ruin. Smoke from the casino smeared the sky. The hotel towers glittered above it like witnesses refusing testimony. Far below, the shopping district's broken glass flashed whenever infected crossed it, tiny sparks under stumbling feet. Travis imagined tourists waking in rooms, opening curtains, and seeing the dream they had purchased burning in sections. Paradise had always been managed illusion. The collapse simply fired the staff and left the machinery exposed. Tomas tried to stand twice before Brooks told him to stop wasting blood. The young man gave him a bitter look and obeyed because his legs had already made the decision. He spoke about the maintenance staff in fragments, long shifts, cheap dorm rooms near the worker town, managers who smiled at guests and shouted at cleaners, cousins sharing wages, a mother expecting money at the end of the month. None of it sounded like the resort brochure. Travis listened and felt his own lottery wealth become heavier. He had entered the island through marble doors. Tomas had entered it through payroll. Both paths had led to the same ridge. Dolly checked Travis's shotgun while he tied the rope on the cart. She did not ask permission because permission had become a ceremonial item none of them could afford. Still, she handled the weapon with care and returned it with the safety set and the spare shells facing the right direction in his pouch. The small competence comforted him more than a speech. Trust, he was learning, was often not dramatic. It was a magazine counted correctly, a map held steady, a hand gripping a vest before a person stepped into open ground. The wind carried a faint echo from the tower complex, a rhythmic thump that might have been infected striking metal or a machine failing in a locked room. Brooks tilted his head, trying to classify it. Dolly wanted it to be equipment, because equipment could be repaired or ignored. Travis wanted it to be survivors because survivors meant the tower still mattered beyond proof and signal. Tomas wanted it to be anything that did not require him to run again. The island did not care what any of them wanted. The sound continued, patient and dull. For a moment Travis thought of his mother, who had warned him that sudden money attracted sudden cousins in slow trouble. She had not imagined hidden laboratories under island resorts, but the principle held. Men like Beasley did not become monsters after wealth. Wealth only gave the monster staff Lawyers, aircraft, laboratories, and smiling brochures. Travis wondered whether he had mistaken discomfort for humility during the last 2 years. Maybe hating wealth was easier than deciding what to do with it. If he lived, that excuse would be gone. Anna's flashlight remained in Travis's mind as clearly as the tower itself. He had given the child a small light because it was the only promise he could keep in the moment. Now the absence of that light beside him felt like both loss and relief. She was behind a locked gate with Marta, alive for now, angry for now, able to ask adults hard questions for now. The phrase "for now" had become a prayer stripped of ceremony. It was more than the island had offered most people. Brooks finished bandaging Tomas and wiped his hands with an alcohol cloth until the cloth came away pink, then clear. He stared at his fingers afterward. Travis knew that look. Brooks was thinking about contamination, error, and whether any unseen smear could undo them. Dolly saw it too. She pressed a water bottle into his hand without comment. He drank, nodded once, and returned to the map. Gratitude had become brief because every feeling had to pass through the narrow gate of urgency. The utility cart sat behind the rocks like a tired animal that had carried them farther than it had any right to carry anyone. The little engine clicked as it cooled. A ribbon of smoke lifted from somewhere under the rear panel, thin enough to vanish in the island wind, strong enough to remind Travis that machines could die from fear, too, if fear had weight and heat and teeth. He rested one hand on the hood and felt vibration fading through the metal. For most of his life, a broken machine had meant invoices, greasy palms, and a customer asking why the repair cost so much. On this island, a broken machine meant people walking slower than death. Below the ridge, the radio tower complex shuddered beneath a living tide. The infected did not move like a crowd with purpose. They moved like hunger had learned to wear bodies badly. Some pressed against the fence until the chain links carved patterns into their faces. Some circled in uneven loops, drawn by the steady pulse of a hidden alarm. Others struck the metal gate with their hands, again and again, until the sound became part of the morning. Wind, distant fire, birds fleeing the palms, and that wet, mindless hammering. Dolly watched through the binoculars with an expression that belonged at a card table, not the edge of a massacre. Calm did not mean she was unafraid. Travis had learned that about her during the night. Dolly carried fear the way some people carried a concealed blade, close to the body, hidden until needed. She lowered the binoculars and wiped sweat from her upper lip with the back of her wrist. "The side hatch is still our cleanest path," she said. "Generator housing, service door, short corridor, then up. Main gate is suicide and expensive shoes. Roof ladder is not reachable unless one of you suddenly learn to fly. The maintenance truck blocks half the fence near the side, but the crowd keeps shifting that way. If the cart pulls even a third of them downhill, we might reach it." Might is doing a lot of work in that sentence. Brooks crouched over Tomas and tightened the fresh wrapping around the young man's arm. He had used strips from a hotel towel, alcohol pads from Dolly's pack, and the stern voice he reserved for people who tried to die inconveniently. Tomas stared at the tower with sunken eyes. His lips were cracked. His resort uniform had gone stiff with sweat, dirt, and dried blood from the glass cut that had nearly ended him before the horde could. "I can walk," Tomas said, though his voice gave away the lie before his legs had to prove it. "You can stand for a little while," Brooks answered. "Walking is more ambitious. Running is fiction. Fighting is a bad joke. If you try all three, I will say unkind things while you collapse." Tomas tried to smile and failed. "You people have a strange way of comforting someone." "Comfort is expensive here," Travis said. "We are on a budget now." Dolly glanced at him. Under the sweat and streaked mascara, her green eyes still had that sharp casino glow, the look that had made Travis think she was dangerous before he knew how accurate that thought was. "You and your heroic distraction," she said. "Explain it like I am not already angry." Travis crouched beside the cart and studied the throttle linkage. The cart was not built for dignity. Its plastic panels were cracked. One mirror was gone. The front bumper sagged from repeated impacts with bodies, luggage, and decorative resort nonsense that had once been worth more than Travis's first truck. He found the cable, the return spring, and the small bracket that could be jammed open with the right piece of metal. "We pointed down that service road," he said. "Throttle stuck halfway. Horn tied down if it still works. A couple of loose fuel cans in the back so it rattles and stinks. He rolls past the fence and keeps going toward that drainage cut. The crowd follows sound and motion. Maybe not all of them, but enough. And if the engine dies 10 feet from us, Brooks asked, then we move faster and pretend it died for tactical reasons. That is not a plan. That is sarcasm wearing a work shirt. Most plans are once they meet real life. Brooks opened his mouth, then closed it because he knew Travis was not wrong enough to argue. He looked toward the tower again. The lure may pull infected from the far side, but it could also draw additional movement from the golf course and villas. We will be louder than we think. Once we start, we cannot pause to reconsider. I have hated every pause since dinner, Dolly said. This one can be the last for a while. You look happier than anyone should while stealing parts from a golf cart, Dolly said. This is the first honest machine I have seen on the island. It tried to kill us twice. Most honest machines do. Tomas shifted against the rock. I know a storage shed on the lower side of the tower road. Staff use it for fence tools and cable clamps. It has a lock, but it is old. There may be bolt cutters inside, maybe a ladder too. If we reach the shed, we might not need the gate. Dolly turned fully toward him. You waited until now to mention this? I remember because I used to hide there when my supervisor looked for me. I was not thinking clearly while bleeding on your stolen cart. Fair point, Travis said. Everybody gets one late memory today. Brooks closed his eyes for a moment, folding the new information into his mental map. Lower side, fence tools near the cable anchors. If the shed is outside the perimeter, it could give us cutters. If it is inside, it changes nothing. Outside, Tomas said. Only barely. The workers could reach it without calling tower staff. Dolly looked down the slope. Then the cart goes left toward the drainage cut. We move right, stay low in the rocks, reach the shed, cut through behind the generator housing, and enter the service hatch. If the hatch is locked, I work it. If I cannot work it, Travis breaks it. If Travis cannot break it, Brooks tells us something terrible while we improvise. I object to being assigned the terrible information role, Brooks said. You are gifted at it. That is not the same as consent. The horde below shifted suddenly. A cluster near the gate stumbled backward, as if something inside the fence had struck the metal hard enough to send vibration through the whole line. Travis saw faces turn. Heads lifted, mouths opened. The infected were hearing something from inside the tower complex, something steady and faint. It kept them there like bait on a hook. A human shape appeared for 1 second in an upper window of the low broadcast building. It was gone too quickly to study, but Travis saw an arm slap the glass from inside. Not infected, he thought. Too deliberate. The figure vanished into shadow. There are people alive in there, he said. Dolly had seen it too. Her jaw tightened. Maybe they are alive. Or someone is turning slowly. You are cheerful today. Cheerful gets people eaten. Accurate gets them annoyed and alive. Brooks packed the last of the medical supplies and helped Tomas sit straighter. If there are survivors, they may have barricaded the command center. They may shoot anything approaching. They may also be the reason the infected remain concentrated. Then we announce ourselves after we are not standing outside with 1,000 dead tourists, Dolly said. Travis looped a copper wire around the horn contact, tested it, and winced as the cart gave a thin, broken cry. It was not loud enough to dominate the valley, but the sound had a sick, complaining quality that carried. The infected nearest the ridge turned toward it. Dolly immediately lifted her pistol. Do not make it sing yet, she said. I was checking the instrument. The instrument is horrible. That helps. He tied the wire to hold the horn down, then jammed the throttle with a bent bracket from the seat frame. The engine coughed when he started it again, then settled into a high, angry whine. The cart trembled, eager and doomed. Travis climbed out, keeping one foot on the brake. Dolly placed the road flare in the rear basket, unlit for now, surrounded by 2 empty fuel cans and a loose toolbox. The toolbox would bang as the cart moved. The flare would add brightness once they were committed. Brooks stared at the contraption. This is absurd. The best kind of distraction, Travis said. Tomas looked from Travis to Dolly. What about me? Nobody answered fast enough. That silence did what blunt truth could not. Tomas swallowed and looked away toward the tower, where his friends or co-workers might still be alive or might be part of the crowd below. Travis knew the look. People wanted to be brave until bravery became a specific set of stairs they had to climb with weak legs. "You come with us to the shed," Dolly said. "Then you stay behind cover unless we need the lock remembered again. I'm not carrying you through a horde because your pride got bored." "She says things with affection," Travis added. "It is an acquired taste." Dolly ignored him, but the corner of her mouth moved. Tomas noticed and seemed to breathe easier. They waited for the wind to shift toward the lower road. Brooks insisted on it. Sound, scent, and smoke mattered in ways none of them fully understood, but Brooks treated every variable like it could save them if respected. Dolly counted infected clusters. Travis watched the route to the shed through squinting eyes until the rocks, grass, fence line, and corpses became a problem he could almost repair. When the moment came, it did not feel dramatic. Dolly lit the flare, tossed it into the cart bed, and the red light began to pulse beneath the fuel cans like a small piece of hell. Travis released the brake and shoved the cart hard enough to get it rolling. The engine caught the slope. The horn began its broken scream. The cart lurched downhill. At first the infected only turned. Then the nearest group moved. Then the movement spread like fire through dry grass. Bodies peeled from the fence, stumbling after the whining engine and red flare. The cart hit a rut, bounced, nearly toppled, then corrected itself and rattled onward, toolbox hammering, cans clanging, horn crying like a trapped thing. More infected followed. Not enough. Then more. The fence line loosened. "Go," Dolly said. They ran low along the rocks, Travis in front with the shotgun, Dolly behind him with her pistol and a stolen rifle slung across her back, Brooks guiding Thomas with one hand while gripping the laptop pack with the other. The slope wanted to betray them. Loose stones rolled underfoot. Dry grass snapped. The horn dragged the horde's attention downhill, but not all of it. Some infected lingered near the fence, confused by the split between old sound and new motion. One saw them. It had been a man in a white dinner jacket. Now the jacket hung open over a chest, dark with dried gore, and its mouth stretched around a sound too eager to be human. It lunged through the scrub. Travis fired once. The blast struck the infected squarely and dropped it backward into the grass. The sound cracked across the slope. "There goes Quiet," Dolly said. Quiet was not working very hard. The shot pulled several infected from the fence. Dolly fired twice, both shots deliberate. Brooks shoved Tomas behind a rock and dragged him up again. The shed came into view below them, half hidden behind cable anchors and a cluster of maintenance drums. It was smaller than Travis hoped, made of weathered metal, painted the same beige as every service structure on the island. The door was chained. "Old lock," Tomas gasped. "I told you." Travis reached the shed first and drove the butt of the shotgun into the lock. The first strike dented it. The second twisted to halves. Dolly covered the slope, firing at infected picking their way through the rocks. Brooks shouted something about distance and speed that Travis could not process. He hit the lock a third time. The hasp tore free. Inside the shed, the air smelled of rust, oil, and hot dust. Tools hung on hooks. Cable clamps sat in bins. A coil of heavy rope lay on the floor beside a folded maintenance ladder. Travis found bolt cutters under a shelf and nearly kissed them. "We are in business," he said. "Then conduct business faster," Dolly called. The utility cart reached the drainage cut below. For one glorious second it seemed it might continue into the low service valley and pull half the island with it. Then the front wheels struck a concrete lip. The cart flipped, rolled once, and landed on its side. The horn died. The flare kept burning in the wreckage, but the moving lure was gone. The horde hesitated. Then the nearest infected began turning back toward the ridge. Brooks looked at the fence, then at the returning mass. "We have less time than the plan required. Every plan on this island is underfunded," Travis said. He grabbed the cutters, shoved them into Dolly's hands, and lifted the ladder. Together they sprinted for the fence behind the generator housing as the crowd began to come back. The fence behind the generator house was taller than Travis expected and meaner than it looked from the ridge. Chain link stretched between steel posts with 3 angled strands of barbed wire along the top. A yellow sign warned authorized personnel only, as if death still cared about paperwork. The generator housing itself squatted 10 feet inside the fence, a concrete box with vents on 2 sides and a service hatch tucked into shadow. Beyond it, the broadcast building rose low and square beneath the tower, all reinforced doors, narrow windows, and blind security cameras. Dolly attacked the fence with the bolt cutters. She did not waste motion. One hand pulled the chain link tight, the other closed the jaws with a grunt that sounded more angry than strained. Metal snapped. Travis stood beside her with the shotgun angled toward the slope. Brooks and Thomas huddled behind the maintenance drums, both breathing hard. The horde was returning from the cart wreck in ragged waves, some still drawn to the dying flare, others already climbing toward the fresh sound of cutters biting wire. "I thought these things transmitted through bites," Thomas said, voice shaking. "Why do they chase noise? Why do they still act like people?" Brooks kept his eyes on the infected. The virus hijacks motor centers and threat response. It does not need memory. It exploits what the body already knows. Sound means prey. Movement means contact. Saliva carries the active load. A bite delivers enough material to overwhelm the system. The rest is machinery with the driver removed. Tomas stared at him. And that was worse than not knowing. "I am having a bad morning, too." Dolly cut a vertical seam, then another. Travis hooked his fingers into the metal and pulled. The fence fought him, flexing but not giving. He planted one boot against the lower rail and heaved until something popped in the twisted links. The opening peeled back wide enough for a person to squeeze through. "Brooks first," Dolly said. "Why am I always first into questionable openings?" Brooks asked. "Because if you die, the rest of us become emotional and scientifically useless. That sentence is offensive in several directions. Move right now." Brooks pushed through with the laptop pack clutched to his chest. Tomas followed, biting back a cry when his injured arm brushed the fence. Travis shoved the ladder through and crawled after it. Dolly backed through last, firing twice through the opening before Travis yanked the fence flap as closed as possible. It would not hold long, but it made the infected bunch and claw instead of pour through cleanly. Inside the perimeter, the noise changed. The generator housing hummed with a deep, unhealthy vibration, though no clean power seemed to reach the whole complex. Emergency lights flickered under the eaves of the broadcast building. The tower cables groaned overhead. Somewhere inside, a repeating alarm chirped in bursts, too regular to be human, too weak to be useful. It was a failing heartbeat. They crossed the service yard bent low. A dead security guard lay near the generator steps with his radio still clipped to his vest. Travis paused long enough to take the radio and 2 magazines from the man's belt. The guard's face was turned toward the fence, eyes open, mouth slack. There was no bite mark Travis could see, only the aftermath of bullets and panic. "Was he a contractor?" he asked. Dolly glanced at the uniform. "Not resort security. Beasley's private people. Different boots, different vest, better gear, worse conscience." "He was shooting infected," Brooks said. "That may complicate our judgment. A man can shoot monsters and still work for one." The service hatch was locked with a keypad and an old-fashioned cylinder beneath it. Dolly knelt, pulled a small tool roll from inside her vest, and went to work on the mechanical lock. Her hands moved quickly, but Travis saw tension in her shoulders. The keypad blinked red every few seconds. Behind them, the fence rattled. The infected had reached the cut seam. "How long?" Travis asked. "Longer if you keep asking." "That answer's not comforting." "I'm not in the comfort business." Brooks crouched near the keypad, careful not to touch Dolly's hands. "The battery backup is still active. If the mechanical lock opens but the electronic latch holds, I may need to bypass the panel." "Can you?" Tomas asked. Brooks looked offended by the size of the question. "Can I do it under ideal conditions with tools, diagrams, and no infected chewing through a fence behind me? I can. Can I do it now? We will learn something together." The fence gave a metallic shriek. Travis turned and fired at the first infected, forcing its head through the cut. The blast tore the creature backward, but others pressed in behind it. Dolly cursed under her breath. The lock clicked. She pulled the hatch handle. It opened 2 inches and stopped. The keypad blinked red. "Electronic latch," Brooks said. "Congratulations," Dolly snapped. "You were right in the least helpful way." Brooks slid beside the panel, opened the casing with a screwdriver from Dolly's kit, and stared at the wiring. Travis fired again, then switched to the pistol he had taken from the dead guard. The shotgun had only a few shells left. He hated counting every trigger pull. It made each second feel like debt. Thomas found a steel pry bar near the generator steps and dragged it over with his good hand. "Can we force it?" "Maybe," Travis said. "But if Brooks can bypass it clean, we save the door. Doors are precious now. I never appreciated doors before today. Most people wait until the dead try to come through them." Brooks touched two wires together and the keypad chirped. Nothing opened. He tried another pairing. A spark jumped. He flinched, but did not pull away. Sweat ran down his temple. Travis could hear him whispering to himself, not prayers, not exactly, but a stream of logic. Relay, ground, fail-safe, battery, latch. His friend's mind was a room full of shelves, and every shelf was shaking. Dolly took over firing. She switched to the rifle, controlled bursts that struck infected at the fence seam, and dropped them into a heap that became an obstacle for the others. Her stance was efficient, but the recoil nudged her back each time. Travis saw one infected in a floral shirt climb over the heap with terrible patience. "Brooks," Dolly said, calmer than she had any right to be. "I am working." "Brooks, stay sharp." "I know." The keypad gave a different sound, a tired buzz from inside the door. Travis jammed the pry bar into the crack and pulled. Tomas braced beside him despite Brooks yelling at him to stop. Dolly fired until the rifle clicked empty. For a second, all sound narrowed to the buzz, the fence, and Travis's own breath. The hatch opened. They fell into the service corridor as the first infected broke fully through the fence. Travis yanked the hatch from inside. It was heavier than it looked. Dolly slammed her shoulder against it with him. Brooks found the manual deadbolt and threw it just as bodies struck the outer side. The door boomed once, twice, then held. Darkness swallowed them. Emergency lights painted the corridor in dull amber strips. The air smelled of hot plastic, machine oil, and old fear. Pipes ran along a ceiling. Cable trays lined one wall. A red sign pointed toward broadcast operations, another toward generator access, another toward roof stairs. The floor was smeared with blood that had dried in drag marks heading deeper into the building. Tomas slid down the wall, eyes closed. "I need 1 minute." "You get 30 seconds, Dolly said. "I am being generous because you remembered to shed." Brooks crouched in front of him and checked his pulse. "He is close to shock. We cannot take him into close fighting. We cannot leave him in the corridor either," Travis said. A bang echoed from the outer hatch. The infected had found the door. Another bang followed, then scratching. The sound crawled along the corridor like rats in the walls. Dolly moved to the first interior door and listened. "We secure a room. Put him inside. Then we move for the command center. If he stays with us, he slows us. If he waits, he has a chance." Tomas opened his eyes. "I can help." "You already did. Let that count." They found a maintenance office 20 yards down the hall. The door had a real lock and no windows, which made it a treasure. Inside were filing cabinets, 2 plastic chairs, a dead computer, a wall calendar showing a beach sunset from a month that now felt imaginary, and 3 unopened bottles of water in a drawer. Travis checked the corners. Dolly checked the ceiling vent. Brooks helped Tomas on the floor behind the desk and made him drink small sips. "If we do not come back," Thomas said, "do not let them get the worker town. My sister lives there. Her name is Lucia, and she is 15. Our mother works laundry at the East Hotel. They may still be hiding." Travis felt the request settle in him like a weight he had no room to carry but could not set down. "We will come back." "That is what people say?" "Then I will say it like I mean it. We will come back." Dolly placed a pistol with 1 partial magazine on the desk, out of Tomas's immediate reach, but close enough if the door failed. "Do not fire unless you have no choice. Sound brings them. Also, do not shoot us when we knock. Travis has a very distinctive bad knock." "I do?" Travis asked. "Everything about you announces itself." Brooks tore a strip from another towel and secured Tomas's bandage again. "Stay awake if you can. If you feel cold, drink water. If you hear us call, answer with your name before opening the door." Tomas nodded. His courage had thinned but not disappeared. "My name is Tomas Reyes. If I get out, I will never complain about staff meals again." "Aim higher than that," Travis said. They locked him inside and continued. The service corridor split into 3. Brooks chose the left without hesitation. The building footprint suggests the equipment room sits beneath operations. We need stairs or an internal ladder. The hallway to the right likely circles back to generator controls. Straight may connect to the public lobby, which is probably breached. Left gives us infrastructure. Infrastructure is honest. I said that about the cart, Travis said. The cart betrayed us dramatically. It died in service. It died because you jammed its throttle with scrap metal. Dolly moved ahead, rifle raised, and the argument faded into the amber gloom. They passed a storage alcove where someone had tried to barricade themselves with folding chairs and server racks. The barricade had failed. Two infected turned from the dark, both wearing headsets and tower badges. Their jaws snapped silently before sound returned to them. Dolly fired once, then Travis stepped past her and struck the second with the shotgun stock. It fell against a wall. He finished it with the pistol because close mercy had become a type of math. Brooks looked away only long enough to keep walking. They found the stairwell behind a door marked Equipment Access. The lower landing was slick and crowded with broken equipment cases. The stairs climbed into deeper darkness. Halfway up, something dragged across concrete above them. Dolly raised a fist. They stopped. A voice came from the upper landing, human and terrified. "Do not come up. I will shoot." Travis lifted both hands slowly, though the person above could not see him well. "We are not infected. We came from outside. We need the radio." "Everyone needs the radio. That does not make you safe." Dolly leaned close to Travis's ear. "Let me talk." "Why is that?" "Because your voice sounds like you came to fix an air conditioner and ask about the warranty. That is weirdly specific." She raised her voice. "My name is Dolly Vane. I have authorization codes tied to emergency investigation channels. There is a private network in this tower. We need access to broadcast operations before the island is erased. If you are alive up there, you already know this is bigger than a resort accident." Silence held above them. Then the voice said, "How do you know about private channels?" Dolly's face hardened. "Because I used to move secrets for the man who built this place, and because I am done letting him bury them." A metal object scraped. A flashlight being stabbed down the stairs, white and shaken. It found Dolly's face, then Travis, then Brooks. The person above inhaled sharply. "3 of you?" "4, if you count the injured man locked safely below," Brooks said. "Please do not shoot him either. He has already had a medically unreasonable day." The flashlight trembled. "Come up slowly. Hands visible. If any of you twitch wrong, I fire." "That is fair," Travis said. "It is not fair," Brooks muttered. "It is merely understandable." They climbed toward the command center with the infected pounding below, survivors waiting above, and the tower groaning in the wind like the whole island had begun to tilt. The woman at the top of the stairs was younger than Travis expected and more exhausted than any guard had a right to be while still standing. She wore a tower technician's shirt under a ballistic vest that did not fit her shoulders. Her black hair was tied back with a cable tie. One lens of her glasses had cracked across the lower corner, turning her left eye into a fractured reflection whenever the flashlight moved. The rifle in her hands looked too large for her, but her fingers stayed disciplined along the frame, not on the trigger. Behind her, the command center had been turned into a storm shelter made of office furniture. Desks lay on their sides. Server cases had been stacked against the main hall entrance. A vending machine blocked one shattered interior window. 2 more survivors sat near the radio racks, a gray-bearded engineer with blood on his shirt and a hotel concierge whose polished name tag read, Mateo. Travis felt the strange twist at the name because Anna had whispered about a different Mateo in the stairwell the night before. The island kept recycling names as if trying to prove no single life had ever been unique to the resort. "I'm Lena Ortiz," the woman said. "Tower maintenance?" "That is Mr. Granger, senior engineer." "That is Mateo, from guest relations. If you are here to rob us, you chose poor inventory. We have stale crackers, bad coffee, and one working transmitter that hates us." "We came for the transmitter," Dolly said. Lena lifted the rifle a fraction. "That is the part I hoped you would not say." Brooks stepped forward slowly, hands still raised. "We need to send a message beyond the island. There is a viral release tied to illegal research under this resort. Your tower may be the only surviving contact point with enough range and secured channel capacity to reach outside agencies." Mr. Granger laughed from the floor. It turned into a cough that bent him over. "Outside agencies already know enough to ignore us. We have been trying for 6 hours. Emergency maritime band, aviation, resort corporate, private satellite relay, all of it. We get fragments, then jamming, then military chatter telling vessels to stay away. Nobody answers, like we are people. Travis lowered his hand slowly. They answer like you are a problem. Mateo rubbed both hands over his face. His white concierge jacket was stained at the cuffs. They said quarantine perimeter. They said no civilian extraction. They said any vessel leaving the island will be treated as a contamination threat. I heard that sentence 3 times before the signal broke. Dolly did not react outwardly, but Travis saw something close behind her eyes. Confirmation could be its own kind of injury. Can you reach encrypted channels? Lena looked at her with suspicion returning. Why would a professional poker player ask that? Because I lied about the poker part? That does not make me feel better. It should not. Brooks moved toward the radio console and stopped when Lena aimed the flashlight at his chest. I need to see the logs. If there is jamming, I can help identify the pattern. If the transmitter is failing, I can help read around damaged hardware. If the military has locked the band, I need to know who is speaking and what they know. You are a radio engineer too? Mr. Granger asked. Not exactly. I am a virologist with a good memory and a lifelong inability to leave systems alone. Travis nodded toward Brooks. He once fixed my truck's climate control by reading a forum post in German and arguing with a fuse box. I would let him look. That story's less persuasive than you think, Brooks said. Lena studied them for another few seconds. The pounding from below reached the command center through ducts and stairwell walls. Every boom made dust fall from the ceiling panels. At last she lowered the rifle, not enough to make anyone comfortable, but enough to let Brooks approach. The command center looked like the brain of a dying animal. Monitors flickered with camera feeds from around the tower complex. One screen showed the fence cut, where infected now shoved and clawed, filling the yard they had crossed minutes earlier. Another showed the main lobby, dark except for emergency strobes flashing over a dozen infected trapped behind a partial barricade. A third showed the roof where 2 bodies lay near the ladder housing, and loose papers skittered in the wind. The central console held radio equipment, a satellite uplink panel, and a row of status lights that blinked red more often than green. Brooks leaned over the logs. His fingers moved over the keyboard in quick, nervous bursts. Dolly watched the screens. Travis checked the barricade at the hall entrance and did not like it. The desks had held so far, but the main hall beyond them contained movement. Too much movement. How did the infected get inside? He asked. Mateo answered without looking up. A guard opened the lobby doors for people screaming outside. He thought guests were being attacked by rioters. Maybe they were at first. After the third person bidden, it became hard to discuss policy. How many staff are left? In this room? 3. Maybe others in locked spaces. Maybe nobody. Phones died after the first hour. Radios became screaming in bad orders. Dolly pointed at a screen showing the service corridor. The outer hatch shook under repeated impacts. That door will hold a while, but not forever. The fence behind the generator is open. More will enter the yard. Lena swore softly. You cut the fence? You are alive because we did not use the front door, Dolly said. That is not an apology. I know. Brooks straightened. The primary transmitter is functioning at reduced power. The satellite uplink is unstable but not dead. Jamming appears selective, probably from offshore naval assets and internal corporate interference. There are cost recordings. Play them, Dolly said. Mr. Granger shook his head. You do not want to hear those again. I rarely want what I need. Brooks clicked the first file. Static filled the room, then a clipped military voice broke through. Unidentified resort transmission ceased broadcast. Quarantine perimeter established. No aircraft, vessel, or civilian craft will be permitted to depart the island. Repeat, no departures authorized. Any breach of perimeter will be treated as hostile contamination movement. The file ended. Nobody spoke. Outside, the tower cables moaned. Travis felt a cold line move through him. He had imagined rescue in pieces without admitting it. A ship on the horizon, a helicopter at sunrise, men in clean uniforms who would shout directions and point toward safety. He had distrusted authority since wealth taught him how quickly smiling officials could become predators, but some part of him still believed disasters summoned order from beyond the smoke. The recording killed that childish place in him quietly. Hostile contamination movement, he said. That is a pretty phrase for shooting scared people. Lena looked at the floor. A boat tried leaving before dawn. Staff ferry. 30 people, maybe. We heard them begging on the maritime ban. Then we heard someone order warning shots. Then nothing. Matteo crossed himself with shaking fingers. Dolly's face remained still. Brooks pressed his lips together so tightly they went pale. They cannot let it reach the mainland, Brooks said. From their perspective, the island is a sealed container. Travis turned on him harder than he meant to. From their perspective, we are in it. Brooks flinched, then nodded. I know. I'm not defending them. I am explaining the shape of the cage. The words hit because they were true. The tower had not been a ladder out. It was a window with bars. Dolly moved to the satellite panel. Can you open a narrow burst channel? Encrypted, short transmission, not on the bands they are suppressing. Lena folded her arms. That may be possible. The uplink drops every few minutes. Also, who exactly are you calling? Someone who might care about evidence more than optics. That is a rare species. Is rare. That is why I remember him. Brooks looked up from the console. The system has a private channel list, but most of these labels are internal resort code. Harbor, golf control, executive villa, lower service. There are external identifiers buried under aliases. Dolly, do any of these mean something to you? Dolly leaned beside him. The light from the monitor turned her skin ghost pale. Her finger stopped on a label that meant nothing to Travis, coastal weather consultant. She breathed out once. That one, she said, but not yet. We need to know how much time we have. A crash sounded from beyond the barricaded hall door. The vending machine blocking the interior window shifted an inch. Matteo scrambled backward. Lena raised the rifle. Travis moved to the barricade and saw shapes pressing through the hallway beyond the stacked desks. The infected inside the building had found the noise. Time is a luxury brand, Travis said. This island sells knockoffs. Dolly checked her rifle. We hold here while Brooks and Granger stabilize the channel. Lena, can you shoot? Lena's eyes flashed. I've been shooting since midnight. That was not insult. That was inventory. Mr. Granger dragged himself toward the secondary panel, leaving a smear of blood from a cut along his ribs. Brooks moved to help him, but the older man waved him away. I can sit and curse at equipment, Granger said. It is the one heroic skill age improves. The barricade jumped again. A hand pushed through a gap between two desks, fingers clawing at air. Travis struck it with a shotgun stock, then pulled a cabinet tighter against the opening. Dolly kicked a rolling chair into the desk stack and wedged it with her boot. Lena fired through a narrow slit. The shot boomed inside the room and dropped something unseen. Brooks spoke without turning from the console. The uplink needs a manual reset from the rack room below operations. The circuit is tripping due to load fluctuation. I can reroute here, but someone has to reset the breaker and clear the relay fault downstairs. Downstairs where the dead are pounding on doors? Travis asked. Adjacent to downstairs where the dead are pounding on doors. Slightly different nightmare. Dolly looked at the cameras. The rack room feed was dark except for the occasional flicker. The access door stood at the bottom of the stairwell they had climbed, halfway between their position and the corridor where Tomas waited behind a locked office door. We need that uplink, Dolly said. Then I go, Travis answered. You do not know which breaker. Brooks can tell me in the tiny voice. That makes things worse. Brooks dug into a drawer, found a handheld service radio, and tuned it to an internal frequency. Take this. I will talk you through it. Do not touch anything labeled main load unless I specifically say so. Do not cut wires. Do not improvise with metal objects while standing in water. Do not be near electricity. That was a lot of don'ts for a friendship. Our friendship has survived because I make lists. Dolly stepped close to Travis and checked the magazine in his pistol with quick hands. You are not going alone. Somebody has to hold the barricade. Lena can shoot. Brooks can panic productively. Granger can curse. Matteo can move furniture. I'm coming with you. There was no time to argue and no part of him that truly wanted to. They left Brooks at the console, with Lena guarding the barricade, and descended into the stairwell together. The lower landing had changed. The Sif's corridor beyond the equipment door flickered with movement. The outer hatch boomed like a drum. A ceiling light swung loose, making the shadows jump. Dolly led with the rifle. Travis followed with the pistol, the service radio pressed to his shoulder. Brooks's voice crackled through. "Tur right at the landing. Rack room should be the second door after the conduit bend. If the door's shut, check for heat before opening. If it smells like burned insulation, do not breathe deeply." I was planning to enjoy the bouquet. "Travis, listen. I heard you." They moved past the maintenance office where Thomas waited. Travis tapped twice on the door with his knuckles. A weak voice answered, "Tomas Reyes. Still not dead?" "Best news all day," Travis whispered. Dolly paused just long enough to let relief pass through her face before she buried it again. The rack room door stood half open. Inside, the equipment hummed in uneven waves. Blue and green lights blinked across panels. A smell of ozone and dust hung thick. On the floor near the rear rack, a technician crawled slowly toward them. For 1 second, Travis thought the man was alive. Then the technician lifted his head, and the lower half of his face came into the light. Dolly fired before Travis could. The shot struck the technician and dropped him against the rack. The whole room answered with a warning beep. Brooks's voice burst through the radio. "What happened?" "Local complication," Travis said. "Do not shoot the equipment." "I did not shoot the equipment." Dolly gave him a look. She did not shoot the important part, probably. They found the breaker panel behind the racks. Labels covered the door in small print. Travis held the flashlight while Brooks guided him through the radio. "Reset relay 3. Wait for green. Switch uplink auxiliary to bypass. Do not touch the red handle." Travis's hands wanted to move faster than Brooks's instructions. He forced them to slow. Beside him, Dolly watched the door. A shadow crossed the hall. "Company," she whispered. Travis flipped the last switch. The panel buzzed, then steadied. A green light appeared. Brooks exhaled through the radio. "That did it. Get back now." Dolly fired into the hall. The muzzle flash showed 3 infected coming fast, not stumbling now but lunging with desperate speed. Travis grabbed the fire extinguisher from the wall and hurled it into the first one's knees. It crashed down. Dolly shot the second. The third hit Travis hard enough to drive him into the rack. Its teeth snapped inches from his face. Its breath smelled of rot and sweet liquor. He jammed the pistol sideways under its chin and fired. The blast jolted through his wrist. The infected collapsed across him. Dolly pulled it off and hauled him upright by the shirt. "You attract terrible dates," she said. "You were my first casino mistake. Try surviving long enough to regret that properly." They ran back up the stairs as the service corridor behind them filled with sound. At the top, the command center lights stabilized. The screens brightened. The satellite panel turned green. Brooks looked up from the console, face pale and triumphant. "We have a window. Maybe 2 minutes." Dolly crossed the room and placed both hands on the console. "Then call it. Coastal Weather Consultant. Open it now." The tower shook under another impact from below, but the signal rose above it, thin and alive. The first voice that answered the channel was not the one Dolly expected. It came through wrapped in static, filtered and distant, with the clipped patience of someone trained to deny emotion a place in any sentence. Coastal Weather Consultant receiving. Identify and authenticate. Dolly closed her eyes for less than a second. When she opened them, the poker player was gone, the courier was gone, and something older than both stood in her place. Red courier, broken route, black water. Authentication phrase, rich men do not buy islands because they enjoy sand. The room went silent except for the static. Then the voice changed. Not much, but enough. Stand by. Lena stared at Dolly. Who are you? Someone who made bad choices and kept receipts. Brooks did not look away from the signal meter. Uplink stability is poor. We have maybe 90 seconds before the channel drops. Then we make the first 90 count, Dolly said. The channel clicked again. A different voice came through, deeper, rougher, and unmistakably older. It carried weight without needing volume. This is Bald Eagle. Red Courier, I have been waiting for your ghost. Dolly's face trembled once. Travis would have missed it if he had not been watching her instead of the console. I'm not a ghost yet. I have Bensley's Island, a live outbreak, stolen vaccine confirmation, and one virologist who has seen enough data to make ugly conclusions. Transmit packet if possible. Brooks was already moving. I can send the compressed files from the stolen laptop through the tower uplink, but the package is incomplete. We have summaries, route maps, vaccine notes, partial viral architecture, and references to a raw database below the island. We do not have the full research archive. Bald Eagle paused. Who is speaking? Brooks Mercer, virologist, Centers for Disease Control. I am on the island, unwillingly and currently vaccinated against the active strain, assuming Dolly's injection contains what she says it contains. Mercer, Bald Eagle said, "We have seen your name in restricted correspondence. You asked inconvenient questions." Brooks glanced at Dolly. "I regret not asking louder ones." Travis moved to the barricade and helped Lena hold it while the others spoke. The hallway outside the command center thrashed with infected pushing against furniture, and the bodies already fallen there. Mateo braced a filing cabinet with both shoulders. Mr. Granger kept one hand on the transmitter and one on a blood-dark cloth pressed to his side. Everyone in the room had become part of the machinery. Dolly spoke faster. Beasley funded an underground lab beneath this resort. Government officials were bribed to permit construction and ignored disappearances. The virus escaped tonight. It transmits through saliva by bites, not ordinary blood contact, but it replicates fast and pushes neurological aggression. There is at least one vaccine batch on the island? I used 2 doses on Travis Hale and Brooks Mercer. Travis Hale, Bald Eagle repeated. Lottery winner. Public figure. Travis almost laughed. Public figure is a generous way to say idiot with a ticket. Are you injured? I'm many things, sir, but not bitten. Stay that way. That was high on the list. Brooks hit send on the file packet. The progress indicator crawled across the screen. Static thickened. Lena fired once through the barricade gap. A hand withdrew from the hall. Another replaced it. Bald Eagle continued. Listen carefully. The island is under blockade. Naval Command has classified the incident as a containment emergency. Nobody leaves without authorization from levels higher than the people pointing guns at the water. I am working channels, but evidence alone will not open a path fast enough. Dolly's fingers curled against the console. We heard them order shots at a ferry. I cannot confirm details on an open channel. That means yes. It means I am telling you how the world behaves when fear writes policy. Travis felt anger rise, hot and clean. There are workers here. There are kids. Yes, they did not know anything. People trapped in bathrooms and kitchens as staff rooms. You cannot just leave them to rot because a billionaire wanted to play God under a beach resort. Bald Eagle's answer came after a long second. I know. Brooks pointed at the upload. Packet is 60%. Signal dropping. Bald Eagle said, Red Courier, you need more than rescue. You need leverage. The documents you sent may start investigations, but Beasley has built escape routes through law, money, and panic. We need raw viral data, vaccine formulas, human subject records, bribery ledgers, and proof of chain of command. Those will be in the lower lab. Dolly's laugh had no humor. The lower lab is beneath the island and probably full of things that make this tower look cozy. That is the request. That was not a request. It is the only path that changes the outcome. There is also vaccine, Brooks said. Dolly had stolen doses from a courier cache. If more exists, it is probably in cold storage below the lab, not in resort clinics. Without it, any extraction team risks creating a breach outside the perimeter. Can you synthesize from notes? Bald Eagle asked. Brooks hesitated. Not from partial notes, not safely. With raw data and equipment, maybe? With intact vaccine samples, yes, if the formulation matches what Dolly used. I would still need time. Then time is what we do not have, Bald Eagle said. Naval Command may choose sterilization protocols if the outbreak spreads beyond current zones. Lena turned from the barricade. What does sterilization mean? Nobody answered. They did not need to. The word carried fire inside it. Mateo whispered something in Spanish. Travis did not understand the sentence, but he understood the fear. Dolly leaned closer to the microphone. How long? The timing is unknown. Hours if they panic. Longer if we keep them arguing. I can slow decisions. I cannot stop them without evidence strong enough to force public accountability and medical needs strong enough to justify controlled intervention. You want us to break into the lab? Travis said. 3 half-armed strangers, 1 scientist, and a woman with a talent for ruining poker nights. Dolly looked sideways at him. Half-armed is unfair. It felt fair in the moment. Bald Eagle did not join the humor. I want you to survive long enough to reach the lab entrance. I want Mercer to secure vaccine and raw data. I want Beasley alive if possible. Dead if necessary, only after the data is secured. Dolly's eyes sharpened. You know where he is? We believe he remained on island during the initial release. His private aircraft never departed. His yacht is still at anchor inside the quarantine perimeter. He may be in the underground facility or one of his secure villas. That sounds like Victor, Dolly said. He would rather die near his toys than admit he lost control. The upload hit 92%. The barricade buckled inward. Travis threw his shoulder against the cabinet. An affected face jammed through a gap, teeth snapping. Lena fired from 6 inches away. The blast filled Travis's ears with ringing. Brooks shouted, "File complete. Secondary logs send in now." "Forget secondary logs," Dolly said. "They include channel records and tower distress attempts. They matter. So do your legs." "I am aware of my legs." Bald Eagle's voice returned stronger for one brief moment. "Red Courier, memorize this. If you reach the lab and regain secure communications, call the same channel with phrase Silver Cellar. If you cannot reach me, transmit everything to the medical archive address embedded in the packet header. It will route through people I trust. Do not use resort corporate systems except as a last resort. Beasley's people will monitor them." Dolly repeated the phrase softly. "Silver Cellar. Mercer, if you locate vaccine, protect the formulation above almost everything. If you locate patient records, duplicate them. If you locate a living original carrier, do not approach without protective protocol." Brooks froze. Original carrier? Static swallowed part of the answer. References to zero subject. Child file. Beasley's family connection? Incomplete intelligence. Brooks leaned close to the speaker. "Repeat that. Did you say child?" The channel broke into harsh static. Mr. Granger slapped the console, as if the machine had offended him personally. Signal drift. "Uplink is slipping." Bald Eagle came through again, fractured. "Do not trust naval rescue promises. Private security teams may be active. Beasley has contractors ordered to scrub evidence. Red Courier, you are not just fighting infected." Dolly's face changed. The past she had carried sharpened into present danger. "How many contractors?" "The number is unknown. He retained island assets. Disciplined, armed, disposable. They may target witnesses, data, and vaccine." Travis looked at Brooks. Brooks looked at Dolly. The shape of the island changed again, as if another wall had risen around them inside the wall already made by ships. The signal meter dropped into red. Bald Eagle's last clear words came like a hand reaching through water. "Bring me proof. Bring me vaccine. Bring me the girl if she exists. Survive each other." The channel died. For a second, only the room remained, the barricade bending, screens flickering, survivors breathing, the smell of spent rounds and burned electronics. Then the hallway furniture gave way another inch, and reality returned with teeth. "We need to leave," Lena said. "Right now." Brooks stared at the dead channel. "There may be a child in the lab." "There are children all over this island," Travis said, thinking of Anna's flashlight, Tomas's sister, families who had paid for paradise and found a cage. "We do not get to save only the one with the file name." "I know," Brooks said, "but if she is the original carrier, she may be the key to all of it. Vaccine, cure, evidence, everything." Dolly moved away from the console and reloaded with hands that did not shake because she refused to let them. Then our mission just became worse. "Did it change?" Travis asked. She met his eyes. It stopped pretending to be about escape. The barricade burst inward. The first infected forced through with half a desk still tangled around his legs. Lena fired. Matteo swung a metal chair with a scream that sounded less like fear than grief. Travis stepped beside Dolly and fired until the pistol clicked. Brooks grabbed the laptop and the service radio. Mr. Granger kicked the rolling chair wedge free and shouted toward a rear door. "Roof access corridor. It connects to the cable stairs and a service ladder down the south side. Go before my office furniture gives its resignation." "You are coming," Travis said. The old engineer shook his head and pointed to the blood soaking his shirt. "I am leaking and slow. Lena knows the route. Matteo can move. I will keep the transmitter screaming long enough to confuse anything listening. That is not acceptable. Neither is this entire island. Move right now." Lena grabbed Granger's arm. "You promised your wife you would retire next year." He smiled at her with exhausted tenderness. "I promised her that every year. She stopped believing me in April." Dolly looked at Travis. She did not say there was no time. She did not need to. Mr. Granger had chosen his corner of the nightmare and turned it into a door for everyone else. Travis swallowed hard. "Thank you." "Fix the world if you get a chance," Granger said. "At least the parts with bad wiring." They ran for the rear corridor as Granger turned back to the console, opened the tower speaker system, and flooded the building with a shrieking feedback loop. The infected in the hall shifted toward the sound, giving the others seconds bought with an old man's defiance. The roof access corridor narrowed almost immediately, as if the building had been designed by someone who believed emergencies would happen to thinner people. Lena led with her flashlight and rifle. Mateo followed, carrying a canvas bag of radio parts and crackers he had grabbed from beneath the console because hunger had become his realest terror. Brooks came next with a laptop pack clamped to his chest. Dolly moved behind him, walking backward whenever the corridor stretched long enough to risk pursuit. Travis covered the rear, listening to Mr. Granger's feedback, Hal filled the tower behind them. The sound was awful enough to feel physical. It shrieked through speakers, ducts, and broken intercom panels. The infected responded with a frenzy that shook the walls. Travis heard desks toppling in the command center. He heard Lena take one step that faltered but did not stop. He knew she was hearing her mentor die by inches behind them, buying time with a hand on the transmitter and blood on his shirt. Nobody spoke until they reached the roof door. Lena keyed in a code, swore when the panel refused her, then struck it with the butt of her rifle. Power reset changed the lock state. "It thinks the roof is restricted." "Can you open it?" Dolly asked. "I maintain towers, not miracles." Brooks pushed forward. "Move right now." "The control panel here is simpler than the hatch below. Magnetic latch, battery backup, fire release." "You said not to improvise around electricity," Travis said. "I said you should not. That distinction feels personal. It is based on evidence." Brooks opened the panel and worked with the same intense focus he had shown downstairs. The feedback loop behind them cut off suddenly. The silence after it was worse. It meant Granger had lost a console or a strength or both. A moment later, the command center erupted with a roar of bodies and crashing furniture. Mateo whispered, "Santa Maria, help us." Lena turned away from the door, rifle raised toward the corridor they had crossed. "Hurry if you can." Brooks bridged. "The fire release." The latch clicked. Travis shoved the roof door open, and wind hit them like a thrown sheet. The roof gave them a view of the island that felt obscene in its beauty. Sunlight glittered on the ocean beyond the beaches. The hotels rose white and gold above palm trees. Smoke stained the casino district. The golf course stretched in green ribbons cut by dark lines of moving infected. Farther away, the worker town sat at the inland edge like an afterthought, a cluster of low roofs and narrow streets where the people who kept paradise polished now waited for whatever came next. Beyond the reef, ships held position on the water. Gray shapes, patient shapes. The blockade had been rumor before. From the roof, it became steel. Travis counted 3 vessels before his anger blurred the rest. "They are close enough to see us." "Close enough to shoot us too," Dolly said. Lena pointed to a service ladder along the south wall. "That goes down to the cable platform, then to the outer yard. From there, we can reach the ridge trail. If the yard is full, we use the cable anchor steps and pray nobody looks down from the ships with good optics." "We still have Tomas below," Travis said. Lena blinked. "The injured man in maintenance? He is not staying." Dolly did not argue. Brooks did not either. That mattered. They could have. The roof escape route did not lead back to the maintenance office. Rescuing Tomas meant giving up the clean exit and re-entering the building's lower throat. But Travis had promised. He had not become rich by virtue. He had not become a leader by title. If there was any kind of man he still wanted to be, promises had to mean something when keeping them was inconvenient. "There is another way," Lena said. "Roof ladder down to generator awning, then across the yard to the service hatch. If the lower door is still holding, we can reach the office from inside." If it failed, the whole corridor may be lost. Might be lost is not lost, Travis said. Mateo looked terrified. I cannot go back through that hall. I'm sorry. I cannot. Dolly stared at him. You are splitting the group. The group is already split. Tomas is part of it. For a heartbeat, he expected her to call him foolish. Instead, she nodded once. Then we move fast. Brooks, stay with Lena. Brooks looked at Travis. Absolutely not. Brooks, listen to me. I said absolutely not in a complete sentence. That is progress for me. You are the only person who can make sense of the data and the vaccine. And you are the only person I have known since I was 15 who can make a bad decision sound like a moral philosophy. I, in coming. Dolly interrupted before Travis could push harder. Fine, Brooks comes, but he stays between us and does exactly what I say. Mateo, go with Lena. If you reach the ridge, do not yell, do not wave at ships, and do not trust anyone in a clean uniform unless they are already bleeding for you. Lena's eyes flicked toward the roof door. We meet at the shed. 10 minutes. If you are not there, I leave. Good, Dolly said. Mean it. Lena did not look like she wanted to mean it, but she nodded. Mateo hesitated and pressed a bag of crackers into Brooks's hands. For the scientist, he looks like he forgets eating. I do not forget, Brooks said. I postpone badly. They split under the tower shadow. Lena and Mateo crossed toward the south ladder. Travis, Dolly, and Brooks dropped onto the generator awning by a shorter service ladder that rattled against the wall. The awning dipped under Travis's weight, sending a metallic groan into the yard. Below, infected moved between the generator house and the fence cut. Some had entered through the seam. Others crowded the service hatch, beating the metal. The hatch held, Brooks whispered. For now, Dolly said. They climbed down a drain pipe one at a time. Travis landed hard and nearly slipped on gravel. Dolly touched down beside him with more grace, which annoyed him despite the circumstances. Brooks came last, muttering about occupational betrayal as Travis caught him under the arms and set him on his feet. The yard had changed from a path to a trap. The infected near the service hatch turned at the sound of boots. Dolly fired twice with the rifle. Travis used the shotgun sparingly, saving the last shells as if shells could earn interest if left untouched. They moved along the wall, using generator vents as cover. The heat rolling from the machinery made the air shimmer. The service hatch opened inward from their side only if the deadbolt inside had not jammed. Travis reached it first and yanked. It held. He yanked again. There was nothing. Brooks, Dolly said. It was bolted from inside. We threw it after entering. The bolt may still be engaged. You are saying we locked ourselves out of our own rescue. The word rescue implies a level of competence that may not apply. Travis stared at the door, then at the small reinforced window set high in the generator housing beside it. Can we break that? Dolly looked. That may work. It opens into the generator room, not the corridor. But generator room connects inside. If we survive the noise. Noise has already filed a complaint about us. He took the pry bar from his belt, the same one Thomas had dragged to the hatch earlier, and hammered the window frame. The glass was wired and stubborn. Dolly covered him, firing at infected closing from the fence. Brooks, to his own surprise and everyone else's, grabbed a loose metal pipe and struck an infected that lunged from the blind side. The impact knocked it off balance. Travis finished the window frame with one last blow, then reached through with his sleeve wrapped around his hand and found the interior latch. The window swung inward. I hate this, Brooks said. That means it is familiar, Travis answered. They climbed through into a generator room so loud it swallowed thought. The machinery shook the floor. Red warning lights pulsed above fuel pumps and control panels. The air was hotter inside, thick with diesel fumes and dust. Dolly found the interior corridor door and eased it open. The service corridor beyond was partially clear. Bodies lay near the hatch where infected had tried to batter through and failed. A few still moved farther down near the stairwell. The maintenance office door remained shut. Travis felt his chest loosen. Tomas Reyes, he called softly. Answer before we open. No response. Brooks went pale. Dolly put one hand on the office door and listened. I hear breathing. Maybe so. Tomas Reyes, Travis said again, louder but careful. "It is Travis. We are opening the door. Do not shoot us unless you want this friendship to get awkward." A weak voice came through. "Tomas Reyes." I dropped the pistol. "I'm sorry." "That is fine," Travis said. "We drop lots of things. Standards, mostly." The door unlocked from inside after a clumsy struggle. Thomas stood swaying, one hand on the frame. He had found the pistol on the floor and held it by the barrel, which made Dolly wince. "Give me that before you discover a new way to die," she said. He handed it over without protest. I heard the screaming stop, then more screaming, then nothing. "That is the island's current music program," Travis said. Brooks checked him quickly. "You are cold and weak, but not confused beyond reasonable terror. Can you move?" "If someone helps." "I am someone," Travis said. He got under Tomas's good arm. Dolly led them back through the generator room. Brooks followed, glancing at the equipment with the look of a man adding every hazard to a list already too long to respect. They reached the broken window just as infected entered the corridor behind them. Dolly pushed Brooks through first, then climbed down and helped cover Travis as he boosted Tomas. The young man's foot caught on the frame. He cried out. The infected surged toward the generator room door. Travis shoved Tomas through until fingers grabbed the back of his shirt. He twisted, leaving fabric in the infected's hand, and slammed the pry bar across its face. It stumbled into the doorway. Dolly fired past Travis's shoulder. The infected fell, blocking the others for 2 blessed seconds. Travis climbed through the window and hit the gravel outside, hard enough to draw breath from his lungs. "I am starting to dislike windows," he said. "You're developing preferences at a bad time," Dolly answered. They crossed the yard under gathering pressure. Infected from the fence cut moved toward them. More emerged from the generator hatch. The road to the shed looked impossibly long. Then a shot cracked from the ridge above and the nearest infected dropped. Lena stood near the maintenance shed with Mateo beside her, rifle braced against a rock. "Move right now," she shouted. They moved. Travis half carried Tomas, half dragged him. Brooks stumbled once and Dolly caught him by the pack. Lena fired with cold, precise discipline. Mateo threw rocks when he ran out of courage to hold still, and one rock struck an infected in the temple, hard enough to buy a heartbeat. They reached the shed in a rush of breath and dust. The horde spilled into the lower yard behind them. Lena did not wait to be thanked. Ridge trail. Right now, the tower is lost. They climbed away from the radio complex while the tower still stood against the sky. Behind them, Mr. Granger's last feedback loop returned suddenly for 5 wild seconds, screaming from the exterior speakers, before cutting off forever. Every infected in the yard turned toward the sound. That final burst gave them distance. Nobody spoke his name until they reached the rocks beyond the shed. Then Lena whispered it once, and the wind took it. Brooks stood, doubled over, hands on his knees, eyes fixed on the ocean blockade. "The map is broken." Travis wiped sweat and blood from his face. "Which map?" "All of them. The island map, the evacuation map, the moral map. We came to the tower because towers mean rescue. We sent evidence because evidence means help. We heard ships because ships mean escape. Every symbol is lying to us." Dolly looked toward the inland road that led, eventually, toward the worker town and whatever entrance Beasley had hidden beneath it. "Then we stopped following symbols." "What do we follow?" Brooks asked. She checked her rifle, counted what remained, and slung it over her shoulder. "Leverage, vaccine, and raw data. The girl, if Bald Eagle heard right. Beasley, if we can put hands on him." Travis looked back at the tower, at the smoke and moving dead, at a place that had promised contact and delivered a cage. He thought of Mr. Granger telling him to fix the world if he got a chance. He thought of Anna and Tomas's sister and all the workers hidden in the far town. He thought of Dolly injecting him before she trusted him because she had needed a tool and maybe found a person by accident. "Then we go down," he said. Brooks straightened slowly. "Toward the lab. Toward Beasley." Dolly looked at Travis for a long moment. The flirtation that had once made the casino light seem warmer was gone. Something more dangerous remained, and more honest. "You understand that the lab will be worse than everything above it. I understand that rich men build basements when they do not want sunlight judging them." For the first time since the tower, Dolly smiled like she might almost mean it. "That may be the smartest thing you have said. Do not tell Brooks. He will audit the claim. Brooks looked too tired to argue, which worried Travis more than if he had. They left the ridge with 5 survivors, fewer bullets than problems, and a mission that had stopped resembling survival. Tower shrank behind them. Ahead, the island opened into burning roads, hidden safe houses, and a descent none of them could yet imagine. They did not reach Dolly's next safe house before afternoon. The island refused to be crossed in straight lines now. Roads that had been clean resort arteries the day before were blocked by crash shuttles, abandoned luggage carts, and knots of infected drawn to every alarm that still had power. The group moved through maintenance cuts and service gardens, across drainage channels disguised by flowering bushes, behind staff kitchens that smelled of spoiled seafood and gas leaks. Paradise had a backside, and it was uglier than the brochures because it had been built for invisibility. Dolly knew those hidden routes the way a thief knows exits. Sometimes she led them through unlocked gates using keycards taken from dead guards. Sometimes she stopped 20 feet short of a corner because the angle felt wrong. Twice she changed direction without explanation. And both times they heard infected moments later in the path they would have taken. Travis stopped asking how she knew. Some skills came from training. Some came from surviving people who taught lessons with threats instead of words. Tomas slowed them, but he did not complain. Lena helped him when Travis had to scout ahead. Mateo walked beside Brooks, carrying the bag of radio parts like a man who needed a job to keep from breaking apart. His shoes, polished for hotel lobbies, were ruined by mud and blood. He kept glancing toward the worker town whenever gaps in the trees showed rooftops in the distance. "My cousin works laundry there," Mateo said. "My aunt, too. If the town is still holding, they may know where people are hiding." "The lab entrance is near the worker town," Dolly said. "That is not a coincidence." Beasley hid his worst place beneath the people least able to ask questions. Lena's mouth tightened. Workers disappeared for months. They said contract transfers, medical leave, immigration problems. Nobody asked too loudly because jobs on the island paid more than the mainland. We wanted to believe bad luck had paperwork. Bertz looked up from the service radio he had been trying to repair while walking. Predators love paperwork. It makes teeth look official. Travis glanced at him. "That was bleak, even for you." "I've decided accuracy is more useful than morale. Morale also keeps feet moving." Brooks looked at the others, then at the road ahead. "Fine. Here is morale. We are not dead, the radio packet sent, and Travis has not yet repaired anything into an explosion. There is morale. I feel celebrated." The safe house sat behind a shuttered beachwear store in the edge of the shopping district, not far from where the expensive boutiques gave way to staff loading docks. From the street, it looked like an office used for inventory. Dolly opened a hidden panel behind a rack of rolled towels and revealed a steel door with a keypad. She hesitated before entering the code. Travis noticed. "Is there a problem?" "This cache was mine before I left Beasley's network. If contractors are active, they may know enough to check old drops." "Then why come here?" "Because we need water, ammunition, antibiotics, and a place with no windows." Need is persuasive. She entered the code. The door unlocked with a soft click. Dolly stepped inside first, pistol raised. Travis followed. The room beyond was narrow but deep, built between the store's false wall and the rear loading corridor. Metal shelves held sealed water, meal packs, medical supplies, clothing, batteries, 2 small radios, 3 ammunition boxes, and a locked case Dolly opened with a key hidden beneath her collar. For a moment, nobody moved. The sight of organized supplies felt almost indecent. Mateo laughed once, then covered his mouth. "I'm sorry. It is just crackers without fear." "Eat slowly," Rook said. "Your stomach has been negotiating with stress all day." "My stomach can negotiate with joy now." Lena helped Tomas sit on a folded tarp. Brooks opened the medical kit and examined the antibiotics with relief so plain Travis nearly hugged the shelf. Dolly distributed water and kept glancing at the door. Travis stood near her while the others drank. "Bald Eagle trusted you," he said. "He trusted the version of me who used to be useful. You are useful now. That is not the same as trustworthy. It is getting closer." She looked at him then. The room was dim, lit by a battery lantern that made her red hair look darker, almost brown at the edges. The glamour from the casino had burned away. What remained was dirt, fatigue, and a beauty Travis trusted more. because it had stopped trying to distract him. "I worked for Beasley's couriers for almost 3 years," she said quietly. "I did not know everything. That is what I tell myself when I need to sleep. I moved sealed cases, encrypted drives, diplomatic pouches, sometimes people under false names. I told myself rich men always had secrets. I told myself my job was movement, not meaning. Then I opened a case after a driver died on a road in Prague. Inside were blood samples, child-sized restraints, and invoices. That was when my excuses started dying. They did not all die at once. I wish they had." Travis let the words settle. He had learned after the lottery that people confessed differently around money. Some confessed hunger. Some confessed envy. Dolly confessed responsibility, as if each piece had barbs. "You got out," he said. "I ran." Getting out sounds cleaner. "You stole vaccine before the outbreak. You built caches. You called someone who could use evidence. That is more than running. And yet I kissed you because I needed to inject you without explaining. I have had worse first dates." Her laugh came unwillingly and faded fast. "You should be angry." "I am. Just not only at you." She looked away first, which felt like its own confession. Brooks finished the bandage and took the antibiotics with him to the table where the stolen laptop sat. He opened the files Bald Eagle had told him to protect and began building a new route. Not on paper, because paper could be lost. He used the laptop, the service maps, Lena's tower knowledge, Tomas's worker routes, Dolly's courier notes, and the shape of the island stored in his mind. The map became less like a picture and more like an argument. "The lab entrance is not under the main hotels," Brooks said after a long silence. "Too many guests, too many contractors, too much excavation record. It is beneath the far end of the worker town, close to the old utility plant. That matches Dolly's notes about lower service and Beasley's private freight schedule. Materials could arrive disguised as municipal upgrades. Human subjects could disappear through employment channels. Waste could be hidden under treatment reports." Lena looked sick. "The old plant has been closed to workers for 2 years. They said the foundation was unsafe." "Foundations often become unsafe when billionaires dig under them," Travis said. Brooks pointed to the screen. "From here, the direct route crosses the casino district and 2 hotel service courts. Bad choice. A safer route loops through the shopping district, then along the storm channel behind the golf course, then cuts through the edge of the worker town. It is longer, but there are fewer open plazas. The problem is night." Dolly understood before Travis did. "We move better in daylight, but infected cluster around noise and heat. And night contractors move better." "Exactly," Brooks said. "If Beasley's private security teams are clear on evidence, they will use darkness, suppressed weapons, and service routes. We cannot assume the dead are our only threat after sunset." Mateo swallowed. "Private security? Like the guards at executive villas?" Dolly opened one of the ammunition boxes. "Better trained. Less polite. Paid to make facts disappear." "People disappear too," Lena said. "Facts usually come wrapped in people." The room felt quiet. Travis felt the new mission closing around them. Escape had been simple, even when impossible. Reach tower, call help, leave. Now every step led toward the thing beneath the island, toward raw data and vaccine and a child who might be the center of Beasley's crime. The story had become heavier than survival because survival alone would not stop the world from believing whatever version men with ships and money chose to tell. Tomas spoke from the tart. "I know a church near the worker town. Small place. Blue door. Father Amani keeps emergency food there for storms. If my sister made it out of our apartment, she would go there. Other families, too." Brooks looked at Dolly. "That could be a refuge or a crowd we cannot protect. It could also be the only way to find local guides and learn that the old plant is crawling with infected," Dolly said. Travis crouched in front of Tomas. "Can you draw the streets?" Tomas gave a weak smile. "I can do better. I can tell Brooks once. He will draw them in his head forever." Brooks looked embarrassed by the compliment and pleased in spite of himself. "Proceed carefully. Street names, landmarks, locked gates, alleys, rooftops, if you know them." For the next half hour, Thomas spoke the worker town into Brooks's memory. Narrow streets. A laundry wall painted with birds. A market with yellow shutters. The church with the blue door. A drainage bridge that smelled bad but bypassed the main road. The old utility plant with a rusted sign and newer security cameras that nobody had been allowed to question. Travis listened and felt the resort's true geography rearrange itself. The 6 zones Dolly had described were not just scenery. They were layers of power. Beaches for display, hotels for wealth, golf courses for leisure, shopping districts for hunger dressed up as taste, casinos for greed with chandeliers, worker town for the people who cleaned up every lie. Under that, the lab. When Thomas finished, Brooks repeated the route back with impossible precision. Tomas stared at him. "That is unsettling," Tomas said. "I have been told. Useful, though. Also that." Dolly loaded magazines while they talked. Travis cleaned the shotgun and counted shells. Lena repaired one of the small radios using parts from her bag and Mr. Granger's tools, her hands steady until she paused over a screwdriver with the older man's initials scratched into the handle. Mateo saw and placed one hand on her shoulder. She did not cry. She simply closed her fingers around the tool and kept working. Travis respected that more than speeches. As the light outside shifted toward late afternoon, Dolly called them together around the laptop. "We have 5 decisions. First, we leave before dark enough for contractors to own the service roads. Second, we move toward the worker town by the storm channel. Third, we stop at the church, if it is reachable, because Tomas's sister and other survivors may be there, and because locals know the old plant better than we do. Fourth, we do not approach the lab entrance tired if we can avoid it. Fifth, if we encounter Beasley's contractors, we do not talk unless talking gives us advantage." "That sounded like a list," Travis said. "The user of our lives may object." Dolly blinked. "What was that?" "It was nothing useful." "Stress joke?" "Please continue." Brooks gave them a look. That was not even locally coherent. "I am workshopping." Dolly shook her head, but the room felt less suffocating for half a second. "The point stands. We survive smarter now. The tower taught us that nobody outside is coming because we asked nicely. Bald Eagle may help, but he needs leverage. We are the leverage until we find better." Mateo lifted one hand slightly. "I'm not a fighter." "Then you carry, listen, hide, and tell the truth when truth is useful," Dolly said. "Not being a fighter does not make you worthless. It means we do not waste you pretending." Lena checked her rifle. "I am staying with you until the worker town. After that, if there are survivors, I help organize them. Granger would haunt me if I left people without communications." "Can ghosts operate radios?" Travis asked. "Mr. Granger would find a way." Brooks closed the laptop. "Then we should move. The packet we sent may trigger responses from people watching Beasley's systems. If contractors are not already hunting evidence, they will be soon." Dolly opened the safe house door a crack and listened. The shopping district beyond had grown quieter, which did not mean safer. Quiet on the island was never a gift. It was a curtain. Travis took one last drink of water and thought of his life before the ticket, before the money, before the island. He had spent years fixing systems rich people ignored until they failed. Air handlers, condensers, ducts choked with dust, and wires melted by neglect. Now he was walking toward the hidden system beneath paradise, the one that had been failing long before the first scream. Dolly touched his arm before they left. "Not flirtation, not strategy, just contact. You meant what you said at the tower. About promises. I try not to say things I cannot carry. That will get heavy. It already is." She held his gaze. "Do not let it make you stupid. Too late for prevention. Maybe we aim for controlled damage." This time her smile stayed a little longer. They stepped out through the beachwear shop and into the long, bruised light of afternoon. The mannequins in the front window wore bright swimsuits and frozen smiles. Behind their glass, the dead resort reflected in fragments, smoke, broken signs, palm trees, and 5 survivors slipping through a world that still tried to advertise itself. Somewhere under all of it, Victor Beasley had built a kingdom without sunlight. Travis adjusted the shotgun strap on his shoulder and looked toward the inland road. "We find the town," he said. "Then we find the door beneath it." Brooks nodded, pale but steady. "And after that?" Dolly answered before Travis could. "After that, we go where rich men think consequences cannot reach." They left the safe house behind them, carrying water, ammunition, a broken map made useful again, and the knowledge that the island was no longer a place to escape. It was evidence. It was a crime scene. It was a grave, trying to become a secret. The safe house door closed behind them with a soft click that sounded too final for a room they had occupied less than a day. Travis looked back through the dusty glass of the beachwear shop and saw the mannequins facing the street in bright shirts and frozen smiles, posed for a world that no longer existed. Their painted eyes watched 6 survivors leave with packs on their shoulders, weapons held low, and the kind of silence people carried when they knew every sound had a price. Afternoon light dragged long shadows across the shopping district. The storefronts had been built to sell ease. Perfume counters, designer sandals, cigars, jewelry, and imported coffee had once filled the air with a rich blur of scents. Now smoke hung under the awnings. Broken glass crunched beneath their shoes. Somewhere inside a restaurant, a fryer alarm chirped weakly until the power coughed and killed it. A soft breeze moved receipts along the pavement like pale insects. Dolly walked point with a stolen rifle tucked against her shoulder. She had cleaned her face in the safe house, but the island had already repainted her with sweat, soot, and dried blood that did not belong to her. Her red hair had been twisted into a tight knot at the back of her head. In the casino, Travis had thought she looked like trouble dressed in silk. On the street, she looked like trouble had learned discipline. Brooks followed several steps behind her, moving with the careful stiffness of a man whose mind had outrun his body hours ago. The laptop pack rode high between his shoulder blades. He did not look at the open shops unless he had to. Travis knew that avoidance was not fear of bodies. It was Brooks refusing to let every dead tourist become a separate equation. If he counted them all, he would stop walking. Tomas limped beside Lena, one arm pinned tight against his ribs in a sling made from hotel linen. Lena carried one of the tower radios and a short carbine she handled with more care than confidence. Mateo brought up the rear with a canvas duffel full of water, batteries, and bandages. He had insisted on carrying it even though his hand shook when infected groans traveled through the cross streets. Travis took the rear guard. He hated the position because it made him listen to everything they left behind. Small scrapes answered him. Distant impacts carried through the broken shops. The wet dragging sound of infected feet followed them. He had spent most of his life fixing things by hearing what was wrong before he saw it, and the island used that skill against him. Every hidden corridor had a noise. Every broken door had a voice. Every dead resort guest seemed ready to rise behind him the moment he looked forward. Dolly stopped beside a kiosk that had sold sunglasses for prices Travis would once have called criminal. She raised a closed fist. Everyone froze. From the next avenue came a series of impacts, too even to be random, too controlled to be infected hands on glass. 3 shots, spaced with professional patience. Then another. Then a muffled, human shout. Dolly turned her head just enough for Travis to see the warning in her eyes. She did not mouth the word because she did not need to. Contractors had arrived. Brooks crouched behind the kiosk with Tomas and Lena. Mateo sank beside a planter, clutching the duffel as if it could hide him. Travis eased forward until he stood shoulder to shoulder with Dolly near the corner. The sound came again from the avenue beyond the luxury watch store. Suppressed rifles, Travis realized. Not quiet the way movies pretended, but flat and clipped, like someone slapping a thick book shut. Dolly leaned close to his ear. Beasley's private security. Not resort guards. Not panicked police. They are moving by route. Clearing evidence. We are not evidence they will tolerate walking around. How many? Travis whispered. Enough to make bravery expensive. He almost smiled. Almost enough to forget himself. A month ago, he had been a rich man trying to decide whether a vacation would help him feel normal. Now he was measuring bravery in ammunition and exits. Money really had changed his life. It has simply waited for the cruelest possible method. Brooks crept up behind them despite Dolly's glare. The storm channel is 3 blocks west. We need to reach it before dark. If those men hold a shopping district routes, the channel may become our only path toward the worker town. I remember, Dolly said. I know you remember. I'm saying because anxiety enjoys repetition. Travis glanced around the corner. The avenue opened into a service court behind 3 restaurants. A white cargo truck blocked the far exit. 4 men in dark tactical clothing moved near the truck, their faces hidden behind tinted visors and respirators. They were not Russian. That was what made them worse. Infected stumbled from the kitchens, and the men dropped them with clean headshots. A fifth contractor dragged black cases from the restaurant office and stacked them beside a portable burner. Paper files went in. Flash drives went in. A laptop cracked under a boot, then joined the fire. Near the wall, 2 resort employees knelt with their hands locked behind their heads. One was a woman in a stained chef's coat. The other was a maintenance worker with a bleeding scalp and a face gone gray with terror. The contractor nearest them asked a question Travis could not hear. The maintenance worker shook his head. The contractor raised his rifle. Dolly caught Travis by the vest before he stepped out. Her fingers dug hard into the fabric. "Do not," she whispered. "They are going to execute them." "I know. I can see. If you charge 5 trained men, they kill you, then them, then us. That is not rescue. That is a louder tragedy." The rifle lifted higher. Brooks closed his eyes, then opened them with a wet shine that made him look both furious and sick. There is a delivery corridor behind the watch store. It connects to the restaurant storage hall. If we enter through the service panel, we can reach the fire suppression control. Phone discharge could blind the court, but only for seconds. Dolly stared at him. "You memorized that from the tower map?" "Yes, I do. Also, I have been trying not to think about it because it is a stupid idea." "Stupid may be available," Travis said. "I have worked with stupid before." The contractor shouted again. The chef answered in a language Travis did not understand. The sound was brave and broken. The man with the rifle turned slightly annoyed. Dolly's jaw shifted. The calculation in her eyes changed. "We do not fight them in the open. Brooks gets the foam. Travis and I hit from the smoke and confusion. Lena covers the side door. Mateo and Thomas stay hidden. We save the workers if we can, and then everybody runs. Nobody gets sentimental in the court." "Nobody gets sentimental," Travis said, though we already knew he was lying. They moved through the watch store with care. The front room glittered with display cases, every watch inside still arranged under tiny lights, each one pretending time could be owned. Travis wanted to laugh at the cruelty of it. The richest people in the world had come to an island where minutes had become the only true currency, and most of them had spent those minutes badly. Brooks found the service panel behind a velvet curtain and opened it with a screwdriver from Dolly's kit. The corridor beyond was narrow, hot, and lined with pipes. Old grease scented the air. A shape moved in the darkness ahead. Dolly's rifle came up, but it was only an infected busboy trapped between a mop cart and a delivery cage, snapping at them through the bars. Travis stepped in and ended it with a short strike from the butt of a shotgun rather than waste a shell. Bone crack. The body folded. The sound made Thomas gag from the store entrance. "Keep breathing," Lena murmured to him. "Not deep. Just steady." "I hate this island," Tomas said. "That may be the first reasonable local review," Travis answered. Brooks reached the fire control box, stared at the labels, and began cutting the plastic safety tie. "Once I trigger suppression, alarms may start. Foam in the kitchen and court. Visibility decreases. Contractors will change angles fast. We get perhaps 20 seconds before trained people become trained again." 20 seconds is a lifetime," Dolly said. "That statement has poor scientific support. Push the button, Brooks." He pushed it. The cord erupted in white. Foam blasted from overhead nozzles and side vents, filling the restaurant doorway, rolling across the pavement, and covering the burning files in a hissing blanket. The contractor shouted. One fired blindly into the service doors. Dolly moved before the first shout finished. Travis followed her into chaos. The world became white spray, heat, gunfire, and shapes. Dolly shot the nearest contractor twice through the gap under his visor. Travis slammed into a second man before the rifle could swing toward the kneeling workers. They hit the wet pavement together. The contractor was stronger than he looked and trained enough to twist toward his sidearm. Travis drove his knee into the man's forearm, felt something give, and struck his helmet with the shotgun stock until the visor split. Blood ran black behind the tinted plastic. The chef grabbed the maintenance worker and crawled away from the wall. Lena fired from the side door, not fast, but with enough accuracy to make another contractor duck behind the cargo truck. Brooks shouted directions from the corridor, his voice high and furious. Mateo threw a glass jar from the watch store through the service opening. It shattered near a contractor's boots and made him turn for half a second. Dolly used that half second. Her shot took him in the throat above the vest. "Run to the channel," Dolly shouted. Now, not later. The shift did not ask who they were. She hauled the maintenance worker to his feet and ran. Tomas staggered after them with Lena supporting him. Mateo grabbed the duffel and almost slipped in the foam. Brooks yanked him upright by the collar with surprising violence. A contractor rounded the truck and fired. A round punched through the watch store window behind Travis, showering the corridor with glass. Travis dragged the injured contractor up by his vest and shoved him into the line of fire as a shield. The next burst struck the man's armor and spun both of them sideways. Travis hated himself for the choice and survived because of it. Dolly appeared through the foam, grabbed Travis by the back of his vest, and pulled. You can feel bad while moving. They fled through the restaurant storage hall as alarms wailed over the suppression hiss. Behind them, one of the remaining contractors shouted into a radio. The words were clipped, foreign to Travis and sharp with anger. Dolly's face hardened. "They just reported contact with armed intruders," she said. "That sounds like us," Travis replied. "It is us with worse consequences." They burst from the rear corridor into a narrow lane that sloped toward the storm channel. The chef and maintenance worker were ahead, both coughing, both alive. The first infected turned from an alley, drawn by the alarm and the smell of blood. Travis fired from the hip and knocked it back against a scooter rack. Dolly shot another as it crawled from behind the trash bin, its hands leaving red smears on the pavement. The channel entrance waited at the end of the lane, a concrete mouth half hidden behind ornamental shrubs and a fake waterfall that no longer ran. Brooks had described it as a drainage route. Travis saw a throat descending under Paradise. They reached the stairs as the last light of afternoon thinned behind smoke. The chef looked at Dolly with foam in her hair and terror on her face. "Who are you people?" Dolly glanced back toward the service court, where contractors shouted over alarms and infected began to converge. "Today we are the reason you are not dead. Tomorrow may need a better answer." Travis looked down into the storm channel and heard water moving somewhere in the dark. "Tomorrow is acting greedy," he said. "This survived the next hour first." They descended into the concrete dark while the resort above them filled with gunfire, alarms, and the first organized hunt for their trail. The storm channel carried the island's hidden runoff beneath the shopping district, under the golf course, and toward the low ground near the worker town. It was not a sewer, Travis told himself more than once, though the distinction felt academic after the first 100 yards. Warm water ran along a center trough. The concrete walls sweated. Rust stains made long brown tears beneath the grates. Every sound multiplied until a single boot scrape seemed to travel ahead and return with company. They moved in a staggered line. Dolly took point with Lena close behind. Brooks walked in the middle, trying to keep his laptop pack out of the damp. Travis stayed near the back with the chef, the maintenance worker, Mateo, and Tomas. The chef's name was Amalia. She had a square face, tired eyes, and the expression of someone who had spent years being polite to guests she did not like. The maintenance worker was shabby, younger than Travis had first thought, maybe 25, with a cut along his scalp that Brooks had cleaned while walking because stopping felt more dangerous than imperfect medicine. Amalia kept glancing at Tomas. "Your sister may be at the church," she whispered. "I saw Mila running from the staff apartments before the phones died. She had 2 children with her. Not hers. Guest children, I think?" She was pulling them by the hands. Tomas almost stumbled. Lena caught him. She was alive. She was alive when I saw her. That is all I know. Hope entered Tomas's face carefully, as if it expected punishment for showing itself. Travis looked away because hope was dangerous to watch. It made people human again right before the island asked them to become something else. Behind them, above the channel, the alarms faded into a distant metallic murmur. The gunfire did not fade. It changed. Single shots became short, controlled bursts. The contractors were not wasting ammunition on panic. They were driving infected away from the service court, sealing routes and tracking. Dolly stopped beneath the maintenance grate. A slice of evening showed above them. Voices passed overhead, muffled by concrete. Boots moved in pairs. A radio clicked. Everyone pressed against the channel wall. Travis held his breath until his chest hurt. One drop of water fell from the ceiling to the muzzle of his shotgun. The sound was tiny, but he imagined the men above hearing it and aiming down through the grate. A voice spoke in English. Thom discharge confirmed. 3 down, 2 missing from court. Civilians removed. Intruders armed, mixed group, at least 1 female shooter. Command wants no local police, no coast contact, no live captures unless courier is identified. Dolly's face did not move, but Travis saw her fingers tighten around the rifle. Another voice answered. Burn route records and pull teams to the old plant. If she is moving with the scientist, that is where she goes. Brooks closed his eyes. The contractor above had said the word scientist like a target, not a person. The boots moved away. A vehicle started somewhere beyond the grate. Only when the engine faded did Dolly gesture them onward. Hobby whispered, "They know about the old plant." "They always knew," Dolly said. "They just hoped nobody alive understood why it mattered." Amalia looked at her. "You were one of them?" "I moved sealed packages for shell companies. I was told not to ask questions and paid enough to make that sound normal. Then I opened one crate after a man begged from inside it. After that, I was not one of them. I was unfinished business." The channel fell silent, except for water. Travis had known pieces of Dolly's story, but hearing it in the concrete dark changed the shape of it. She did not speak like a person seeking forgiveness. She spoke like someone who had chosen to carry guilt, because putting it down would mean pretending the dead were lighter than they were. Brooks broke the silence first. "If the contractors know I am here, Beasley knows my name from the classified fragments I accessed. He may not know I am vaccinated. He may assume Dolly stole limited doses, but not know who received them. That uncertainty could matter." "Matter how?" Travis asked. "If he fears we carry immunity, he may try to capture rather than kill. If he fears we carry data, he may kill everyone. He will make the decision that protects his story." "I dislike his story," Mateo said. "That makes you morally functional," Brooks replied. They reached a fork where the channel split around a concrete support wall. Brooks stepped forward before Dolly could ask. He touched the left wall, looked at the angle of the trough, then pointed right. Right branch toward the golf course basin. Left returns under the casino district. The left should be avoided unless we miss screaming and bad carpeting. "Right it is," Dolly said. The right branch narrowed and sloped down. "The air cool?" The smell shifted from smoke and grease to wet earth. After another quarter mile, the channel opened into a flood basin beneath the edge of the golf course. The ceiling vanished, replaced by evening sky bruised purple and orange. The fairways above had once been perfect green ribbons. Now sprinklers ran over abandoned carts, torn flags, and bodies scattered near the sand traps. Infected moved across the grass in slow wandering knots, their heads turning toward distant shots. They crouched beneath the lip of the basin while Brooks studied the terrain. We cross under the maintenance bridge, then follow the channel another mile. After that, the channel becomes too shallow. We leave near the Laundry Road and cut into the worker district from the south. "That bridge is exposed," Lena said. Dolly followed her gaze. The maintenance bridge crossed the basin ahead, a narrow span with a low rail. A resort pickup sat abandoned halfway across it. 2 infected bumped against the truck's side, confused by their reflections in the window. Beyond the bridge, the channel continued through reeds and concrete. "We crawl under it," Dolly said. "There is less than 3 feet of clearance above the water trough," Brooks said. "Then we crawl ugly." They moved one by one. Dolly went first, belly to damp concrete, rifle pushed ahead of her. Lena followed. Brooks passed the laptop pack to Travis, then crawled with his jaw clenched against the filth. Tomas needed help. His injured arm made the movement clumsy, and every scrape of his shoes seemed to shout. Javi crawled beside him, whispering encouragement in their shared language. Mateo shoved the duffel ahead and muttered prayers under his breath. Travis went last with the laptop pack strapped across his chest. Halfway under the bridge, the infected above stopped bumping the truck. A low groan drifted down. One of them had heard something. Travis froze with his cheek against wet concrete. The smell of algae filled his nose. Water soaked through his shirt. A drop of blood fell from above and landed inches from his hand. Another drop followed. The infected on the bridge had cut itself against the broken truck mirror. It leaned over the rail, drawn by the movement below, and its face appeared upside down in the gap. Clouded eyes rolled. Its mouth open and thick saliva stretched between gray lips. Travis could not lift the shotgun. There was no angle. He could not move without drawing the second infected. He stared at the upside-down face and felt every foolish decision of his life gather behind his ribs. Then Dolly's hand reached back from the far side. Not her gun. Her hand. She snapped her fingers twice, silent, sharp. Travis pushed the laptop pack toward her. She took it, set it aside, and slid the rifle muzzle under the bridge with impossible patience. The infected lowered another inch, jaws working. Dolly fired once. The shot exploded in the tight space. The infected folded over the rail and fell into the basin beside the bridge with a heavy splash. The second infected started toward the noise. Travis scrambled forward as fast as a low clearance allowed, tearing skin from one knuckle against the concrete. He rolled out the far side, grabbed his shotgun, and fired at the second creature as it toppled over the rail. The blast caught it mid-fall. It landed in the water trough beside him, twitching until Dolly ended it with the knife from her belt. The basin erupted with movement. Infected on the golf course turned toward the shots. Some began shuffling downhill. Others broke into ugly, uncoordinated runs. Move now, Dolly said. They ran along the channel. Tomas gasped with every step. Amalia pulled him by the back of his shirt when he slowed. Mateo stumbled, recovered, and kept the duffel hugged against his chest. Brooks stayed close to Travis, not because he wanted protection, Travis thought, but because he knew Travis would not leave him and wanted to reduce the distance Guilt might have to travel. At the far edge of the basin, the channel narrowed again. Reeds slapped their legs. Mosquitoes rose in clouds. Behind them, infected spilled into the basin, splashing through the water trough, slipping on wet concrete, crawling over one another with hunger loud enough to become its own weather. A rifle cracked from the ridge above. Not a suppressed shot this time. A clean, hard report. One infected near the front dropped. Then another. Travis ducked instinctively and looked toward the golf course maintenance road. 3 contractors stood near a utility jeep firing downhill into the basin. At first Travis thought they were helping. Then rounds struck the concrete near Dolly's feet. "They found us," Lena shouted. Dolly fired back, forcing the contractors to cover. "Do not stop." Channel bend, 20 yards. Bullets chipped concrete around them. The horde chased from behind. Contractors fired from above. Brooks gave a strained laugh that was nearly a sob. "Infected mercenaries in a naval blockade," he shouted over the gunfire. "I would like everyone to appreciate the efficiency of our enemies." "I appreciate nothing right now," Travis said. They reached the bend as a round punched through the duffel, sending water bottles tumbling across the concrete. Mateo tried to grab them. Amalia shoved him forward. "Leave it," she snapped. "We need water. We need lungs first." Dolly tossed a smoke canister taken from the tower safe house. It bounced against the channel wall and began pouring gray smoke across the bend. Travis fired twice through the haze, not to hit but to keep the contractors' heads down. Lena pulled Tomas into the reeds. Brooks dragged the damaged duffel by one strap until it tore, saving only the medical pouch and a single bottle. They ran blind through smoke, reeds, and mud. The gunfire continued behind them, then shifted as the horde reached the contractors' line of sight. The men above began shooting infected again. For 1 minute, their enemies became each other's problem. Dolly did not waste the gift. She led them through a culvert barely wide enough for 2 people, and out into a service ditch, bordered by laundry carts and utility pipes. The worker town lay ahead beyond the low rise, its modest buildings crowded together in the last light. Unlike the resort zones, it had no gold trim, no fountains, no fake classical statues, no music hidden in the landscaping. It had laundry lines, cracked paint, old scooters, storm shutters, and homes built for people who knew exactly how much electricity cost. Tomas stared at it with tears on his dirty face. "Home," he whispered. Travis looked back toward the golf course where gunfire and infected screams collided in the basin. Home had never seemed like a word brave enough for what it had to survive. Dolly touched Tomas's shoulder, not gently, but with purpose. "Church with the blue door. You lead until you cannot." Tomas wiped his face on his good sleeve and nodded, "Then follow close. The streets are narrow, and the dead do not have to know the way if they can smell us." They entered the worker town as night lowered over the island, and Beasley's men began burning the resort behind them. The worker town had been built where guests would never need to see it. That was Travis's first thought as they slipped between the outer houses. The streets were too narrow for resort shuttles and too practical for tourists. There were no marble walkways, no perfume piped to vents, no music disguised as atmosphere. Windows had metal shutters. Doors had scratches from salt air and years of hard use. Small shrines stood in corners where two alleys met. Laundry lines crossed overhead, fluttering with shirts and sheets abandoned when the first alarms came. The place felt more real than the rest of the island, and because of that, the silence hurt more. Tomas led with Lena's arm under his good shoulder. He named streets in a whisper as if the names might answer him. Market Lane, Keldin Alley, St. Orso Steps. The laundry wall painted with birds appeared exactly where he had described it, though one painted wing had been streaked with blood by a hand sliding down the plaster. Brooks saw it and looked away. Travis did not. He forced himself to see. This was what Beasley wanted buried under numbers and files. People had lived here. People had cooked dinner, argued over rent, fixed scooters, carried groceries, and sent money home to relatives on the mainland. The island had fed on them long before the infected did. A groan rolled from an open doorway on the left. Dolly raised her hand. The group stopped. Inside the dark room, something knocked over a chair. A woman stepped into the threshold, or what had once been a woman. She wore a housekeeping uniform with one sleeve torn away. Her jaw hung crooked, and the lower half of her face was painted red. When she saw them, her body lurched forward with sudden hunger. Tomas made a sound like he knew her. Dolly moved to shoot, but Amalia caught her wrist. Her name was Rosanna, Amalia whispered. She had 3 sons. Then remember that, Dolly said softly. Do not let what she became eat who she was. The infected lunged. Travis stepped in and struck with the hatchet he had taken from the tower kit. He did it cleanly, but nothing about it felt clean. The body dropped in the doorway. Amalia closed her eyes for one breath, then opened them and kept moving. They reached the market with yellow shutters. Stalls stood overturned under a tin roof. Fruit had split and rotted on the ground, sweet decay mixing with smoke from somewhere uphill. A small dog barked from behind a locked pharmacy gate, frantic and hoarse. Mateo took one step toward it. Dolly caught him by the shoulder. Not now. It is trapped. So are we. The dog barked again. An infected answered from 2 streets away. Mateo's face twisted. He kept walking, and Travis saw what the choice cost him. Survival demanded little cruelties from people who had not trained for them. It made bills come due in the soul. At the next corner, Tomas stopped. Ahead, a narrow street climbed toward a small chapel wedged between an apartment block and a storm wall. The door was painted deep blue. Candlelight flickered behind stained glass patched with tape. Someone had shoved benches against the front steps. Someone else had strung cooking pots on wire across the alley as a noise trap. Tomas tried to run and nearly fell. "Mila!" he called, voice breaking. "Mila, it is Tomas." A rifle appeared from a second-floor window above the chapel. An older man shouted in the local language. Dolly lifted both hands away from her weapon. Lena answered in the same language, fast and urgent. Travis did not understand the words, but he understood the argument. The rifle did not lower. Amalia stepped forward. "Father, Amani knows me," she called in English, then repeated herself in the local tongue. "Tell him Amalia from the hotel kitchen is here. Tell him Tomas is injured. Tell him we have a doctor." "I'm not a doctor," Brooks muttered. "Today you are close enough," Travis said. The blue door opened a crack. A boy of about 14 peered out with a kitchen knife in one hand. Behind him, candlelight revealed faces packed into the chapel, women, old men, resort workers, a few tourists stripped of their expensive certainty, and children clinging to anyone who still looked like an adult. A man stepped into the doorway. He was tall and thin, with dark skin, a close gray beard, and a priest's collar under a work jacket. His eyes moved over the weapons, the blood, the packs, and Tomas's sagging posture. "Inside," he said. "Quickly, and do not bring death with you if you can help it." "We left some outside by mistake," Travis said. "It may follow." The priest's mouth tightened. "Then we will make the door regret opening." They slipped past the barricade. The chapel smelled of wax, sweat, antiseptic, and fear held too long in one room. Someone had dragged mattresses along the side walls. Children slept in corners under tablecloths. Woman with a bandaged cheek ladled soup from a pot set over a camping stove near the sacristy. The altar had become a command table covered with hand-drawn maps, batteries, radio parts, and a box of pistol rounds. Tomas scanned every face. "Mila, are you here?" A young woman pushed through the crowd with 2 children at her hips. She looked like Thomas through a harder mirror. Same eyes, same sharp cheekbones, same stubborn mouth. For 1 second, Nita's sibling moved. Then Mila crossed the chapel and grabbed him so fiercely he cried out from the pain in his arm. "You fool," she said into his shoulder. "You slow, useless fool. I told you not to work the casino shift." "I missed you too," Tomas said, and his voice broke open. The reunion moved through the room like heat. People watched because hope was contagious in a different way. Travis felt Dolly standing beside him, still scanning windows and corners, refusing to let softness make the room less dangerous. Yet her eyes paused on Tomas and Mila. Something old and private crossed her face. Father Imani approached Brooks. "You are the doctor?" "I am a virologist. That is useful in the worst possible way. People have bites. Some are locked in the schoolroom. We did not know what else to do." Brooks went still. "How long since the bites?" "Different times. Some during the first night. Some this morning. Then I need to examine them. No close contact unless restrained. Saliva is the danger. Blood alone is not the transmission route based on the files I saw, though we do not take comfort from that." The priest crossed himself, then led him toward the rear room. Travis started to follow, but Dolly touched his arm. "Let Brooks work," she said. "You and I need to understand the defenses. If contractors know we are heading to the old plant, this chapel becomes either refuge or bait. You make everything sound like a trap. That saves time when most things are." Lena joined them at the altar table. She had already begun repairing the chapel's radio with parts from the tower kit. They have a small transmitter, but the antenna is poor. "I can boost it enough to talk across the worker town, maybe the old plant, if the walls do not eat the signal. Father Imani has been collecting survivors. He set runners before the streets became too dangerous." "How many here?" Dolly asked. 42, including children. 7 injured. 3 bitten and locked apart. Ammunition is low. Food maybe 2 days if nobody eats like a resort guest." "That was almost a joke," Travis said. Lena looked tired. "I have learned from terrible teachers." Father Imani returned with Brooks several minutes later. Brooks looked worse than before. His glasses sat crooked. His hands were gloved, but he kept rubbing his fingers together as if trying to remove a sensation that had passed through the latex. "2 have turned," Brooks said quietly. "1 is still conscious, but feverish. There is no cure here. The vaccine we received prevents conversion if given before exposure or perhaps immediately after, but I do not have any left. The live virus load after a bite is too high." A woman near the stove heard him and began to cry without sound. The priest closed his eyes. "In the conscious one?" Brooks swallowed. "She should be kept comfortable and isolated. She should not be lied to." Travis has seen Brooks angry, afraid, sarcastic, and brilliant. This was different. This was a man forced to become the voice of a locked door. Dolly asked the question none of them wanted. Can the turned inside break out? Not with current restraints. Not quickly. Current is a short word on this island. Father Imani looked at Dolly. "You came here for the old plant. Tomas told me while Brooks worked. You believe the devil's house is under it." "I believe a billionaire's version of the devil built something there," Dolly said. "That may be worse." The priest pointed at the hand-drawn map. "The old plant has 3 visible entrances: front gate, delivery yard, and storm culvert. The front gate is watched by men who are not island police. The delivery yard was sealed yesterday. The culvert has a grate from the inside. Workers used to joke about it before Beasley's people arrived. After that, nobody joked near the plant." Brooks leaned over the map. "The hidden lab entrance will not be obvious." The outline described a military-grade vault door. That suggests a freight access disguised as infrastructure, likely below the plant's old turbine room. "We need a terminal, stable power, and more time than the island wants to give us." "Time is the rude one," Travis said. A crash sounded outside the chapel. Pots rattled on the wire trap. Children woke and cried. The rifleman at the upstairs window shouted down. Dolly and Travis moved together, weapons up. Through the stained glass, shadows crossed the alley, not the wavering, uneven shapes of infected. Human silhouettes, low and controlled. A voice outside called in calm English. People inside the chapel, remain where you are. We are here under emergency authority. Send out the red-haired woman, the blonde scientist, and the lottery winner. Everyone else may be processed for evacuation. Travis looked at Dolly. Lottery winner, really? That made the wanted speech. Beasley is thorough when angry, she said. Brooks joined them, pale. They know all three of us. Father Amani lifted his chin. No one leaves my church because a liar with a rifle uses a polite voice. The contractor outside spoke again. You have 30 seconds to comply. Refusal will be treated as contamination risk. Dolly checked her magazine and gave Travis a look that was almost apologetic. Now the church is bait. Travis looked at the frightened faces behind him. Tomas with his sister. Children pressed against the walls. Father Imani standing before the blue door as if faith could make wood thicker. He thought of the man he had been before the lottery, crawling through hot attics and believing rich people were only inconvenient, not monstrous. Then he thought of Beasley in some hidden room, watching a whole town become expendable. Then we make the bait bite back, Travis said. Dolly's smile was small and grim. It was almost poetic. Do not make it a habit. The first round punched through the blue door before he could answer. The shot through the blue door struck the stone floor and shattered into sparks near Father Imani's shoes. He did not flinch until Travis grabbed him by the collar and pulled him sideways behind a pillar. A second round drilled through the door chest height. Children screamed. Candles jumped in the draft as people dropped behind pews, mattresses, and the altar steps. Back room, Dolly shouted. Everyone who cannot fight goes behind stone. Stay low and keep mouths covered. The priest translated as he moved, his voice cutting through panic with an authority older than the guns outside. Amalia and Mila herded children toward the sacristy. Mateo dragged a pew into a better angle with surprising strength, his fear turning useful, because someone had finally given it a job. Lena ran upstairs toward the window with the rifleman and the repaired radio. Brooks crouched beside the altar table, stuffing maps and batteries into his pack. Travis saw him reach for the chapel medical notes, too, not because they would help the lab mission, but because he could not abandon data tied to living people. That was Brooks in one gesture. Terrified, overwhelmed, and still gathering facts like they were seeds, Dolly took position at a side window where stained glass had cracked around a saint's painted hands. She fired once through a gap. Outside, a contractor shouted and fell against the alley wall. The answering fire came fast, controlled, and low. Rounds chewed through plaster. A candle stand toppled. The soup pot near the sacristy clanged as metal fragments struck it. Travis shoved his shotgun through a broken section of door and fired at the muzzle flashes across the alley. The blast was too broad to be precise, but it forced the attackers to move. He ducked back as bullets stitched the doorframe where his face had been. They are not rushing, he said. They do not need to, Dolly answered. They can pin us until infected arrive, then shoot survivors who run. Efficient murder. I hate that phrase. It hates you too. The chapel had 3 exits. The blue door, a side passage to the schoolroom, and a rear gate leading to a cramped courtyard behind the kitchen. Father Imani had barricaded the rear gate with storm shutters and an old freezer. The side passage was blocked by the locked room holding the Bitten. Travis looked at the map in his memory and understood the trap. If contractors held the front alley and infected gathered at the back noise, the chapel would become a box full of frightened people. Brooks crawled to him. There's a bell rope. Travis stared at him. This feels like a bad time for church tradition. The bell tower has a service hatch to the roof. The roof connects to the adjacent apartment block by laundry lines and an old maintenance plank, according to Tomas. If we can move non-combatants upward and across, we can empty the chapel without using the doors. How do you know about the plank? Tomas told me while delirious in the safe house. I listen when people ramble. That is why we keep you. I had hoped for affection, but utility is acceptable. Dolly slid down below the window as another burst tore through the glass. Roof evacuation works if we keep contractors busy and if the infected do not climb better than we hope. Hope has not been reliable, Travis said. Then we'll use physics and fear." She pointed toward the kitchen. Grease cans, gas bottles, anything wild near the alley mouth. "We need to make the contractors reposition. Travis, you and Mateo build a bad idea. Brooks, get people to the bell tower. Father Imani knows who panics first. Let him manage souls while you manage stairs." Brooks nodded once and ran crouched toward the sacristy. Travis found Mateo already pulling supplies from the kitchen shelves with Amalia. Cooking oil, cleaning alcohol, a box of rags, 2 small gas bottles for the camping stove. Travis's old repairman's brain saw valves, pressure, flame, distance, and terrible consequences. "We are not making a bomb in a church," Mateo said, aghast. "We are making a persuasive noise near a church. That distinction will not comfort heaven. Heaven can file a complaint after extraction." Amalia thrust a dented metal stockpot into his hands. "Use this. It was for soup. Now it can be for wrath." "I like your kitchen," Travis said. "My kitchen is dead. Make this count." They built the device behind a stone half wall. Travis hated how easy it was. Bad ideas often assembled faster than good ones. He wrapped rags around 1 gas bottle, soaped them, placed it inside the stock pot with scrap metal from a broken shelf, and rigged a longer rag as a fuse. It would not behave like anything reliable, but reliability was not the goal. Noise, fire, and confusion were enough. Upstairs, Lena fired from the bell window. The rifleman beside her shouted locations. Contractors moved along the alley in 2 pairs, leapfrogging cover. They were trying to reach the chapel wall where they could plant charges or throw gas. Dolly saw it too. "Now would be the moment for your persuasive kitchenware," she called. Travis lit the fuse from a candle stub. He waited 3 seconds, too long for Mateo's liking, then hurled the stockpot through the broken side window toward the alley mouth. It hit pavement with a ringing crash. A contractor turned. The fuse vanished into the soaked rags. The blast was not a clean explosion. It was uglier. A hard thump, a bloom of flame, scrap metal clattering against walls and burning oil spreading across the alley in a low orange sheet. 1 contractor fell screaming. Another staggered back beating at his sleeve. The rest shifted toward the far wall, exactly where Dolly wanted them. She fired 3 times. Lena fired once from above. The rifleman fired twice. The contractor team broke formation. The chapel bell began to ring. Not by design. Brooks had pulled the rope while directing people upward, and panic made the first survivor clutch it too hard. The sound rolled over the worker town, deep and mournful. Infected answered from every street. "That is bad," Mateo said. "That is also cover," Travis replied. People climbed the bell tower stairs in a bent, frightened line. Father Imani moved among them with a steady hand on shoulders and backs. Mila carried 1 child while another clung to her skirt. Tomas tried to help and nearly collapsed. Amalia shoved him into the line and told him if he died before finding his sister completely, she would drag him back herself. The rear courtyard gate shook. Infected had reached the kitchen sign. The old freezer scraped across the floor under their weight. Javi and 2 local men braced it with a pew, faces shining with sweat. "They are at the back," Javi shouted. "Of course they are," Dolly said. "Every party needs late guests." Travis loaded the shotgun with his last shells. He looked at Dolly. "How many front?" 3 still active, maybe 4. More coming if radio calls mattered. "And back?" "Too many, and they do not respect architecture." Brooks appeared at the bottom of the bell stairs, breathing hard. "Roof path works. It is awful, but works. Children are crossing first. Lena is guiding them over the plank to the apartment roof. We need 5 more minutes." A burst of contractor fire tore through the front wall and struck one of the pews. Wood splinters flew. Father Imani ducked over an old woman, shielding her with his body. Travis fired to the door gap and heard a grunt outside. "You have 3, Dolly said. "I asked for 5. "Negotiate with reality, Brooks." "I'm busy." The rear gate failed. The freezer tipped. The pew skidded. Infected poured into the kitchen in a knot of arms, teeth, and torn uniforms. Javi screamed as one grabbed his shoulder. Travis pivoted and fired. The blast cleared the first 2. Dolly crossed the room in a blur, pistol cracking, knife flashing when the infected came too close. Blood sprayed across the whitewashed kitchen wall. Malia swung a cast-iron pan with both hands and crushed the skull of a man who had once, she gasped, delivered onions every Tuesday. Travis fired again, then the shotgun clicked empty. He threw it at an infected woman crawling over the freezer, drew the pistol from his belt, and kept shooting until the slide locked back. He had time to see that the kitchen doorway was jammed with bodies and more behind them, pushing, slipping, climbing over the fallen. The chapel filled with the hot iron-smelled blood and burned oil. Dolly slammed a magazine into his hand. "You dropped this in the channel." "I picked it up because I am thoughtful." "You have a strange definition." "Load while admiring me?" He did. They fell back step by step toward the bell stairs. Brooks was halfway up, pulling Mateo after him. Tomas and Mila had reached the upper landing. Father Imani stood at the bottom with a heavy candlestick, refusing to climb until the last old woman was above him. A contractor appeared at the broken blue door, visor cracked, rifle raised. For one frozen breath, human threat and infected threat framed the same room. The contractor saw the infected in the kitchen, saw Dolly, and made the wrong choice. He aimed at her. Travis tackled Dolly before the shot. The round passed over them and struck an infected behind the altar. Father Imani swung the candlestick into the contractor's rifle with a sound like a church bell struck wrong. Dolly rolled from under Travis and fired upward from the floor. The contractor fell across the threshold. "That priest is timing," Travis said. "Compliment me later," Dolly snapped. They climbed. The bell tower stairs were narrow and spiraled tightly. People pressed upward in fear, slipping on all stone. Below, infected flooded the chapel, delayed by pews and bodies but not stopped. Contractors shouted outside, but the alley had become a feeding ground and a fire line. Their discipline broke under the same truth everyone eventually met on the island. Control was fragile meat. At the top, the night hit Travis like cold water. The chapel roof was flat and cluttered with water tanks, cracked tiles, and antenna wires. Across a gap to the neighboring apartment block, 2 thick laundry cables had been reinforced with a maintenance plank barely wider than a boot. Lena stood on the far roof, guiding children across one at a time. The riflemen covered the street below. Brooks was on the chapel side, repeating calm instructions with a voice that trembled only when nobody was looking. "Eyes on me," he told a little boy. "Now down. My face is unpleasant but safer than the ground." The boy crossed, crying but alive. Travis looked over the roof edge. The blue door burned at the bottom. Infected poured into the chapel. Contractors retreated toward the market, firing at anything that moved. The bell still rang because the rope had snagged and swung with every impact below, tolling over the worker town, as if announcing the end of every pretty lie the resort had sold. Dolly came up beside him, hair loose now, face streaked with soot. "We cannot save the chapel. We saved the people we could." That sentence never feels like enough. It is not. It is what we get. She looked at him, and for one second the fighting faded into something quieter and more dangerous. "You keep saying things that make me want to believe you. I am sorry for the inconvenience." A fresh burst of gunfire cracked from the street below, a round chipped tile between them. Dolly grabbed his vest and shoved him toward the plank. "Believe later. Cross now." They crossed over smoke, fire, and the dead climbing through holy shadows. Behind him, Father Imani stepped onto the roof last, carrying the chapel's small metal cross under one arm and a child against his chest. He did not look back until everyone else had reached the apartment block. When he did, the blue door collapsed inward. The priest lowered his head for one breath, then followed the others across the roofs toward the old utility plant, where the hidden door beneath paradise waited. They spent the first hours of night moving across rooftops and upper walkways, not because the route was safe, but because the streets had become impossible. The chapel bell had drawn infected from every corner of the worker town. They filled lanes and courtyards, bumping into scooters, hammering at shuttered doors, and reaching up toward balconies where survivors crouched in darkness. The contractors had pulled back toward the old plant, but not before setting fire to 2 market buildings to block pursuit. Flames painted the low clouds orange and turned the town's power lines into black veins overhead. Travis carried a sleeping child across one roof because the child's mother had twisted her ankle crossing the plank. The boy could not have weighed more than 40 pounds, Yet he felt heavier than any suitcase Travis had owned after becoming rich. Maybe because money had made everything light in the wrong way. People carried weight differently when they mattered. Dolly moved ahead with 2 local men and new roof pats used by workers during flood season. Brooks followed with Father Imani and Lena, building a route in his mind from every ladder, balcony, and storm wall. Tomas refused to stop until Mila slapped him in front of everyone and told him love did not make his blood stay inside. He sat after that, mostly because Amalia threatened to sit on him. The group from the chapel could not all go to the old plant. That decision came in whispers behind a rooftop water tank while infected crowded the alley below. Father Imani would lead most survivors toward the high school on the North Ridge, a concrete building with storm shutters and a fenced courtyard. Lena would go with him to establish radio contact and organize the worker town survivors who could still move. Tomas wanted to join Travis, Dolly, and Brooks, but he could barely stand. Mila ended the argument by taking his face in her hands. "You found me," she said. "Now do not make me lose you because pride is louder than sense." Tomas looked at Travis for support. Travis lifted both hands. "I've been beaten by common sense several times today," he said. "I recommend surrender." Tomas cursed him softly, then hugged him with his good arm. "Do not die under my town. I was aiming for old age and complaints. We will see what scheduling allows." Mila hugged Travis next, surprising him. "He talks about you like your family." Travis swallowed around something tight. "He has poor taste in relatives." Brooks promised to send directions through Lena's radio once they found a way to contact Bald Eagle again. Dolly gave Lena one of the contractor rifles and the last smoke canister. Father Imani gave Travis a small medallion from the chapel, pressed into his palm without ceremony. "I do not know if you pray," the priest said. "Not well. Then carry it badly. Sometimes badly is enough." That left the core mission smaller and more exposed. Travis, Dolly, Brooks, Amalia, and Hobby. Amalia insisted on coming because she had worked food deliveries near the old plant and knew which service road sank after heavy rain. Hobby came because he had repaired pipes there before Beasley's people sealed the place, and because, as he put it, he was already having the worst night of his life and might as well be useful. They descended from the last rooftop behind a closed laundry warehouse. The old utility plant stood beyond a cracked service yard at the southern edge of town, half swallowed by vines and new fencing. It had once powered the worker district before the resort tied everything into a central grid. The original brick structure remained squat and stained, with broken windows near the roofline and a rusted sign that warned of electrical danger. Around it, Beasley's money had added things that did not belong: fresh cameras, reinforced gates, armored junction boxes, and a new concrete ramp disguised behind stacks of storm barriers. Dolly studied it through binoculars from behind a laundry wall. Front gate has 4 contractors. Delivery yard likely has more. Kamer's alive. Hauer is stable. That ramp does not belong to an abandoned plant. Brooks adjusted his glasses. The ramp grade suggests freight access. The hidden vault may be below. If the lab needed equipment, human subjects, and waste transfer without resort visibility, that ramp would allow sealed vehicles to enter. "Say people, Brooks," Amalia said quietly. He looked at her. "You said human subjects," she continued. "They were people. Some from here. Some from the hotels. Some who came for jobs and never called home. Say people, or men like Beasley went even in our mouths." Brooks accepted the correction like a blow he deserved. People were moved through that access. They moved people through it and called the route infrastructure. Amalia nodded once. A contractor jeep rolled through the front gate and stopped near the ramp. 2 men climbed out with hard cases. A third dragged an infected corpse by the ankles and dumped it into a utility cart already piled with bodies. The cart's bed leaked dark fluid onto the concrete. Hobby made a small sound and covered his mouth. "Those are workers," he whispered. "That one is Paolo from water service." Dolly lowered the binoculars. "They're cleaning up bite evidence and anything that connects the outbreak to the plant." "Can we reach the culvert?" Travis asked. Javi pointed along the laundry wall toward a drainage ditch choked with weeds. "It runs under the fence, but the grate is inside. Old workers used to pass tools through it, not people. Maybe a child could." "I have been called immature," Travis said. "That will not make my shoulders smaller." Brooks frowned at the ramp. We may not need to pass through the culvert if we use it to access wiring. Drainage and power conduits often share service trenches near plants. If I can reach the camera junction, I may loop the feed or trigger a fault. Dolly stared at him. You can do that from a ditch? With time, luck, and deeply irresponsible wiring. The island does love irresponsibility. They moved along the laundry wall to the drainage ditch. Weeds slapped their faces. Mud pulled at their boots. Infected groaned from the worker streets behind them, but the noise had thinned as Father Imani's group drew the larger clusters north. Travis hoped the priest understood that was the kind of gratitude nobody wanted to receive. The culvert entrance was a half circle of concrete under the fence line, barred from the inside with a rusted grate. Water trickled through the lower gap. Beside it, the steel conduit ran into a junction box bolted to the fence post. Brooks knelt in the mud, opened his tool roll, and began working. If a snake comes out of there, I am resigning, Travis said. From what? Dolly asked. Whatever this job is. Lottery-funded disaster consultant. That sounds taxable. Brooks removed the junction panel and winced. Good news. The wiring is sloppy. Bad news. The wiring is murderous. Those feel related, Hobby said. They often are. For 20 minutes, they lay in the weeds while Brooks rerouted a camera line through a portable device he had made from the tower radio parts and the stolen laptop cable. Dolly watched the gate. Travis watched the worker town. Amalia watched the old plant with a hatred so focused it seemed almost physical. The camera above the ramp jerked left, then froze. Brooks smiled without joy. The feed is looped. It will show the last 9 seconds until someone checks it against reality. How long until that happens? Travis asked. Depends how arrogant they are. Dolly rose. Then we rely on their strongest skill. They slipped through a maintenance gap behind the storm barriers, not through the culvert, but along the shadow it cast. The camera stayed frozen. The nearest contractors faced the front gate, their attention on radio chatter and the fires in town. Travis could smell burned plastic and the sour rot of the body cart. He wanted to kill the men at the gate. He wanted it with a clarity that frightened him because it felt clean. Dolly seemed to know. She touched 2 fingers to his wrist as they passed behind a stack of concrete blocks. Not yet, she whispered. He nodded once, not because the anger was gone, but because she had given it a container. They reached a concrete ramp and descended into cooler air. The ramp curved beneath the old plant, lined with fresh blast doors and drainage channels too clean for the ruin above. The deeper they went, the less the place resembled abandoned infrastructure, and the more it resembled a throat designed by accountants with military contracts. Fresh tire marks striked the concrete. A smear of blood crossed one wall at shoulder height, interrupted halfway across as if the person leaving it had been lifted or dragged. There were no signs telling workers where to stand, no warning posters, no emergency numbers, no painted footprints for safe passage. The ramp had been built for people who owned the danger, not people expected to survive it. Travis noticed the small details because small details told the truth. The outer hinges had been replaced recently. The drain covers were new stainless steel, not the rusted grates used in the worker town. A camera dome above the curve had been disguised beneath dust, but the dust had been brushed away in a clean crescent where the lens turned. On the right wall, a keypad had been removed and patched over. Someone had upgraded access in a hurry after the first breach of secrecy. Beasley had not feared storms. He had feared witnesses. Amalia paused beside the blood smear, her face lit by the ramp lights. She lifted one hand, but did not touch it. The anger in her eyes changed from hot to old, and Travis understood that she was naming possibilities inside herself. A missing dishwasher, a cousin's friend who never returned from night maintenance, a woman who signed a contract for extra pay and vanished from the staff bus. Every resort had rumors. This one had built a door beneath them. Brooks saw her expression and softened his voice. We take the records if they exist. Names, trials, transfers, all of it. Evidence matters because denial is part of the weapon. Evidence does not hug anyone back, Amalia said. No, it does not. It could still put the hands that did this in chains. She looked at him for a moment and then nodded. Then make the door open. At the bottom stood the vault door. It was enormous. The door filled the tunnel from wall to wall. a slab of reinforced steel with hydraulic locks, a central wheel as thick as a truck tire, and a terminal mounted behind armored glass. No resort logo, no hazard sign, no pretty lie, just money, secrecy, and fear built into metal. Brooks exhaled slowly. There it is. Javi crossed himself. Amalia whispered a name Travis did not know. Dolly stepped to the terminal. Can you open it? Brooks stared at the screen, at the old plant above them, at the dark tunnel behind them where discovery would come sooner rather than later. Yes, I can open it. Travis felt relief hit too early. Brooks continued, but not quickly. From the ramp above came the faint crackle of a radio and the sound of boots changing direction. Dolly looked up the tunnel. Then we make time the hard way. Travis lifted his rifle and stepped beside her at the base of the ramp while Brooks opened the terminal case and began the slow work of asking a billionaire's hidden kingdom to unlock its front door. The vault terminal did not welcome Brooks with a password prompt. It welcomed him with contempt. Layered access checks crawled across the small screen, each one tied to hardware keys, biometric locks, rotating codes, and internal network pings that failed in ways that made Brooks mutter under his breath with increasing personal offense. He crouched before the armored panel with his sleeves rolled up, one cable clenched between his teeth, the laptop balanced on an overturned warning cone. In the greenish tunnel light, he looked less like a government scientist and more like an exhausted burglar robbing Hale. Talk to me, Travis said from the ramp base. I dislike the door. That is a feeling, not a report. The door has feelings about me, too. None are kind. Dolly checked the tunnel behind them again. How long before hatred becomes progress? Brooks spat the cable into his hand. The terminal cannot authenticate with the internal network because somebody locked the lab into emergency isolation. That is good, because remote security cannot simply deny me. It is bad because the door wants local proof I am authorized, alive, important, and probably wealthy. I can spoof portions of that. I cannot invent a matching biometric without stored samples, but emergency fire protocols might override if I can make the system believe pressure's rising in the ramp. Amalia stared at him. Can you say that like we are tired people? I may trick the door by pretending the tunnel is about to become unsafe. That is better. Javi knelt beside a conduit box. Pressure sensors connect through here. Newer cable. They ran it under the old drain line. I helped install outer pipes before they fired our crew. We thought it was for flood control. Brooks looked at him with sudden intensity. Show me which cable. Javi did. Brooks shifted to the conduit and his hands began moving faster. Travis watched long enough to feel useless, then turned back toward the ramp. Useless was dangerous. It made people think too much. The ramp curved upward, hiding the yard beyond. Dolly had positioned them behind a maintenance cart and two concrete barriers. The angle favored defense, for now. Anyone coming down would have to turn into their fire. That comfort lasted until Travis remembered that infected did not mind bad angles, and contractors had grenades. He checked the barrier with a mechanic's eye, though nothing about it was meant to be repaired. The cart had a flat tire, a cracked plastic bin, and a coil of cable in the back. He pulled the cable free and looped it low between the cart and a pipe bracket, making a shin-high snare where the ramp curved. It would not stop professionals for long if they saw it. It might stop the first man for one useful second if blood, smoke, and arrogance helped. Travis had learned that most repairs were not miracles. They were small delays stacked in the right order. Tonight, survival had become the same trade. Dolly watched him tie the knot. You always make things harder for people chasing us. That was my entire career before the lottery. Air conditioning broke, people yelled. I made the yelling travel slower. That may be the most honest job description I have heard. We should set a fallback line, he said. Dolly nodded toward a shallow side alcove 10 yards behind them. Already picked. If we lose the ramp base, we fall back there. If we lose the alcove before the door opens, we die with variety. Your optimism continues to sparkle. I can serve sparkle for men who buy dinner before the apocalypse. I bought dinner. You paid a resort bill with lottery money? That is not the same as buying dinner. Despite everything, he laughed quietly. She looked at him then, not long, but long enough for the tunnel to change temperature. There were things between them neither had time to name. Naming required a future. For now they survived in glances, jokes, and the terrible intimacy of watching each other bleed and keep moving. A shadow crossed the top of the ramp. Dolly's hand lifted. Travis stilled. Two contractors appeared in the curve, rifles low, moving with the caution of men who expected trouble but not enough of it. Dolly let them come 3 steps farther. Travis understood and waited. The first contractor saw the maintenance cart and shifted his muzzle. Dolly fired through the gap in the barrier. Travis fired half a second later. The first man dropped hard. The second fell backward, struck but not dead, and rolled behind the curve shouting. The yard above exploded into motion. Boots pounded. Radios snapped. A voice ordered lights. Flood lamps burst on at the top of the ramp, white and brutal. Travis ducked as rounds hammered the barrier. Concrete dust filled his mouth. Dolly fired upward in controlled pairs. Amalia, who had insisted she was a cook and not a soldier, crouched behind the cart and fed magazines to Travis with hands that shook only after she let go. "Brooks," Dolly shouted. "Progress would be charming." "I am committing several crimes against electrical safety," Brooks shouted back. "Charm is delayed." A metal canister bounced down the ramp. Travis saw it once, spinning dull green under the floodlight. He lunged without thinking and kicked it back up the incline before it settled. The canister burst halfway around the curve, filling the upper ramp with stinging gas. Contractors cursed and scattered. Travis fell back, coughing from the edge of it, eyes watering. Dolly grabbed his vest. "Do not kick mysterious objects unless you are sure." "I was sure I hated it." "That is acceptable." The gunfire paused as gas rolled upward instead of down. In that pause came another sound from the yard. Many moans rose together. The shots, lights and blood, had drawn infected from the worker town and the golf course basin. The contractors above began firing away from the ramp. Javi looked up from the conduit with wide eyes. "They are coming here." "Everybody comes here eventually," Travis said. "The door is popular." Brooks connected 2 wires with a spark that made him jerk back. The terminal screen shifted from red to amber. "I have partial emergency access. I can start a diagnostic cycle, but the main bolts will not retract until the system receives clearance from 3 internal locks. I need to emulate them one by one." In tired people words, Amalia said, "I opened the first argument. There are 3 more arguments. You scientists make doors dramatic. The rich make everything dramatic by refusing consequences." The first infected reached the top of the ramp and collided with the contractors there. For a few seconds, the battle above became chaos. Heard more than seen, rifles cracking, bodies slamming against metal, men shouting, infected shrieking. One contractor stumbled into view, backing down the ramp while firing upward. He had lost his helmet. Blood ran from his ear. He saw Travis and Dolly at the same time. He understood the infected were behind him. "Help me," he shouted. Dolly aimed at him. "Drop the rifle." He did not. He swung toward her. Travis fired. The contractor spun and hit the ramp wall. Infected poured after him. Dolly and Travis opened fire together. The ramp became a funnel of dead and not dead bodies. Infected tumbled over the fallen contractor, slipping in blood, crawling, snapping teeth. Travis shot until his rifle ran dry, switched magazines, and shot again. Dolly's fire stayed cold and precise beside him. Amalia dragged empty magazines back toward Javi, who tried to reload with shaking hands. One infected made it past the cart, a heavy man in a torn golf shirt with half his face missing. Travis slammed the rifle sideways into its throat, but it kept coming. He fell back, boot slipping. The infected crashed into him and drove him against the barrier. Its teeth snapped inches from his cheek. Its breath smelled like meat left in sun. Dolly could not shoot without hitting Travis. She drew her knife and drove it into the side of the infected skull once, twice, 3 times before it dropped. Blood splashed across Travis's face. He sucked air and shoved the body away. "You all right?" she asked. Define all right generously. Still handsome enough for poor judgment. "That is healing to hear." She pulled him up. A bullet sparked off the tunnel wall near her head. The contractors had regained some control above and were firing down again, using the infected bodies as ugly cover. Travis and Dolly fell back to the alcove. Amalia and Javi retreated with them. Brooks stayed at the terminal, hunched over the wires like a man arguing with God in code. "Brooks," Travis shouted. "We are at the variety stage Dolly mentioned." "Second lock emulated," Brooks snapped. "Do not rush genius while it is terrified." The vault gave a deep internal clunk. Everyone heard it. For one heartbeat, hope entered the tunnel. Then the floodlights flickered, and a new voice came over the ramp speakers, smooth and cold. "This is private property," the voice said. "All unauthorized personnel are instructed to surrender." Dolly's expression went flat. "That is Beasley." The speaker crackled. "Miss Vane, you remain dramatic in your betrayals." "Mr. Mercer, I expected better operational caution from a federal man." "Mr. Hale, you are farther from your casino table than any lottery winner should be." Travis looked at the speaker mounted above the vault. "Victor Beasley, I assume. I would say it is nice to meet you, but I try not to lie during active gunfire." A faint laugh came through the speaker. "You are amusing. That may be why she kept you alive." Dolly fired at the speaker. Sparks burst from the casing. The voice continued from another hidden grill. "Breaking objects will not open my door." Brooks did not look up from the terminal. "No, but I will." The vault clunked again. Beasley's voice lost a little warmth. "You have no idea what waits below." Travis reloaded with his last full magazine and looked up the ramp where contractors and infected were gathering for another push. "After today, that threat needs better marketing." Dolly smiled without taking her eyes off the ramp. Brooks whispered, "Third lock." One more. The door that would not hurry finally began to think about moving, and everyone in the tunnel heard the deep hydraulic breath of a secret resisting exposure. The vault door did not open. It considered opening. That was how Brooks described the next stage, while sweat ran down his temples and sparks snapped from the conduit near his hands. The system had entered emergency debate with itself. Internal locks reported contradiction. Pressure sensors claimed danger. Biometric checks demanded a man who was not there. Fire protocols argued with quarantine protocols. Brooks had created a room full of invisible bureaucrats, and every one of them had a gun to their head. "I need 3 uninterrupted minutes," he said. Dolly fired up the ramp. "Choose a different need." "I need 3 interrupted minutes and a miracle. That is more honest." The ramp above had become a 3-way slaughter. Contractors held the upper curve with disciplined bursts, but the infected kept coming from the yard and worker streets. Some were resort guests in torn evening clothes, still glittering with jewelry under blood and soot. Some wore kitchen whites, maintenance coveralls, golf polos, security uniforms, swimsuits, robes, and expensive shoes ruined by death. The island's social order had collapsed into the same open mouth. Travis, Dolly, Amalia, and Javi held the lower ramp from the alcove. They could not let contractors descend. They could not let infected reach Brooks. They could not shoot forever because forever had become a number of magazines, and that number was shrinking. Malaya stopped saying she was not a fighter. She crouched behind the barrier with a pistol taken from a contractor and fired only when Dolly told her. Javi reloaded magazines with bloody fingers and kept glancing at the old plant pipes as if they might offer a tool, a valve, a forgotten mercy. Travis saw the glance and followed it to a red wheel mounted near a drainage line. "Javi," he shouted. "What does that valve do?" Javi looked. Old flood purge. It should be dead. Should is not a valve position. Javi scrambled to it, ducking as rounds cracked overhead. He leaned his weight against the wheel. It did not move. Amalia fired twice at the ramp, then shoved her shoulder against him. Together they forced the rusted wheel a quarter turn. The pipe groaned. A second turn made the tunnel vibrate. A third released a roar from beneath the ramp. Cold water blasted from side drains near the upper curve, not a flood but a hard sheet across the concrete. Contractors shouted as their footing vanished. Infected slipped, slid, and tumbled into them. For a few precious seconds the ramp became a chute of bodies. "I like old plumbing," Travis said. "Do not praise it too loudly," Avi gasped. "He hates attention." Brooks worked through the chaos. The terminal now showed a countdown that was not in any language Travis understood. Lines of code flashed across the laptop. Brooks's hands shook, but they did not stop. That, more than gunfire, frightened Travis. Brooks had gone beyond panic into a place where only the problem existed. If the tunnel collapsed, Travis thought, Brooks might ask for another minute while the roof fell. Beasley's voice returned through a different speaker, fainter but still calm enough to be obscene. Mr. Mercer, whatever Dolly promised you, she has omitted essential context. The material below can save civilization if managed correctly. You are risking global collapse to satisfy moral outrage. Brooks laughed once, a sharp, broken sound. You created a byte-transmitted neurological hijacker under a vacation resort and are currently lecturing me about risk management. The initial release was not intended. Neither is a drunk driver hitting a family, but intent does not resurrect them. The speaker hissed. Dolly glanced back at Brooks with a flicker of pride. Beasley continued, colder now. You are emotional. That makes you imprecise. No, Brooks said. I am emotional because I am precise. I know exactly what you did. A fresh squad of contractors reached the top of the ramp wearing heavier masks and carrying a portable shield. They had adapted. The shield angled downward, covering two shooters behind it. Infected struck the shield from the side and were cut down by a third man with a short shotgun. The formation moved slowly through the water in bodies. Dolly cursed. They're coming through. Travis, left knee gaps when the shield dips. Amalia, shoot only when I say. Hobby, stay down. Travis aimed for the lower edge. The shield dipped as the man behind it stepped over a body. Travis fired. Dolly fired at the same instant. One contractor fell, but the shield stayed up. The formation kept moving. A round struck Hobby in the side of his vest and knocked him backward. He hit the wall hard and slid down. Amalia screamed his name and started toward him. Dolly grabbed her by the belt and pulled her down as bullets tore through the air where she had been. Bess caught it, Travis shouted after a glance. He is breathing. Hobby wheezed and lifted one thumb with great effort. Old pipe, still worse. Good review, Travis said. The shield team reached the lower third of the ramp. Behind them, infected poured over the upper bodies, ignoring the water now. The contractors could not turn without losing the shield angle. For half a breath, Travis saw the opportunity and hated it. If the infected reached the shield team from behind, the men would break. But letting infected closer meant everyone at the vault might die with them. Dolly saw it too. She stopped firing at the shield and began firing around it, clipping infected at the edges. Not enough to stop them, just enough to shake their path. You are hurting them, Travis said. Rich men use monsters, she replied. We can borrow the concept once. The first infected struck the back of the shield team. The third contractor turned his shotgun and fired into its face. A second infected hit him from the side. The shield tilted. Travis fired into the exposed leg of the front man. Dolly shot the shooter behind him. Amalia, tears running down her face, fired when Dolly shouted and hit the last contractor in the shoulder. The formation collapsed under infected weight. The ramp became a red crush of bodies. Final lock is resisting, Brooks shouted. It wants a manual confirmation from inside. Travis stared at him. Inside the door we're trying to open? Yes, it is inside the door. The design philosophy is hostile. Can you bypass it? I can try to make the system believe the manual confirmation already happened. That is what I've been doing. Poorly, because the door is a rich person's panic attack made of steel. Beasley spoke again. I can open it from my side, Mr. Mercer. Surrender the stolen files, and I will allow medical evacuation for you and Mr. Hale. Miss Vane, unfortunately, has exhausted her usefulness. Dolly lifted her rifle toward the hidden speaker, but did not fire. You always did confuse usefulness with obedience, and you confused courier access with significance. For the first time since Travis had met her, Dolly looked truly stung. It passed quickly, covered by anger, but he saw the woundless cut of it. He stepped closer, still watching the ramp. He is talking because he is scared, Travis said quietly. He is talking because he likes hearing himself own a room. Both can be true. The infected broke through the collapsed shield team and began sliding, crawling, and sprinting down the lower ramp. Travis and Dolly fired until their weapons clicked empty. Amalia threw a contractor helmet into the face of the first creature, then shot it point blank. Javi, still on the floor, pulled a flare from the emergency pouch and lit it with shaking hands. Red light filled the tunnel. Use it, he gasped. Travis grabbed the flare and hurled it into a puddle of spilled fuel from the maintenance cart. Fire ran across the water-slick concrete in a low sheet, separating the alcove from the ramp. Infected stumbled into it, burning, still moving, turning the lower tunnel into a nightmare of flame and hunger. Brooks screamed, not in fear, but triumph. I have it. The vault door released a sound so deep it seemed to come from under the island's bones. Bolts retracted one after another, each impact shaking dust from the ceiling. Hydraulic arms engaged. The central seam brightened with a thin line of interior light. Open faster, Dolly said. It is a vault door, not a curtain, Brooks shouted. The gap widened to 6 inches. Then a foot. Cold laboratory air spilled out, sterile and chemical, wrong after the smoke and blood of the ramp. Beyond the opening waited a short entry chamber lit by emergency strips. Travis saw smooth white walls, a security station, and another sealed door deeper inside. Brooks first, Dolly said. Again with the questionable opening, Brooks said, but he grabbed the laptop and dove through the gap as soon as it allowed. Amalia and Javi followed, Javi leaning on her and cursing every breath. Travis kept firing a pistol he had taken from the fallen contractor, covering the ramp while Dolly pulled back. A burning infected lurched through the fire and slammed into Dolly. The impact knocked her rifle away and drove her against the vault frame. Its teeth snapped near her throat. Travis lunged, but another infected caught his leg from the floor. He kicked free, slipped in blood, and went down on one knee. Dolly jammed her forearm under the creature's chin, holding its mouth away by inches. Her face tightened with effort. Travis, help me. Not panic. Not pleading. His name is a command. He drove forward, grabbed the infected by the back of its ruined shirt, and hauled with everything years of hard labor had left inside him. The burning fabric tore. The infected twisted toward him. Dolly found the knife at her belt and buried it under the skull line. The creature collapsed between them. The vault opening widened enough for Travis to shove her through. She resisted just long enough to glare at him. Do not do noble. I am doing practical with dramatic lighting. He pushed her inside, then followed as the ramp fire began to fail and the next wave of infected crawled over burning bodies. Brooks hit the interior close control. The vault door reversed, slower than cruelty. Travis and Dolly fired through the narrowing gap. Beasley's voice came one last time from the ramp speaker, distorted by damage and distance. You are entering a place you do not understand. Travis looked through the narrowing seam at the bodies, the fire, the contractors, the infected, the old plant, the worker town beyond it, and every life Beasley had treated like material. That has been true since check-in, he said. The door sealed with a massive final thud. Silence dropped over them so suddenly that Amalia began to sob. Javi slid down the wall, alive but shaking. Brooks leaned against the security station, clutching the laptop like a child. Dolly stood with one hand braced on the vault frame, looking at Travis as if she wanted to say something and did not trust herself to choose the right words. The entry chamber smelled of disinfectant, cold metal, and secrets. Above them, paradise burned. Behind them, the vault held. Ahead, the underground lab waited with lights still glowing in its depths. The vault door had closed with the force of a mountain, deciding it was finished listening. For several seconds, nobody moved. The entry chamber held them in a square of cold light, sealed away from the ramp, the fire, the infected, and the contractors who had died trying to keep Beasley's secrets buried. The silence that followed should have felt like mercy. Instead, it felt like a held breath. Travis stood with his back against the sealed door and listened for impact from the other side. At first he heard nothing except his own pulse and Dolly's ragged breathing. Then, far beyond the metal, came a low scrape. Something outside dragged nails or bone over the vault face. The sound did not penetrate fully. It arrived as a faint vibration through the soles of his shoes, a reminder that the dead world had not gone away. It had merely been locked on the other side. Dolly lowered her rifle only after the chamber stayed quiet for a full minute. She had a smear of soot along her jaw and a shallow cut near her hairline. Her green eyes remained sharp, but the rest of her body had begun to realize what she had asked from it. The barrel of the rifle trembled once before she tightened her grip. Brooks leaned over the security console with both hands planted beside the keyboard. His glasses sat crooked. He was panting harder than Travis had ever heard him breathe after any schoolyard fight, any childhood run, any late-night climb through woods they had no business exploring. This time, the panic did not take him apart. It moved through him like weather and left him standing, Amalia sank onto the white floor and pressed both hands over her mouth. Harvey slid down beside her, his injured legs stretched straight, his face gray under the emergency lights. Lena crouched near him and checked his pulse with a focus that Lip borrowed from Brooks. Tomas stood near the inner door with a pistol held in two shaking hands. Mateo did not sit at all. He stared at the smooth walls and the ceiling cameras as if the laboratory itself were a predator deciding which of them looked weakest. The entry chamber was too clean. After the old plant, the white panels looked obscene. Air vents whispered above them. A row of sealed lockers lined one wall. A glass booth with a dead guard inside watched from the other side of a sliding partition. The guard had not turned. He sat in a chair with his face against the desk, and a dark stain spread across his collar. Beside him lay a sidearm still in its holster, his fingers resting inches away as if he had spent his last second remembering rules that no longer mattered. Travis pushed off the vault and crossed to the booth. The door was locked, but the glass had a fracture at one lower corner. He hit it twice with the butt of the shotgun until the crack webbed upward, then knocked enough out to reach through and open a latch. The smell inside the booth was sour under the disinfectant. He took the guard's weapon, 2 magazines, a key card, and a ring of small metal keys from the desk drawer. He did not look at the guard longer than necessary. Dolly watched him from the threshold. "You are getting better at taking what keeps us alive. I'm trying not to get proud of it. That is probably healthy." Brooks straightened from the console. The vault locked behind us properly. External controls are disabled. Interior network access is limited, but this station gives us a local schematic and environmental readouts. Most of the upper lab is in emergency mode. Power stable, which is bad. Stable power means automated systems are still making decisions. The building has opinions, Travis said. It has protocols, which may be worse. Lena looked up from Javi. "Can we stay here for a while?" "He needs rest." Javi shook his head at once. "Not here. If the rich devil has cameras, he knows where we are." Dolly glanced at the nearest black dome in the ceiling. "He knows. The question is how much control he still has. Beasley built places like this with layers. He would not trust one system, one guard, one door, or one lie." Brooks studied the screen. The lab levels descend under the island toward the old volcanic shelf. This entry connects to administration, quarantine storage, observation suites, animal research, weapons security, the main laboratory, and the extraction terminal. Some sections show contamination locks. Some show no signal. None of that comforts me. Travis stepped beside him. The screen showed a branching diagram of corridors and rooms, each section labeled with soft blue letters that seemed too calm for the purpose they served. He saw roots stacked under roots. Elevators were marked in red. Stairwells appeared as narrow shafts. Several halls ended in warning symbols, but the monitor did not explain what had gone wrong there. "Can you memorize it?" Travis asked. Brooks gave him a tired look. "That question insults both my terror and my usefulness. Yes, I can memorize it. I would prefer to do so while not being watched by a billionaire with a messiah complex. Take the win where you can." Dolly opened the lockers. Inside were white lab coats, face shields, sealed gloves, respirators, and orange emergency packs. She tossed the packs to Travis and Lena. Food bars, water, chemical lights, tape, masks. Not enough ammunition. Of course not enough ammunition. Amalia accepted a water pouch and drank with both hands. There are other workers in the town. If this place is real, they took people here. My cousin disappeared last year. They said he stole guest jewelry and ran away. He would not do that. Brooks did not answer immediately. His face changed in a way Travis knew too well. The scientist in him wanted facts before comfort. The human being in him knew facts might become a blade. "We may find records," Brooks said carefully. "We may also find things none of us are ready for." "Ready does not matter," Amalia replied. "No one matters." The inner door gave a soft chime. Everyone turned. A speaker hidden in the ceiling crackled. Beasley's voice filled the chamber, calm enough to be a luxury item. "You made an impressive amount of noise for 3 people and a handful of strays. Dolly Vane, I always suspected desperation would make you theatrical. Dr. Mercer, your presence is disappointing. Travis Hale, your presence is absurd." Travis looked at Dolly. Absurd feels personal. He likes personal, Dolly said. It makes cruelty feel tailored. Beasley continued as if he could hear every word. The upper access, as sealed. You are inside a secured research facility during a biological containment failure. You have no clearance, limited weapons, injured civilians, and no reliable path back to the surface. Surrender the stolen data and the vaccine samples. In return, I may authorize a cleaner end than the one you are walking toward. Brooks leaned toward the speaker. Your negotiation style could use work. A pause followed. For the first time, Beasley sounded faintly amused. Dr. Mercer, you saw fragments and believed you understood the structure. That is a common failure among clever men. They mistake a crack in a wall for the entire building. I understand enough, Brooks said. You built a disease that eats human judgment, spreads through bites, and mutates when stressed. You hid it under a resort full of civilians. You experimented on abducted people. You call that structure? I call it murder with Grant language. The speaker hissed softly. You call it what you need in order to remain simple. Travis stepped closer. And you call it what you need so you can sleep. I sleep very well. Then that might be the sickest thing about you. The speaker clicked off. The inner door unlocked with a quiet mechanical sigh. Nobody moved toward it. Dolly lifted her rifle. That was not generosity. He wants us deeper, Brooks said. He may need us away from the vault. Or he wants to study our movement. Or both. Can we choose a third option, where the evil basement has a gift shop and a boat? Travis asked. Not that option, Brooks said. But sarcasm may remain part of the treatment plan. Travis looked at each face in the chamber. Dolly was ready because readiness had become her language. Brooks was terrified and useful. Lena was steady because Tomas needed her to be. Amalia and Javi had joined a war they had not asked to understand. Mateo stood with a duffel in one hand and grief in the other. The story had grown too large for escape. Travis felt that truth settled on him harder than the vault door. Above them, the island still screamed. Ahead of them, Beasley waited with laboratories, records, victims, and a child they had not yet met. He checked the shotgun, took a breath, and stepped toward the open inner door. Nobody wanders, he said. Nobody touches anything Brooks does not approve. If a door opens by itself, we assume it has teeth? Dolly gave him a small look. Listen to the lottery man finding command voice. I hate command voice. That means it may fit you. The group entered the white corridor beyond the chamber. The door slid shut behind them with a sound too gentle to be trusted. Ahead, the hallway bent left and descended into the island, bright, clean, and waiting. The corridor beyond the entry chamber did not feel abandoned. That made it worse. Abandoned places had dust, disorder, and the honest smell of neglect. This hallway gleamed under strips of white light. The floors had been polished recently enough to reflect their legs as they moved. Air vents kept the temperature cold and steady. Every 30 feet, a ceiling camera followed them with a soft electric tick. Travis preferred broken streets. Broken streets told the truth. The laboratory lied in clean surfaces. Brooks walked near the center of the group with the stolen keycard in one hand and the small map from the console stored behind his eyes. He whispered turns before they reached them. Left at the first junction. Administration is sealed ahead. Quarantine storage on the right. Do not enter rooms with yellow lights. Yellow means pressure failure or chemical purge. Red means contamination lockdown. Blue means system still believes everything is normal, which is insulting. What does green mean? Mateo asked. Probably something expensive. Dolly moved ahead of Brooks, rifle raised. Travis stayed behind her and slightly to the right. The others followed in pairs. Lena supported Tomas. Amalia helped Javi. Mateo kept glancing behind them until Travis nearly asked whether he had seen something. He did not ask, because in a place like that, the honest answer might be yes. The first body appeared near a reception alcove where a glass wall looked into an office filled with silent desks. A woman in a lab coat lay halfway through the doorway, one hand stretched toward the hall. Her badge had flipped backward, hiding her name. There was no bite mark visible, no violet mess around her. Only a syringe lay on the floor nearby and a thin line of dried blood from one nostril. Brooks crouched, careful not to touch her. She may have taken poison. Amalia crossed herself and looked away. Why would she do that? Dolly answered without softness. because she knew what was coming. Travis looked through the glass wall into the office. Chairs had been pushed back. Coffee cups sat beside keyboards. One computer still glowed, with a password propped. Someone had taped a child's drawing to the side of a monitor. It showed a beach, a bright sun, and 3 stick figures holding hands. The drawing hit Travis harder than the body. Evil was easier to hate when it did not have reminders of ordinary life around it. A sound came from the duct above them. Everyone froze. It was not the slow scrape of a standard infected. It was light, fast, and careful. A patter. A pause. Another patter, moving ahead through the ventilation space. Brooks looked up, face pale. That is too controlled. A mutation? Dolly whispered. Or a subject exposed to a different strain. Or both. Travis aimed at the ceiling grate. I disliked both choices equally. The pattering stopped over the next junction. For 3 seconds the corridor held still. Then the ceiling grate burst downward. The thing that dropped through was smaller than the infected from the resort and wrong in every movement. It had once been a man, perhaps a technician from the badge still clipped to the shredded remains of his shirt. Now his spine seemed pulled too tight, shoulders lifted, arms long from the way he carried them. His head snapped side to side with insect speed. His lips had peeled back from teeth stained dark by old blood. He hit the floor on hands and feet, turned toward Brooks, and sprang. Dolly fired first. The shot struck its shoulder and spun it, but did not stop it. Travis fired the shotgun a heartbeat later. The blast lifted the creature and smashed it into the wall hard enough to crack a panel. It dropped, twitched, and tried to rise again. Lena fired twice from behind Brooks. The second shot entered above one eye. The creature went still. Nobody spoke. The smell of burned powder filled the cold corridor. Brooks approached the body with shaking anger. Enhanced motor function, pain response, suppressed. Reduced balance delay. That was not random mutation alone. Someone selected for this. You can tell from one ugly hallway acrobat, Travis asked. I can infer from its gait, attack vector, and the fact that it crawled through ventilation with purpose. Also, I hate it, which feels scientifically relevant. Dolly grabbed his arm and pulled him back from the body. In for while walking. The shot noise just rang the dinner bell. They moved faster. The corridor sloped downward. The white walls began to show damage. A smear here. A dent there. A palm print dried brown near a sealed lab door. The deeper they went, the more the facility's confidence failed. Emergency shutters had dropped across several side halls. Some had been dented outward from within. Others had been torn inward, leaving jagged edges and black spaces beyond. At the next intersection, a row of glass observation rooms lined the right side. Most were dark. One light flickered inside the second room, revealing a hospital bed with restraints torn loose. The mattress had been shredded. A metal tray lay crushed against the wall. On the glass, someone had written "Help me" from the inside with bloody fingertips. The letters had dried and cracked. Amalia made a sound in her throat. My cousin could be here. Any of these rooms. Brooks looked at the doors, then at the map tablet he had taken from the entry station. These are upper behavioral rooms. We cannot search everyone. If records are intact deeper down, we can locate names faster. Faster for you, Amalia said. No, Brooks replied, and his voice broke just enough to cut through her anger. Faster for the living. I am sorry. That is the only kind of faster we have. Amalia stared at him for a long second. Then she nodded once and kept moving. They passed a nurse's station where cabinets hung open and pill bottles covered the floor like spilled dice. Travis stopped long enough to take gauze, disinfectant, pain medicine, and tape. He checked each label with Brooks before packing it. Javi leaned against the counter while Lena tightened the wrap around his leg. A distant scream came from below them. It began human. It ended as something else, sliding into a high animal shriek that made Mateo drop the duffel. The sound moved through the building's ventilation system and came from several directions at once. Tomas gripped Lena's shoulder. That was not outside. No, Dolly said. That was below us. The lights dimmed once returned and shifted from white to a faint amber glow. A recorded voice spoke from ceiling speakers in a gentlewoman's tone. Containment boundary compromise at level 3 observation. Non-essential personnel proceed to safe rooms. Research staff await security escort. Travis stared at the speaker. That announcement seems late. Automation does not care about timing, Brooks said. It cares about boxes being checked. A metal shutter slammed somewhere ahead, then another. The facility was closing sections around them, not fully, not cleanly, but enough to turn a map into a maze. Brooks looked at the hall, then shut his eyes for 2 seconds. We cannot take the main stairs. The system just sealed the core route. Service stairwell 2 may still be open, but it passes near animal research. What animals? Mateo said. This was a biolab, Brooks answered. There were animals. There may still be things that remember being animals. You need to stop making facts worse, Travis said. I am not making them worse. I am introducing them in chronological order. Dolly opened a side door with the key card. Beyond it, a narrow maintenance hall ran parallel to the main corridor. Pipes crossed the ceiling. The polished laboratory gave way to concrete and exposed cables. It felt less like the lie and more like the bones beneath the lie. They entered single file. The door closed behind them. Halfway down the service hall, they found the first sign that Beasley's private security had tried to fight inside the lab and failed. 3 contractors lay near a freight elevator. Their armor had been torn apart at the shoulder seams and throat guards. Their rifles were broken or empty. One had managed to write a message on the concrete with 2 fingers before dying. It said, "Helmets do not help." Dolly bent and took magazines from the bodies. Her jaw tightened as she recognized one patch on a vest. These were not amateurs. Then what killed them? Lena asked. The freight elevator doors answered. Something hit them from the other side hard enough to dent the metal outward. Everyone stepped back. Another impact struck higher. The doors bent at the same. A wet snarl leaked through. Not our elevator, Travis said. Brooks pointed down the service hall. Stairwell 2. Move now. They ran. Behind them, the elevator doors hit their stops with another crash. Metal shrieked. Travis looked back once and saw fingers pushing through the widening scene. Too many fingers, layered over one another, clawing for the light. The stairwell door opened under Dolly's shoulder. She held it while everyone poured through. Travis entered last and slammed it behind him just as the elevator doors tore apart in the hall. The stairwell spiraled down into cold concrete darkness. Emergency lights glowed red at each landing. From below came another scream, closer this time, answered by several clicking calls from unseen throats. Brooks looked down the stairs and swallowed. We need to reach level 3. Observation suites first, then the main lab route. Travis checked his ammunition. The number was not comforting. Dolly looked at him and saw the answer without asking. Every shot has to matter. Every step, too, he said. They started down into the red-lit stairwell, leaving the white corridors behind and carrying the sound of the torn elevator with them. The stairwell did not descend like a normal building. It turned and tightened, as if the island were swallowing them one landing at a time. Each level had a sealed door with a small reinforced window. Some windows showed dark corridors. Some showed moving shadows. One showed water running ankle-deep across the floor while emergency lights blinked under the surface. Travis did not ask why an underground lab needed a flooding section. He had learned the answer to most questions in Beasley's world was because someone allowed it. At level 2, an infected guard slammed into the window as they passed. His face flattened against the glass, mouth working without sound behind the thick pane. Tomas flinched hard enough to hit the railing. Javi caught him despite his own pain. Do not look into their faces, Javi said quietly. Faces make ghosts. Travis understood that more than he wanted to. Out on the resort, terror had arrived in crowds. Down here, terror came with badges, lanyards, nameplates, and work shoes. Every creature had once known a locker combination, a coffee preference, a room number. The closer they got to the truce, the harder it became to call the infected a swarm instead of people destroyed in a hunger. Brooks stopped at the landing Mark III. The door window showed a corridor lined with dark glass. A trail of red footprints crossed the floor and vanished around the corner. They were not human footprints, not fully. The toes were spread too wide and the stride was too long. Dolly leaned close to the window. Any movement? None visible, Brooks said. That phrase has betrayed many people. Travis tried the handle. It was locked. Brooks used the key card. The panel blinked blue, then amber. The door opened with a sigh. Cold air rolled out, carrying the smell of bleach, spoiled meat, and old fear. The observation level stretched ahead like a hospital designed by someone who hated patients. Glass rooms lined both sides. Each room held a bed, a drain in the floor, ceiling-mounted cameras, and restraints. Most were empty. Some were not. Bodies lay under sheets or halfway off beds. In one room, a figure sat perfectly still in a corner, facing the wall. Dolly raised a finger to her lips and they moved past without breathing. At the first junction, the hallway split into 3 directions. The overhead sign had been torn loose and hung by one cable, swinging gently though no breeze touched it. Brooks closed his eyes and rebuilt the map from memory. Travis watched his friend do what he did best. To everyone else, Brooks looked fragile. All glasses and thin wrists and nervous mouth. Travis saw the machine behind it. Not cold. Never cold. A mind built to carry detail without dropping it. Left leads toward the records node and camera station, Brooks whispered. Straight goes to pediatric observation and isolation cells. Right goes to the lower lab lifts, but those are offline. We need records, then isolation, then an alternate drop through the service spine. Pediatric, Lena said, and the word changed the air. Amalia's face hardened. They brought children here? Brooks looked sick. The map says pediatric. It does not tell us why. We know why, Dolly said. Because rich monsters still need smaller cages. They took the left hall. Halfway down, they found a security station sealed behind wire glass. The door had been forced open from the inside. A dead technician lay under the desk with a cracked tablet in one hand. Brooks knelt and took the tablet. The screen flickered when he pressed the power key. Battery at 9%, he said. Local cache may still work. Give me 30 seconds. Dolly stood guard at the door. Travis watched the hall behind them. Lena and Tomas covered the side rooms. Amalia helped Javi sit against a cabinet. Mateo stood with both hands wrapped around his pistol, breathing through his mouth to keep from smelling the station. The tablet woke into a security interface. Brooks moved through menus with the speed of panic sharpened into skill. Camera feeds appeared in small squares. Some were static. Some showed empty labs. One showed the vault entrance, where infected pressed against the outside door like bodies against aquarium glass. Another showed the old plant ramp littered with dead contractors and burning debris. The outside world was still there. It simply looked like something from another life. Brooks swiped to the lower levels. More feeds appeared. A corridor full of bodies. A lab with overturned tables. A guard team moving with flashlights to a storage wing. Another feed showed a large chamber where several mutated infected moved in restless circles. Their heads twitched in unison whenever a speaker crackled. A camera after that showed a room of mirrored glass. Brooks froze. The room looked almost empty. A small bed stood against one wall. A bookshelf had been bolted to the floor. A plastic tea set sat on a table. In the center of the room, a little girl sat cross-legged on a rug, drawing with a blue crayon. No one spoke. The girl looked maybe 8 years old. Her dark hair hung around her face. She wore a pale sweater and soft pants. She did not look infected. She did not look sick. She looked alone in a room built so that nobody could touch her. Travis felt the laboratory tilt inside him. He had prepared himself for monsters, bodies, and science turned into cruelty. He had not prepared for a child coloring while the world died above her. Amaya pushed herself up from beside Javi. Is she alive? Yes, Brooks whispered. She is alive. Dolly's expression closed. Not cold, but controlled. Too controlled. Where is that room? Brooks checked the label on the feed. Isolation Suite 3. Pediatric Observation Wing. Straight from the junction, then lower security door. Can she hear us from there? Brooks shook his head. It is mirrored glass. Likely one way from outside. The room is sealed. She may not know anyone is looking. The girl on the screen lifted her crayon, frowned at the paper, and scratched over something. Her face had a seriousness that belonged at a kitchen table, not in a sealed cell under an island full of dead tourists. Tomas whispered, "We cannot leave her." Dolly looked at him sharply. "We are not leaving her." It was the first promise she had made down there with our calculation in it. The tablet flickered. Brooks quickly copied files to the stolen laptop, muttering to himself. Camera index, room records, patient logs, security routes. Come on. Come on." A new feed opened by accident or fate. Measley stood in the control room somewhere deeper in the lab. He had removed his suit jacket. His silver hair remained perfect. Two armed contractors stood behind him. On the monitors before him, Travis saw their own security station from multiple angles. Beasley looked directly into the camera. The station speaker clicked. "That camera feed is restricted, Dr. Mercer." Brooks did not look up from the tablet. "Then improve your password hygiene. You are wandering through a structure that exists because men like you lack the courage to think beyond individual suffering." Dolly stepped toward the speaker. "She is a child." Beasley's voice remained soft. "She's a biological miracle. Use precise language." "I'm using precise restraint," Dolly said. "It is the only reason I am not wasting bullets on your speakers." Travis watched the little girl on the separate feed. She kept drawing, unaware of the argument wrapped around her life. Beasley continued, "You are trespassing in history. Do not mistake ugliness for evil. Evolution has always been ugly. I merely removed the illusion that it was gentle." Brooks finally looked up, eyes bright with rage. "You kidnap people and call it evolution because it sounds less pathetic than fear." The speaker went quiet. Then Beasley laughed once. I had expected Dolly to become emotional. I had not expected the scientist to become theatrical. I am flexible under pressure. The feed from Beasley's control room vanished. The tablet battery dropped to 4%. Brooks slammed the copy command again. The progress bar croned. In the hall outside the security station, something clicked. Dolly raised her rifle. "We have company." A second click answered from farther away. Then a third. The sound was not speech, but it felt coordinated. Travis saw movement reflected in the wire glass, a shape low to the floor, then another on the ceiling, fingers digging into seams between panels. "Brooks," Travis said, "now would be a fine time for finished." Almost finished is a cruel phrase, and I am living inside it. The first creature came around the corner at a run, not stumbling, not dragging, but sprinting with both hands striking the floor between steps. Dolly fired and missed because it changed direction against the wall like a thrown shadow. Travis fired next and shattered glass along the hall. The blast clipped one leg. The creature rolled, recovered, and lunged again. Lena shot it through the head from the side angle. It slid across the polished floor and hit the station door. More clicks filled the corridor. The copy finished. Brooks yanked the cable free. "We have the isolation records. We have to move." They retreated from the station as three more mutated infected entered the hall. Dolly fired controlled shots, slowing them but not dropping them until Travis stepped in and used the shotgun at close range. The sound inside the corridor was punishing. Blood sprayed the glass rooms. One creature hit the floor at Amalia's feet, still clawing. She grabbed a metal stool from the station and brought it down again and again until it stopped moving. No one commented. There was no room in the moment for comfort or horror. They ran back toward the junction. The facility map in Brooks's head had become less like a plan and more like a living thing. Doors sealed behind them. Lights changed color ahead of them. Speakers clicked in empty rooms. Cameras followed, and somewhere Beasley watched them choose left or right as if their terror were an experiment he had funded. The hall to the pediatric wing was shorter than Brooks remembered from the map and longer than Travis could stand. It passed 3 sealed interview rooms, each with a child's chair bolted to the floor and adult chairs placed on the far side of a table. The chairs made the cruelty intimate. They suggested questions, bargaining, fear dressed as therapy. In one room, crayons had been sorted by color in a clear plastic box. In another, a stuffed rabbit sat upright on a steel shelf with one ear burned away by chemical splash. Travis wanted to break every camera in sight, but the cameras were witnesses now, and Brooks needed witnesses almost as much as ammunition. Lena paused outside a room where the glass had cracked in a spider pattern. "My brother used to hate doctors. He would hide under the bed when my mother set appointment. I used to laugh at him." "Children know when adults are lying," Brooks said softly. "They may not know the details, but they feel the shape." Dolly kept moving, but her voice came back low. "Elena has been feeling the shape for a long time. That changes a person." "Can Brooks undo that too?" Travis asked. Dolly did not turn. "No scientist can synthesize childhood back into a syringe." The answer stayed with them. It made the coming rescue feel both necessary and insufficient. Travis understood then that saving Elena from infection would not save her from memory. They would be carrying more than a child out of the lab. They would be carrying the years Beasley had stolen from her, and no weapon in the armory could make that weight lighter. At the junction, Brooks pointed straight toward pediatric observation. Isolation Suite 3. The girl first, then the main lab. If I can understand what was done to her, I may be able to understand how to undo part of it. Dolly did not ask how likely that was. Neither did Travis. Probability felt like a luxury in a corridor where a child sat behind mirrored glass. They moved toward her. The pediatric wing began with painted clouds. That was the first thing Travis saw when the security door opened. The hall beyond had been designed by someone who understood what children liked and misunderstood what children needed. Soft blue clouds crossed the ceiling panels. Cartoon birds with cheerful faces perched on painted branches along the walls. A smiling sun decorated the far door, its rays stretching over a sign that read "Quiet Voices Help Healing." The lab had made Travis feel colder than the laboratory air. A child's shoe lay near the first bench. Pink canvas, one lace missing. Dolly bent to pick it up, then stopped herself before her fingers touched it. Her face had gone still again. Travis had learned that stillness did not mean she felt less. It meant she had locked the feeling behind a door until there was time for it to be dangerous. Brooks moved to the panel beside Isolation Suite 3. No manual open from here. Observation controls are in the next room. The suite itself is sealed by a physical key, biometric confirmation, and medical clearance. The key is not stored locally. Beasley carries it, Dolly said. Brooks glanced at the copied records on his laptop. That would fit the access logs. Primary override assigned to Victor Beasley. Secondary override removed 4 months ago. Removed from who? Travis asked. Brooks read the screen, then swallowed. Her mother. The hallway went quiet. Through the mirrored glass, they could see the girl. She sat on the rug with the blue crayon still in hand. Several drawings lay around her. One showed the resort beach. Another showed a house with a garden. Another showed a man in a suit standing outside a door with no handle. In every drawing, the girl drew herself small and distant from everyone else. Travis stepped closer to the glass. He knew she could not see him. He still felt wrong standing there with a weapon in his hand. "What is her name?" he asked. Brooks searched the file. Elena Beasley, age 8. The records used subject designation more often than her name. Amalia hissed something under her breath in her own language. She did not translate. She did not need to. Elena looked up suddenly. Not at them. At the ceiling bit inside her room. A speaker had clicked on. Beasley's voice entered the cell, gentler than it had been with them. "Elena, please remain calm. There are people outside your room. They may look frightening. They cannot reach you." The girl stood at once. The crayon slipped from her fingers. She looked toward the mirrored glass with huge dark eyes and raised one hand. Travis knew she could not see them, but the gesture struck him as if she had. "Daddy, is that you?" Her voice came through the observation speaker, small and hoarse. "Are you there?" Beasley answered. "I am here." Dolly's mouth tightened. "That coward." Elena moved toward the glass. "Can I come out today? You said maybe after tests." A pause followed. Travis hated that pause because it contained a father choosing a lie. "Soon," Beasley said. "You must be patient." "I have been patient." Miss Aaron said patience means waiting without making everyone else sad. "I did that." Brooks took off his glasses and pressed the heel of his hand against one eye. Beasley continued. "You are doing very well. The people outside are not safe. You must not listen if they try to speak. They cannot speak to me. The wall does not let them. That is for your protection." The girl looked around the small room. The bed, the bolted shelf, the plastic tea set, the drawings, the drain. "I do not feel protected." The speaker clicked off. For a moment, nobody in the observation hall moved. Elena remained by the glass, staring at her reflection. She touched it with 2 fingers. Travis lifted his hand before he could stop himself and placed it against the same spot from the other side. The glass was cold and too thick. Her fingers rested inches from his, divided by technology, cruelty, and a father who had turned love into a locked room. Dolly looked away first. "Brooks, tell me there is a way. There is a way to open the cell if we get the key and override. There may be a way to treat her if the records are accurate." I need the main laboratory. I need the original viral stock data. I need equipment that has not been damaged. What is she infected with? Lena asked. Brooks hesitated. She is not infected in the way the others are. She does not convert. Her immune system neutralizes the neurological collapse but allows live virus to persist in secretions. The record suggests she carries a virus without symptoms. That means any bite, saliva exposure, maybe even close aerosol under some conditions could transmit. Mateo backed away half a step before shame crossed his face. Brooks saw it. Fear is not cruelty. Treating her as less than human would be. We are not doing that. Amalia stepped close to the glass. Elena could not see her, but Amalia spoke anyway, softly and clearly. We see you, little one. We are here. The girl did not react. She returned to her rug, picked up the crayon, and tried to draw again. Her hand shook too much for a clean line. Travis felt something shift inside him. Until that moment, survival had been a chain of tasks. Reach the safe room. Reach the tower. Reach the lab. Keep Brooks alive. Keep Dolly alive. Get evidence. Stop Beasley. Elena turned every task into something sharper. She was the reason a person kept moving when moving had become unreasonable. The observation controls sat in the room next door. Brooks opened it with the key card, and they entered a cramped space filled with monitors, medical cabinets, and 2 chairs facing the mirrored glass. On the wall hung a schedule written in neat blocks: meals, temperature checks, blood draw, cognitive test, isolation interview, lights out. The handwriting was feminine, careful, almost maternal. Beneath the schedule, someone had added in smaller letters. No more lies to her. The note had been crossed out with a black marker. Dolly read it and went silent. Brooks searched the cabinets and found sealed pediatric masks, syringes, and sample containers. He took them all. He also found a printed file in a locked drawer. Travis broke the drawer with a pry bar from the emergency pack, and Brooks spread the pages across the desk. Elena's photograph looked up from the first page. She smiled in a garden, missing one front tooth, hair windblown, one arm around a golden dog. The file beside the photo referred to her as primary immune host. Say her name, Travis said. Brooks looked at him. When you read those notes, say her name every time you can. I do not want Beasley's words getting too comfortable in here. Brooks nodded once. Elena showed first fever response after exposure protocol. Elena displayed a rapid antibody cascade. Elena retained cognition. Elena remained contagious. Elena requested her mother repeatedly. Elena was denied external contact by order of Victor Beasley. Dolly turned toward the far wall. Her shoulders rose with one careful breath. Her mother knew. Brooks read another page. Celia Beasley filed objections. Then her clearance was revoked. Then she was listed as deceased in a private medical transfer. No cause in this file. He killed his wife or let the project kill her, Dolly said. Either way, he kept the child. Lena held Tomas's hand. Tomas looked younger in the pediatric hall than he had in the streets, as if the painted clouds had returned him to every fear he had learned before adulthood. A soft knock came from inside the cell. Elena had returned to the glass. She held up her drawing. It showed 3 stick figures outside a square room. One had red hair. One was tall and broad. One wore glasses. The figures were not accurate, not fully, but close enough to make Travis's throat tighten. She saw movement, Brooks whispered. Not us directly. Shadows and light changes. She may know people are here. Elena placed the drawing against the glass and said, Are you real? Travis leaned forward until his forehead almost touched the other side. Yes, he whispered, though she could not hear him. We are real. Beasley's voice returned, not through Elena's room this time, but through the observation speakers. Attachment is a predictable liability. The more you look at her, the less rational you become. Dolly did not move. You locked your daughter in a box. Do not lecture anyone on rational. I preserve what she is. You stole who she is. You have no children, Dolly. You would not understand the scale of a parent's responsibility. Dolly smiled without warmth. You are right. I only understand the scale of a bullet, and I am saving one for a lesson. The speaker clicked off again. Brooks gathered the pages. The records confirmed the key. Beasley keeps it on him or in his control room. Without it, We cannot open the suite without risking a containment rupture, and if we rupture the room before I have a treatment ready, we could expose anyone nearby. Then we get the key after we get the treatment, Travis said. Order matters, Brooks replied. Main lab first, curative first, then key, then Elena. Not an attempt, Dolly said. Say it differently. Brooks looked at the girl behind the glass. His fear remained, but something stronger stood beside it. Main lab first, cure first. Then Elena? Travis held the girl's drawing against his memory because there was nothing else he could carry for her yet. They left the observation room slowly, like leaving was a betrayal. Elena returned to her rug and sat with her back against the bed, holding the crayon in both hands. At the pediatric wing exit, Malia stopped and looked back. I've wondered if this place would show me how cruel people can become. It did not. It showed me how careful cruelty can be when it has money. No one improved his sentence. It did not need help. They moved out of the painted clouds and back into concrete, following Brooks toward the main laboratory and the first chance to turn outrage into rescue. The route to the lower laboratory forced them through a records archive where the walls were lined with black storage cabinets and sealed drives. The room should have been the safest place they had entered. It had no beds, no cages, no blood trails, no childish paintings. Yet the archive made Travis feel watched by the dead more than any corridor before it. Every cabinet held names. Every drive held proof that Beasley had not stumbled into evil. He had labeled it, funded it, revised it, and backed it up. Brooks moved from station to station with increasing speed. The laptop Dolly had stolen from the casino now looked battered and precious, its casing scratched, one corner cracked. The screen smeared by Travis's thumbprint from a moment he had tried to help, and only made things dirtier. Brooks connected it to the archive terminal and began copying everything he could reach. This is enough to bury him, Dolly said, standing guard near the door. Brooks did not look up. Evidence buries people only if the world survives long enough to hold a hearing. Right now I care about vaccine batches, antiviral trials, genetic markers, and Elena's immune profile. Legal satisfaction can stand in line behind not dying. Brooks opened a second directory, and the screen filled with resort names. Not subject numbers this time. Names from hotel registries, casino loyalty accounts, staff rosters, clinic check-ins, and missing persons notes that had never reached any embassy. The island had not simply hidden a lab, it fed it. A guest who lost too much money and drank alone became a transfer risk. A worker who complained about security patrols became a disciplinary removal. The tourist without family became an administrative error. The records turned disappearance into paperwork and paperwork into silence. Dolly leaned closer and pointed at a column of payment codes. Those are courier routes. I recognized the company names. Half of them were shell firms I carried for. They told us we were moving trial equipment, confidential patient samples, prototype drugs. Never people. Never children. Brooks copied the directory with a harder jab at the key. The bribe ledger is here too. Local port authority, private police, health ministry liaison, customs supervisors, even the resort medical director. Beasley did not buy one lock. He bought every hand that might have reached for it. Travis felt the old class anger rise in him, familiar and bitter. Before the lottery, men like Beasley had been pictures on magazine covers and voices on news clips, speaking about vision, while people like Travis crawled under houses in summer heat to keep the air running. After the lottery, those men had shaken his hand, laughed at his jokes, and acted as if money had made him one of them. He saw now what had always bothered him. They did not respect him. They recognized the balance sheet wearing a face. He turned the whole island into a machine, Travis said. Guests came here to forget the world. Workers came here because bills do not care about dignity. He used both. Predators prefer systems, Brooks said. A system lets them call appetite procedure. Lena looked at the names scrolling by. Can those files help the families? If we get 'em out, Brooks said. If anyone outside with power still wants truth more than convenience. Dolly kept watching the camera dome in the corner. That is why Bald Eagle wanted raw data, not rumors. Rumors die in committees. Data has teeth if the right people bite down. Travis watched rows of file names move across the screen. Most were coded with dates and protocol names. Some had initials. Some had words that sounded harmless until the surrounding room translated them. Population model. behavioral screen, host endurance, compliance stress. He wanted to rip the drives from the wall and smash them all, but Brooks needed the data, and rage had to wait its turn. Amalia searched a side terminal for missing worker names. Brooks warned her that the records might be encrypted, then leaned over and broke through the first access screen for her in less than a minute. She typed her cousin's name with 2 fingers. The system returned a result. Her face changed before Travis saw the screen. Subject transferred to trial group. Status terminated. Amalia did not cry. She rested one palm on a desk. Then she straightened. Copy it. Brooks copied the file. Hobby, sitting on the floor with his back to a cabinet, whispered, "There will be many." "Then we carry many," Amalia said. "As many as this machine can hold." Lena helped Thomas check a medical kit, while Mateo stood at the archive door. His breathing had steadied, but his eyes had not. The lab had aged him in hours. It had aged all of them. Travis saw it in the way people handled silence now. Nobody trusted quiet enough to rest inside it. A file opened on Brooks's screen without his command. Beasley had sent it, or the system had been waiting for Brooks to touch the right node. The video showed Elena in a garden from several years earlier. She ran across grass after a golden dog, laughing so hard she fell. A woman with dark hair entered the frame and scooped her up. Celia Beasley, Travis guessed. Victor Beasley appeared at the edge of the frame in a linen shirt, smiling like a man pretending not to know he was being filmed. He looked almost human. The video cut. The next clip showed Elena behind glass, older but still small, crying while a nurse in protective gear took blood from her arm. Her mother stood outside the room with both hands on the glass, speaking, pleading, then pounding hard enough for security to pull her back. Beasley stood behind them, expression unreadable. Dolly said, "Turn it off." Brooks's hand hovered over the key, but the clip changed again. Celia faced a camera in what looked like a private office. Her hair was loose, her face pale with exhaustion. She spoke in a whisper. "If this file survives, my husband has lost whatever part of himself could be reasoned with. Elena was exposed during an unauthorized trial. Victor says her survival proves the project can be controlled. He is wrong. She is not a two. She is our daughter. He has revoked my access and placed her in isolation. I do not know how much time I have. I'm sending copies to 3 people outside his network. If you receive this, please do not let him turn her into a future he can sell." The clip ended with a burst of static. No one spoke for a long time. Brooks saved the file twice and copied it to his second drive from the archive. Now we have her mother's statement. Travis looked toward the ceiling camera. "You hear that, Beasley? She told the truth better than you ever lied." The speaker did not answer. That silence told Travis more than another speech would have. Brooks continued through the records. Elena's immune system produces a neutralizing response, but the virus hides in mucosal tissue. That is why she can carry it. Beasley tried to use her antibodies to build a vaccine, but he kept pushing exposure cycles to force stronger response. The vaccine Dolly stole came from her blood work. Dolly stared at the screen. I moved crates marked agricultural enzymes. One of them could have been made from that child's blood. "You did not know," Travis said. "I knew enough to know I was being paid not to know. That is not innocence. It is not the same as him." Dolly's eyes moved to him. "Do not make me cleaner because you want to like me." The words hurt because they were honest. Travis stepped closer, not touching her, not trying to soften what she had chosen to hold. "I like you because you came back for strangers. I like you because you injected us before asking whether we deserved it. I like you because you are standing in hell, still angry, for a child you never met. I am not confused about the blood on this place or the ways people end up carrying pieces of it." For a second, Dolly's guard slipped. She looked tired, young, and nearly lost beneath all the skill she had built around herself. That was too good of an answer for a man who made money by accident. "I fixed air conditioners before the jackpot. You learn people when their house is hot and they think money should make physics obey." Brooks cleared his throat without looking away from the screen. "As moving as this is, the virus remains inconsiderate. I found the treatment pathway. Beasley's team considered a neutralizing cure possible but unstable. It requires a live synthesis rig in the main lab and a stabilizer kept in cold storage near the armory wing." "Why near the armory?" Lena asked. Because the security division controlled emergency biological countermeasures. Rich people enjoy putting life-saving medicine behind armed men. Dolly checked the map. Camera feeds showed contractors near storage. If they are between us and the stabilizer, we need either stealth or more bullets. We are short on both. Travis opened the ammunition pouch and counted. Mostly short on bullets. Stealth is just fear wearing soft shoes. Javi tried to stand and failed. Amalia caught him. His face twisted with pain. I'm slowing everyone. Yes, Dolly said before anyone could comfort him. You are. But you know maintenance routes, you can read local signs, and you kept Tomas from making noise under the bridge. Slower does not mean useless. Javi gave a weak laugh. You comfort like a police report. I have been told worse by better rested people. Brooks copied the last file. We cannot take everyone into the lower lab fights. Elena, the data and the cure depend on speed. Javi cannot move fast. Tomas is hurt. Mateo is barely armed. Amalia knows the worker names and can help keep them alive. Travis knew what he was saying. You want a split. I want a temporary fallback point. There is a clean storage room 2 corridors back with 1 entrance, no vents large enough for those ceiling crawlers, and a direct camera blind spot according to the map. Amalia can hold there with Javi, Tomas, and Mateo. Lena should decide where she is most useful. Tomas looked at Lena at once. You go with them. Lena shook her head. I am not leaving you. You found my sister because you did not leave the radio tower. You kept me alive because you did not leave the street. You've done enough of not leaving me. Go help them save the little girl. Lena's face crumpled for a moment and then repaired itself. She kissed Tomas carefully, not like a goodbye, but like a promise that refused to accept the shape of goodbye. You stay breathing. I will make it my main hobby. Mateo hugged his sister with one arm and looked embarrassed by his own fear. Be careful. That has not been our theme, Lena said, but I will try. They moved the injured and the non-combatants to the storage room Brooks had chosen. Travis helped seal the door and taped a folded map to the inside wall. Dolly left Amalia 1 pistol and 2 magazines. Amalia accepted them like sacred objects and then pointed the muzzle safely down with surprising competence. My father hunted goats, she said when Dolly raised an eyebrow. Tourists did not invent guns. Dolly almost smiled. Fair correction. Before closing the storage room, Brooks handed Amalia a small drive. Copies of worker files. If we fail, hide it. If anyone official comes and they are not with Dolly's contact, do not give it to them. Amalia took it. What does your contact look like? Dolly answered from the hall. Large, bald, and angry in a patriotic way. Mateo frowned. That is not very precise. You will know. The door closed on Amalia, Javi, Tavis, and Mateo. Travis hated the sound. It reminded him too much of Elena's cell. The remaining 4 stood in the corridor, Dolly, Brooks, Lena, and Travis. Fewer people meant fewer footsteps, fewer needs, and more room for fear to stretch out. Brooks adjusted the straps on his pack. We need the stabilizer from cold storage, weapons from the armory if possible, then the main lab synthesis rig. After that, we return for Elena with the cure, get Beasley's key, and hope reality becomes briefly cooperative. Reality hates us, Travis said. Yes, but hate can be predictable. Dolly chambered around. Then let's go make predictable angry. They left the archive with Celia Beasley's confession copied into 3 places, Elena's name burning in their minds, and the main laboratory waiting below like the heart of a machine that had learned to feed on people. Cold storage sat behind the security armory, which told Travis almost everything he needed to know about Beasley's priorities. Medicine came after guns. Rescue came after control. Even Mercy needed clearance. The route there wove through the service spine Brooks had described, a narrow vertical passage where ladders, cable trays, and pipes ran through the levels like veins. Travis hated the climb down, not because of the height, though the drop below them vanished into red emergency light, but because every rung forced a choice between holding on and holding a weapon. Dolly descended first with the rifle slung tight. Brooks followed, muttering the map under his breath. Lena came next. Travis went last and kept looking up into the dark above them, expecting a mutated face to appear between the pipes. Halfway down, a vent cover shifted. Travis raised the shotgun, but Dolly looked up and shook her head sharply. Noise in the service spine would carry everywhere. The cover moved again. Fingers slid through the gap. Long, blood dark, too thin. The creature inside tested the opening with slow patience. Lena lifted her pistol. Brooks whispered, "Do not fire unless it drops." The fingers withdrew. For 5 seconds, nothing happened. Then a clicking sound traveled through the pipe spaces, joined by another below, then another above. Travis felt the calls, more than heard them. The creatures were not speaking, but they were finding one another through the facility's hollow bones. Dolly reached the lower platform and opened the hatch with the key card. A green light flashed. The hatch stuck. She pulled harder. It did not move. "Mechanical jam," she whispered. Travis climbed down past Brooks, braced one boot against the side rail, and reached the latch. The mechanism had twisted slightly from an impact on the other side. He could feel the misalignment through the handle. Old habits returned with surprising clarity. Machines did not care about panic. They cared about pressure, angle, and patience. He shifted the handle up instead of down, struck the edge with the heel of his hand, then pulled while Dolly pushed from the hinge side. The hatch opened with a metallic pop that sounded enormous in the shaft. The vent cover above them fell. "Go," Travis whispered. Dolly slipped through the hatch. Brooks followed too fast and nearly fell. Lena went after him. Travis backed through last as a mutated infected dropped onto the ladder above, limbs folding and unfolding like a spider made from bad memories. It lunged down. Travis kicked the hatch shut as the creature hit it. The metal bent inward. Dolly locked it from the corridor side. The thing struck once, twice, then began scratching at the seam. "That lock will not last forever," Brooks said. "Then we do not spend forever admiring it," Dolly replied. The armory wing did not hide what it was. The walls were gray instead of white. The floors were rubberized. Red stripes marked tactical lanes. A sign read, "Security equipment only." Beyond the first checkpoint, heavy mesh gates divided the corridor. The first gate stood open. The second had been sealed by an emergency lock. Behind it, the armory door waited with a small reinforced window. Through that window, Travis saw shelves, weapons racks, body armor, ammunition crates, and the beautiful, ugly promise of not being helpless. He also saw 2 contractors inside. They were alive. One stood near the inner door with a rifle ready. The other knelt beside a crate, packing magazines into a black bag. Both wore respirators and dark armor. They had not seen the group yet because the corridor lights behind Travis were dimmer than the armory lights. Dolly pulled them back from the gate. "We cannot shoot through the mesh cleanly. They have cover. We have a locked gate and bad angles." Brooks studied the panel. "I may be able to open it, but the alarm will sound inside." "Then they aim at the door," Lena said. Travis looked at the ceiling. Fire nozzles. Camera domes. A maintenance grill. He pointed. "Can you cut lights in the room?" Brooks checked the panel menus. "That is possible." "What about the door magnetic lock?" "Also possibly." "Can you make it look like the system failed instead of us opening it?" Brooks looked offended and impressed. "You are asking for deception through building maintenance. That may be your native language. I grew up with breaker boxes older than both of us." Dolly listened while they formed the plan. Brooks would trigger a light failure inside the armory and cycle the magnetic lock on the inner door. Dolly and Lena would enter low, Travis high, using the flashlights from the emergency packs after the contractors lost visibility. Quiet was no longer possible, but confusion could still be rented. Brooks connected the tablet to the panel and worked fast. The scratching at the hatch behind them became pounding. The creature in the service spine had either become stronger or invited company. 30 seconds, Brooks whispered. Dolly looked at Travis. "Do not get sentimental about armored men. I was planning a warm friendship." "Delay that." The armory lights died. Brooks opened the gate. Dolly moved through it like a blade. Lena followed, face white but steady. Travis came behind him with the shotgun raised. Inside the armory, the contractors shouted. One fired toward the gate, rounds sparking off mesh and concrete. Dolly's flashlight hit his visor. Lena fired at the muzzle flash. Travis advanced 2 steps and shot the second contractor as he rose near the crate. The room exploded with sound and movement. The first contractor switched to sidearm after his rifle jammed against a shelf. Dolly closed the distance before he cleared the holster. He struck her with his forearm, hard enough to slam her into a rack. Travis tried to angle for a shot, but Lena was between them. The contractor drew a knife from his vest. Dolly caught his wrist with both hands and twisted away from the blade. He outweighed her, and training made him efficient. He drove her backward into the rack again. Helmets and armor plates clattered around them. Travis moved in, but the contractor kicked a crate into his shin and nearly dropped him. Lena did not hesitate. She stepped close, pressed her pistol to the edge of the contractor's vest, and fired twice. The man folded. Dolly shoved him aside and looked at Lena with a fierce flash of approval. Good angle. Lena breathed hard. I hated every part of it. Keep hating it. It helps. The hatch in the corridor gave way with a metallic shriek. Brooks shouted from the gate. We have visitors. They had seconds. Travis grabbed ammunition for the shotgun, pistols, and rifles. Dolly took 2 carbines and a bag of magazines. Lena found body armor that fit well enough and shoved another vest at Brooks. Brooks protested until Dolly stared at him, then he put it on backward. Travis fixed it with one impatient tug. You're supposed to be the smart one, Travis said. I'm smart under less vest-related conditions. A mutated infected hit the mesh gate and climbed it, fingers hooking through the openings. Its head snapped toward Brooks. Dolly shot it through the eye. Another came low under the first body, crawling so fast his shoulders blurred. Travis fired, reloaded, and fired again. Lena dragged the black ammunition bag toward the cold storage door while Brooks worked the next panel. Stabilizers behind this door, Brooks said. Cold room. Biohazard lock. I need a code. Can you hack it? Dolly asked. That word is doing too much work today. Brooks, please. Yes, but not instantly. The creatures outside the gate gathered in a frenzy, drawn by gunfire and light. The mesh began to rattle under their weight. Travis counted at least 6 bodies pressing against it, maybe more in the corridor shadow. Dolly tossed Travis a fresh carbine. Hold the gate. He caught it and looked at her. I'm starting to miss golf carts. Survive this, and I will steal you a nicer one. Brooks bent over the panel, fingers flying. Lena knelt beside him and fed him numbers from a printed inventory sheet she had found near the door. Try 2174. The crate label repeats it. That is not a code. That is a temperature range. Brooks paused. Actually, try it anyway. The panel blinked amber, then green. I love being accidentally right, Lena said. The cold storage door opened with a breath of white vapor. Inside, frost-coated metal shelves, small cases sat locked in racks, each labeled with barcodes and trial numbers. Brooks rushed in, scanning labels. Neural inhibitor, immune booster, useless, horrifying, unrelated, dangerous here. Stabilizer Series 6. We need 3 vials. No, take 6. I refuse to come back. Travis fired at the gate until the carbine clicked empty. The mesh had begun to tear at one hinge. Dolly stepped in beside him and shot through the openings with calm, cruel precision. One infected lost fingers and kept pushing. Another climbed over the bodies and nearly made it through before Lena smashed its hand with the butt of her pistol, and Travis drove it back with a kick. Brooks emerged from cold storage with a white case hugged to his chest. I have it. Then we leave, Dolly said. Other exit, Brooks said. Armory has a weapons delivery hall. It connects to the main laboratory service entrance. You saved that for drama? Travis asked. I saved it because I was being attacked by fast corpses. They loaded what they could carry without slowing too much. Ammunition, 2 rifles, body armor, flash grenades that Dolly warned everyone not to touch without instruction, and the white case. Travis wanted to take everything. The bags grew heavy fast, and speed had become the rarest supply. The mesh gate finally tore free. Dolly threw one of the flash grenades into the corridor and turned away. The blast filled the armory entrance with white light and a cracking boom that stunned the infected long enough for the group to push through the delivery door at the back. The weapons delivery hall sloped downward toward the main laboratory. On the wall, a painted arrow indicated central synthesis. Beneath it, someone had scratched a message with a key or knife. He made us build the end. Brooks stared at it as they passed. Then we used it to build the opposite. They ran down the delivery hall with the armory alarms screaming behind them, the stabilizer case in Brooks's arms, and enough ammunition to believe for the first time that belief itself might not be foolish. The main laboratory doors were taller than the others and sealed behind 2 layers of reinforced glass. Beyond them waited the heart of Beasley's work: stainless workstations, sealed hoods, refrigerated sample towers, robotic arms frozen mid-task, and a central synthesis rig shaped like a ring of glass cylinders around a dark metal core. Blue emergency lights reflected off every surface. The room looked less damaged than the corridors, which frightened Travis more than chaos would have. It meant the machine had protected itself. Brooks stood before the access panel with the white stabilizer case clutched under one arm. His face had become frighteningly focused. Not calm, but focused. There was a difference. Calm belonged to people who believed the world might be reasonable. Brooks had abandoned that belief and replaced it with purpose. "This store requires medical clearance," he said. "The stolen card may not be enough." Dolly looked toward the hall behind them. The armory alarm still echoed faintly. Farther back, mutated, infected clicked and shrieked as they followed. How much time? Not enough to discuss time as a concept. Travis lifted the contractor badge he had taken from the vault booth. "Try this one." Brooks swiped it. The panel flashed red. Lena searched one of the dead guards near the door and found another badge. This one cracked but readable. Brooks tried it. It flashed amber. The panel requested biometric confirmation. "Of course," Brooks said, "because evil loves a second step." Dolly dragged the dead guard's hand to the scanner. The panel rejected it. "Circulation check," Brooks said. "I can tell he is dead." Travis looked at the thick glass and the hinges set into the frame. "Can we break it?" "Eventually, with explosives we do not have, and then the room may lock down or purge." The speaker above the door clicked. Beasley's voice returned. "Dr. Mercer, you are standing before equipment worth more than the annual medical budget of several small nations. I strongly recommend you stop treating it like a public clinic." Brooks looked up. "Open the door?" "I will not. Your daughter dies in a box if I do not synthesize the treatment. Elena is stable. She has remained stable because she is contained. You do not understand the risk of removing her from that environment." Brooks stepped closer to the camera. "I understand that the risk is inconvenient to your story. Open the door." A pause followed. "You think I have no love for her? That is simplistic." Dolly's laugh was short and furious. "You have ownership. Do not confuse it with love. You speak of things you have never built. I'm looking at things you built. That is the problem." Travis scanned the walls while they argued. Near the ceiling, a small service panel sat above the door frame. A bundle of cables ran through it into the lab. The panel cover had tamper screws. He smiled despite himself. "Brooks," he said. "Door brain up there?" Brooks followed his gaze. "Excess conduit. Maybe, but why?" "Because rich men still hire people like me when expensive doors act dumb." Dolly looked at him. "Can you reach it?" "I can if nobody lets the hallway eat me." Lena and Dolly took positions facing back down the hall. Brooks opened the emergency pack and handed Travis a compact toolkit from the armory. Travis climbed onto a rolling equipment cart, then up onto the door's side brace. His shoulder protested. Sweat ran down his spine despite the cold. The panel was just beyond comfortable reach. He stretched, caught the edge, and nearly slipped. The first infected entered the far end of the hall. Dolly fired. The shot cracked past Travis's ears and echoed through the glass. He gritted his teeth and focused on the screws. Machines had rules. Screws had heads. Fear could wait. He opened the panel and found a tight nest of wires, 2 fiber lines, and a manual override bus. He had no idea what half of it did, but he recognized power feeds and a solenoid lead. He cut the wrong wire first. The panel sparked and the door alarm changed tone. "That sounded bad," Lena called. "It sounded experimental," Travis said. Brooks looked up from below. "Cutting random wires is not a methodology. It is if random gets nervous and tells you where it lives." A creature struck Dolly hard enough to drive her back 3 steps. Lena shot it off her. More shapes moved behind it. Brooks handed Travis a jumper wire and shouted which terminals to bridge, based on the exposed board. Travis followed instructions, fingers clumsy with sweat. The lab door unlocked. Dolly and Lena fell back through the opening first. Brooks followed. Travis dropped from the brace and stumbled into the lab as the doors began to close again. A mutated infected lunged after him, its jaws snapping inches from his calf. Dolly caught Travis by the vest and hauled him across the threshold. The door shut on the creature's arm and held it there, thrashing. Travis raised the shotgun and ended it through the glass gap before the door crushed the limb enough to release it. The lab sealed itself around them. For one breath, the room gave them the illusion of control. It had workstations, tools, lights, and doors they could see. After the vents and corridors, visibility felt like wealth. Travis almost trusted it until he looked closer. Several glass hoods had been sealed from the inside with emergency tape. One workstation held a half-finished meal in a plastic tray, the fork still planted in rice, as if the person eating had stood up for a quick interruption and entered history instead. A whiteboard near the synthesis rig contained formulas, dates, and a child's name written in one corner by a hand that had pressed too hard with the marker. The name was Elena. Brooks saw it too. The sight steadied him more than any speech could have. He touched the edge of the whiteboard with 2 fingers, not wiping anything away, just acknowledging that somebody in that room had used her name when the official files preferred a label. Someone here tried to remember she was a person, he said. Maybe that person is still alive, Lena said. Brooks looked toward the sealed cleanroom door. A faint smear marked the glass from the other side, too high to belong to a child and too low to belong to hope. Maybe, but we cannot open every grave while the living one waits. Dolly set the ammunition bag on a rolling table and organized magazines with fast hands. Main rules. Nobody crosses in front of Brooks unless something is about to eat him. Nobody touches the gold vials. Nobody shoots the ring unless the alternative is immediate death. Travis, if one of those machines starts moving in a way you hate, you say so before you hit it. I can offer that level of professional restraint. That sounded almost sincere. I am evolving under stress. The joke helped for half a second. Then the synthesis rig came alive in stages. Fans first, pumps next, then the soft clicking of robotic joints. The machine did not care about Elena, Beasley, Dolly's guilt, Brooks's fury, or Travis's fear. It only cared that the right sample entered the right chamber at the right temperature. In a building designed to turn people into variables, Brooks had to use the variables against their maker. Brooks did not wait. He crossed to the central synthesis rig like a man walking toward a fire with a cup of water and the arrogance to believe the cup mattered. He set the stabilizer case on a workstation, opened Elena's records, and began checking the equipment. Dolly, I need the white case open. Lena, find refrigeration tower 3. Travis, secure that inner door and check every shadow large enough to hate us. You heard the terrifying professor, Travis said. Class is in session. The main lab had 3 entrances, the one they had used, a sealed cleanroom door on the left, and a lower service hatch at the far end. Dolly checked the cleanroom door. It was locked. Travis checked the service hatch. It had claw marks around the frame from the inside. Brooks, he called. How important is this hatch? If it opens, very. That was not comforting. I stopped providing comfort around the second mutation. Lena found refrigeration tower 3 and loaded sample cartridges into a tray as Brooks called numbers. Dolly handled the stabilizer vials with care that looked strange against the rifle on her back. Brooks moved between stations, typing, scanning, swearing softly, and building a treatment out of stolen science and moral fury. Travis secured the hatch with a metal table shoved against it, then added 2 equipment carts. The hatch shook once under an impact from below. He added a heavy sample cabinet. It shook again. Dolly glanced over. Any problem? The furniture is voting no. Beasley appeared on a wall monitor without warning. This time he stood in a different control room, closer to panic, though he tried to dress it in contempt. Dr. Mercer, you are contaminating a process you cannot fully understand. Brooks did not look at the screen. I understand enough to improve it. Your team was trying to preserve viral carriage while reducing behavioral collapse. I'm doing the opposite. Strip live virus, preserve immune memory, stabilize the antibody response. It is almost elegant when not surrounded by your crimes. You cannot test it properly. Your objection to unsafe experimentation has arrived late. Travis laughed despite the banging hatch. Beasley's eyes moved to him on the monitor. You find this amusing? Only the part where Brooks insults you while saving your kid. The rest is horrible. The lower hatch blew inward. The cabinet slid across the floor and slammed into Travis's legs. He fell sideways, rolled behind a workstation, and came up with a shotgun. Infected poured through the opening, but these were not the fast-ceiling crawlers. They were heavier, lab-grown brutes with thickened necks and gray skin stretched over corded muscle. One had a metal restraint still locked around its chest. Another dragged a length of chain from one ankle. Their eyes tracked movement with terrible attention. Dolly opened fire. Lena fired beside her. Travis shot the first brute at close range and knocked it back, but did not drop it. It crashed into a workstation, recovered, and charged again. Dolly put 3 rounds into its head before it fell. The second slammed into a rolling cart and hurled it aside with enough force to shatter glass. "Brooks," Travis shouted. "How close?" Closer than dead, farther than happy. The synthesis rig spun up. Glass cylinders filled with pale fluid. Robotic arms began moving, drawing samples, injecting stabilizer, mixing in a sequence that looked too delicate for the gunfire tearing the room apart. Brooks stood at the console with the focus of a man threading a needle during an earthquake. Lena ran dry. Travis tossed her a magazine. She caught it, fumbled, then seated it properly. Dolly moved left to draw one brute away from Brooks. It followed her with frightening speed. She led it between workstations, fired twice to slow it, then ducked as it swung an arm that crushed a monitor above her head. Travis rammed the brute from the side with a metal cart. The impact barely moved it. It turned toward him, mouth opening wide. He drove the shotgun barrel under its chin and fired. The blast lifted his head back and dropped it across the cart. The third brute reached the synthesis ring. Brooks did not move. Lena screamed his name and fired into the creature's side. Dolly threw a flash grenade beneath the workstation and shouted for everyone to turn away. Travis grabbed Brooks by the back of the vest and yanked him down as the flash detonated. The brute staggered, blinded and furious, swinging at air. The blast did not harm the synthesis rig, but one glass cylinder cracked. Brooks crawled back to the console before Travis could stop him. If that cylinder fails, the batch destabilizes. Then let it fail and make another. We do not have another Elena. There was no answer to that. Travis and Dolly hit the brute together. Firearms had become uncertain at close range, so Travis used the broken cart as a shield, driving the creature back inch by inch while Dolly fired into exposed joints and Lena kept smaller infected from climbing through the hatch. The brute smashed the cart until one wheel tore free. Travis felt the impact through his arms and teeth. He thought of every job he had ever worked where a machine refused to yield, every furnace wedged in a crawl space, every compressor that needed more stubbornness than strength. He leaned into the broken cart and gave the creature all the stubbornness he had. Dolly slid beside the brute and fired into its temple through a crack in thickened bone. The creature dropped so suddenly the cart almost pulled Travis down with it. The hatch still spilled movement, but now it was the smaller, infected, damaged, and frantic, crawling over the fallen brutes. Dolly and Lena formed a line. Travis joined them with the carbine. The lab filled with noise, smoke, and the chemical scent of the synthesis rig working through its final cycle. Brooks shouted over the alarms, "I have the first phase. I need 90 seconds for stabilization." 90 seconds is a rich person's estimate, Travis shouted back. "Then give me a poor man's miracle." They gave him everything they had. Dolly fired until her rifle emptied, switched to pistol, and kept firing. Lena held the left side with a terror that had become discipline. Travis blocked the central aisle, reloading by feel, every shot chosen because waste had become a sin. Infected fell across the hatch and made a ramp for others to climb. Blood ran under the workstations and into floor drains that had been designed for exactly that kind of cleanup. The thought nearly made Travis sick. The synthesis rig chimed. Brooks grabbed a portable injector from the tray and filled it with pale gold fluid. His hands shook only after the injector sealed. He stared at it as if he could see Elena's whole life balanced inside the small cylinder. "I have the cure," he said. Beasley's face vanished from the wall monitor. The lab lights shifted red. A lockdown siren began, deep and slow. Dolly looked at the sealed doors, then at the infected forcing through the hatch, then at Brooks holding the injector. "He is changing the board." Brooks placed the cure in a hard case and locked it. "Then we change her back." Travis reloaded with his last full magazine and looked toward the route that would lead them back to Elena, then beyond her to Beasley and the key he carried. For the first time since entering the lab, hope had weight in his hand. It was small, fragile, and surrounded by monsters, but it existed. That was enough to make the next fight worth entering. The main laboratory became a trap while Brooks still held the cure case against his chest. Red light rolled over the stainless benches and turned the clean room glass the color of fresh blood. The lockdown siren did not scream. It pulsed slow and steady, as if the facility had decided fear was more useful when measured. Travis stood near the broken service hatch with an empty rifle in one hand and the shotgun in the other. Smoke hung under the ceiling. The hatch had been forced mostly shut with a cabinet, 2 rolling tables, and a prayer nobody admitted saying. On the other side, something struck metal, paused, then struck again with patient strength. Dolly shoved her shoulder against the cabinet and held it in place. Her red hair clung to her face, damp with sweat and streaked with dust. She still looked elegant in the same impossible way. Broken glass could catch light. Tell me that little case is worth every monster in the building trying to find us. Brooks looked down at the case. His hands shook now that the fighting had paused. It is not perfect. Nothing made in this room was perfect. But it should strip active viral replication from Elena while preserving the immune memory that kept her alive. If I am right, she can leave that cell without carrying death in her mouth. And if you are wrong? Mateo asked from behind a toppled workstation. Brooks gave him the truth without decoration. Then I failed the child who was spelled by everyone before me. I do not intend to be wrong. The answer quieted the room. Nina crouched beside Tomas and pressed fresh gauze to the torn place under his shoulder. Amalia sat with Hobby, who had gone pale from the effort of crossing the lab. His injured leg had stiffened badly. He kept trying to smile at Amalia and failing in a way that hurt to watch. Travis knelt beside Hobby. How are you holding up? Hobby took the water pouch Travis offered. I like the part of my life where tourists complained about warm towels. I used to think that was misery. Warm towel misery sounds almost holy now. It was boring. I miss boring more than I miss sleep. A hard crack came from the hatch. The cabinet slid an inch. Dolly grunted and pushed it back with both hands. Travis moved to help, but she shook her head, not because she did not need him, but because Brooks needed time more. Brooks packed the cure inside an insulated emergency pouch and clipped it under his own vest. We need to get back to Elena's observation suite. The cure cannot help her in my bag. Dolly glanced toward the sealed exit. Her door still needs Beasley's key. I know. The cell also has remote treatment ports and an internal medical arm. If I can access that system, I may not need the key for the first injection. That sounds like a hope with hinges missing, Travis said. Most hopes in this building are missing more than hinges. The wall monitor snapped on before anyone could answer. Victor Beasley appeared from a high camera angle in some control room deeper underground. His pale suit remained clean enough to be insulting, though his collar had lost its perfect line. Behind him, screens showed the lab, the corridors, the worker town, and the island above. Dr. Mercer, Beasley said, you have created an unstable derivative inside a contaminated room using partial equipment and damaged samples. The speed is impressive. The judgment is not. Brooks stepped toward the screen. You keep confusing judgment with permission. I do not need yours. You need access. You need power. You need systems I own and doors I control. Travis moved into view at the camera. You also need us alive, or you would have ended this already. Beasley's gaze settled on him. Mr. Hale, wealth gave you the illusion that your opinions were worth hearing. Survival appears to have done worse. You keep saying my name like you are offended a repairman made it this far. I am offended by randomness. You are randomness with a bank account. And you are a coward with a basement. We all have themes. For the first time, Beasley's calm did not fully hide the man beneath it. The corner of his mouth tightened. Dolly saw it too, because her own smile arrived without warmth. Beasley changed the screen feed. Armed contractors moved through a corridor below them, black armor smeared with dust and blood. They carried rifles, medical cases, and cutting tools. Their faces were hidden behind cracked visors. Their movements remained disciplined, but speed had entered them. Men ran that way only when the thing paying them had stopped feeling certain. My remaining security personnel have orders to recover the derivative, the stolen vaccine, and the raw data, Beasley said. They have also been authorized to terminate infected assets. Escape staff, traitorous couriers, island workers, and lottery winners with leadership delusions. You forgot socially awkward virologists, Brooks said. I never forget useful men, Doctor. That is why your betrayal is disappointing. The monitor went dark. A narrow door on the far side of the lab opened 2 inches. Cold air breathed through the gap. The hatch behind them struck again, harder this time. Tomas looked at Travis. He is sending us where he wants us. Probably yes. Then why follow? Brooks answered before Travis could. Because Elena is there. Because the data is still deeper. Because Beasley is counting on us loving our own survival more than we hate what he did. Dolly checked the ammunition bag and grimaced. My conscience would enjoy more bullets. Travis divided what they had. He handed Lena a magazine, Mateo 2 loose rounds that fit a pistol, and Dolly the last shotgun shells. Nobody wastes shots. Nobody plays hero. Nobody wanders. If the building opens a door, we assume Beasley put teeth behind it. Lena looked up from Tomas's bandage. You sound like a leader? I sound like a man trying to panic in an organized fashion. That may be leadership down here. The hatch gave with a metallic scream as infected bodies forced into the lab. Dolly fired once through the opening, and something shrieked on the other side. Travis grabbed Brooks by the back of his vest and pushed him toward the narrow door. They moved sideways through the opening into a utility corridor. Dolly first, Travis behind her, Brooks in the middle with the cure, the others close enough to touch. The lab sealed behind them. Through the wall, they heard furniture crash, glass break, and the infected flood the room where Brooks had made a fragile chance for one little girl. Brooks did not look back. Travis knew he wanted to. The machines, the notes, the chance for a second batch, all of it vanished behind steel. Brooks kept walking because the first batch was with him and the child was ahead. The utility corridor climbed toward a broken service lift. The car hung below them in a dark shaft. Contractors shouted from somewhere underneath it. Travis studied the cables, the brake housing, and the emergency release with the old concentration that had once carried him through busted air units and sweltering attics. We need to go up, Brooks whispered. There below. If they see us on the ladder, we are done. Then we drop the lift, Travis said. Dolly looked into the shaft. That is either a plan or a very loud confession. Both have worked for me before. He climbed onto the frame while bullets began snapping up the shaft. Dolly fired down to keep the contractors from aiming. Travis pried open the brake cover, found the yellow release ring, and pulled until the housing clanged. The lift car dropped like a judgment. Men shouted below. Metal screamed against metal. The crash shook dust from the ceiling and sent a hot wind up the shaft. When the smoke cleared, the lower route was blocked by twisted steel. They climbed the ladder. Travis went last and saw one contractor trapped beneath the lift frame, alive and reaching for a pistol. For 1 second, the man was not an enemy, just another human being caught in a machine built by someone richer than both of them. Then the pistol came up. Travis fired once and kept climbing. The shot followed him through the shaft, not loud enough to drown the thought that survival kept asking for pieces of him. At the upper junction, Dolly pulled him through the service opening. Ahead, blue signs pointed toward observation suites. Brooks touched the cure case through his vest, as if checking a heartbeat. Elena, he said. The name carried all of them forward. At the top of the service shaft, the group paused only because Thomas could not keep his feet beneath him. Lena lowered him against the wall and checked the bandage with a face that refused panic by force. The corridor lights made everyone the golder. Mateo had lost the softness of a young man who thought apology could fix things. Amalia's grief had gone quiet beside Javi, and quiet grief frightened Travis because quiet things waited for a place to break. Brooks used the pause to check the cure case again. He did it with the reverence of a priest and the terror of a thief. Travis watched him turn the sealed injector in gloved hands and understood that Brooks was carrying more than medicine. He was carrying every patient he had never met, every report he had been told to ignore, every warning buried under classified silence. When Brooks looked up, his eyes had the raw focus of a man who had decided exhaustion could wait its turn. Dolly leaned close to Travis while the others adjusted straps and weapons. Her voice stayed low. When this is over, remind me never to flirt with men in casinos as part of an operational plan. Travis looked at the blood drying near her sleeve and the gun in her hand. When this is over, I am voting for places with exits and very boring waiters. The almost smile that touched her mouth did more to steady him than another magazine would have. Below them, trap metal gave a long, settling groan. It sounded like the facility itself complaining about the repairman who had broken one of its toys. Travis put one hand on the shaft wall. Cold vibration passed into his palm. He thought of all the machines he had fixed for people who never learned his name, and then of the man beneath them who had learned his name only because Beasley had paid him to kill. The world had never been fair. The island had simply stripped away the polite paint. The climb away from the lab also changed the way the survivors listened to one another. Earlier, beer had made every sound compete. Now each voice carried a task. Lena counted Tomas's breaths. Amalia counted steps because counting kept Hobby moving. Mateo counted the rounds left in every magazine twice, then a third time when the numbers refused to improve. Brooks counted minutes on the cure. Dolly counted exits. Travis counted all of them because losing track of one person felt like the first step toward losing that person forever. At one junction, the route split around a glassed-in control nook where a dead technician still sat upright in a chair. Travis entered long enough to strip the room of a flashlight, 2 access cards, and a roll of heavy tape. He saw a family photo taped to the monitor and turned it face down before anyone else entered. It was not mercy for the dead technician. It was mercy for the living, who had enough faces to carry. The observation suite looked gentle from the hallway, which made it worse. Soft blue lights glowed over a padded bench, small chairs, and a shelf of picture books arranged by color. A painted mural of clouds stretched across one wall. It was a room designed to make cruelty look like care. Behind the mirrored glass, Elena Beasley sat on the floor of her cell with a blanket around her shoulders. She did not know they had returned. Her side of the glass reflected only her own room. Travis could see her fingers folding and unfolding the blanket edge, close enough to count the movement, too far to offer comfort. Brooks crossed to the console slowly. Lines of data rose beside Elena's image: pulse, temperature, viral load, feeding schedule, behavioral notes. The load girl sat 10 feet away, and the system had reduced her to numbers that could fit in neat columns. Dolly stood behind Brooks with her pistol lowered. How many times did he stand here and watch her cry? Brooks did not look up. Too many. That is not a number. It is the only one I can say without breaking my hand against the glass. Travis stepped close enough to see Elena's face clearly. She had Beasley's blue eyes, but none of his coldness. One wrist wore a plastic bracelet with tiny sea animals. The other wore a paper band with a subject number. Childhood and captivity shared the same small arm. Amalia put a hand over her mouth. She was so small. Lena looked away, then forced herself to look back. Tomas leaned on his good side, breathing through pain. Mateo set the ammunition bag down gently, as if noise might somehow pass through the wall. Brooks opened the medical controls. His mouth tightened. Treatment arm is offline. The port is locked. Beasley changed permissions after we accessed the files. Remote injection is blocked. Dolly closed her eyes. Of course he did. There may be another way. The cell has an internal message panel. I can type to her. They make it sound human, Travis said. Not medical and not official. Make it sound like a person chose the words. Brooks nodded and typed. Inside Elena's cell, a narrow wall display flickered to life. She flinched at first, then approached carefully. Words appeared in simple black letters. Elena, my name is Brooks. I am not with the people who hurt you. Dolly and Travis are with me. We are trying to get you out. Elena read it twice. Her lips moved around the names. Then she used a small keypad onto the display. Her answer appeared on Brooks's monitor. Is my father here? The suite went still. No lie could survive the glass. No truth would be kind. Brooks typed carefully. Yes, he is alive. He is stopping us from opening your door. Elena read it. Her face did not crumple, and that hurt more than tears would have. She looked like a child who had learned early that crying did not change locked rooms. She typed again. He said I am dangerous. Brooks answered faster. You were sick through no fault of your own. We made medicine that may make you safe to leave. We need the key to open your door. Elena pressed both hands to the wall below the display. Travis thought of his mother after his father died, both palms against a storm door, as if the house might hold her up. The memory hit hard and passed through him, leaving him steadier and sadder. Elena typed, "I bit Nurse Mara when I was little. She died. I did not mean to." Brooks lowered his head for one dangerous second. Then he typed, "I believe you. The sickness used you. That is not the same as choosing harm." Elena read the words and wiped her face with the blanket. Dolly turned away from the glass. Travis saw her hands tremble. He stepped beside her but let silence ask permission before touch. "I moved packages for him," she whispered. "Sealed cases. Locked files. I did not read names because not reading kept me alive and paid. What if one of those packages helped put her in there?" "Then you are here now," Travis said. "That does not erase before." "No, but before does not get the only vote." Dolly looked at him with a broken sort of gratitude. "You keep saying decent things like a man terrified of admitting he is decent. I am not sure decent people drop elevators onto hired killers. Decent people do terrible things in terrible rooms. Monsters build the rooms." Brooks continued typing with Elena. He asked whether anyone still came. She answered that Nurse Mara used to come, then a guard, then no one after the alarms except her father's voice through cameras. Beasley had told her the world outside was sick and that only he understood what she was. Amalia moved beside Brooks. "Ask her if she knows Luis Ortega." Brooks turned. "Amalia, wait. Ask her, please." He typed a question. Elena read the name, looked down, and answered slowly. "He cleaned the hall. He sang when guards were gone. I liked him. He stopped coming after he helped Nurse Mara hide a note." Amalia lowered herself onto the bench as if her bones had loosened. Avi reached for her hand. She took it and held so hard his fingers whitened. "He was here," she said. "They lied. They said he ran." "We will find the records," Brooks said. "Records do not bring him home. No, they make sure no one can bury him twice." Before Amalia could answer, the suite door locked behind them. The blue light shifted to white. Beasley appeared on the wall monitor, closer now, standing in a secondary control room. Elena's panel changed too. On her side, words appeared without Brooks touching the keys. "Stay away from the glass, Elena." The girl stepped back at once. Beasley watched her through the camera. For one brief second, Travis thought he saw fear on the man's face. Then ownership swallowed it. "You should not speak to her," Beasley said. Brooks stood. "She asked whether you were here. She is easily confused by emotional contamination." Travis turned toward the screen. "She seems less confused than everyone who works for you." Beasley ignored him. "Elena, return to your bed." Inside the cell, Elena did not move. Dolly stepped closer to the monitor. "She can hear you through her panel, but not us. That tells me everything about the kind of father you are. You have no standing in this matter. I have a gun and a memory. That is standing enough for the day we are having." A far door opened in the suite. Beyond it, a corridor waited in darkness, floor lights blinking one by one away from Elena. Brooks looked at his console. "He is locking us out of the observation system. I am preserving the only viable asset in this facility," Beasley said. "If you want the key, come to the lower test chamber. I will not hand the future to frightened people standing in a nursery." Elena typed quickly, but Beasley cut the feed before they could read it. Her display went dark. She hit it with both hands. The sound did not cross the glass. Only the image did. Travis raised a shotgun and fired at the mirrored wall. The blast struck with a white flash and left a small star in the surface. The glass held. Elena jumped back, scared by the vibration. Brooks caught Travis's arm. "Stop firing. It will not break. You will scare her and waste shells." Travis breathed hard. "I know. No one matters before the second shot." Dolly placed her palm against the glass. Elena stared, then put her own palm on the same spot from the other side. They could not feel each other. They could not hear each other. The wall did not care. Dolly mouthed the words slowly enough for Elena to read. "We will come back." Elena nodded once. The new corridor waited. Brooks secured the cure and checked the injector temperature. The cure remains viable for hours if the case holds. Beasley has the key. He told us where to look. He told us where to die, Mateo said. Travis looked at Elena's hand still pressed to the glass. Then we disappoint him. They left through the door Beasley had opened. Nobody wanted to turn away. Everyone did. As the suite sealed behind them, Elena vanished back into mirrored loneliness, no longer forgotten, still alone. In the hallway beyond the suite, nobody spoke for several steps. The silence was not empty. It held Elena's hand against the glass, Amalia's search for Luis, Dolly's guilt, and Brooks's promise moving through him like a fever. Travis looked back once and saw only the sealed door. He hated that a door could become a whole philosophy. Beasley had turned every barrier into an argument that people belonged where powerful men placed them. Brooks walked with his head tilted, memorizing the new route Beasley had opened. He wants us angry, he said. Anger narrows attention. It makes us chase the key and miss the system around it. Dolly kept walking. I can be angry in several directions at once. Brooks gave a tired glance over his shoulder. That may be useful, but please distribute the anger evenly and avoid destroying the cure case. Travis almost laughed, and that almost laugh kept his hands from shaking. Amalia moved beside Brooks and asked for 2 copies of every worker record, one for Bald Eagle and one for the families on the island. Brooks nodded without arguing and promised names, dates, locations, payments, and every signature he could capture. Amalia said signatures mattered because a monster with a signature became easier to drag into daylight. Elena's last nod stayed with Dolly long after the glass disappeared behind them. She had spent years training herself not to be owned by guilt, because guilt slowed hands and made liars clumsy. Down here, it refused to stay buried. It walked beside her in the image of a child who had learned to read commands from a wall. Travis did not tell her she was forgiven. Forgiveness was not his to hand out. He only stayed close enough that she did not have to walk with it alone. Brooks kept reviewing the cell data in his head while they walked. He spoke softly, thinking aloud without realizing it. Elena's immune response had not defeated the virus in a normal way. It had caged it, forcing a balance that kept her alive while making every bite a possible disaster. Beasley had called that a door. Brooks called it a child surviving a storm no adult had the right to create. That difference mattered because one word made her property and the other made her human. The corridor to the lower test chamber was too wide and too empty. Travis trusted tight places more. Tight places told a person where danger could stand. This hallway gave danger room to choose. It sloped downward under exposed beams and armored cameras, away from the observation suites and into a part of the facility built less for medicine than performance. White panels gave way to reinforced concrete. The floor became grated steel over a dark service trough. Every door had a number instead of a name. Even Brooks stopped commenting on labels, which told Travis more than the labels would have. Dolly led with her pistol raised and her empty rifle slung across her back. Travis had the shotgun, 3 shells loaded, and 4 more in his pocket. Lena carried a contractor rifle with 1 partial magazine. Mateo held the ammunition bag. Tomas leaned on a pipe he had taken from a maintenance wall. Amalia helped Javi, whose injured leg dragged with every step. Brooks stayed in the center with a cure against his ribs. The case had become their evidence, their ransom, their burden, and their prayer. They reached a door marked Lower Adaptive Trial Arena. Beneath the label, someone had scratched 3 words into the paint. Do not enter. That seems clear, Travis said. Dolly checked the corridor behind them. The doors behind us, sealed one by one. We are going in because Beasley wrote the sentence and put a period here. Brooks connected his tablet to the keypad. I can try to delay whatever the room wants to do. Mateo watched the dark camera above the door. Can you really do that? I can ignore the system with confidence. That has carried me through many meetings. The speaker clicked. Beasley's voice came through stripped of warmth. Dr. Mercer, persistence is admirable in useful contexts. This is no longer useful. Brooks typed without looking up. You keep using useful like it means moral. It does not. Morality is what frightened societies invent to delay necessary action. That sentence should be engraved over your prison bunk. The keypad turned green. Dolly raised her pistol. Brooks, status? I opened the door. That does not mean I won. The door split down the center. The chamber beyond was vast, a concrete bowl several stories tall under the island. Catwalks crossed the upper levels. Observation windows looked down from thick glass. Movable walls sat recessed in the floor. Reinforced cages lined the outer ring. Some stood empty. Others held shapes that shifted in the low light. A smell rolled out. Chemical beneath rot, rot beneath bleach. Travis stepped inside because shutters were already closing behind them. The others followed. The entrance sealed with a sound like a lid. High above, behind armored glass, Beasley stood in a control booth with 3 contractors and a technician at a console. From that height, he looked smaller and more poisonous. Dolly aimed upward. The glass was too thick and the angle too poor. You always did like balconies. Beasley's voice filled the chamber. Perspective matters. So does aim. Come down and I will teach you. You mistake theater for negotiation. You built an arena under a resort. Do not lecture me on theater. Floodlights rose. Cages opened around the outer ring. The infected came out in different shapes. The resort dead had shared one awful pattern. The trial subjects were experiments that had gone in separate cruel directions. Some ran low to the ground. Some moved upright with jerking precision. One dragged a chain from its ankle. Another had a metal collar swallowed by swollen flesh. Their eyes tracked movement with varied degrees of awareness. Multiple exposure groups said. Brooks said. He is releasing them in waves. Where's the exit? Travis asked. Far in under the booth. Blast doors. I need the 4 terminal to open them. Travis saw the terminal in the middle of the chamber and let out a humorless breath. Your brain keeps choosing terrible furniture. My brain did not design this room. The first wave reached them. Dolly fired first, each shot chosen. Travis used a shotgun to throw 2 infected backward over a barrier. Lena fired in short bursts. Tomas swung the pipe when a crawler came low over the floor and cracked its skull against the concrete edge. Amalia pulled Hobby behind a barricade and pressed a pistol into his hand. Only close ones, she told him. Close ones only, he answered. Brooks stared across the open floor at the terminal. I need a lane. Of course you do, Travis said. He spotted a maintenance cart near the wall. A compressed gas cylinder was chained to it beside welding gear. The label was ripped, but the cylinder was large enough to respect. Travis understood enough machines to know when danger could be borrowed. Dolly followed his gaze. That is not a lane. That is an apology to physics. Physics accepts ugly apologies. Can you make it useful without killing us? I can make it angry and aim it. That answer lacks romance. The barricade shifted under hydraulic power before Travis could move. One barrier slid away from Lena's flank. A fast infected launched through the gap. Mateo threw the ammunition bag at its legs. It stumbled and Lena shot it at arm's length. Good throw, Lena said. Mateo stared at the bag on the floor. That was all the ammunition. Then it was a very important throw, Travis said. He and Dolly fought to the cart. Travis unchained the cylinder, opened the valve enough to make it scream, and wedged the hose against a bracket. White vapor blasted across the floor. The cart shook like a living thing. Everybody down after it passes, Travis shouted. Dolly kicked the brake free. Travis shoved. The cart shot forward, crooked but fast, scattering infected and crashing into the center barricade. The cylinder tore loose, spun across the floor, and filled the middle of the chamber with freezing vapor. Through that blind white roar, Brooks ran. Dolly and Lena covered him. Travis followed with the shotgun after the last shell fired, swinging it like a steel club. A crawler burst from the vapor and slammed Brooks sideways. The cure case skidded across the grate. Travis reached him first. He drove the shotgun stock down until the crawler broke against the floor. Brooks snatched the cure case, crawled to the terminal, and tore open the service panel. Heap them off me, Brooks said. That has been our entire relationship since the casino, Travis replied. Above, Beasley spoke through the chamber speakers. You are wasting extraordinary effort on an outcome the blockade will erase. Even if you reach the surface, the military will burn every sample, every witness, and every moral victory you imagine. Brooks typed while half lying on the floor. You are scared. I am practical. You are talking more. That means you are scared. More cages opened. The next wave did not rush blindly. The infected paused, looked at the vapor, the barricades, the people, and the booth. Then they split, moving like a loose pack with ugly purpose. They are learning the room, Brooks shouted. Travis tightened his grip on the bent shotgun. I liked them worse when they were rude. 3 hunters came for Brooks. One feinted left and cut right. Travis hurled the pry bar into its knee, breaking its stride. Another hit him from the side. They crashed against the terminal. Travis got an elbow under its jaw before its teeth found his throat. Its fingers dug into his vest. Brooks grabbed the pry bar and shoved it through the infected's mouth sideways. "I am not physically weak in every context," he snapped. Travis twisted free and finished it with the knife. Brooks stared at his shaking hands. "Context matters," Travis said. "I hate this context. Use that hate on the door." Brooks turned back to the terminal. The booth's override kept fighting him. Travis looked up and saw the technician at Beasley's console. A catwalk ran along the wall toward the booth, broken in one place, but still possible for someone fast and stubborn. "Dolly," Travis called. "Can you reach the booth?" She saw the catwalk and gave him a look. "That is a terrible staircase. I was going to phrase it nicer. Do not phrase things. Give me Lena and Mateo for cover. You keep Brooks alive. I prefer plans where you stay near me." For a heartbeat, her face softened in the red light. "So do I. Preferences are for the resort before the dead arrive." Then she ran. The chamber did not only test bodies, it tested memory. Travis saw every old habit trying to return. Run toward noise. Fix the thing in front of him. Make a joke before fear found its teeth. None of those habits were enough by themselves, but together they formed a kind of map. He watched the moving walls, listened to the hydraulic pumps, and realized the room had rhythm. Beasley had made a machine that killed people. Machines could be read. He shouted what he saw. The walls rose in pairs, never alone. The cages opened after the pumps reset. The booth ports fired only when the infected shifted away from the line of sight. Brooks absorbed the information while typing, and Dolly adjusted her path on the catwalk before the next barrier rose. For once, Travis's old life and Brooks's impossible mind worked in the same second. A repairman and a virologist argued with a murder room using different languages, and the room began to lose small arguments. Lena heard Travis call the timing and used it to pull Tomas through a gap before the wall sealed. Mateo slid the ammunition bag under a closing panel, then dove after it and came up with both elbows bleeding. Malia fired only when a target threatened Javi. Each shot forced through grief and discipline. The civilians Beasley would have called disposable kept refusing to disappear. That refusal spread through the chamber like another kind of infection, one no laboratory had taught itself to measure. As the first wave thinned, the chamber revealed older stains beneath new ones. The floor drains had grooves worn clean around them from repeated washing. Some barricades carried numbers painted on the underside, as if experiments had been staged, reset, and staged again. Travis imagined staff watching from the booth with clipboards while people ran below them. The image made his stomach twist. He had once thought rich cruelty meant cold manners and expensive lawyers. Beasley had given it architecture. Dolly's run toward the catwalk became a line everyone else protected without needing discussion. Lena shifted fire to the wall ladders. Mateo crawled under a sliding barrier to retrieve 2 dropped magazines. Tomas used the pipe to keep a crawler from reaching Javi's feet. Amalia fired once and then again, her face empty except for concentration. Every person in the chamber became part of a machine Beasley had not designed, and for that reason the machine worked against him. Lena fired over Dolly as she reached the wall stairs. Mateo crouched near Lena with the ammunition bag, feeding her the few magazines that fit. Tomas dragged a rolling shield into position with one good arm. Amalia kept Javi behind it and shot anything that crawled too close. Dolly climbed the metal stairs while contractors fired from the booth ports. Bullets punched sparks from the railing. She dropped flat on one landing, rolled under the next burst, and kept moving. The catwalk had a broken section where old damage had twisted the metal away from the wall. Travis saw a gap from below and felt his heart slam. Do not try it. Dolly could not hear him over gunfire or pretended she could not. She backed up 3 steps and ran. She cleared the gap, caught the far railing with one hand, and slammed into the catwalk chest first. Her pistol nearly slipped, but she held on. A fast infected climbed the ladder behind her, fingers hooking through metal mesh. Mateo saw it. He stood from cover and fired 3 times. The first shot missed. The second struck the ladder. The third hit the infected in the neck and knocked it loose. It fell past Dolly and smashed onto the chamber floor. Dolly hauled herself over the rail and looked down. Nice third shot. Mateo laughed once, the sound half terror and half pride. I would take the compliment. Brooks shouted from the terminal. I have one lock. Two more. The Bruce override is fighting me. Hydraulic walls rose from the floor, cutting the chamber into narrow lanes. One wall separated Travis from Lena. Another trapped Amalia, Javi, and Tomas behind the rolling shield. Beasley was not just releasing infected. He was shaping the fight. He is separating us, Brooks said. The rude architecture made that clear, Travis replied. Dolly reached the booth access door. The card reader refused her. She shot it twice, kicked the panel, and got nothing. Beasley's voice came through the speakers. Miss Vane, shooting locks is a habit of desperate people in bad films. Dolly looked into the camera over the door. Your hospitality is worse than your metaphors. She pulled a small charge from her vest, stuck it against the lower hinge, and took cover. The explosion snapped rather than boomed, but the door sagged. She kicked again, and it opened. Two contractors waited inside. The first caught her gun hand. The second swung the rifle toward her head. Dolly drove her knee into the first man's thigh, turned under his grip, and slammed him into the doorway. The second fired wide. She shoved the first man into the second and followed with her knife. The fight vanished into the booth access hall, leaving only boots, grunts, and a short human scream. The booth override stopped for 3 seconds. Brooks seized the opening. His fingers flew over the keys. Second lock released. Third lock moving. Beasley appeared at the booth glass, no longer pretending calm. He turned toward the access hall. A rifle cracked from inside the booth. Dolly staggered into view and hit the glass with one shoulder. Dolly, Travis shouted. She did not fall. She pressed one hand to her side and fired into the booth. The contractor who had hit her disappeared backward. Beasley moved to a rear door with 2 remaining men. Travis tried to run for the stairs, but a hunter slammed into his lane. Rage moved his arms before thought did. He drove the bent shotgun into the creature, pinned it against a rising wall, and left it trapped as the panel locked. It screamed behind him while he ran back to Brooks. Open the doors, Travis said. Brooks's jaw clenched. I am trying. Try like she is bleeding above us. Brooks hit the last command. The far blast doors began to open. Dolly stumbled out of the booth access hall, one arm wrapped tight around her ribs. She reached the console and fired into it until sparks burst across the glass. The moving walls froze halfway, leaving ragged gaps. Beasley had not stayed. Through a side window, Travis saw him retreating with 2 contractors. A silver key hung at his vest pocket, small enough to look innocent, important enough to pull Travis's focus through the smoke. Elena's key. The sight gave him a direction stronger than fear. Move, Brooks shouted. Everyone through the blast doors. They ran for the exit while the chamber filled with infected and broken light. Lena and Mateo dragged Tomas. Amalia and Javi stumbled together. Travis reached the base of the stairs and caught Dolly before she could hide how much blood marked her shirt. It is a graze, Dolly said. That is a wealthy lie. Then call it an expensive graze. He put her arm around his shoulders. She did not argue, which scared him more than the blood. The blast doors began closing. Infected reached the gap behind them, hands thrusting through. One caught Mateo's sleeve. Lena cut the fabric free and yanked him forward. The door slammed shut on reaching fingers and cut the screams away. They stood in a lower security corridor, breathing like people who had run from the same nightmare too many times. Ahead, signs pointed toward data vault, cold storage, security processing, and extraction terminal. Dolly leaned against the wall and tried to smile. Poor man's miracle. Brooks looked at the cure case, then at Dolly's blood. That miracle is getting expensive. Travis reloaded the pistol Dolly pressed into his hand. Then we collect from Beasley. Brooks cut away Dolly's torn shirt at the side and worked quickly. The bullet had ripped across her ribs under the vest plate. It bled hard, but had not gone deep enough to steal her breath. Say it, Dolly told him. You lost blood. Moving will make it worse. Fighting will make it much worse. If you pass out while shooting, the rest of us will criticize your timing. That was almost a joke. I'm growing under pressure. Travis crouched beside her. Can you walk? Dolly looked at him. Ask the useful question, "Can you fight?" Less beautifully, but yes. Lena handed Brooks the last sealed bandage. "We should move before those doors fail." Brooks secured the cure case again. "We need the data vault. Bald Eagle needs raw viral data, vaccine files, experiment logs, and proof tying Beasley to the lab. Without that, he becomes a tragic survivor of a containment failure in the public story." Amalia sat beside Javi on the floor. Her grief for Luis had settled into something sharp. "And the worker files?" Brooks nodded. "Names first." Javi looked at his injured leg and then at Travis. "I cannot run another fight. Everyone knows it." Amalia turned toward him. "You are not volunteering to die." "I'm volunteering to stop pretending I can sprint." "There is a difference." Travis looked down the corridor at the vault door and the T intersection beyond it. Nobody gets left alone. Javi stays near the vault entrance with Tomas and Mateo. Lena covers them. Brooks takes data. Amalia gets the worker files. Dolly and I keep the hall ugly. Dolly raised one eyebrow. "Listen to you assigning jobs." "I'm panicking with structure." Leadership often starts there. They moved toward the vault door. Behind the blast doors, the chamber kept pounding, hundreds of hands trying to remind them that escape was always temporary. After the blast doors closed, the corridor felt too narrow for all that had followed them out of the arena. The infected pounded from the other side. The sound came to steel as a dull public anger, the kind of sound a crowd might make against courthouse doors if the world had remained sane. Dolly sat while Brooks treated her, but she kept looking toward the door as if she could shame it into holding. Travis wanted to ask whether she was afraid. He did not, because fear had become too obvious to waste questions on. Instead, he knelt and held the roll of tape when Brooks needed it. Dolly watched his hands. "You are gentler than you pretend," she said. Travis tore the tape with his teeth. "Do not spread that around. It will ruin my reputation as a confused millionaire with a shotgun." Her laugh caught in pain, but it was real enough to count. Tomas apologized for slowing them down, but Lena cut that apology apart before it gathered strength. She reminded him that he had stood between her and one of the infected with nothing but a pipe, and that nobody apologized for bleeding afterward. Mateo admitted his hands kept shaking. Dolly told him brave people shook, and foolish people were the ones who thought shaking disqualified them. Brooks finished taping Dolly's side and made her drink from a water pouch. She obeyed with theatrical resentment. Travis recognized the performance for what it was. Dolly was letting him worry, while pretending she was not. That small permission meant more than any confession. She had begun the night as a mystery, with a needle and a smile. Now she sat bleeding under red lights, and trusted them with the fact that she could be hurt. Javi watched the treatment from the floor, and rubbed his injured leg. He did not speak until Brooks packed the medical kit. Then he asked whether the cure would hurt Elena. Brooks answered carefully that it might make her fever spike, might make her body fight hard for a while, but the alternative was a lifetime inside glass or death outside it. Javi nodded. He said children should not have to be brave before breakfast. Nobody found an answer better than silence. The data vault was colder than the corridor and quieter than any room had a right to be. Black server towers stood in careful rows, each little light blinking as if the world had not ended above them. Evidence cabinets lined the back wall. A central console waited beneath the camera with a cracked lens. Brooks bypassed a damaged biometric panel by removing the casing and connecting his tablet to the reader board. The vault believes emergency resource integrity outranks Beasley's personal command authority. Travis stared at him. "Door language, please." "The door dislikes him if I flatter it correctly." The panel turned green. The lock released. Amalia entered behind Brooks. "Where are the people?" Brooks pointed to a secondary terminal. "Personnel intake, transfers, witness detention, subject conversion, disposal reports." "I'm sorry about the words." "Words do not scare me anymore." He showed her how to search. Her fingers trembled when she typed Luis Ortega. The system took 2 seconds to answer. His face appeared in a badge photo, smiling at a life that did not know it had already been stolen. Under it, the facility listed him as an unauthorized witness, then behavioral trial subject, then deceased. Amalia touched the screen with 2 fingers. He laughed like he was always getting away with something. He used to steal mangoes from hotel kitchens and give them to children outside the staff gate. They wrote him down like spilled chemicals. Brooks stood beside her, helpless in a room full of information. We will take his file. We will take all of them. Do not take only files, she said. Take names. Names first, Brooks repeated. Travis and Dolly held the vault doorway. Dolly leaned one shoulder against the frame, refusing to show weakness but trusting Travis enough to let him see it. The bandage under her vest had already darkened. How bad is it? He asked. Bad enough that I am annoyed? Not bad enough that Beasley gets the satisfaction? You scared me in the chamber. You were scared before that. That is fair. You scare me differently. She kept watching the car door. When I kissed you in the casino, it was supposed to be tactical. The injection needed proximity. The flirting made you hold still. I've tried not to take that personally. You should take some of it personally. I thought you were another bored rich man collecting experiences. Then you kept being decent in ways that made the plan feel dirty. I was drunk and asking if I imagined gunfire. Decency can arrive wearing stupid shoes. He smiled despite the cold. That may be the kindest insult I have ever received. Dolly's voice softened. I am sorry I did not tell you the truth sooner. You told me before I died. That is better than this island's average. Travis, listen. I'm sorry. The words cost her. He could see it. Charm tried to rise in him, an old defense against feeling too much. He let it pass. I'm still here, he said. So are you. We can start from there. Dolly reached for his hand with her free one and squeezed once. It was brief. It was enough. Brooks called from the console. I have viral genome records, vaccine development, patient zero files, payment ledgers, shell company transfers, security contracts, and Beasley's authorization chain. I also have outgoing communication logs to contractors and ministry officials. That sounds heavy, Travis said. Morally and legally, yes. Digitally, it fits in 2 drives. Civilization is strange. Amalia pulled a second drive from the worker terminal. Missing staff, transfers, payments to families marked as relocation. He paid grief to stay quiet. Lena's voice came from the corridor. Movement ahead. Far end. Travis and Dolly looked together. The helmet appeared at the T-intersection, then vanished. Another shape moved low beside it. Human and infected, Travis whispered. Dolly raised her pistol, or humans using infected as pressure. A canister rolled around the corner. Travis kicked it back before it stopped. Dolly grabbed his vest and pulled him behind the door frame. The canister burst, throwing white smoke across the hall. Contractors shouted. Infected screamed inside the cloud. The 2 sounds overlapped until the corridor became pure confusion. They are coming, Lena called. Brooks yanked the drives free. The copy is complete enough. Not perfect, but enough to bury him. Perfect is canceled, Travis said. Everybody out. The first contractor emerged through the smoke. Dolly shot him under the helmet. A second fired blind and tore holes through the vault door. Travis returned fire with Dolly's spare pistol, missed once, and hit the man's shoulder on the second shot. Lena finished him from the corridor. Then infected hit both sides. The contractors had opened a containment gate behind them, and the dead did not understand alliances. Smoke filled the hall with silhouettes colliding. A contractor screamed as an infected dragged him down. Another kept firing while teeth tore into his arm. Through the service door, Brooks shouted. What service door? Mateo yelled. Brooks pointed to the back of the vault. There it is. It leads to cold storage and loops toward extraction. You are just mentioning doors now? Travis shouted. I was busy stealing the apocalypse. Tomas and Mateo got Javi moving. Amalia tucked one drive inside her shirt. Lena backed toward the service door, firing short bursts. Dolly and Travis stayed at the vault entrance, shooting only when a target left no choice. A contractor staggered through the smoke with an infected attached to his back. He fired wildly. Travis tackled him low before the rifle found anyone living. The man hit the floor. The infected rolled off and snapped at Travis. Dolly shot it. The contractor grabbed Travis's sleeve. Help me. Travis saw the bite torn into the man's neck. He saw fear, not ideology. He saw a person who had made terrible choices and reached the end of them. I cannot, Travis said. The contractor reached for his pistol. Travis stopped him before he could. When Travis stood, Dolly watched him with pain in her eyes that had nothing to do with her injury. Keep moving, They retreated through the service door. Brooks sealed it with a manual latch. Bodies struck the other side hard enough to dust the frame. The service corridor beyond was blue with refrigeration light, frost-coated pipes along the ceiling. Their breath came out pale. The cold wrapped around blood and sweat and made everyone shiver. Brooks checked both drives. We have the data. We have the cure. We still need Elena's key. Travis looked down the cold corridor toward the extraction terminal signs. Then we follow the coward. Dolly pushed away from the wall, refusing his help until the last possible second. And this time, he does not get to watch from above. Cold storage led them to freezer bays, sample cages, and disposal rooms with drains too wide and too many. Behind one freezer window, rows of silver cases sat tagged and numbered. Brooks slowed. Viral archives. Strain branches, failed vaccines, mutation samples. Can they hurt anyone if the island burns? Dolly asked. If Beasley gets one case out, yes. Travis looked at the wall panel. Can we ruin them? Brooks checked the controls. Emergency sterilization, heat, chemical vapor, ultraviolet exposure. It should destroy viable samples. Do it. It may alert Beasley. Breathing alerts Beasley. Do it. Brooks triggered the cycle. Violet light filled the freezer. Vapor rolled over the silver cases until they vanished behind destruction designed by the same system that had preserved them. Sample archive destruction initiated. Brooks watched those words for 1 second longer than necessary. How much did that kill? Travis asked. Enough to make him feel it. Not enough to assume the world is safe. Men like Beasley hide copies of everything except shame. A scream came from ahead, followed by rifle fire. They moved toward it. Inside the vault, Brooks found more than data. He found language Beasley had used to make horror sound clean. Subjects were assets. Deaths were process failures. Families were external pressure variables. Every cruel phrase had been chosen to put distance between action and consequence. Brooks copied it all, because distance was evidence too. A court might understand numbers first, but the world needed to hear the names underneath them. Amalia read file after file until her eyes reddened. Luis was not alone. Gardeners, kitchen workers, drivers, cleaners, translators, car dealers, dock hands, and women who had vanished after late shifts all appeared under tidy headings. Each record carried a photograph taken before the person understood what the badge camera had become. Amalia whispered some names aloud, not as a list, but as a promise that the dead would travel with her if she reached daylight. Dottie found a cabinet of courier manifests and went still. Travis saw her recognize route numbers, shipping codes, and shell company seals. She did not excuse herself. She photographed every page with Brooks's spare device while her face emptied of defense. She admitted carrying several of the shipments. Travis told her to carry these files out, and she accepted that as the only answer she deserved. The data transfer took longer than Brooks wanted and less time than justice deserved. Progress bars crawled across the console while gunfire echoed in distant corridors. Travis hated the little bars. They looked like polite office tools, the kind of thing a person watched while copying vacation photos or tax records. Here they measured whether the world would learn about the people beneath the resort or whether Beasley would bury them under another expensive statement. Amalia found a folder marked Family Management. Inside were payments, threats, forged relocation letters, and scripts for supervisors to recite when workers vanished. The scripts had lines about opportunity, misconduct, private travel, and shame. They were designed to make families doubt their own love. Amalia copied the folder twice, then looked at Brooks. Her voice stayed calm. She said the dead were not the only victims in that room. Brooks told her he knew, and because he knew, he kept copying. The cold corridor opened into a security processing hall near the extraction terminal. Metal detectors, baggage scanners, and reinforced guard stations formed a final checkpoint before the underground transit line. Now the hall had become a battlefield between men who knew how to kill and infected who did not care how well a person had trained. Beasley's remaining contractors had formed a defensive line around the far doors. There were 6 of them, maybe 7, all bloodied, all scared, all still disciplined. They fired into side corridors where infected pressed from darkness, bodies piled at their feet. Their leader turned when Travis's group entered. He was broad, bald, and bleeding behind a cracked face shield. His rifle centered on Travis's chest. "Stop there," he said. Dolly leaned against the cold storage door frame, pistol steady despite the blood at her side. "You first. We have orders to recover Beasley's property." Travis looked around at the broken hall. "Property's having a bad night. Drives and medical case on the floor. We let the civilians walk to a secure room." Brooks adjusted his glasses with a bloody hand. "There is no secure room. There is one large lie and smaller lies branching off it. I was not talking to you. That has been a common mistake today." A younger contractor glanced toward a side shutter bending under infected pressure. "Sir, please?" "The lower gate is gone." The leader did not look away from Travis. "Stay quiet." Travis saw the moment clearly. The contractors were trapped between orders, fear, and a boss who had already abandoned them. Panic in trained hands could be as lethal as loyalty. "Beasley is leaving you," Travis said. "He is not coming back with bonuses. He is not putting your names on a rescue list. He is running toward the terminal with Elena's key and whatever backup plan cowards carry in their pockets." The leader's jaw worked. "You do not know that." Dolly smiled without warmth. "I worked for men like him." "Travis is being generous. Beasley would trade your lungs for 10 minutes of clean air." The side shutter buckled again. The younger contractor looked at the leader. The leader's fear turned to anger. "Last warning. Case and drives on the floor." Brooks tightened the pack straps. "No deal." The leader fired. Travis had already moved. The shot grazed the wall where his head had been. Dolly returned fire. Lena pulled Mateo behind a scanner. The hall erupted. The contractors fought like men who had survived professional horrors, but the room no longer belonged to them. Infected broke through the side shutter during the first exchange and hit their flank. The younger contractor vanished under 3 bodies while firing upward. Another turned to help him and took Lena's shot through the side of his vest. Travis crossed low behind the baggage scanners. He had a pistol with 5 rounds and a knife that had seen too much. A contractor rushed around the scanner. Travis caught the rifle barrel and drove it up. The shot hit the ceiling. The man was stronger, armored, and trained. Travis was tired, angry, and past politeness. He slammed the man's wrist against the scanner edge until the rifle dropped, then drove his knee into the inside of the man's leg. They hit the floor together. The contractor reached for a sidearm. Travis grabbed a loose security tray and smashed it into his face shield once, then twice. The shield cracked. The man went limp, but kept breathing. Across the hall, Lena dragged Tomas behind a guard station. Mateo fired from under a bench and missed more than he hit, but he forced a contractor to duck at the right moment. Amalia helped Tabby behind a metal detector, then shot an infected that came over the scanner toward Brooks. Brooks connected his tablet to the extraction door terminal. Doors locked from the other side. Beasley already passed through. "I need 30 seconds. "You always need 30 seconds in endangered rooms," Dolly shouted. "I have a specialty." The contractor leader advanced through smoke, firing with controlled precision. He hit Lena's guard station twice, then shot Tomas in the side as Tomas leaned out. Lena screamed and dragged him down. The leader kept moving toward Brooks. Travis fired the stolen sidearm. The first shot struck armor. The second missed. The third hit the leader's thigh. The man staggered but did not fall. He turned his rifle toward Travis. Dolly stepped into the open and fired 3 rounds. One hit the leader's shoulder. One shattered his face shield. One struck the extraction door. The leader dropped to one knee, blood running down his face. Recognition flickered in his eyes. "Vane," he said. Dolly's pistol stayed raised. "Do I know you?" "I moved one of your courier packages 2 years ago. Medical freezer. Diplomatic tag. You smiled and said it was cancer research." Dolly's face changed as if he had struck her. "I believed what I had to believe. We all did. No, some of us stopped." He raised his rifle again. Travis shot him before Dolly had to. The leader fell backward. The remaining contractors broke. One ran toward cold storage and was taken before he reached it. Another threw down his rifle, but an infected slammed him through a glass partition. The last 2 retreated into a side office and fired until the dead reached them. Travis did not celebrate. None of it felt like winning. Brooks shouted, "Door is opening." The extraction door slid apart. Beyond it lay a transit corridor with rails down the middle and a small electric cart far ahead under green lights. Then a blast shutter began dropping behind the open door. "Move now," Brooks called. They ran, or what passed for running. Lena and Mateo dragged Thomas. Amalia supported Hobby. Dolly moved with Travis's help and hated needing it. Brooks kept the cure and data against his chest. An infected burst from under a guard station and caught Hobby's ankle. He fell hard. Amalia went down with him. Travis turned back, but Hobby looked at the dropping shutter, the distance, and the bodies pouring into the hall. His face changed. He understood the math before anyone else did. "Amalia," he said, "go now." She shook her head. "Do not say that." He shoved the worker file drive into her hand. "Names first, remember?" Travis kicked the infected off him. Dolly fired past Travis, dropping another one. They had seconds. Hobby's leg lay twisted under him. More infected came over the scanners. Travis reached for him. Hobby caught his wrist. "You cannot carry me and her and the cure. Do not make my last useful thing be arguing. I am not leaving you." Hobby looked past him to Amalia. "Make them know Luis was here. Make them know I was here too." Amalia made a sound too raw for language. Lena and Mateo pulled her toward the door. She fought them until Hobby raised his pistol and fired into the approaching infected. "Move now," he shouted, the command carrying his whole life inside it. "All of you move now." Travis dragged Amalia through the extraction door as the shutter dropped. Hobby fired until the pistol clicked empty. The last thing Travis saw before metal cut off the hall was Hobby sitting with his back against the scanner, face wet, still reaching for another weapon that was not there. The shutter slammed shut. Amalia screamed his name on the transit side. The sound filled the corridor and returned smaller. Nobody knew what to do with grief anymore. There had been too much, and still each new piece arrived sharp. Brooks removed his glasses and pressed his fingers to his eyes. "We have his name. We have the file. He will not disappear." Amalia turned on him. "That is not enough." "I know. It is not enough. It is what I can still promise." Travis looked down the transit corridor toward the green platform where Beasley had fled. Every lost person behind him felt like weight added to a peck. The weight did not bend him. It straightened him. "Beasley ends today," he said. Dolly opened her eyes. Pain had become something bright and lethal inside them. "Then stop standing here." They moved down the track corridor, leaving the shutter, the hall, and Hobby's final stand behind them. The stand in the processing hall became uglier because the contractors understood too late that Beasley had spent them. Some tried to regroup. Some tried to bargain with shouted fragments. Some fired at infected and survivors in the same motion, unable to choose which fear mattered more. Travis did not hate them cleanly, and that made the fight worse. Clean hate would have been easier to carry. These were men with salaries, debts, bad choices, and rifles. Beasley had turned them into another kind of disposable subject. When the leader fell, the discipline broke into pieces. Lena used that moment with cold skill, covering Brooks while he forced the extraction door. Mateo stopped trying to aim like a trained shooter and began aiming like a scared human being protecting specific faces. That worked better. Amalia dragged Javi twice before the final fall, and each time he got up because she asked him to, not because his body had anything left to give. After the shutter took Javi from them, Amalia did not collapse at first. She stood with the drive in her hand and stared at the metal as if it might open out of shame. Then her knees weakened. Lena caught her. Travis had seen people lose money, houses, lawsuits, marriages, and the futures they thought they had bought. He had never seen loss become this immediate and still remain unfinished. Javi was behind the shutter. Beasley was ahead. Grief had no room to sit down. The processing hall fight had no clean lines. Smoke erased distance. Emergency lights made everyone look guilty. Infected dragged contractors down, contractors shot infected off one another, and survivors moved through the gaps with the desperation of people who understood that the wrong pause could become a permanent address. Travis stopped thinking about bravery. He thought about angles, hands, doors, and the shape of the person nearest to him. If he could keep the next person alive for the next breath, the breath after that might reveal a plan. When Hobby fell, time did the cruel thing it sometimes did in disasters. It slowed just enough for everyone to understand, not enough for anyone to change it. Travis saw the shutter dropping. He saw Amalia reaching. He saw Hobby's face, not peaceful and not heroic, but determined in the exhausted way of a man spending the last strength he had chosen to spend. That choice did not make death beautiful. It made the rest of them responsible. The transit corridor ran beneath the island like a vein cut through stone. Rails gleamed under floor lights. Utility cables lined the walls. Cold processed air breathed from vents and carried the smell of salt and burned plastic. The corridor sloped toward whatever private escape route Beasley had kept for himself. Travis walked at the front now because nobody argued when he took the position. Dolly should have been there, but blood had drained the speed from her. She moved beside Brooks, one hand against the bandage, pistol low in the other. Brooks watched her while pretending to watch the cure case. Behind them, Lena and Mateo supported Tomas. Amalia walked alone with Javi's drive clenched in one fist and the worker names tucked inside her shirt. She did not cry now. The absence of tears worried Travis more than the scream had. A narrow electric cart waited at the transit platform built for cargo instead of comfort. Its control panel flashed standby. Beside it, a wall map marked extraction zone, helipad access, submarine service dock, and executive shelter in calm blue letters. Dolly studied the map. Executive shelter. Of course he has a bunker beneath the bunker. Brooks traced the route. The extraction zone sits near the old lava tube under the North Cliffs. He can reach a concealed dock or a lift to the private helipad. The dock is safer if the blockade watches the sky. Mateo looked toward the dark tracks. Would the blockade see a submarine? A large one, probably. A small sealed service craft hugging the cliffs, maybe not. Beasley bribes governments because he plans around governments. Travis climbed onto the cart and checked the controls. Keyless start. Battery half full. Brakes feel ugly. Steering is more of a suggestion than a feature. Dolly eased onto the front bench. I've missed your vehicle reviews. This one gets 2 stars for escaping underground murder science and loses 3 for customer service. Brooks helped Tomas onto the rear bed. Tomas's face was slick with sweat. Lena pressed a bandage tight against his side and looked at Travis without asking aloud. Travis looked at Brooks. Can he make the ride? The shot passed through muscle. Blood loss is the concern. Pressure, fluids, and no more heroic pipe attacks. Tomas tried to smile. Pipe was useful. Pipe is retired, Brooks said. Amalia climbed into the cart without speaking. Mateo sat beside her, leaving a space that felt like Hobby's absence made visible. Travis engaged the motor. The cart lurched forward along the rails. The ride began too quietly. Wheels hummed over track joints. Tunnel lights passed in steady intervals, flashing across faces turned inward by exhaustion. Nobody fired a weapon. Nobody shouted. The calm gave memory room to speak. Travis thought of the casino before the first scream. Dolly's red hair under gold lights. Brooks adjusting his glasses near a blackjack table. His own stupid comfort with losing money because money had stopped meaning what it meant to everyone else. Wealth had made him believe doors opened because he was free. The island had taught him that men like Beasley built the locks. Dolly leaned closer. You are doing the faraway face. I have a face for that? You have several? Sarcastic face, repair face, guilt face, and the face you make when Brooks says something horrifying with grammar. This is the faraway one. I was thinking about money. Strange time to check accounts. Funny thing about money, he said. It can buy a private jet, but not a way out. She looked at him. That sounded practiced. I said it to myself after I won. I bought houses, cars, watches I did not understand. I kept waiting to become someone else. I just became me with more rooms. That is not the worst thing to be. It felt empty. People looked at me like I was a bank that could talk. Brooks was the only person who still complained about my cooking instead of asking for investments. Dolly glanced back at Brooks. He sat hunched over the cure case, lips moving through some internal checklist. He loves you like family. He would deny that with footnotes. Still true. The cart jolted. The lights ahead died for 20 yards. Travis slowed, but momentum carried them into darkness before the brakes caught. The cart's headlamps clicked on, dim and yellow. Something lay across the track. He stopped 10 feet short. It was a contractor in armor torn open and dragged across the rails. Beyond him, a maintenance alcove had burst outward. Blood streaks led from the alcove to the track and into a side passage. Dolly raised her pistol. Beasley's men came this way and met something they did not schedule. Brooks leaned forward. The extraction zone may have personal guard subjects. Because normal guards were too employable, Travis said. A heavy thud came from the side passage. Not the quick scrape of crawlers. Not ordinary infected. This was weight. A slow step. Then another. Metal scraped stone. A shape emerged from the broken alcove barely fitting through the doorway. It had once been human, but mass had been added in cruel layers. Thick shoulders strained against torn restraint fabric. Long arms hung with swollen muscle. A metal helmet covered the head, bolted around skull and jaw, leaving only the mouth exposed through a grated lower opening. Dolly fired at the helmet. The bullet struck metal with a bright spark and ricocheted into the wall. The creature turned toward them. That, Brooks said, voice then, is new. The helmeted mutant charged. Travis slammed the cart into reverse. The motor screamed. The mutant hit the front corner and lifted one side off the rails. Tomas rolled across the rear bed. Lena caught him. Dolly fired into the exposed mouth, but the angle was wrong and the shots only tore flesh. Headshots are useless, Dolly shouted. Do we change tactics? Travis said. Everybody hold on. He saw a rail switch behind him and a maintenance spur branching into a narrow service tunnel. The creature might not fit. The car barely did. Travis gunned backward, hit the switch lever with the side of the cart, and sent them screeching onto the spur. Metal screamed under the wheels. The mutant followed, wedging its shoulders between the walls. It forced itself forward anyway, tearing skin and restraint cloth against concrete. Brooks stared at it, and fear turned into recognition. To serum. The cure? Travis asked without looking away from the controls. Not Elena's cure. A secondary antiviral weapon I made from the self-targeting sequence. 2 injectors, black pouch. Dolly grabbed the pouch from Brooks. You made a secret monster killer and told nobody? I made it during the synthesis cycle while everyone was fighting and conversation space was limited. She pulled 2 dark injectors free. How close? Direct soft tissue injection. Neck, mouth, underarm, maybe thigh. Full plunger. 5 seconds. Travis looked at the creature crushing its way toward them. 5 seconds next to that thing is a long-term relationship. The service tunnel ended at a locked maintenance door. The cart slammed into the bumper. Behind them, the mutant tore free of the narrowest section and stumbled forward, bleeding from both shoulders, still coming. Travis grabbed a cargo chain from the rear bed. I can hold it. You stick it. Dolly's eyes flashed. You cannot hold that. I said hold, not win a scholarship. The mutant hit the cart and shoved it against the door. Travis looped the chain around his forearm as it reached in. The creature roared through the helmet grate. Its strength nearly pulled him over the rail. Dolly climbed onto the side, injector in hand. Pull left. I am making a strong suggestion to left. Lena Mateo grabbed the chain behind him. Amalia joined. Grief turned into muscle. The arm shifted, exposing the underside near the shoulder. Dolly drove the injector in and slammed the plunger. For one terrible second, nothing happened. Then black veins spread from the injection site. The mutant roared, slammed the cart, and tore the chain free. Dolly fell into the rear bed. Travis dragged her down as the creature's fist smashed the space where her head had been. The mutant staggered backward. Its body seized in waves. The virus that had made it strong turned inward, destroying its own machinery. Blood burst from its mouth grill. It collapsed against the tunnel wall, then onto the rails, shaking hard enough to rattle the cart. Then it went still. Nobody spoke for several breaths. Brooks stared at the body. It worked. Dolly laughed weakly through pain. Please sound less surprised when your nightmare medicine works. I am surprised by everything after breakfast yesterday. The speaker crackled in the maintenance door panel. Beasley's voice came through closer than before. You destroy one of my personal guard assets. Travis wiped blood from his mouth. Send us an invoice. You are approaching a zone beyond your comprehension. Brooks held up the remaining dark injector. That has been said before by men with fewer dead monsters behind them. The speaker clicked off. The maintenance door unlocked. Dolly looked at Travis. He wants us to keep coming. Travis helped her stand. That is good. I want the same thing. They climbed over the fallen helmeted mutant and returned to the main track. The cart was damaged but alive enough to crawl. Travis coaxed it forward, past the torn contractor, past the broken alcove, and toward the green lights of the extraction zone. At the far end of the tunnel, a massive door waited beneath a sign marked Executive Extraction. Behind that door, something heavier than the first mutant struck metal from the other side, testing its cage. Brooks looked at the final injector in his hand. "One left," he said. Travis stared at the door, feeling Part 7, and not with safety, but with the final fight, waiting on the other side. "Then we make it count?" he said. The cart ride after Javi's death changed the group. It stripped away the idea that survival was a simple line, drawn between living and dead. Amalia was alive and carrying Javi's name like a hot coal. Tomas was alive but fading. Dolly was alive and bleeding. Brooks was alive with a cure that could save a child and evidence that could condemn a billionaire, and both treasures made him a target. Travis was alive because others had paid for seconds he now had to spend well. When the helmeted mutant died, Travis did not feel victory. He felt information. Beasley's last defenses could be killed, but only at close range, with terrible risk, and Brooks had only one injector left. The final door ahead turned that knowledge into dread. Something heavier waited behind it. The sound from the other side was not frantic. It was testing. It hit the door, listened, and hit again in a different place, like a thing learning where metal became weak. Brooks tucked the final injector into a pouch at his chest rather than the pack, and explained that someone had to take it if he fell. Travis told him to phrase that as a contingency instead of a prophecy. Brooks adjusted the wording with tire precision, saying that in the unlikely event he stopped being upright, they should remove the injector and apply it to the nearest large nightmare. At the executive extraction door, Travis looked at each survivor. Lena was pale, but ready. Mateo had stopped apologizing with his eyes. Amalia held the drive against her chest and stared ahead with the dead behind her. Tomas breathed shallowly on the cart bed. Dolly stood beside Travis, one hand pressed to her ribs, the other steady around her pistol. Brooks held the cure for Elena and the last weapon for Beasley's monsters. The group was smaller than it had been, but not broken. The first helmeted mutant taught Travis the final rule of Beasley's private world. Nothing down here existed only once. The billionaire had made backups of data, backups of lies, backups of exits, and backups of monsters. One dead guard asset meant another waited somewhere beyond the door. The thought should have crushed him. Instead, it sharpened the practical part of his mind. Repetition had weaknesses. If a man repeated himself, he also repeated mistakes. Dolly leaned on the cart rail while Travis studied the executive extraction door. Her breathing had grown shallow, but her eyes remained focused. She told him not to look at her like she was already a memory. Travis answered that he was looking at her like someone he planned to argue with later. That earned him a small smile. It was not hope, exactly, but it was close enough to borrow. Brooks checked the final injector again, then the cure, then the data drives. The order mattered to him. Weapon, child, truth. Travis noticed and understood the scientist's private hierarchy. Survival alone was not victory. Killing Beasley's monsters was not victory. The girl had to live, and the truth had to leave the island with names attached. Anything less would let Beasley change the story after the bodies cooled. The extraction wing looked less like an exit and more like the private throat of the island, a long concrete passage designed to swallow people who had too much money and too many secrets. White lights glared from armored fixtures overhead. The walls were bare except for black camera eyes, yellow emergency stripes, and metal panels sealed so tightly they looked welded into the bones of the place. Somewhere far above them, the resort still burned under the dawn haze, but down here the air stayed cold enough to make breath show in faint silver ghosts. Travis Hale stood at the mouth of the passage with his shoulders aching, his hands raw around the grip of a stolen rifle, and his expensive shirt ruined beyond anything a tailor could forgive. Blood, oil, lead dust, and chemical spray had turned the fabric into a map of everything they had survived. He had stopped caring about the price of anything hours ago. Wealth had become a joke told by a dead world, and he was tired of being the punchline. Dolly Vane moved at his left side, red hair tied back with a strip of torn cloth, green eyes bright and merciless. She had stolen a black security jacket from one of Beasley's men, and it fit her badly in the shoulders, but she wore it like armor. The elegant casino woman Travis had met seemed like a fever dream now. This Dolly was sweat, gun smoke, focus, and stubborn life. Brooks Mercer limped behind them with the hard case clutched against his chest. Inside it, cushioned in foam and wrapped in a lab towel, was the portable injector that carried the cure for the little girl in the mirrored cell. In another pocket, separated with the care of a man handling lightning, he carried 3 slim syringes filled with the second mixture he had made in the main lab. The first was mercy. The second was a weapon. The door at the far end of the extraction wing was open. Beyond it waited a private loading bay wide enough for armored vehicles, helicopters, and Beasley's ego. A sleek black transport sat on a recessed platform near the center, its rotors folded flat like the wings of some expensive insect. Fuel lines curled from the floor. Cargo crates were stacked beside it. A wall of screens showed camera feeds from every dying piece of the island, and in front of them stood Victor Beasley. He wore a pale suit that had no place in the disaster around him. His silver hair was combed back, his tie straight, his hands clasped behind him as if he had invited them to a board meeting instead of a tomb. 2 guards lay dead near the control console, proof that Dolly and Travis had already cut through the last human barrier. Beasley did not look at them with fear. He looked at them with irritation, as though they were a delay he had not budgeted for. Travis stepped over spent magazine and raised the rifle. The weapon felt heavy, but his voice came out steady. "End of the tour, Mr. Beasley." Beasley's mouth curved slightly. "You have no idea how small this moment is." Dolly kept her pistol level with his chest. "It feels plenty big from here." Brooks coughed and leaned one shoulder against the wall, pale beneath the dirt on his face. "You released a living weapon into a resort full of civilians. You built a lab under a vacation island. You used your own child as a test subject. Do not try to make this sound philosophical." Beasley's eyes shifted to Brooks with the first spark of true annoyance. "A virologist from a government office lecturing me about moral limits. Your agencies write reports while people die in numbers too large for your language. I was building a future that could survive what your committees refused to see." "You built a slaughterhouse with room service," Travis said. For a moment, the words hung in the bay. A low mechanical hum answered them. Somewhere behind the transport, hidden doors unlocked with a series of deep clunks that vibrated through the floor. Dolly's pistol shifted toward the sound. Travis felt the old mechanic in him notice the rhythm before the survivor caught up. Heavy locks. Reinforced tracks. Something large behind the wall. Beasley turned just enough to look toward the opening panels. The smile that touched his face had no warmth. "Civilization ends because ordinary people believe courage and luck are the same thing. You have had luck. I prepared for courage." The panels slid apart, and the creatures stepped out. They had once been men. Travis could still see traces of them in the length of an arm, the ruined shape of a jaw, the scraps of tactical pants clinging to swollen legs. Whatever the virus had done to them below ground had taken flesh and rewritten it with cruelty. Their shoulders were massive, their hands thick and dark with old blood, their chests rising in slow, furious pulls. Heavy metal helmets covered their heads, bolted through the bone, with grated slits where eyes burned in the shadows. Plates had been strapped across the neck and upper spine, making the usual target useless. Dolly fired first. The shot cracked hard in the bay and struck the nearest helmet dead center. Sparks jumped. The creature's head snapped back a few inches, then came forward again. The bullet had carved a bright scratch and nothing more. Travis felt his stomach drop. That is not helpful. Dolly fired twice more, both shots precise, both hits clean, both failures. The giants kept walking. Their mouths worked beneath the grates, making wet clicking sounds that did not match any animal Travis knew. One dragged a length of chain bolted around its forearm. Another carried the broken half of a steel gate as if it weighed no more than a cafeteria tray. Brooks stared at them with a scientist's horror and a man's terror fighting across his face. He protected the brainstem and the upper spine. He knew everyone would aim for the head. "I prefer my monsters less educated," Travis said. Beasley lifted one hand. "Bring them down alive if possible." The woman first. The largest creature charged. Its feet hit the concrete like dropped engines. Travis shoved Dolly sideways as the steel gate swept through the space where she had been. The blow smashed into a support post and bent the metal around it with a scream. Travis fired into the creature's chest until the rifle bucked empty, punching dark holes that leaked black-red fluid and did nothing to slow it. Dolly rolled, came up on one knee, and put 2 rounds into the joints behind his knees. The creature staggered, but it did not fall. Brooks fumbled one of the slim syringes from his pocket. I need skin access. Not chest armor. Not the helmet. Something vascular. Neck if there is a gap. Inner arm. Behind the knee might work. You said it like I have time to shop for options, Travis called. The creature turned toward him. Behind it, 2 more juggernauts advanced from the opened wall, slower but no less terrible. Beasley watched with the calm attention of a man observing a product demonstration. Travis hated him more for that than for the danger. Panic would have made Beasley human. Calm made him obscene. Dolly slid behind a stack of cargo crates and fired at the fuel line coupling near the floor. Sparks jumped from the metal ring. Fuel sprayed in a shining arc across the concrete. The nearest juggernaut stepped through it without understanding. Dolly looked at Travis and jerked her chin toward the hanging emergency flare box on the wall. Travis understood. He also understood the problem. The flare box was on the other side of the charging monster. "Brooks," he said, backing away, "when I do something stupid, try not to explain why it was stupid until after it works." Brooks's voice cracked. "It leaves a very narrow window." Travis sprinted. The juggernaut swung the chain. It whipped past his ribs and slammed into the wall with enough force to blast concrete dust into his face. He felt the wind of it, felt one broken link slice the sleeve near his shoulder, and kept moving because slowing down meant dying in front of everyone he cared about. He grabbed the flare box, tore it open, and yanked the red tube free. Dolly's gunfire hammered the creature's flank, each shot buying him the half-second he needed. He struck the igniter against the cap. The flare spat white fire and smoke. He threw it low across the sprayed fuel. Flame ran across the floor in a hungry line and climbed the juggernaut's legs. The creature roared. It was not pain exactly. It was rage discovering a new language. It stumbled, arms swinging, burning from the knees down, and crashed into the crate stack. The crates toppled. Dolly sprang away just before the steel gate slammed to the space beside her. Travis smelled scorched meat, fuel, and melted plastic, and his throat tightened against the urge to gag. Brooks rushed forward with the syringe. He was not built for it. His thin legs shook. His glasses were smeared so badly, Travis did not know how he could see. Yet he moved with the desperate courage of a man who had decided fear could come along, but it would not drive. Travis met him halfway and threw his body into the creature's side as Dolly shot the backs of its legs again. The 3 of them hit the monster together in a brutal, ugly tangle. Travis wrapped both arms around the chain limb and used his weight to pull it down. Dolly hooked her ankle behind the creature's knee and shoved with all she had. Brooks dropped to the floor, found the scorched tear where armor had shifted, and drove the syringe in deep behind the knee. The creature convulsed. The reaction was immediate and hideous. Black veins climbed under its skin like ink racing through cracked glass. The helmet slammed against the floor once, twice. Then the giant's whole body arched so hard Travis lost his grip. It collapsed with a sound that shook dust from the ceiling. The roar became a gurgle. The gurgle faded into a wet hiss. Brooks crawled backward, shaking. It worked. Dolly grabbed his collar and hauled him up before the next juggernaut could crush him. "Celebrate with your feet moving." The second giant came through the smoke carrying the broken gate. The third moved to flank them, head low, plated shoulders scraping against a cargo rack. Beasley finally stopped smiling. Not because they were dying, Travis realized. Because his private miracles had become uncertain. Travis looked at Brooks. 2 syringes left, 2 monsters. His hand shook from exhaustion, but beneath the fear, a strange clarity opened. Money, regret, guilt, grief, and all the foolish reasons he had come to the island fell away. There was only Dolly breathing hard beside him, Brooks still alive behind him, and Beasley standing by the transport with the key to a child's glass prison. "We take the giants," Travis said. "Then we take him." Dolly's eyes met his, fierce and tired and very much alive. "I was hoping you would say something romantic." "I can add candles if we live." She almost smiled. The second juggernaut raised the broken gate. Travis raised his empty rifle like a club, and the extraction bay became a place where courage had to be louder than terror. The broken gate came down with the force of a falling wall. Travis threw himself left. shoulder hitting concrete hard enough to fill his vision with sparks. The gate struck the floor and bounced, ringing through the extraction bay. Dolly slid across the fuel-slick concrete on one hip, firing as she moved, her shot striking the juggernaut's elbow and wrist. The bullets did not stop the monster, but they changed its swing by inches, and inches were the only reason Travis still had a skull. Brooks pressed his back to the cargo rack, one hand wrapped around the 2 remaining syringes. The scientist in him had vanished from the surface. What remained was a pale, furious man calculating death at close range. His lips moved silently as he watched the second juggernaut's gate, the shift of weight, the places where swollen flesh rubbed against improvised armor. Travis knew that look. Brooks had worn it over math problems in high school, over broken engines they had tried to understand in Travis's first garage job, and over every impossible thing life had shoved in front of them. "Right in her arm," Brooks shouted. "There is a gap when it lifts the gate." "That is wonderful news for whoever wants to stand under it," Travis yelled back. Dolly crawled behind the transport platform, ripped the length of loose grounding cable from a wall socket, and tossed one end toward Travis. He caught it without thinking. The cable was thick, rubber-coated, and heavy enough to hurt. For one mad second he remembered pulling electrical line through a crawl space under an old farmhouse in North Carolina while Brooks complained about spiders from the safety of the porch. He had hated that job. He would have paid a fortune to be there now. "Trip line," Dolly called. "When I draw it." Travis looped the cable around a bolted floor hook and pulled the slack across the path. The second juggernaut lifted the gate again, turning toward Dolly as she fired into its helmet and sent sparks over the eye slit. It charged her. Dolly waited too long because Dolly always waited too long, trusting nerve and timing where other people trusted luck. The creature crossed the cable. Travis threw his weight backward. The cable snapped tight across the monster's shins. The juggernaut pitched forward, not down, but enough. Its massive arm rose to catch balance. Brooks ran. Travis saw every terrible detail of those 3 seconds. Brooks' shoes slipping on fuel. Dolly diving under the gate's edge to shove the monster's wrist higher. Beasley stepping toward the transport controls with sudden urgency. The black mouth behind the helmet grate opening wide as the juggernaut sensed living skin nearby. Brooks jammed the syringe into the exposed inner arm and pressed the plunger with both thumbs. The monster's reaction hit before Brooks could pull away. His muscles seized. The arm clamped around him, trapping his coat. Brooks cried out as the creature lurched, dragging him off his feet. Travis slammed into the monster's side and hooked both hands in Brooks's belt. Dolly fired point blank into the creature's knee until the joint buckled. The juggernaut crashed sideways, still clutching Brooks's coat, shaking as the serum burned through whatever infection kept it moving. "Cut it," Brooks gasped. Dolly was already there. Her knife flashed. The coat tore free. Travis yanked Brooks back just as a juggernaut's armored head smashed down where Brooks had been. The monster thrashed once, twice, then slammed its fists against the floor in a failing rhythm. Thick fluid poured through the helmet grate. His body folded inward with a long shudder and stopped. Brooks lay on his back, chest heaving, eyes wide behind crooked glasses. I despise field research. Travis laughed once, not because anything was funny, but because the sound forced him not to break. Put that on your performance review. The third juggernaut did not give them time. It had watched the first 2 fall, and some damaged intelligence had learned from it. Instead of charging, it circled wide, putting the transport between itself and Brooks. His helmeted head tilted toward Beasley, then toward the trio. The metal plates on its spine rose and fell with each breath. Beasley moved at last. He backed toward the control console, one hand inside his suit jacket. Dolly saw the motion and snapped her pistol toward him. "Keep your hand where I can see it." He drew a compact pistol and fired. The shot struck the cargo rack above Brooks's head, showering him with sparks. Travis fired back with the empty rifle by instinct and got only a dry click. Dolly put 2 rounds into the console beside Beasley's hand. Beasley flinched, the first honest human reaction Travis had seen from him. Then the third juggernaut attacked from the side, using the moment of distraction like a trained fighter. It hit Dolly first. Not cleanly, because she twisted away, but the creature's forearm clipped her shoulder and sent her spinning into the transport platform. Travis heard the breath leave her. He saw her pistol skitter across the concrete. Something inside him went hot and sharp. He ran at the monster without a weapon worth naming. Brooks shouted his name. Travis did not slow. The juggernaut turned, chainless hands opening. Travis ducked under the first grab, drove the rifle stock into the creature's midsection, and felt the wood crack against muscle that seemed carved from meat and cable. The monster shoved him with one palm. Travis flew backward into a stack of crates, pain blooming through his ribs. He tasted blood in his mouth and heard Dolly coughing somewhere to his right. "Stay away from her," he said, but the words came out ragged. The juggernaut advanced. Brooks still had the final syringe, but the creature had positioned itself so Brooks would have to cross open floor to reach any usable injection point. Beasley, seeing the shift, laughed under his breath. It was a small sound, but Travis heard it through everything. "You are brave," Beasley said. "I never made anyone important." Dolly pushed herself up on one elbow. Her face was pale and blood ran from a split near her hairline. She looked at Travis, then past him to the overhead crane mounted above the transport platform. Its hook hung on a motorized track supporting a net of cargo straps used to lift equipment. Her hand lifted 2 inches, pointing. Travis followed her gaze. The mechanic in him came alive again. The crane, the strap net, the fore-release, and the heavy load path all lined up in his mind. The third juggernaut stood beneath it, too focused on Brooks to notice anything above. "Brooks," Travis said, forcing himself upright, "run toward me when I say." Brooks stared at him. "That sentence has never improved my day." "It is going to improve your chances." Travis grabbed a fallen guard shotgun from under a crate. It had 1 shell left. He checked the chamber by feel, then looked at Dolly. She had found her pistol again and was crawling toward the console for the crane controls. Beasley saw her and fired. The shot sparked off the transport platform. Dolly ducked, rolled, and kept moving, every inch paid for in pain. The juggernaut stalked toward Brooks. Brooks lifted the syringe with both hands like a tiny spear against a nightmare. His voice shook, but he did not retreat. "You were made by a coward. That is not your fault." The creature lunged. "Now," Travis shouted. Brooks dove toward him. Travis fired the shotgun into the cargo net release. The blast shattered the safety latch. At the same instant, Dolly slammed the crane control down. The suspended net, loaded with hard cases and steel tie-downs, dropped from above. It struck the juggernaut across the shoulders and drove it to its knees. Cargo straps wrapped around its arms. The creature roared, trapped but not beaten. Brooks scrambled across the floor. Travis caught him by the back of his shirt and shoved him toward the exposed gap where the helmet plates met the upper back. Brooks did not hesitate this time. He drove the last syringe into the narrow strip of swollen flesh and crushed the plunger flat. The juggernaut went mad. It tore one arm free of the cargo net and slammed its fist into the floor so hard cracks raced outward. Travis and Broach rolled away. Dolly fired into the crane cable until it snapped. More cargo dropped, pinning the creature under a rain of metal cases. The serum's black web spread under its skin. The monster bucked, crushed a case flat with its heel, then sagged. A long, low sound leaked through the helmet grate, almost like grief, and then the last of Beasley's giants died. Silence fell in pieces. First the roaring stopped. Then the alarms seemed farther away. Then Travis heard Dolly's breath, Brooks' shaky whisper, the drip of fuel, and Beasley backing toward a side door. Travis turned. "Do not move." Beasley moved anyway. Dolly fired, but her aim was off by half an inch from pain and exhaustion. The bullet shattered the glass beside Beasley's head. He ducked through the side door and slapped the emergency seal. A metal shutter dropped between them with a crash. The lock engaged. On the other side, Beasley panted hard enough for the microphone beside the door to pick it up. Then came a different sound. A snarl. A slap of palms against glass. A chorus of hungry throats, waking in the room beyond. Beasley screamed. The sound was high, raw, and completely stripped of philosophy. Dolly leaned against the platform, pistol hanging from one hand. Did he just lock himself in with them? Brooks sat on the floor, glasses crooked, coat torn open. Statistically, arrogance can be self-correcting. Travis looked at the sealed door, then at the dead giants, then at the transport waiting uselessly in the center of the bay. Beyond the shutter, Victor Beasley screamed again for help from the ordinary people he had spent his life underestimating. Travis wiped blood from his lip with the back of his hand. I guess the apocalypse did not have a private exit after all. The side room had been designed as a secure refuge. Travis could tell from the thickness of the shutter, the redundant keypad, the reinforced hinges, and the independent air vent built above the door. It was the sort of private safe chamber a man like Victor Beasley would install so he could survive the disasters he made for everyone else. The irony was so sharp it should have drawn blood from the walls. Beasley hammered on the inside of the shutter. Open this door. Dolly leant closer, keeping one hand pressed against her side. The blow from the juggernaut had left her moving stiffly, but her eyes had not softened. You were much calmer when the monsters were on our side of the room. This is not a negotiation, Beasley shouted. Travis leaned near the microphone. It became one when you ran into a pantry full of teeth. Something struck the shutter from inside. Not Beasley. Too many impacts followed, palms and skulls and shoulders slamming metal in a frantic rhythm. The infected inside had heard his voice. Travis could picture them swarming around him in expensive shadow, staff members or guards or unlucky technicians turned into hungry things, while Beasley's perfect emergency room became a trap. Brooks pulled himself to the console and studied the door controls. His hand shook above the keypad. There were at least 6 heat signatures in there with him. Maybe more. The room has a rear emergency hatch, but it is sealed from his side and probably blocked. If we open this wrong, they spill straight into us. Can you cycle the shutter halfway? Dolly asked. Not safely. It is either sealed or open. Beasley screamed again. This time it ended in the strangled gasp. Travis's anger took a step backward, not because Beasley deserved mercy, but because listening to anyone beg while being hunted by the thing he created was harder than Travis wanted it to be. He hated that. He hated that some stubborn human part of him still recognized fear, even inside a monster wearing a suit. Dolly saw it on his face. Her voice dropped. Do not let pity do his job for him. I am not pitying him, Travis said. You are close enough that I can smell it. Brooks looked from one to the other. We need him alive, if possible. Dolly's handler wanted arrest, testimony, names, banking paths, shipment routes, government contacts. Dead, he is evidence. Alive, he is a map. Alive, he is also bait, Dolly said. Travis nodded slowly. He has the key. The little girl's mirrored cell returned to all of them at once. Beasley's daughter, 8 years old, alone behind glass, unable to hear them, unable to know anyone was coming back. Patient 0, immune to turning, contagious enough to frighten the whole island, treated like inventory by the man now crying behind a door. Travis leaned toward the microphone. Beasley, listen carefully. You have something we need. A wet scrape answered him. Beasley's breath came in short bursts. Killed him. Open the door and kill them. Where's the key to your daughter's cell? Brooks asked. The breathing paused. The silence that followed told Travis more than any confession. Beasley knew exactly which child they meant. He knew exactly what key they needed. He had carried it while leaving her behind. She is secure, Beasley said, but his voice had changed. The authority was cracked. She is the most valuable biological asset in the facility. Dolly's face went still. Travis had learned that stillness meant danger. Say asset again, and I may forget we need you breathing. Another impact shook the shutter. Beasley yelped. The infected were closer now. Travis heard a chair cart overturn inside, then frantic footsteps. Beasley must have climbed onto something. He imagined the billionaire standing on a cabinet in his clean room while the dead reached upward, jaws snapping at polished shoes. The key, Travis said. You give us the key, and we open the door long enough to save you. Beasley laughed once, wild and breathless. You expect me to trust you? No, Travis said. I expect you to trust that we need you alive for people with real courts and real cells. That is better than what is in there with you. Brooks bent close to the console screen. The room cameras still worked. He tapped commands. One of the wall monitors flickered and came alive. The view was grainy, tinted green from emergency lighting. Beasley stood on a lab table at the back of the room, one pant leg torn, pistol in hand, hair finely out of place. 5 infected crowded below him. 2 wore white lab coats. 1 wore a guard uniform. Another wore a resort maintenance shirt with a name tag Travis could not read. Their hands reached upward, slipping across steel, leaving smears on the polished table legs. Dolly stared at the screen without blinking. "He has been bitten?" Travis leaned closer. On Beasley's left calf, visible through torn fabric, was a ragged bite mark. Blood ran into his sock. Beasley kept shifting weight away from that leg. His face glistened with sweat. Brooks swallowed. "The vaccine still works after exposure if given quickly enough. We have a limited window, but not much." Dolly's smile was small and cruel. "That is almost funny." Beasley saw the camera move. His eyes found the lens. "I know you can see me." "We can," Travis said. "You did not take your own medicine." Beasley's face twisted. "The vaccine batches were unstable in early trials." "You mean you let other people test them first," Brooks said. "I refined them," Beasley snapped. "Do you know what advancement costs?" Dolly stepped close to the microphone. "Right now, it costs 1 key. Beasley looked down at the infected clawing at the table. One of them managed to hook fingers over the edge. He kicked it in the face and nearly lost balance. For the first time, Victor Beasley looked old. Not dignified old. Not powerful old. Just a frightened man with more money than decency and fewer seconds than he had expected. "Inside pocket," he said. "Left side. The key card and the physical override are clipped together." "Show us," Dolly demanded. With shaking fingers, Beasley pulled a small metal key and a black access card from his jacket. He held them toward the camera. The infected lunged again. He jerked back, almost dropping them. Travis looked at Brooks. "Can you open the door and seal the rest of the bay if this goes bad? I can lock the passage behind us and vent chemical suppressant into the side room after 30 seconds, but that might kill him too." Dolly checked the rounds left in her pistol. 30 seconds is generous. They prepared like people who had run out of miracles and were borrowing against pain. Travis reloaded from the last magazine he had scavenged. Dolly tied a strip of cloth tight around her bruised side and picked up a compact rifle from one of the dead guards. Brooks retrieved one final vaccine dose from the hard case. His face changed as he held it. The same medicine Dolly had stolen. The same medicine that had saved Travis and Brooks before they even knew they needed saving. Now it might keep the devil alive long enough for justice. "I hate this," Brooks said. "That means you are still you," Travis told him. Dolly took position left of the door. Travis stood right. Brooks stayed behind the cargo rack with the vaccine injector ready. On the monitor, Beasley lifted his pistol with both hands, but his arms trembled. The infected below him threw themselves against the table, rocking it inch by inch. Travis pressed the microphone. "When the door opens, throw the key and card out first. Then drop flat on the table. If you stand in our firing line, that is your final mistake." Beasley nodded so fast it looked like a spasm. "Open it." Brooks entered to command. The shutter locks released with a deep metallic cough. The door began to rise. The infected reacted instantly. They poured toward the widening gap, dragging themselves under before it had cleared waist height. Travis fired into the first face that appeared, then the second. Dolly's rifle hammered beside him, controlled and fast. The side room filled with muzzle flashes, smoke, and shrieks. Beasley threw the keycard bundle too hard. It skidded across the floor, hit Travis's boot, and spun away. Brooks lunged from cover to snatch it. An infected guard burst through the gap low, missing half its cheek, hands slapping at Travis's legs. Travis kicked it back and fired twice down into its skull. Dolly dropped the maintenance worker with a shot through the eye. The lab-coated infected climbed over the table after Beasley. He fired his pistol into its chest and screamed when it kept coming. "Down!" Dolly yelled. Beasley dropped flat. Dolly shot past him, the round striking the infected's temple. It fell across Beasley's legs and pinned him to the table. He screamed again, thrashing beneath the corpse as if dignity were something he could shake loose and put back on. The last infected came to the door fast, a woman in shredded security gear with bloodless hands and a ruined mouth. Travis had no shot. She slammed into Dolly and drove her into the wall. Dolly caught the woman's throat with one forearm, teeth snapping inches from her face. Travis grabbed the infected by the back of the vest and hauled. The woman twisted with horrible strength. Brooks, of all people, swung a metal case into the side of her head. The blow knocked her off balance. Dolly shoved the rifle under the chin and fired. The room went still except for Beasley's panicked sobbing. Brooks rushed in with the vaccine. Beasley tried to crawl away at first, then grabbed at Brooks's sleeve when he saw the injector. "Give it to me." Brooks looked at the bite, then at Beasley's face. His own expression was cold in a way Travis had never seen. "You use people like Lev Blaise? You hid behind money, security, and governments. I want you to remember that an ordinary person is saving your life because the world you mocked still has rules." He drove the injector into Beasley's thigh and pushed the dose in. Beasley sagged, panting. "You need me." Dolly stepped over a dead infected and pressed her pistol to his chest. "We need you alive." Comfortable is optional. Travis picked up the metal key and black card. They were smeared from the floor, but intact. He felt their small weight and thought of the girl behind mirrored glass, waiting in silence while her father tried to fly away. "We're going back for her," he said. Beasley closed his eyes. "She is dangerous." Brooks snapped the hard case shut. "So are we." Dolly took Beasley's pistol, zip-tied his hands with restraints from a guard's belt, and shoved him to his feet. He limped, pale and sweating, but alive. Travis did not feel victory. Not yet. Victory was a child breathing clean air outside a glass box. Victory was Beasley, in a cell. Victory was the data leaving the island before soldiers turned the whole place into a secret. They left the rich man's room behind, and the shutter closed on the bodies inside. The private transport waited in the bay, sleek and useless, while the path back into the lab opened before them like a descent into every sin Beasley had hidden underground. The return to the laboratory felt longer than the descent. Their bodies knew the route now, but knowing did not make it easier. The corridors had changed while they fought in the extraction bay. Emergency lights pulsed red along the ceiling. Doors that had stood open were now sealed. Others hung half-crushed, scraped by things that had forced their way through and moved on. Ventilation fans coughed chemical fog from damaged ducts, turning every hallway into a tunnel of sour mist. Beasley walked between Travis and Dolly with his hands bound in front of him. He had lost his jacket. His perfect shirt was torn, stained, and sticking to his back. Every few steps he looked at the cameras, as if expecting the building to remember he was its master. The building did not answer. Somewhere deep behind the walls, infected bodies dragged against metal, and the lab answered only with alarms. Brooks carried the cure case himself despite Travis offering twice. He had become fiercely protective of it. The little girl existed for him now, not as a file, not as patient zero, but as a child with a name they still had not learned. The case never left his arms. When they passed one of the shattered observation windows, he angled his body away from the broken glass, as if it might reach for the cure. Dolly walked with a limp she tried to hide and failed. Travis noticed every time her jaw tightened. He wanted to make her stop, wanted to take half her pain somehow, but there was no safe place to rest and no gentle way to survive. Once, when Beasley stumbled, Dolly caught him by the back of the collar and shoved him upright so hard he nearly fell again. "My leg," Beasley said through clenched teeth. "You still have one," Dolly replied. "That puts you ahead of several people we met today." Travis almost smiled, then did not. The corridor walls were lined with framed photographs of the resort during construction. Beaches before blood, hotels before smoke, workers in hard hats posing under a tropical sky. Beneath one photo, a slogan read, "Paradise Perfected." Someone had smeared blood across the glass, turning the words into an accusation. They reached the observation level after 20 minutes of slow movement and 3 brief fights with stragglers. These infected were weaker than the juggernauts, but the lab had made them wrong in subtler ways. One moved silently until it was close enough to grab Brooks's sleeve. Dolly killed it with a knife through the eye before Travis could raise his weapon. Another crawled from an overhead maintenance panel and dropped onto Beasley's back, snapping at his ear. Travis tore it off and crushed his skull against a wall because he could not let justice die from inconvenience. By the time they reached the mirrored cell, everyone was breathing hard. The room beyond the observation glass looked untouched. That was the worst part. No blood on the floor. No bodies. No broken furniture. It had been built like a child's bedroom by people who had never understood children. Small bed with pale sheets. Shelf of clean toys arranged too neatly. Drawings taped in perfect rows. The table with crayons sorted by color. A camera in each corner. The mirror glass reflected the trio back at themselves while the girl inside sat cross-legged on the floor, holding a stuffed rabbit by one ear. She had dark hair cut blunt at her shoulders and a face too thin for 8 years old. She was drawing something with a blue crayon. She could not see them. She could not hear the alarms. She did not know 4 armed adults and her ruined father were standing close enough to touch the world that held her. Dolly's expression changed. The hard lines around her mouth loosened into something raw. "What is her name?" Beasley stared at the glass. For several seconds he did not answer. When he did, his voice was smaller than Travis expected. "Myra." Brooks turned on him. Her name was not important enough to put in the file. "Names create attachment in research environments," Beasley said, then seemed to hear himself. His eyes flicked toward Dolly's pistol. Dolly stepped close enough that Beasley could smell the smoke on her clothes. "Try again as a father." His throat moved. "Her name is Mara Elise Beasley." Travis looked through the glass at the little girl. Mara Elise Beasley. A whole name in a place that had tried to turn her into a number. She hummed softly to herself. The sound did not reach them through the glass, but Travis saw the movement of her mouth, the small lift of her shoulders. She was making her own company because the world had given her none. Brooks set the cure case on the observation console and unlocked it. "Before we open that door, I need to explain this clearly. The cure should neutralize active viral shedding. It should not remove the immune adaptation that kept her from turning. I built it from the pattern in her blood work and the vaccine structure Dolly stole. I believe it will work." "Believe?" Beasley said sharply. Brooks looked at him with open contempt. "You lost the right to demand certainty when you used a child as a biological vault." Travis placed the key card against the reader. A red light blinked and turned amber. The physical keyhole opened below it with a mechanical click. He slid the metal key in and paused. His hand shook. Not from fear of the infected this time. From the weight of the moment. They had bought giants, guards, and the dead, but opening a door for a child felt more frightening because it required hope. Dolly put her hand over his for half a second. Her fingers were warm despite the cold broom. "Open it." He turned the key. The cell seals released in layers. Air hissed. Locks withdrew inside the frame. The glass door opened inward with a soft hydraulic sigh. Inside, Mara looked up. For the first time, she saw them. Her eyes went to Travis first, then Dolly, then Brooks, then the bound man behind them. She did not run to Beasley. She did not smile. She pulled a stuffed rabbit against her chest and scooted backward until her shoulders touched the bed. Dolly lowered her weapons and crouched at the threshold. "Ah, Mara." "My name is Dolly. We are here to take you out of this room." Mara stared at her. "Are you another doctor?" Dolly swallowed. "No, sweetheart. I am not." Brooks knelt beside Dolly, moving slowly. He set the injector where Mara could see it, but not close enough to frighten her. "I am Brooks. I am a scientist, but I am not one of his scientists. There is medicine in this. It is meant to make you safer. It may sting for a second." Mara's gaze flicked to Beasley. He said, "I was already safe." The room became very quiet. Beasley looked away. Travis felt something inside him strain against a leash of self-control. He had seen greed, cruelty, arrogance, and panic in Beasley, but this was worse. A child had believed words from the man who locked the door. Maybe not fully. Maybe children always knew more than adults hoped. But she had been given lies instead of arms, monitors instead of bedtime stories, and a mirror instead of a window. Dolly kept her voice soft. He was wrong. Mara hugged the rabbit tighter. "Will it hurt?" Brooks answered honestly. "A little." "Then I need to check your breathing and your temperature. After that we leave this place." "Outside?" "Yes," Travis said before anyone else could. "Outside." Mara looked at him for a long time. Is outside still there? The question nearly broke him. Travis crouched beside Dolly, keeping distance, keeping his big hands visible. Some of it is hurt, some of it is scary. But the sky is still there, and the ocean is still there. We are going to get you to people who will help. Mara looked at Beasley again. Is he coming? Dolly's eyes hardened. He is coming with us, but he is not in charge. That seemed to matter. Mara shifted closer by inches. Brooks prepared the injector with careful hands. He cleaned a small spot on her upper arm, speaking gently through every step. Mara watched his face instead of the needle. When the injection came, she flinched and sucked in a breath, but she did not cry. Dolly murmured praise so quietly Travis almost did not hear it. Brooks counted under his breath. He checked the portable reader, drew a tiny blood sample with an apologetic grimace, and fed it into the handheld analyzer he had taken from the lab. The device worked slowly, tiny lights flashing while alarms wailed in the halls. Travis kept watch at the door. Dolly stayed with Mara. Beasley stood uselessly in the corner, wrists bound, face unreadable. Minutes stretched. Brooks watched the analyzer as if staring hard enough could force mercy from the screen. Finally, the device chimed. He read the numbers once, then again, and his eyes filled with a stunned brightness. "Viral shedding is dropping," he said. "The active particles are neutralizing quickly. Her immune markers are stable." Dolly's shoulders lowered for the first time in hours. "Use smaller words for the exhausted people." Brooks let out a breath that sounded almost like a laugh. "It is working." Mara looked from Brooks to Dolly. "Am I bad?" Dolly moved before Travis could. She crossed a small room on her knees and stopped just far enough away to let Mara choose. Her voice broke around the edges. "No, honey. You were never bad." Mara stared at her, then leaned forward and pressed herself into Dolly's arms. Dolly froze, as if comfort were a skill she had not expected to need, then wrapped both arms around the girl and held on. Her face turned toward Travis over Mara's hair. The woman who had lied, stolen, shot, and survived looked terrified of tenderness. Travis felt his own eyes burn. He looked away because some things deserve privacy, even in the middle of the end of the world. Brooks cleared his throat and closed the case. "We need to move. The cure brought safety, but this facility is failing. I need the raw viral data from the secure communications hub. Without it, nobody outside can verify what happened, and Beasley's friends will bury the truth." Beasley straightened at that. "You cannot understand the data without me." Brooks picked up the case and walked past him. "Victor, I understood your work while concussed, dehydrated, and being chased through a basement by your mistakes." Travis pointed toward the corridor. "Move." Mara held Dolly's hand when they left the cell. She carried the stuffed rabbit under one arm and looked back only once at the mirrored room. The door remained open behind her. For Travis, that open door felt like the first honest thing the underground lab had ever done. They moved toward the communications hub with the child between them and the devil in front of them, and for the first time since the casino screams began, Travis let himself imagine an ending that was not made only of death. The secure communications hub sat beyond the lowest administrative level, protected by 2 biometric doors, a manual lock, and enough redundant power to run for weeks after the rest of the facility died. Beasley had built it to preserve his escape channels, private servers, offshore records, and encrypted calls to men who believed law was a tool for poorer people. Now the same room would become a confession booth. They reached it through a service corridor that smelled of hot wiring and antiseptic. The lab shook twice on the way, deep tremors rolling through the concrete as something heavy collapsed far above. Mara flinched at each vibration. Dolly held her hand and told her the building was just angry because they were leaving. Mara seemed to accept that more easily than any technical explanation Brooks might have given. Beasley had grown quieter after the cell. He limped ahead under Travis's rifle, shoulders bent not from guilt, Travis thought, but from the shock of losing control. A man like Beasley could prepare for bullets, testimony, scandal, and betrayal. He could not prepare for ordinary people refusing to act like pieces on his board. That was the flaw in every empire Travis had ever seen from the outside. Rich men built rooms for emergencies and forgot people would still be people inside them. At the first biometric door, Beasley refused to place his hand on the scanner. "You have no idea what you will expose. Governments sign those authorizations. Ministers, generals, medical directors, relief agencies. Do you think the world wants truth? The world wants someone to blame quietly." Dolly shifted her grip on Mara's hand so the girl stood behind her. "The world can want whatever it wants. Put your hand on the scanner. You will start wars." Brooks stepped forward, exhausted, face lit by the red scanner glow. "You already did. You just kept them underground." Beasley stared at him, then placed his palm on the glass. The door recognized him with a pleasant chime that made Travis want to break something. They passed through into a short vestibule. The second lock required his eye. Beasley hesitated again until Dolly rested the barrel of her rifle lightly against his ribs. "Blink naturally," she said. "I am told that is what innocent people do." The scan passed. The final door opened. The communications hub was a circular room lined with server racks, satellite consoles, hardened drives, and wall screens showing maps of the island, naval positions, weather, and the burning resort zones. The beach hotels were black with smoke. The golf course looked scarred by vehicle tracks and bodies. The casino district was a maze of broken light. The worker town flashed with pockets of fire. The island that had promised paradise now looked like an autopsy under glass. Brooks moved to the central console with the purpose of a man entering a church made of data. "Dolly, I need your access codes for Bald Eagle's channel." "Travis, keep him away from everything with a keyboard." "Mara, can you sit in that chair and hold your rabbit tight for me?" Mara climbed into the chair he indicated. It was too large for her. Her feet did not reach the floor. Dolly placed herself beside the chair like a guard dog in human form. Travis positioned Beasley against the wall and zip-tied his wrist to a metal rail for good measure. Beasley watched Brooks work. "You will corrupt the chain of custody." Brooks did not look up. "I am delighted that paperwork survived your moral collapse." Dolly entered the frequency string and a sequence of authentication phrases on a side console. Static filled the room, then a clipped male voice answered, "Identify." Dolly leaned into the microphone. "Courier calling Bald Eagle. Package is alive. Evidence is intact. Handler confirmation requested." A pause followed. Travis felt the room lean toward the speaker. Then the older man's voice came through, low and hard. "Courier, this is Bald Eagle. I read you. Confirm status." Dolly closed her eyes for half a second. When she opened them, the old guarded mask was back, but thinner. 3 friendly adults alive. 1 rescued minor alive. 1 primary suspect alive and restrained. Active outbreak remains contained to island. We have vaccine samples, cure prototype notes, and raw viral records in progress. Say again on primary suspect, Bald Eagle said. Dolly looked at Beasley. Victor Beasley is alive. Bitten. Vaccinated after exposure. Currently wishing he had invested in better locks. Travis could not help it. He smiled despite everything. Bald Eagle's voice changed by a degree. Good work. The naval blockade remains active. No surface extraction authorized without verified containment protocol. We need the data burst before I can move assets without being blocked by people who are already denying this operation exists. Brooks plugged in the first hardened drive and began copying files. Lines of code, medical charts, shipment logs, video records, and financial transfers scrolled across the main screen. Data burst is building. It is huge. If their servers throttle outgoing traffic, I can compress the lab records first and follow with video proof. Who is that? Bald Eagle asked. Brooks Mercer, Dolly said. He is a virologist, socially terrible and extremely useful. I heard that, Brooks said. I meant you too. Bald Eagle spoke again. Dr. Mercer, prioritize origin files, vaccine formula, neutralization protocol, list of exposed personnel, and any proof tying Beasley to the project. Brooks's hands flew across the keyboard. Already in the package, also including his private authorizations, payment routes, and video from the cell where he kept his daughter. The speaker went quiet for a breath. His daughter? Mara looked up at the sound of the word. Dolly rested a hand lightly on her shoulder. Brooks's voice softened without losing force. 8 years old. Immune carrier, now treated. I will explain fully once she is safe. Beasley strained against the rail. You do not have permission to transmit proprietary research. Travis turned the rifle slightly toward him. You are tied to a wall in a basement full of dead people. Try to stay current. The first data burst began. A progress bar crept across the console. Brooks muttered at it like a man trying to hurry a cold engine. Dolly kept the radio channel open. Bald Eagle fed them extraction updates and careful warnings. Military ships had orders to destroy any unauthorized craft leaving the island. Several governments were already arguing over jurisdiction. Beasley's contacts were trying to reach records remotely, but the lab's internal lockout had slowed them. Every second mattered. The building shook again, Harder this time. A ceiling panel crashed down near the server racks. Mara gasped, and Dolly pulled her close. Travis looked at the map. Red warning icons blinked across lower levels. Fire suppression failure. Airlock breach. Containment gates open. The lab was becoming less a facility and more a collapsing beast. "We have movement," Travis said, spotting a camera feed from the corridor outside. 3 infected staggered into view, then 5 more behind them. Their faces turned toward the hub door as if they smelled warmth through steel. Brooks glanced at the progress bar. "We need 8 minutes." Dolly checked her weapon. "I have ammunition for less than that if they come politely." "They rarely do," Travis said. Beasley laughed weakly from the wall. "You see? You will die transmitting files. Nobody will be brave enough to use." Mara spoke from the chair, her voice small but clear. "Why are you mean?" The question struck harder than any accusation. Beasley looked at her as if he had forgotten she could speak to him without glass between them. His mouth opened. For once, no philosophy came out. Dolly looked down at Mara. "Some people get scared and turn it into cruelty." Mara considered that. He was scared a lot. Travis saw Beasley's face tighten. Not quite gulp. Not enough. Something cracked in the mask. The infected hit the outer door. The impact echoed through the hub. Brooks kept typing. Dolly took position behind a console. Travis moved to the door with a rifle, a pistol, and a knife. He was tired enough that each step felt borrowed, but the old fear of dying alone had left him somewhere in the casino back room. He was not alone. That made death less frightening and life more demanding. "Bald Eagle," Dolly said into the radio. "We may lose the front door soon. Extraction team is moving as soon as the first data burst authenticates," the older man replied. "Hold the hub." The outer door dented inward. A hinge shrieked. Brooks watched the progress bar pass 60%. "I can split the package if needed." "Do not split the truth," Dolly said. "Send the whole ugly thing." The door failed with a crack. The first infected lunged through the vestibule. Travis fired, dropped it, fired again, and fell back as more climbed over the body. Dolly shot from the side, each round measured. The hub filled with gun smoke, static, and the frantic clicking of Brooks's keyboard. Mara covered her ears. Beasley pressed himself against the wall, eyes wide as the dead came for the room that held his secrets. Travis's rifle ran dry. He switched to the pistol. An infected in a torn lab coat grabbed his wrist. He drove his forehead into its face, shoved the pistol under its jaw, and fired. Hot blood splashed across his sleeve. Dolly kicked another back through the doorway and slammed the rolling chair into its legs. Brooks, without turning, grabbed a heavy external drive and threw it at one that broke through on his side. It hit the creature's nose with a crack just long enough for Travis to shoot it. "That drive was empty," Brooks said, as if apologizing to the equipment. "Nobody asked," Dolly replied. The progress bar reached 92%. More infected forced into the vestibule. The dead bodies clogged the floor, slowing the next wave but not stopping it. Travis backed toward the center console. Dolly's rifle clicked empty. She drew her pistol, jaw clenched. Brooks whispered numbers under his breath. Mara stared at the screen as if she understood that the moving line meant they might live. 97%. An infected guard burst over the pile and slammed into Travis. They hit the floor. The pistol spun away. Teeth snapped near his cheek. Travis got one forearm under the throat and held it back with everything he had left. Dolly could not shoot without risking him. Brooks stepped away from the console, grabbed the emergency fire axe from the wall, and brought it down into the infected guard's skull with a sound that ended the struggle. Brooks stood over Travis, shaking, eyes wet and furious. "I am very done with today." The console chimed. Data burst complete. Dolly lunged for the microphone. Bald Eagle, package transmitted. Confirm receipt. Static snarled. The hub lights flickered. For 3 terrible seconds, nobody answered. Then the older man's voice came through, clearer than before. Confirm receipt. Data received. Authentication passed. Extraction authorized. Repeat, extraction authorized. Move to the roof pad above the communication stack. Team inbound under emergency containment protocol. Travis lay on the floor, blood on his face, laughing because his body could not find another response. Dolly looked at him and shook her head with tired disbelief. Beasley sagged against the rail. His empire just left the island in a burst of signal he could not buy back. Brooks wiped the axe handle with a lab towel, then seemed to realize how ridiculous that was and dropped it. We still have to climb to the roof. Mara raised her hand slightly from the chair. Can outside have breakfast. For a heartbeat, the adults stared at her. Then Dolly's face softened. Outside can have anything you want. Travis retrieved his pistol and helped Brooks gather the cure case, vaccine samples, and copied drives. Dolly freed Beasley from the rail, only to bind his hands behind his back tighter than before. The hub door had failed, but the signal had flown. Above them waited a roof, a sky, and one last run through the dying heart of Beasley's paradise. The climb to the roof began with smoke chasing them up the stairwell. The communication stack rose through the center of the lower complex like a concrete spine, each landing marked by emergency signs, dead cameras, and doors sealed against horrors they could still hear beyond the walls. Travis led with the pistol. Dolly followed with Mara tucked close at her side. Brooks carried the hard case and the drives. Beasley limped behind them with his hands bound, breathing like a man who had discovered stairs were harder without servants. No one had much left to say at first. Words required air, and air had become expensive. The stairwell smelled of burning insulation and old disinfectant. At every landing, Travis paused, listened, and checked through the narrow safety window before opening the next door. Twice they heard infected on the other side and kept climbing. Once a hand burst through cracked glass and raked the air inches from Mara's face. Dolly pulled the girl back. Travis fired through the pane, and they moved on before the body finished falling. At the 8th landing, Brooks stopped so suddenly Travis nearly backed into him. The scientist's face had gone gray. He set the case down carefully and pressed both hands to his knees. I need 10 seconds. Dolly looked down the stairs. Growls echoed from below, not close yet, but climbing. You have 7 generous ones. Travis stepped beside Brooks. You still with us? Brooks lifted one hand, breathing hard. I'm with you. My body has filed a complaint. Tell it the manager is dead. That got a weak smile. Brooks straightened and picked up the case again. I hate that you are funny during disasters. I'm not funny. Disaster lowers standards. Mara looked up at Dolly. Is he always like that? Dolly glanced at Travis, and something almost peaceful crossed her tired face. I'm afraid he might be. They reached the roof access door as the building groaned beneath them. The final lock required Beasley's hand. He stared at the scanner, jaw tight. Travis pressed the pistol lightly against the back of his shoulder. This is not the part where you negotiate, Travis said. Beasley placed his palm on the scanner. The system accepted him. The roof door opened into wind. Dawn had come while they were underground. It did not look clean. The sky over the island was bruised purple and gold, streaked with columns of smoke rising from the hotels, casinos, and worker town. Fires burned in pockets across the resort zones. The beach glimmered beyond them, beautiful, in the cruel way nature could remain beautiful beside human ruin. Far offshore, warships sat in a steel ring around the island. Helicopters moved like dark insects over the water. The roof pad was a flat circle marked with faded landing paint and surrounded by low concrete walls. Satellite dishes leaned above it, some still turning as if trying to find a better world. The wind hit Travis's face and carried salt, smoke, and the faint rotten smell of the island below. It never loved air so much. Mara stepped onto the roof and stopped. Her grip tightened on Dolly's hand. She looked up at the sky, not blinking, her stuffed rabbit pressed under one arm. It is bigger than I remembered. Dolly crouched beside her despite the pain it caused. That is because nobody should see it through glass. Beasley turned his face from them. Travis did not know whether he felt shame, anger, or only defeat. Maybe it did not matter. The evidence was transmitted. The girl was free. The man who had treated civilization like a game stood bound on a roof, waiting for people he could not bribe in time. The radio in Dolly's pocket crackled. Bald Eagle's voice came through. Courier, team is 2 minutes out. Mark your position with visible smoke if available. Dolly laughed softly. The whole island is visible smoke. Use green if you have it. Travis found a signaling kit in a roof emergency box and cracked a green smoke canister. He set it near the landing circle. Thick green smoke poured into the wind, bright against the gray roof. Somewhere below, infected shrieks rose through the stairwell. The roof door shuddered as bodies hit it from the other side. Brooks looked at the hinges. "That door will not hold 2 minutes. Then we make 2 minutes feel unwelcome," Dolly said. They dragged a metal maintenance cabinet in front of the door. Travis wedged the handle with a pry bar. Dolly positioned Beasley near the wall, away from the door and away from Mara. Brooks placed Mara behind a satellite housing and gave her the stuffed rabbit back after checking the cure case one more time. The girl watched him with solemn eyes. "Are you the doctor now?" she asked. Brooks looked surprised. "I suppose I am one of them. A good one." He knelt slowly, meeting her gaze. "I'm trying very hard to be." Mara nodded as if that answer mattered more than certainty. Trying is better than lying. Brooks closed his eyes for a second. When he opened them, Travis saw the grief in him, the weight of every file, every sample, every body they had passed. Brooks had changed in the lab. They all had. But the change had not made him less human. It had made him more unable to hide from what being human demanded. The roof door buckled. The cabinet scraped back an inch. Dolly fired through the metal, and something heavy thumped against the other side. The infected slammed again. The pry bar bent. Travis stepped beside Dolly with the pistol ready. Beasley spoke from near the wall. "Untie me, and I can help." Dolly did not look at him. "Your help built the basement. I can still be useful." Travis fired through the door as a hand forced through a gap near the frame. Being useful is not the same as being free. A helicopter appeared over the smoke to the east, low and fast, black against the brightening sky. It came in over the communications stack with no markings Travis could read, side door open, a crewman clipped to a line scanning the roof. Behind it, farther out, a second aircraft held position over the water. The rotors beat the smoke flat. Wind shoved at Travis's clothes and tore tears from his eyes. The roof door failed. The infected spilled through in a crush of limbs and hunger. Travis and Dolly fired together. Brooks shoved Mara farther behind the satellite housing and grabbed a loose pipe from the roof. The first 3 infected dropped in the doorway. The next 2 crawled over them. Dolly's pistol clicked empty. Travis fired his last round into a snarling face and felt the slide lock back. The helicopter hovered above the pad. A rope ladder dropped, followed by 2 armored agents descending fast, rifles sweeping. One of them was a large, bald, older man with a thick neck, broad shoulders, and a face carved by years of terrible briefings. Bald Eagle, Travis realized, looked exactly like his code name and nothing like a man who wasted time. Bald Eagle hit the roof and fired past Travis into the doorway. His partner moved to Mara first, then Brooks, then Dolly. The agent's weapons cut the infected down with controlled bursts. More bodies jammed the doorway. The stairwell became a funnel of smoke and death. Dolly lifted one hand in tired greeting. "You are late?" Bald Eagle glanced at the green smoke, the child, the bound billionaire, and the bodies. Traffic. Travis decided he liked him. The extraction became a blur of shouted instructions and hard hands. Mara was fitted with a protective mask, then lifted toward the helicopter by the first agent. She clutched her rabbit and looked down at Dolly. Dolly climbed after her despite the pain in her ribs, refusing to let the girl leave her sight. Brooks handed the hard case and drives up before allowing anyone to help him. Bald Eagle checked the restraints on Beasley personally. Beasley tried to recover some of his old voice. "I demand legal representation." Bald Eagle tightened the restraints until Beasley winced. "You can demand it in a room with a camera and no exits." Travis climbed last. His hands closed around the ladder rungs, and for one terrible moment his strength nearly failed. Dolly reached down from the helicopter doorway, one hand extended. Her face was bruised, bloodied, and framed by wild red hair. It was the most beautiful thing he had seen in his life. "Do not get dramatic now," she called over the rotors. "I was waiting for a better audience," he shouted back. She grabbed his wrist. He grabbed hers. The first time she had touched him, she had hidden a vaccine behind a kiss. Now she hauled him out of hell in front of a burning resort. He climbed into the helicopter and collapsed onto the metal floor beside Brooks. The aircraft lifted as the roof vanished beneath them. Infected flooded onto the pad seconds later, reaching for the air where they had been. The communication stack fell away. The island opened below, all 6 zones visible in broken pieces. Sun-kissed beaches lined with wreckage, opulent hotels scarred by smoke, golf courses torn by tire tracks and bodies, shopping districts and nightclubs shattered under morning light, casinos blinking useless gold into the haze. The worker town at the far end, modest and scarred by the sins built beneath it. Travis looked down until smoke swallowed the details. He thought of the people who had come for vacations, jobs, secrets, money, and escape. He thought of the men and women who had vanished into Beasley's laboratory long before the outbreak. He thought of how easy it had been for the rich to build an underworld when everyone was busy admiring the surface. Brooks sat across from him, clutching the empty axe handle he had somehow carried from the hub before realizing it. He looked at it, then at Travis. "I believe I stole evidence from a crime scene." Travis leaned his head against the helicopter wall. "After today, I think they will let you keep a souvenir." Mara sat beside Dolly under a blanket, mask fogging faintly with each breath. She watched the island through the open door until Dolly gently turned her away. Bald Eagle spoke into a headset, confirming extraction, containment status, prisoner custody, and medical isolation. Beasley sat secured between 2 agents, staring at the floor as if the metal there might open and return him to a version of life where he still controlled the ending. Dolly reached across the narrow space and took Travis's hand. No performance, no flirtation used as armor. Just fingers finding as in the wind and engine noise. Travis held on carefully, aware of every bruise, every tremor, every impossible second that had led them here. "You still owe me candles," she said. He turned his head toward her. "I also promised breakfast to a child, and I am trying to become a man who keeps promises." Her eyes softened. "That sounds dangerous. Most worthwhile repairs are." Brooks groaned. "Please do not make your romance mechanical." Mara looked from one adult to another. "Can breakfast have pancakes?" Travis nodded with great seriousness. "Pancakes are possible, and no glass rooms?" Dolly squeezed her hand. "No glass rooms." The helicopter crossed the blockade line under escort. Warships turned beneath them. Radios crackled with commands, authorizations, and arguments already beginning. The truth had left the island, but Travis knew truth did not win by itself. It needed people to carry it, defend it, and refuse the comfort of forgetting. He had spent months after the lottery trying to avoid responsibility because money had made every human need feel like a trap. Now he understood the trap had never been need. The trap had been pretending he could stand apart from it. Hours later, after medical tents, decontamination showers, blood tests, more questions than any human should answer while exhausted, and a blanket around his shoulders that smelled faintly of bleach, Travis sat on a folding chair outside a temporary command shelter. The island smoked beyond the harbor. Dawn had become morning. Reporters were still being kept miles away, but helicopters moved constantly, carrying officials, medics, soldiers, and evidence teams. Brooks emerged from the medical tent wearing borrowed scrubs and his broken glasses taped at the bridge. He looked like a man who had been run through a machine and returned with half the parts missing. Mara is stable. No active shedding. Immune response intact. She asked for Dolly and pancakes in that order. Travis let out a breath he had been holding since the cell. Good. That is an inadequate word. It is all I have left. Brooks sat beside him. For a while they watched smoke rise from the island. Travis remembered them as boys in North Carolina, sitting on the hood of an old car behind his mother's trailer, talking about impossible futures. Brooks had wanted laboratories and answers. Travis had wanted enough money to stop worrying. They had both received versions of what they asked for, and both had learned the price was never listed honestly. "You saved her," Travis said. Brooks shook his head. "We did. I mostly hit things. Sometimes the scientific method needs someone to hit things." Travis smiled, then looked toward the tent where Dolly had disappeared with Mara. "What happens now?" Brooks followed his gaze. "There will be investigations, hearings, and trials if powerful people fail to bury each other fast enough. Medical monitoring for us. Protection for Mara. Probably years of lawyers using words I hate. And Beasley?" Brooks's tired eyes went cold. "He is alive, in custody, and furious, which is a satisfying combination." Dolly came out of the tent then, one arm in a sling, hair damp from decontamination, wearing a plain gray shirt, 2 sizes too large. She looked less like a dangerous courier, and more like a woman who had survived the end of something and had not decided what to do with the beginning. Mara walked beside her, wrapped in a blanket, rabbit tucked under her chin. Mara saw Travis and lifted one hand. Not a wave exactly. More a test to see whether people outside glass answered. Travis lifted his hand back. Dolly sat beside him on the other side. For a moment, the 3 adults formed a crooked line of exhaustion while Mara leaned against Dolly's knee. No one spoke. The silence was not empty. It was full of rotors, distant orders, gulls crying over the harbor, and the soft breathing of a child who had been given back the sky. Bald Eagle approached with a folder under one arm. He looked at Brooks first. "Your data package is already making people very nervous." Brooks pushed his tape glasses higher. "That is the intended therapeutic effect." The older man almost smiled. Then he looked at Dolly. "You did good work." Dolly's face tightened. Praise seemed harder for her to take than gunfire. "A lot of people died before I did anything useful. A lot more would have died if you had not." She looked away toward the water. Travis reached for her hand, and after a second she let him take it. Bald Eagle turned to Travis. "Mr. Hale, there will be compensation discussions, security briefings, and likely attempts to convince you to say very little in public." Travis thought about the lottery press conference, the cameras, the strangers who had called him lucky, the relatives who had suddenly remembered his number, the bankers who had smiled too wide. He thought about Beasley's smooth voice saying ordinary people were small. He looked at the island and felt his fear settle into something steadier. "I have been rich quietly," Travis said. "It did not suit me. Maybe loud will work better." Bald Eagle nodded once. "Good answer." Mara tugged Dolly's sleeve. "Breakfast?" Dolly looked at Bald Eagle. "Tell me your emergency empire can produce pancakes." "We can manage pancakes," he said. Mara considered him with solemn authority. "Not from a package." For the first time since the casino, Dolly laughed without bitterness. The sound was rough and surprised, and Travis felt it reach someplace in him that the night had almost closed. They walked toward the command tent together, slow and battered under the full morning sun. Behind them, the resort of the dead burned down to evidence, ash, and memory. Ahead of them waited questions, trials, grief, healing, and a world that had nearly been changed by a billionaire who mistook cruelty for vision. Travis did not know whether the world would learn the right lesson. He only knew he had learned his. Money could buy an island, a laboratory, a private army, and a door thick enough to keep out screams for a little while. It could not buy courage. It could not buy love. It could not buy a clean soul after the bill came due. Travis Hale walked beside Dolly Vane, Brooks Mercer, and a little girl named Mara into a hard, imperfect morning. He was afraid. He was exhausted. He was alive. For the first time in years, being alive felt less like an accident and more like a responsibility he was willing to carry. 3 weeks later, the island no longer appeared on travel brochures. Its website had been replaced by a government seizure notice that said almost nothing and promised full transparency at a later date. The photographs remained in caches across the internet for a while, bright beaches and gold-lit casinos floating like lies that refused to sink. People argued over them in comment sections, on news panels, and across dinner tables. Some said the whole story was too terrible to be true. Others said it was too familiar to be false. Travis watched none of it at first. He spent the first week in medical isolation, the second in interviews with investigators, and the third in a safe house outside a coastal city where gulls screamed over wet rooftops every morning. The safe house had white walls, reinforced windows, and a kitchen stocked by people who believed cereal counted as comfort. He disliked the place immediately, which Brooks said was a sign that his judgment was improving. Brooks turned one of the bedrooms into a temporary research office within 12 hours of arrival. He taped lab notes to the walls, argued with federal doctors over video calls, and slept in short, stubborn pieces. The vaccine in Travis's blood remained stable. Dolly's remained stable. Mara's test results continued to improve. Brooks trusted the numbers only after checking them 6 different ways, and even then he looked at relief as if it might be a trick. Dolly handled captivity worse than anyone. She paced. She checked locks. She borrowed knives from the kitchen and returned them only after Travis raised one eyebrow long enough. Protective custody sounded to her too much like a polite version of being trapped. Yet she stayed because Mara would not sleep unless Dolly sat near the door, and because Beasley's network still had money, names, and reach. Some habits built in danger had to be unwound slowly, with patience rather than force. Mara changed in smaller ways. The first time she stood outside during rain, she cried without making a sound. The second time, she opened her mouth and tried to catch drops on her tongue. By the third, she asked if weather had rules. Brooks gave her a long answer involving pressure systems, condensation, and atmospheric movement. Dolly shortened it to, "The sky gets heavy and spills." Mara liked that one better. Pancakes became a ritual. The first batch in the command tent had been terrible, rubbery things made on a portable griddle by a young agent who apologized until Mara told him trying was better than lying. The safe house pancakes improved because Travis took over. He had cooked plenty growing up, not fancy food, but food that filled a kitchen and made people come stand close. He learned how Mara liked them, small, uneven, with too much butter and no syrup touching the rabbit's side of the plate. One morning, Dolly found him at the stove while the others were still asleep. She leaned in the doorway, wearing borrowed sweatpants and a shirt with the safe house laundry number printed on the collar. Her red hair was still damp. The sling was gone, though she moved carefully. For a while, she said nothing. Travis poured batter into the pan and listened to it hiss. "You are thinking loudly," he said. "That sounds like something Brooks would accuse people of doing. He is rubbing off on me." "I am concerned." Dolly came closer and rested her hip against the counter. The morning light softened the bruises along her cheek. "Bald Eagle says they want me to testify first. Do you want to?" She looked toward the hallway where Mara slept. "Want is not the word." Travis flipped the pancake with more focus than the task required. "Need?" "Maybe." She folded her arms, then unfolded them, restless in her own skin. "I carried packages for Beasley's companies before I knew what they were. Not the virus. Not at first. But money moved through my hands along with names and sealed cases. I told myself corporate crime was different from real blood because I was young and good at lying to myself." Travis set the spatula down. "Dolly, you came back?" "After leaving. You came back with vaccines, weapons, codes, and enough nerve to save people who had no idea you existed." She looked at him. "Does that clean a ledger?" He thought of his own ledger. Money he had wasted, people he had ignored because he did not know who wanted him and who wanted his jackpot, silence he had mistaken for peace. "Maybe nothing cleans it. Maybe you just keep adding better lines until the old ones stop being the only story." Dolly studied him for a long moment. "That is almost wise. I've been injured many times recently." Her mouth curved. She reached across the counter and touched his hand. It was not dramatic. No music, no casino lights, no stolen vaccine hidden in a kiss. Just Dolly's fingers over his, warm and careful. "When this is over, I do not know who I am without running." Travis turned his hand and held hers. "I do not know who I am with money if I stop hiding behind it. We can be confused in the same general area." "That is your romantic offer?" "It includes pancakes." Dolly's smile reached her eyes this time. "Strong offer." Brooks entered then, hair flattened on one side, glasses crooked, holding a tablet full of test results. He stopped in the doorway, saw their hands, and looked deeply pained. "I came for coffee and found emotional development." Dolly did not move her hand. "You may survive. Historically, I have survived worse." Mara padded in behind him with the rabbit tucked under her chin. She looked at the pan, then at Travis. "Are those the small ones?" "The small ones are first," Travis said. "The ugly ones are for Brooks." Brooks poured coffee into a mug. "Science rejects this distribution. Science can cook its own breakfast." Mara climbed onto a chair and watched the pancakes with serious attention. Dolly set a plate in front of her. For a few minutes, the safe house held a peace so ordinary it felt impossible. Batter hissed. Coffee steamed. Brooks complained about burnt edges while eating 3. Dolly stole a bite from Travis's plate and acted innocent. Mara fed a tiny crumb to the stuffed rabbit and whispered that outside food was better. The hearings began the next day. Cameras waited outside the secure building like hungry animals of a different kind. Travis wore a plain dark suit that fit better than his old expensive clothes ever had. Brooks wore the same suit jacket 2 days in a row and did not notice. Dolly wore black and kept her chin high. Mara did not testify. She stayed in a protected room with a child advocate, a medical specialist, and a drawing pad that was never sorted by color unless she chose to sort it herself. Beasley appeared by video from a federal medical prison, pale but composed again. His hair had been combed. His suit was gone, replaced by institutional clothing that made him look smaller. He denied what he could, reframed what he could not, and called the outbreak a containment failure in private research. Then Brooks presented the origin files, Dolly presented the courier records, and Bald Eagle presented the data chain. The room changed as each fact landed. Powerful people began looking at their shoes. Travis testified last that day. He expected to be nervous. Instead, he felt clear. He told them about the resort zones, the casino screams, the hidden weapons room, the radio tower, the lab, the mirrored cell, and the roof. He did not make himself sound brave. He did not make Beasley sound like a genius. He told the truth in ordinary words because ordinary words were harder to dodge. When one senator asked whether he understood the complexity of global biosecurity, Travis leaned toward the microphone. I understand that rich men love complexity when simple decency would convict them. The room went silent. Brooks later said it was the most scientifically useful thing Travis had ever said. Months passed. The trial spread across countries. Officials resigned. Others were arrested. Some escaped into the fog of money and diplomacy, but fewer than expected. The data had too many copies, and Bald Eagle had made sure too many honest people received them at once. The resort remained sealed, watched, and studied until the last infected body was recovered and the last underground chamber mapped. It would never reopen. Travis sold 3 houses he had barely lived in and used the money to fund survivor care, whistleblower protection, and a medical trust in Mara's name that could not be touched by Beasley's estate. Reporters called it generous. He called it overdue maintenance. Dolly laughed at that and told him not every moral act needed a repair metaphor. Brooks, overhearing, said the metaphor was structurally acceptable. The trust became the first thing his wealth had ever done that let him sleep easier. A pay for counselors in new trauma did not follow a tidy schedule. Translators for workers' families spread across countries, and legal teams that could not be frightened away by men with private jets. Every check Travis signed felt less like charity and more like returning stolen weight to the ground where it belonged. He did not pretend money could balance the island. It could not restore the dead, erase the screams, or hand childhood back to Mara untouched. It could, however, keep the next frightened witness from standing alone, and that was something he could understand. Mara eventually moved into a guarded foster placement with people trained not to treat her like a symbol. Dolly visited often. Travis and Brooks came with pancakes on Saturdays when permitted. The first time Mara laughed hard enough to spill orange juice, every adult in the kitchen pretended not to stare. Healing, Travis learned, did not arrive like rescue helicopters. It came in small, stubborn pieces, and sometimes it looked like a child getting syrup on her sleeve. She also began to draw windows. At first, every page had bars, mirrors, locks, and small figures standing alone in rooms, too neat to be real. Then the drawings changed. A blue strip appeared at the top, then birds, then a crooked sun with too many rays. One Saturday, she handed Travis a picture of 4 people on a beach that did not look like the resort. The tallest figure had messy brown hair. One figure had red hair that reached almost to the sand. One was thin with square glasses. The smallest held a rabbit. Travis kept that drawing folded in his wallet, not because it made the past better, but because it proved the future had started leaving marks of its own. On the first anniversary of the extraction, Travis returned to the coast with Dolly and Brooks. They did not go to the island. Nobody was allowed there without protective gear and an authorization list thicker than a book. They stood instead on a public pier at sunset, watching the distant shape of it darken against the water. From far away, it almost looked peaceful. Brooks rested his forearms on the rail. I still dream about the lab. Dolly stood on Travis's other side, wind lifting her hair. I still count exits in grocery stores. Travis watched a gull cut across the orange sky. I still feel guilty when something beautiful looks expensive. Brooks looked at him. That is oddly specific. I have grown as a person with problems. Dolly slipped her hand into his. At least you are self-aware. They stood there until the last light left the water. No one offered easy comfort. Easy comfort had no place after what they had seen, but Dolly leaned against Travis's shoulder. Brooks stayed close enough that their sleeves touched, and the island remained in the distance where it belonged. The dead did not vanish. The past did not forgive itself, yet the living could choose what they built on top of the ashes. Travis thought again of the sentence he had once tossed out like a joke. Money could buy a private jet, but not a way out. He knew the ending now. It could not buy a way out of fear, guilt, grief, or responsibility. It could only give a person more room to hide from them. He was done hiding. Behind them, the pier lights flickered on one by one. Ahead of them, the sea moved under the darkening sky, vast and indifferent and somehow still beautiful. Travis held Dolly's hand. Brooks muttered something about needing dinner before his blood sugar became a legal issue. Dolly suggested pancakes just to annoy him. Travis laughed, and the sound carried into the wind, not untouched by sorrow, but alive. They left the pier together. The world was not clean. It was not safe. It was not saved forever by one signal from a burning island. But a signal had been sent. A child had seen the sky. A monster had been dragged into the light. And 3 ordinary people, battered by paradise and the dead beneath it, had chosen to keep walking into whatever came next.